I'm about to be mean. Say mean. I ain't shit, 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 I ain't shit. I'm about to be mean. Be mean. I ain't shit, I ain't shit, I ain't shit, I ain't shit, I ain't shit. Nothing but shit, shit. I'm about to be mean. Me. I'm about to be me. Yes, I mean me. I ain't shit. I ain't shit. I'm about that life. I'm about that life. I ain't shit. I ain't shit. I ain't shit. I ain't shit. Me. I'm a shit. I ain't shit. I ain't shit. I ain't shit. Yeah. I ain't shit. I admit it. At least I admit it. I admit that what I'm about to do is mean, rude, and to do it means I ain't shit. But you know, the rest of these motherfuckers on this internet shit, they ain't gonna never admit that they ain't shit. A bunch of nobodies ain't shit with a lot of followers when they do things like what I'm about to do. I'm about to do it though. Yes, I am. Right? I was getting ready to finish this bag. You know what I mean? Because I've been putting it off. I was supposed to do it yesterday. Tonight we're gonna have some fun, but today though, right now though, I ain't shit. And y'all about to know why I'm shit. I ain't shit. And I'm gonna first go through is it Tierra Allen? We're gonna talk a little bit. We're not gonna talk about that, right? We're gonna recap it though. Okay. I'm gonna recap it because these niggas keep talking about it. Ooh, black women need to do this, and black women need to know, and black this and black that. Oh, these black women, ooh, these black women should know. They should be traveling. Ooh, they shouldn't be traveling. They doing what we want to do, but we can't do, and they shouldn't be doing. And when they do it, they need to know what they're doing, how they're doing it, when they're doing it. They need to know where they're going. They need to stop going over there. Yeah, all of that. We heard all that shit. Ooh, and she got sassy. But let's talk about it. Like I said, let's just recap it. We're just gonna recap it. That's all we're gonna do is we're gonna recap it. Okay. And then we're gonna go on. We're gonna go on. Make sure I share the sound. And let's talk about it.
On Fox, the last 2 months are described as terrifying for a Houston woman who we're told is being detained in Dubai.
Fox 26's Domely Keith joining us live near downtown Houston with why she's being held. Domely.
Well, the crime she's charged with may surprise you, and Dubai is increasingly becoming a vacation spot for a number of Houston women. One who's there right now, according to her social media page, is trying to get back to the Bayou City, but according to her mom, her passport has been confiscated because she was charged with screaming in public.
It also could result in prison time. So it's very scary.
The trip turned terrifying for Tierra Young Allen when her mom says she was a passenger in a friend's rental car and they got into an accident there in Dubai. Tina Baxter says when her daughter went to the company to retrieve her ID, credit card, and other items left in the rental, Baxter says it did not go well.
She found out that she could only receive those items if she paid an undisclosed amount of money. She dealt with a very aggressive individual, a young man there who was screaming at her.
Baxter says her 29-year-old daughter ultimately yelled back at the rental car agent, she says resulting in her being charged for screaming there in Dubai.
And so she is in jail for one reason and one reason alone. She raised her voice. In that country, a female is not even allowed to raise her voice. If she raises her voice, it's punishable by jail time.
It's been very emotional. There are some days I stay up all night crying.
They have a strict law system that is really based on theocracy.
This website warns, quote, laws and customs are very different, so be aware of your actions to ensure they don't offend while in United Arab Emirates. Now, after Baxter says her daughter was charged with screaming in Dubai, her passport has been taken, and the American social media influencer who works as a truck driver can't leave the UAE, according to her mom. And her mom says she's been placed under a travel ban pending the outcome of the investigation.
It's very frightening. The longer she's been there, the more reality has started to kick in.
In our opinion, she did not commit a crime. Don't punish women for doing the same thing a man can do in Dubai. It's not fair and it's not right.
It is fair.
Now, the 29-year-old does now.
Okay, so let's be clear, right? This thing about fair and right is American standards. But we do, ladies and gentlemen, before we go anywhere, we need to know their customs. And we have to make sure that we will be able to abide by them. You could go into another country, and if a strange man walked up to you and smacked you across the face, and if their custom is to allow that, then you better allow that. And if you're not ready for that, then guess what? Do not go. Now, I'm supportive of bringing this sister back, most definitely. Right? But this is a warning. And this should have been a warning a long time ago, because this isn't the first time something like this has happened. In fact, I think I read somewhere, I saw somewhere where people were saying that the residents or the people who in Dubai would purposely try to get Americans and other people from other countries to break their laws so they could be detained. We're not appreciated in other countries. There's a lot of countries that do not like Americans, and they say that we are arrogant. Right? Even in this case, we see the arrogance that we as Americans will tell other countries what isn't just and what isn't fair. Baby, we are arrogant, yes. Okay, we're going to other countries, beautiful as they may be, but they have customs, rules and regulations and laws. And you know what? If they came into our country and broken laws, they would be in our jail too. And they are. So am I for getting her back? Yes, but it's a lesson learned. Okay, so here we go.
Have an attorney there in Dubai, and her mom says she's told that she could face jail time because there is surveillance video of her screaming. Now, we have reached out to the U.S. and the UAE.
Did we hear what she just said? Because, I paused it there for a reason. Did you hear what was said? Because, I've been on panels and we spoken about this, but I noticed everybody kept saying, well, how do we know she yelled? And, she could have been just talking and they just took it. And I when I heard that, I was like, well, yeah, that's true. But did we just hear what this woman just said? That the mother said. Let's hear it again.
There in Dubai, and her mom says she's told that she could face jail time because there is surveillance video of her screaming. Now, we have reached.
I'm sorry. Let's back it up. Let's back it up. Like I said, I ain't shit. Right?
29-year-old does now have an attorney there in Dubai, and her mom says she's told that she could face jail time because there is surveillance video of her screaming. Now, we have reached out to the U.S. and.
Okay, there is surveillance video. The mother said she's facing jail time because there is actual proof that she was yelling. There's actual proof that she was yelling. You know, I didn't hear anybody mention that on none of the panels I was on. Like, the women were like, well, we don't know. I was listening to what y'all was saying because I didn't listen to the video clearly myself, right? Y'all was telling me about the story, and I was like, okay, I listened. I don't even think we played the videos all the way through. That might be why nobody mentioned it. But you know, there's other videos about this young lady out there of her in Mexico. Mexico. Yeah. I think, well, I'm not thinking, but the reports are that she is vile with her mouth. They got actually a little clip of her pouring, being drunk and pouring a drink on somebody's husband's head. And I'm not saying, you know, because people get drunk and they do things, but why are you going to other countries getting drunk and doing things? If you in this country, you get drunk and you do shit, the police here come and get your ass. So I don't know if I need to pull up those clips. If somebody's saying, hey, they didn't hear that or see that, I guess I will. I know there is a woman who, oh my God, I don't really, you know, she ain't shit, just like I ain't shit for this video. She ain't shit. When they always digging up what black people are doing when they are black, that in itself is self-hate, and they ain't shit. And in this moment, I ain't shit. So let me continue being ain't shit. Shall I?
And the UAE embassies. Will government officials step in and give her assistance? I'm still awaiting responses. Reporting live near downtown Houston, I'm Damalie Keith, Fox 26 News.
I do hope that they step in. You know, I know Mew was giving out some information for us to call so we can get our embassy to, you know, maybe they can negotiate something, you know. I don't know, you know, because I did hear over there, going to jail, you might not survive it. Jail over there is jail. See, we're arrogant. Even over here, even the inmates, as bad and deplorable as we claim that it is, right? Because it is, because we have this thing about being treated like humans, even when you're caged like an animal, right? And I'm for that too. I think everybody should be treated with the dignity that they're, you know, being alive. I guess it depends. You know, a motherfucker who just been killing people, I don't know. I'm a little still up in the air with that one, right? But yes, in the jails here, they still get showers, they got toilets, they get fed a few times a day, right? Even if it is what we consider to be slop, it keeps them alive. But you know, in other countries though, they don't feed you to keep you alive. They don't give a fuck if you stay alive or not. You've broken the law, and they now think that you might not even be worthy of being alive. Okay? So we need to know where we are going. And I'm going to be honest. I was considering going to Dubai, right? Because I was, you know, I'm looking on Instagram and different places, people showing this beautiful landscape. And I'm like, wow, that's beautiful. Then it costs an arm and a fucking leg to get over there. Right? So I was like, okay. But then why would it cost so much? Do they even want us to be there? And then when we saving up our money, black people going into areas where they don't really fuck with you. They don't fuck with you. They don't fuck with you, number one, because number one thing is you're an American and arrogant. And number two is if you're black, it's because you're black. Baby, what the fuck? What the fuck? So when people were like, it's gonna cost $3 grand, $3,000, you know, I was like $3,000. What the fuck am I getting for $3,000? Shit. For $1,000, man, I could go to France. You know what I'm saying? Go see Beyonce in concert. Spend a couple of the weekend there, visit different places, and be good. That's a round trip flight and a Beyonce ticket, right? I just learned that, and I was like, shit. When I want to go see somebody, I guess I'm gonna be going overseas. Cause I'd be goddamn if I spend $700 for a seat to go see a concert, when I could go in another country and get that same ticket for $100, $200 at the most. Anyway, that's another topic for another time, baby. Are we clear with this? Okay, so yes, she's an American citizen. We need to do what we need to do to make it easier on her, right? But it's a lesson learned. And if she got to spend a year over there, I hope her family stay on it. You know, she's not the first. She's not the first, and she won't be the last. Because people not paying attention to the world around them. And if nothing else, I learned a lesson that I ain't never going to Dubai, baby. That's the lesson I learned. Okay, yeah, I don't need to go see every motherfucking place. So that's me. But if you're going, just make sure you recognize those laws. Make sure that you know them. You need to know enough of them in case somebody come and tip you and get you to do something that is against their law. So the man can yell and the woman cannot. Do not be looking these men in their face and talking to men out of the blue. Like walking up to a man and asking for help, like I do, might get me jailed in Dubai. Because let's be honest, some of us do have, you know, we're spoiled. I admit that I'm spoiled. I know that here in America, for the most part, if I ask a man directions, I ask him to reach something for me, or, you know, ask him for help, I know that the chances are somebody will help me. But due to that, suppose I go to Dubai and I'm just don't know what I'm doing, or I can't reach something, and I just, excuse me, sir, can you reach this for me? Next thing I know, fucking police coming and put me in handcuffs. But anyway, we need to know what we're doing at all times. We need to know what we are doing. We need to research where we are going. Okay. Now, I ain't shit. I did enough on this one. Now let's move to the one I really want to move to. Okay. Yeah, let's do that. Give me a mofo shuck it. Yes. Let's talk about this guy. Okay. Let's hear it, shall we? We're going to do a deeper dive, but this is just a quick synopsis. It seemed like it gave a little more detail quickly. So we're going to do a little more though, but let's hear it. Pay close attention. Let me see if I can make it a little bigger. Not too big, because the way it's set up. Okay.
This photo of Travis King was snapped just before the U.S. soldier ran across the border into North Korea. If you're wondering why any... This photo of Travis King was snapped just before the U.S. soldier ran across the border into North Korea. If you're wondering why anyone would voluntarily cross into a rogue nation that has...
North Korea. Oh, by the way, he's a black man. He ran into North Korea. The arrogance. You see what I'm saying? The fucking arrogance. The fucking arrogance that you think because you can, that you should, and that everything gonna be okay. North fucking Korea is worse than going into Russia right now. You may be able to survive Russia, but whoa, North Korea? You're lucky you're not shot on fucking sight. And probably the reason he wasn't shot on sight is most probably because he had on, because he's military. I'm not sure if he had on his uniform, but we're gonna see. These niggas look at TV too fucking much. You done look at a little too much TV, and you think your black ass could defect. What is it called when you think you could go into another country and say, I want your protection? Your black ass, what the fuck, nigga? White men might be able to get away with that shit because they assume that he might have something to give. And if he ain't got nothing to give, bang, bang. They in Russia, when they kept that basketball player, they knew what the fuck they were doing. Many Americans was in Russia, y'all. They ain't all get arrested, placed in jail. Many Russians, when everything was boiling over, were told to leave, and lots of them left, and some of them did not. And the reason they not in jail and shit like that, the ones who stayed, is because they got nothing to offer. There's nothing that that the Russians could use by holding them in order to get something, whether it's help or to get us to back off and leave it alone or whatever. But that basketball player, though, remember, she was over there playing for them. She was over there playing for them. And so they held her. They made sure not to mistreat her neither, because she was somebody we all was paying attention to. They knew they had an ace in the hole, baby. They knew this woman right here is going to help them get something. You remember that was other military folks over there for years. Remember? For years. We still got military folks over there. And the military folks was not even military anymore. If I'm correct, I think he wasn't military anymore. And so when they found out that he was once in the military and now he's over there, they claimed that he, was over there spying, being a spy. America didn't get his ass back. His ass has been over there for many years. If he had been military, though, active duty, then they would have been able to try to negotiate getting his ass back. But America was like, you can keep it. And, even that basketball player being a black woman, we lucky that Biden needed us, black women. Because if it would have been Trump or anybody else, her black ass would still be over there. And for those who say, well, nah, that's not true. Like, remember the other day, somebody tried to claim that Trump helped get the ball guy from over there. That's a lie. That is a lie. Okay? In fact, motherfuckers were captured while Trump was in office, and he didn't get them back. And they were white. So the fucking lies these niggas like to pull out their ass. Oh, Trump did this and Trump would have done that. Trump had 4 years and he didn't do shit. I mean, nothing. Okay, so the claim that he would have did, could have did, and should have did. Yeah, all that he could have did it. He should have did it, but he didn't do it though. But anyway, we're not going to talk about that. Let's listen to this motherfucking nigga who thought he could run away from his other fuckery and go to North Korea. North fucking Korea. Out of all these motherfucking nations, man, oh man, this nigga thought he could run to North Korea. Nigga, even the Taliban would treat you better. The fuck is going on with these dumbass motherfucking niggas? Here we go. Let's finish listening.
Detained multiple Americans over the years. King was due to face U.S. military disciplinary action, Reuters has learned. A South Korean court ruling said King pleaded guilty to assault and destruction of public goods and had no previous criminal record. But how did he get to the border? King fled from the airport after he was transferred there by the U.S. military to return to his U.S. unit, where he hopped on a tour to the demilitarized zone. He crossed the military demarcation line that has separated the two Koreas since the Korean War ended.
Someone ran close to me very fast.
When he ran across as U.S. and South Korean troops tried to stop him, according to a tourist who witnessed the event.
We believe the soldier is currently in DPRK custody.
King's motivation remains unclear. His mother told ABC she can't imagine Travis doing anything like that. This photo of Travis King was snapped just before the U.S. soldier ran across the border into North Korea. If you're wondering why anyone would voluntarily cross into a rogue nation that has detained multiple Americans over the years, King was due to face U.S. military discipline.
This nigga was in trouble. Look at him. The fuck? This nigga done joined the military because one of these Manosphere niggas told him that's what he should do. Military is not for everybody, baby. I promise you that. They have a group of people who try to go in and do basic alone. Back in my day, now I hear basic is like a cakewalk. Right? I feel like if they treating you so nice and basic, I feel like when you really get in there, right, they're not allowed to put the pressures on you like they used to, that when you really in there, then you're not prepared. And some people need to be prepared. And see, back in the day, they could get in our face. Yes, we knew they couldn't touch us, but I'm telling you, they got close, and it would tempt you, right? And if you didn't know how to control yourself, then you would do something that would get you kicked out. But at least you would be just kicked out and back in the real world early on, right? You kicked out, depending on if you didn't go through all the way through basic, they don't even consider you in for real. Think you got to do like 180 days. And basic is only a couple of months. Right? So they figured we're going to test them. As they get through this, cool. Right? But now I heard that y'all can have they can have their cell phones. They can't yell at them. They got to give them mental timeouts. You know what I mean? If they put up a code or a color, mention a color, like a safe word, these motherfuckers get to go to the doctors, what they used to call like get a profile. That's what they used to call it back then. I heard that this shit, any of us can do it. My old ass can do it. That's what they do the physical. They still got the physical going on. But going into the military is more mental. You understand what I'm saying? It's that mental. Just imagine watching people die on side of you or making sure that they don't die on side of you because you got to kill them over there. You got to have the mental fortitude to be able to handle these type of things that you might have to deal with while serving in the military. And this is not just our military. And this motherfucker looked like a fucking baby to me. Now, I don't know how old he is, but we're going to do a little research. But to me, right here, he looks like he's not even 20. And if he is, like, you know what I mean? He looks like he's about 19. He looks like a baby to me. But I could be wrong because, you know, in the military, they make you shave, right? They make you shave. So we're going to do a little, but this motherfucker that went into the military, and then what made him, like, this dude is mental. North Korea, they put him on a plane to come back to the U.S. and his ass, maybe there's some woman over there that he want to be with. Because he hopped and jumped to stay. And then went on a tour. And then decided, I'm going to run over there. And the nigga took off running. The nigga took off running. Let's hear it again.
Disciplinary action, Reuters has learned. A South Korean court ruling said King pleaded guilty to assault and destruction of public goods and had no previous criminal record. But how did he get to the border? King fled from the airport after he was transferred there by the U.S. military.
He fled from the airport. The military had him go to the airport so he could come stateside. And this nigga took off from the airport.
To return to his U.S. unit, where he hopped on a tour to the demilitarized zone.
He took a tour. He purposely went here. Why would he tour this area? Listen what this fool did.
He crossed the military demarcation line that has separated the two Koreas since the Korean War.
Y'all see this nigga? That's him, yo. That nigga's touring, and look, he looking. Other people, they looking, they taking pictures. This nigga thinking, how fast can my nigga legs take me where there's no other niggas? I'ma sneak over there. That nigga thought he could, like, nigga, you standing out. That's why they remember. They remember his ass. He stood out clearly, like a thumb, like a big swollen thumb.
Ended.
Someone ran close to me very fast.
When he ran across as U.S. and South Korean troops tried to stop him.
U.S. and the South, right, Korea tried to stop him. It's not like he thought it was a game. His own brethren tried to stop him.
According to a tourist who witnessed the event.
We believe the soldier is currently in DPRK custody.
King's motivation remains unclear. His mother told ABC she can't imagine Travis doing anything like that.
Yeah, she can't imagine. What y'all think would make him do something like that? Let's go see if we can find anything else on this motherfucking dumbass nigga.
The family of the U.S. soldier in North Korean captivity speaking out.
I'm praying for him, and I hope that everybody else will pray for him too.
Private Travis King baffled American officials and set off an international uproar when he bolted to North Korea on Tuesday. Tensions between America and North Korea already ramping up, with the North recently testing 2 intercontinental ballistic missiles. The U.S. is delicately approaching the isolated nation, reaching out to the North Korean army and through other countries, including South Korea and Sweden.
This motherfucking nigga. This nigga. Woo! Baby, this nigga. This nigga, this nigga. This nigga, this nigga, this nigga. This nigga, this nigga, this nigga. This motherfucking nigga. Black men. Ooh, take an L, baby. Take an L. Woo, take an L. Listen, you dumbass motherfucking niggas, what you got to say now, bitch? Oh, don't be talking about, oh, well, you bomb, you can't put that on all of us. Oh, that's what y'all do to us, though. Oh, I bet she was raised by a single mama, huh? Is that what it was? He was raised by a single mama? Well, let's check it out.
Retain a number of channels through which we can send messages to the DPRK.
But back home in Racine, Wisconsin, King's family waiting with worry.
I think that he got a problem. He needs some help.
Sarah Leslie from New Zealand was on the same tour of the DMZ as King when
Was that his daddy? What y'all think? Y'all think that was his daddy? Ooh, I don't know. Let's see. Let's see.
Korean Army and through other countries, including South Korea and Sweden.
We retain a number of channels through which we can send messages to the DPRK.
But back home in Racine, Wisconsin, King's family waiting with worry.
I think that he got a problem. He needs some help.
Sarah Leslie from New Zealand was on.
I think he got a problem. He needs some help. What the hell? Problem? What the fuck? What he thought he was Dragon Ball Z? What this nigga thought he got some superpowers? This nigga thought he was invisible like the Invisible Man. He thought he could just swoop over there and everything was gonna be good. But is this nigga on acid? Maybe that must be the answer. The fuck was he thinking he could go to North Korea? Nigga, you could have stayed in Korea, South Korea, nigga. You could have stayed there, like run away, hide, go into one of them bath houses and let them, women give you baths and shit like that. Baths, y'all know what I mean by baths, right? Because that's what they would call bath houses. And men would pay to go to the bath house and come out because you got a happy ending, you see? And then they end up marrying those women who was in the bath house. they bring them back to the U.S. Talk about, I married an Asian guy. He won't tell you where he met her at, though. He won't tell you that. Oh, Lordy. Me no member black man, he buku. No. I mean, not my man. Man. My daddy said, no. You back. You Negro. Me no never me go. You gotta go down there. You gotta go down there. Don't got down there. Down there. They mess with Negro. No Negro here. No Negro here. No Negro. But cool. No, but you got the money. Not enough money to come here, but you go down the street. Go down the street. Then they take Negro down there. No Negro here. No Negro. No, but you back. No buku. No Negro here. So back the ass. No Negro. But. Okay, here we go.
On the same tour of the DMZ as King when he suddenly bolted across the border.
And my first thought was, what an absolute idiot.
Leslie identifying King.
That white woman said, her first thought was, what an absolute idiot. Do y'all not see? Look, see, this side there's South Korea where you see the people standing. North Korea is right there. It's almost like going from your state to the other state, right? It's just an invisible line. That's how it is. You can stand right there and you're safe, right? If you go past that blue building, see that other blue building on the other side? That is their side. That's North Korea. This blue building is this side. This blue building is South Korea. That blue building is North Korea, right? And if you look over there, you see that big, tall, gray building, not the one that we see right by the people, the one between the two blue buildings, right? There's some people in there reviewing. They got guns over there. Look, stay over. Look, right at the let me see. Man, let me tell you, look, you could go in one building and go out the other side. You could go in the front of the building, and in the front of the building is South Korea. But when you go through the building, right, there is, and I'm not even joking, there's a building that one side of the building is North Korea and the other side is South Korea. Right? You walk in the building and you're in South Korea. And, you know, with business, like any of us can't do that, of course not. But, you know, the dictators and the different people who, the consulates and the people who going over there to have discussions and talks. And by the way, they don't do no talking and shit. Did you hear what the president, what is her name? I forget that black lady's name, man. I like her, you know, I listen to her. She's nice and everything. But did you hear what she said? That the embassies and they trying to contact through the channels in which they think they can contact someone over there. Everybody do not contact us. There are countries, North Korea, who do not fuck with us. They don't have no back channel, you know, no direct channel that they keep open for the US because they respect us. Them motherfuckers don't care about us. So here we go.
In this picture she said she took minutes before. While serving in South Korea, King had run-ins with the law. Just before he fled to North Korea, King spent nearly 2 months in a South Korean prison for...
This nigga was in jail before he ran. Oh, look, this nigga was in South Korea in jail. What he thought he was going when he went to North Korea? Where he think he going? This nigga must like jail, baby. That nigga like jail. That nigga like jail. Cause he going to jail. He just got out of jail. He about to go back to jail. This nigga like jail. But he gone from one way he probably was treated humanely, and now he about to get, this nigga might get whipped, hung, waterboarded. The nigga might not even be living right now. So we're going to say it's his fault. Because this most definitely is his motherfucking fault. But he can start a whole fucking war. See, this shit right here is serious. Them people over there don't fucking play. And they already preparing for a fucking war. How you feel if because of this motherfucking nigga that we now in war and now we gotta get our troops together to fight a very large motherfucking militant country. Y'all motherfuckers want to talk about a woman who might have to do a year in jail for yelling. Well, what you got to say about this nigga here? Told you I ain't shit today. Well, not in this moment. We're going to have some fun later, but I need y'all to tell me what the fuck is going on, black man. And I'm talking to the fake ass black man who think he's black man, but he's not really a black man. He's just a boy, right? And he think he's a man, so he joins the military. You know what I mean? These niggas on here acting like pussies, afraid of women, scared of women, want to beat up on women, right? And all that shit, like this nigga right here. This nigga just like jail. Well, here we go.
For not paying a fine for damaging a police car, according to a South Korean government official. In 2016, Otto Warmbier, an American student, was detained in North Korea for more than a year. He was released to the U.S. in a vegetative state and died shortly after.
I want y'all to hear this shit again. I'm going to rewind that little bit.
Just before he fled to North Korea, King spent nearly 2 months in a South Korean prison for not paying a fine for damaging a police car, according to a South Korean government official. In 2016, Otto Warmbier, an American student, was detained in North Korea for more than a year.
A fucking student. You know, we got some dumb people in the world, and they have little what they call agencies that get involved, and they be talking about it's humane, right? And they have student exchange and shit like that, right? People be bringing students in their homes, and U.S. citizens be going in other countries, and I'm thinking, what the fuck? So this student went to North Korea, y'all. Here we go.
Fine for damaging a police car, according to a South Korean government official. In 2016, Otto Warmbier, an American student, was detained in North Korea for more than a year.
For more than a year. So, you know, we know it wasn't more than 2 years, right? Because they would have said more than 2 years or 3 years or whatever, right? So when they say more than a year, we could say that it's less than 2 years, right? We could make that assumption. Okay. Less than 2 years. It could have been 1 year and 1 day, or it could have been, you know, it could have been 13 months, 14 months, 15 months. Y'all get the gist of what I'm saying, right? But it was less than 2 years. But listen to this stuff.
Fine for damaging a police car, according to a South Korean government official. In 2016, Otto Warmbier, an American student, was detained in North Korea for more than a year. He was released to the U.S. in a vegetative state, and
he was released to the U.S. brain dead. Brain dead. These motherfuckers kept his body living, but he was brain dead. Now, there's a many things that can have you brain dead, your body still be living. You know, waterboarding, electrical shock. They could torture you to where your brain dies, but your body's still living. Did y'all know that? Oh yeah, well, it's true. It's true. You could feel like you drowning without actually drowning. And you could go brain dead. Yes, you can. The brain thinks it's drowning, but you're not even underwater. It's just that you don't have the oxygen you need. Your brain don't have the oxygen you need. It's called waterboarding, baby. It's a few things that, you know, some of us may know about, you know, through training. But anyway, see, we spoiled. We don't know nothing about it. We don't know nothing about it. We think the world is safe because we so safe. We think we could just walk outside and just skip the loop, my darling, in any motherfucking country. Oh, you walk outside. It's nice to be in the neighborhood. It's nice to be in the neighborhood. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? It's a wonderful day in the neighborhood. It's nice to day in the neighborhood. Could you be mine? Would you be my neighbor? Y'all asses think y'all could go out of the country and y'all think everybody want to be your neighbor. Everybody's treated fairly. Everybody want to be treated fairly. What the fuck is fair? Did you not know that fair depends on your moral code? Did you not know that morals are taught to you, right? Based on your society that you live in? Did you not know that? So therefore, what we think is fair may not be considered fair in other countries. Did you know that? Even in this country, this thing called morals is differs from person to person, and that will be based on how you was raised, what you was told, what you was taught. We didn't broke it down to conservatism, to liberalism, right? You're liberal. Oh, I'm conservative. See, even in this country, we don't think the same thing because we wasn't taught the same way. And then you want to go to another country where you don't know, and you know nothing. They have no problems killing their own family members. See, but we think that's appalling. Oh my God, oh my God. Over there though, nah. You shame the family, then we don't need you. Bam. It's that simple. And they don't miss each other. They wasn't raised the way we was raised. They wasn't taught the way we were taught. But anyway, let's finish hearing about how they made sure not to kill him, but to kill him. You see that? Because they had a body to turn over to the U.S. Right? They had a body, but that little boy, that young man probably been dead from the jump. Probably the first couple of weeks he was there after going through the trials and shit. They don't give a fuck about feeding nobody not even in their country. They have food shortages going on already. So we hear now. We don't know if that's true, but that's what I heard, but then again, I do listen to world news, I heard that they have food shortage. So why in the fuck would they feed you? And if all they got to do is keep you alive is to feed you through a tube, they could feed you slop. Through a tube. Your brain dead. They just got to make sure your body stay well enough so they can return you back to the U.S. when they're done. The fuck they look like? You think you getting a breakfast, lunch, and a dinner? A snack? Something to drink? Nigga? Anyway, let's continue, shall we? Yes.
Government official. In 2016, Otto Warmbier, an American student, was detained in North Korea for more than a year. He was released to the U.S. in a vegetative state and died shortly after. Otto's father, Fred, said Private King deserves America's full support to get him home.
He willingly ran across the border. That makes him quite a bit different from your son.
Absolutely. But now that he's there, the facts are exactly the same. They're going to hold him hostage, and they're going to use him as a political prisoner.
And, Savannah, the big missing piece here is North Korea itself. We still haven't heard from them. They haven't even acknowledged that they have Private King in custody. And it's really only after we hear from Pyongyang that we're going to really get a better sense of this young man's fate. Savannah?
This young man's fate. You see, they didn't even acknowledge what they saw. Black man have no power in the U.S. They know this about us in this country. He's not a pawn. And then he ran over there too. He ran to them. So they know he ain't got no goddamn power. That he think that they gonna save him and protect him from something. They didn't capture him, right? He wasn't just in their country through approvals and then they decided to hold him hostage. They know this nigga not worth not a goddamn thing. Not a goddamn thing. He's not even worth to acknowledge that they got him.
Worrisome. Matt Bradley in South Korea for us along the border there. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for watching. Don't miss the Today.
Let's see if we can find something else. But that's the breakdown right there. Let's see if they got anything else. And then I'm gonna open this motherfucker panel, see how many of you are willing to come up and explain to us how he represent, how he represent. Let's see what this is.
From a tourist camera, an image of the US soldier who broke for the border. In the black cap, this is Travis King, minutes before he ran into North Korea. The private second class blended in with a tour group before running off at speed.
I noticed some guy running very, very fast towards the North Korean side. I thought it was some kind of stupid stunt that he was doing for TikTok or something like that. And I thought that was an incredibly stupid thing to do in a place like that. And then he sort of just didn't slow down and didn't stop. There were soldiers who had been supervising us. They yelled, they chased him, but he was going so fast and he was so close to the border that they couldn't catch him.
The 23-year-old soldier had been serving with the US military, seen here conducting drills in South Korea. Private King had been in trouble with the authorities following alleged assaults, including punching a South Korean national in a nightclub. He was also fined for kicking the door of a police car. It's unclear how he ended up in the demilitarized zone between North and South Korea, where he made a run for it. The soldier had been escorted to the airport to be flown back to base in the United States, but he didn't board his flight.
And I don't understand why he would do that, because it seemed like he was on his way back here to the United States. He was on his way home. So it don't make no sense to me. Something just got to be going on in his head to make him feel like he need to stay there or whatever. Like, I don't know.
Stay there.
The incident evokes memories of American student Otto Warmbier.
They say stay there, stay there, stay there. That nigga didn't stay there. That nigga went to another country. Like, you don't have to fly to other countries, like lots of countries. And we looked at this last weekend, Saturday. We're going to do something like that again, probably tonight or definitely tomorrow, right? Where we're going to do the IQ and things, you know, and have fun with that educational shit again. But last goddamn weekend, we looked at countries butted against each other. Just like states. Like if Delaware became a country, like let's say we want to get away from the union, right? We want to become our own country, like Texas is talking about doing. Texas would become its own fucking country and still be right there, butting against Louisiana and Mexico, New Mexico, and things like that. Oh, look like I got a message. My phone is over there though. Oh, that may have been, I think hubby left his phone, his watch. That might be his watch. Is that his watch over there? Hubby watch, right? When he leave his watch, I could see who called him. I could see who called him while he at work. His phone's is with him at work, and his watch will ring up here. I don't know if that's his watch. I think he did leave his watch. He did leave his watch over there. Hey, babe, why you left your watch? Now I'm about to go through your watch, baby. See who been calling you and texting you for the last 33 motherfucking years. I want to see everybody. I'm about to go through your phone, borrow your watch, right? I'm going to go through your watch. I want to know who called you last night, the night before last, 3 years ago, late at night, 8 years ago, late at night. I'm going to go through all his shit. I'm joking, y'all. Let me see. Anyway, let's get through this shit. So I just want to know. Somebody said they thought he was doing a TikTok stunt.
Warmbier, arrested in North Korea in 2016. He would subsequently be flown home in a vegetative state and die soon after. The United States warns its citizens against entry into North Korea, citing the risk of arrest. Against a backdrop of heightened tension between the two countries, the story of the missing soldier compounds a complicated diplomacy. James Matthews, Sky News.
Complicated. This man is probably dead. They're probably sitting there going, he's probably trying to convince him that he want to be a part of them. They looking at him like, what the hell? This nigga stick out like a sore thumb. He don't see nobody around him look anything like him. The fuck is going on with you young niggas? Now, talk about this, bitch. That's what I want to see. I want to see if O'Shea gonna do a video on this, right? I want to see what he gonna say. Oh, he probably should. He should be brought home. Yeah. Nope. They don't care about. And Tom Daniels, is he gonna talk about this? And if he is he gonna say he don't give a shit about him? Possibly, because that's what coons do. Coons don't care about them. Nobody but themselves. Listen, that's what coons do. He gonna sit there and say he don't care. Color don't unite us. But then I wonder, do patriotic unite us, Anton? Like him being an American, that don't unite us? I want to hear you say that though. Let me hear you say. You ain't gonna say it, nigga. You know why you ain't gonna say it? Because you know in the U.S. the motherfuckers are patriotic. That's the minimum, right? You better not never talk about no U.S. except you niggas would do it, but you disguise it with blackness, right? That woman who's in that other country over there in Dubai, she is an American citizen, but y'all don't give a fuck because she's black. You ain't even consider the fact that she's a U.S. citizen. All you want to do is because she's black, you can shit on her. And you think you could get away with it because she's black. Now, let me hear you shit on this U.S. military soldier who is a motherfucking American. A dumb one, yes, he is. A dumbass motherfucking nigga who is a U.S. citizen. And let me hear how your story is pushed. That's what I want to know. I want to know how they gonna push it. You dumbass motherfucking niggas. Now I'm gonna stop this share, right? Because that's all they know. This shit just happened. This shit just happened. So not many people know about it. Right? So I'm quite sure what we heard is all we gonna hear, no matter where we go. See, North Korea is not returning no calls. We can't make them. We can't make them return no motherfucking calls. Why wouldn't they return calls? What y'all think they doing over there? They say they silent on the soldier who crossed over. They know that nigga ain't got no information, not no pertinent information. Okay. What in the holy hell? Let's see.
I just want my son back. I just want my son back. Get my son home. Get my son home. And pray that he comes back.
Wait. She sound African? I'm sorry. Wait, let me listen.
Pray that he comes back. Get my son home. Get my son home. And pray that he comes. Get my son home. Get my son home. And pray that he comes back.
She hopes they're in the process of doing this right now. That's all she really wants.
What is the latest you've heard?
I have nothing to say right now.
We understand the gravity of the situation. It's a very massive and unfortunate thing. However,
y'all, I'm not even joking. Why they sound, African, maybe he probably first generation American, right? But they come from these African parents, and these African parents are arrogant, right? They get over here and they know everything. They better than us. They do better than us, right? That's what they say anyway. Although they over here with us, living amongst us. But of course, there's always somebody got to be better than the other, even when they just living like us. Okay. But of course, this would happen. Right? When they training their own children that, yeah, you're better. You're different. You're better. You're better. You're better. You're different. You're different. You're better. You're better. You're different. You're different. You're better. Better. You're different. Different and better. 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 And then these niggas, right, who think that he is different. In fact, his skin color don't matter. He been told that. And some of y'all been told that. And some of y'all really think that shit too. Bomb. It's, look, it's not about skin color, Bomb. Nigga, you better wake the motherfucker up. Because see, that white boy, he was able to at least be, his body was living. His body was living. He may have been brain dead early on, right? They went through the process. I think they watched him go through court and everything. Right? Came up with fake charges, all that shit. That's because he's an American. This nigga not even important enough for them to acknowledge that they got him, even though everybody saw him run over there. Everybody saw him run over there. Everybody saw him get detained. And they acting like they don't even know. Because, you know, I don't know, but the first thing people see is the thing that matters. For those of you who don't think your skin color matter, baby, you better rethink, rewire your motherfucking brain and come to some reality. Of course, the first thing you see on a person is the thing that really matters up front. I'm sorry. Look, a lot of our goddamn ancestors are turning in their motherfucking graves. When every time somebody say, "Bomb, yeah, my skin color don't matter," that's some brainwashing shit that somebody wants you to think. But they tell it to you, but we all know it's not true. We all know when you meet somebody, everything about their appearance. So wait a minute, I'm sorry. So y'all know that if you go to get a job or anything you're doing, right, the way you dress matters, right? Because your appearance is your very first impression. So wait a minute, I'm sorry. So my dress matters, or lack of dress matters, but my skin color does not matter? Y'all dumb. Y'all dumb. Okay? Y'all dumb. I hope you don't go through your whole life dumb. I hope somewhere, in between reality, seeps in your head some kind of motherfucker way. Okay? We all know when we see somebody, we know whether they're white, Asian, black, Chinese, right? We know that. So we do it, but they don't do it. Huh? We all do it. In fact, we know how to approach a person based on what we see. I know if I could walk up and say, "What's up?" Right? Or if I got to go up and say hello. Wait, so we the only ones that got to do that, black people? I mean, we the only ones? So, they claim that it's not that. Because I don't know why, just be honest and say, look, yes, we see your color. Some people might say, well, they may give you a chance just because of your color. Or they may not. But anyway, I'm going to put the link out. Let's see what else, see if his mom says anything.
At this moment, we just ask that y'all kind of like respect our privacy, because this isn't, my mom's lost a son before, which is, so this is weighing very heavily on her. And we just, like I said, ask that y'all respect our privacy. At some point, we'll be more talkative maybe at some point, but we just want to see where it goes from here. But at this time, we just ask that y'all defer to the U.S. military and whoever's handling this.
I'm thinking, I want to know what was going on in his mind, because I can't see him doing that.
Thoughts? I couldn't believe it. I don't think my grandson would have did that to be in the right mind. I think that he got a problem. He needs some help. I couldn't believe he did that. You know, they said he jumped on some officers over there. That's not him. You know, but now I heard that he had started drinking and stuff. And he didn't do that here. You know, he didn't drink. He didn't do no drugs. You know, all he did was read his Bible and played the Nintendo game.
That Nintendo game, baby. Woo! Baby, they think they got lives. They got many lives. They don't even think they cats with 9 lives. These motherfuckers think they got unlimited lives. As long as they got some money, they could buy them a bigger gun, right? If they got some money, you know, fake money. We talking about the fake money, but fake money equals real money because they gotta, in order to have fake money, you gotta use real money to buy fake money, y'all. They use real money, buy guns, but they fake guns. They buy fake guns with real money. Like these little kids are dumber than a motherfucker, baby. I ain't even fucking lying. They take real fucking money to buy fake fucking money so they can buy fake lives and fake weapons. And then they sit in front of a game for hours on and days at a time, and they spend real money for fake shit, and then they get in real life and then they confused. He haven't been able to play them games as much because now he in the real world. He left his parents, right? He got to get up every morning and go do his job. Then so now they are in the real world, and what he wasn't doing at home, now he's doing in the real world, drinking, and then you get that liquor in him, and then now this motherfucker playing video games for real. So he decided he could box, but he know he ain't never take no motherfucker boxing classes. The nigga only box in the game. Street Fighter. That's the name of that goddamn game. Let me go grab it up real quick. Let me see. I'm gonna show you which one is him, right? Fight. Let's see. Oh no. I'm sorry. Let's see. We don't know. I'm gonna pick any one of them. Y'all know I don't know much. Here we go. Here we go. That nigga. Woo, get him. That nigga was in the club. That nigga was in the club like this. That nigga was in the club like, boom, boom. Let me get him. But he never touched him though. You know what I'm saying? He in his mind, his thumbs was at play. He hit the up button and the B button. He was like, his fingers were just going. And that nigga he said, okay, swipe. And then it said, fight, kill him, finish him. You know what I'm saying? I played one of these games before, not this one though. I must be thinking about another game, y'all. When the woman had the hair and she take the hair, she's whip it, boom, 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 and it says finish him. That nigga was in the club. He had a little alcohol in him, and the nigga started thinking, you know, I'm big and bad. He started thinking he was his avatar in the game. And some people approached him, and he decided, nah, boom, boom. He pressed the A and the up arrow at the same time. Boom, boom. Then he went to the B, and then he went them side buttons on the side of the control. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Boom, 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 boom. And them thumbs and them fingers, they pressing them buttons real fast, and that nigga ended up in jail, back. When he woke up, he was thinking, oh shit. He was hoping that he could just get his controller. Because if he could get his controller, he could have a second chance and get himself out of jail. You see, he can just play with the control and get himself out of the situation. Because all he got to do is have his second life, right? His second life equals a second chance. But see, in the real world, though, you don't get no motherfucking second chances after doing certain things. You got to deal with those things. So he was in jail for a couple of months. Because that nigga was out there kicking on police cars. Because the nigga thought he can fight the car. Say fight. Fight. That nigga started kicking the door. Bam, 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 bam. Left, right, left, right. Taking his feet. Boom, boom, boom. And taking the police car. See? That nigga was confused. Y'all better get them video games for your children. Get them early, maybe. Get them early. They don't need to be fighting. If you're gonna get them some games, they should be educational games. Something that teaches them. Okay? Because I'm telling you, their brain get rewired. These niggas out here, that nigga thought he could, what's the name of that game? A running game. When they could run track. I guess there's a game like that too, because they got so many motherfuckers, right? I don't know nothing about them, okay? But I'm gonna make one up if there's not one, right? That nigga got to the starting line, right? And they said, ready? That nigga butt went in the air, set. He went down a little lower, and then they shot the gun, boom, and that nigga started running from South Korea to North Korea. That nigga said, boom. That nigga was gone, baby. You saying it. Woo! That nigga was striving. That nigga was up. He hit low. His stride was long. Woof. 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 That nigga had the baton in his hand. He wanted to give it off. He was going, he get low. He went high with it. He put the baton out. He said, here you go. Boom. And as he put his wrist out to hand off the baton, the motherfucker went click, click with the handcuffs. That's what happened. That's what the fuck happened. Y'all know that's what happened. You know, Bomb know everything, baby. Bomb know it all. Okay? I foresee this shit right now in front of my eyes. Right now. That nigga was hitting them. His stride was prettier than a motherfucker too, baby. Woo! And when the military tried to get him, they tried to tackle him like he was playing football. But see, they didn't know he was running track. You know, they were trying to play football. They were trying to tackle him. And that nigga just was skipping and jumping over him and shit. That nigga did a slide to the left by hitting the A and the right button. And then he slide to the right by hitting the B and the right button. That nigga was slipping and sliding. That nigga was slippery than a motherfucker. They couldn't catch him. Then that nigga jumped over a hurdle, which was the gate. The gate was down, saying you can't enter this area. That nigga didn't give a fuck. That nigga jumped that motherfucking gate like it was a hurdle, baby. That nigga went whoop. And how did he do that? He hit A, B, and the front button. That's what he did. A, B, and the front button have you jumping like a motherfucker, right? Oh, Lord. And now he over there wishing he could get another life, another chance. He over there probably sitting in the cell right now, hitting buttons. But he ain't got no real control. See, he don't have no real physical remote control. See, all of this was in his head, yo. And he keep trying to get him a new life. New life. And he's hitting the A, the B, the C. He over there banging on it. Like, why this motherfucking remote don't work? I need a new life. I need a new life. Second chance, second chance. These niggas could die. Or so they think. And they think all they got to do is wait a minute or two, 60 seconds, and then they get a new life. That's all. Anyway, let me come and find the chat. Uh-oh. Oh. Niggas in these new lives, man. Doo-doo, doo-doo, doo-doo. Boom, boom. Okay. What's going on, Carmel, baby? We got Wide High. He left behind dog tags, ID, and passport. God damn, that nigga thought he could just leave his life behind, but he still had that color with him, though. See, he couldn't take that skin color off. He could not take that skin color off, baby. That nigga thought he could go and revamp himself. He gonna be a white dude next time. Look, that's why skin color don't matter, because when you're in those video games, you can always be somebody else. Some of these niggas gonna be women. They're gonna be that woman with that hair. Boom, boom. Man, I used to like that game, but you know, my kids were little. And I would be over there trying to play that game, and they would whip my ass. Okay? Now, I don't know if you know what I was doing. I was just pushing all the buttons at once. I was just hitting buttons. You know what I'm saying? And the kids was talking about, finish her. I'm like, God damn. Oh, that's what it was called, Mortal Kombat. Hey, what's up, Letitia? Pastor, what's going on? He said, who the hell want to visit the DMZ anyway? I know that's right. It ain't nothing to see. Oh my God, y'all. It ain't nothing to see except 2 gates, right? That area. And when we say gates, y'all, it's just the thing that goes down. You know, they got the buildings that we saw. Ain't shit that for you to see. It's not like when you see on the other side, they're gonna be having fun and dancing and, you know, trying to invite you over with entertainment or some shit. You just see the area. That's it. He must have went there because it was free, because it cannot cost a lot. It must be one of the cheapest trips there is, because you ain't going to see shit. You ain't going to see nothing. Okay. Anyway, what's going on, music? BGS, Angry Man, Roger Report. Where y'all at to defend? That's what I want to know. Mr. Cab, what's going on? This is an international. This is messed up. Yeah, if his ass come back to the U.S., he gonna be jailed. But at least he'll live. He'll be in Leavenworth, right? He'll be in Leavenworth if he's able to get back here. But why would the U.S. trade anything for his dumb ass? Like, this nigga went and jumped into some bullshit. And by the way, this is a whole goddamn mess, y'all. This is international fuckery. This is not no Dubai shit, right? Where you might be in there for a couple of years. But even that shit, though, I don't even want to make it seem like that's small, right? I don't want to make it seem like that Dubai shit is small, because that shit is terrible as well. The thing is, though, with Dubai, the U.S. ain't got to do nothing. They can wash their hands. They could be like, hey, right? They can wash their hands if they want to. This man, this was a military goddamn soldier. This was a fucking soldier, yo. Active duty soldier. This nigga wasn't previous military. This nigga was active fucking duty soldier. And what he has done in some reality, if I were to be keeping it real with you, what he has done, if it was any other time, if he got back, he would be before a firing squad. He has made the U.S. look bad. And my God, he was black, and I couldn't fucking believe it. Look, if y'all would have yesterday, if somebody say bomb, bomb, what if a black man bomb a girl decided to run to North Korea? I would have been like, bitch, you know, you why you gotta say that stupid shit? You know, nobody black is going to North Korea. That's what I would have told. I was like, come on now. Why? I would have been like, girl, why are you asking me that stupid ass question? That's why I would have been like, you got to be out of your fucking mind. Nobody black. We're doing such a motherfucking thing. And she'd be like, why, Mom? I'd be like, well, you know, because I know we stupid, but we ain't that stupid. You know, I would have been like that. I would have been like, nah, you know, the men in the military are a little smarter than that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would be like, girl, if you to get in the military, you got to be a little smarter than that. And not only that, but they warn you, right? When you go in other countries while the military, oh, baby, you got rules and regulations. In fact, some places you got curfews, right? And they tell you where you cannot go. And that's to keep it safe, keep you safe, keep everything safe, and to keep you out of these people's business, right? The military don't play. And they training you. And then when you bring your family over, let's say hubby was in a career, right? And we got married, you know, or we was already married. He opted for me to come over. You get 2 years if you go over there and bring your family, 1 year if you decide not to bring your family. Let's say he decided to bring a family. We decided that, yeah, we're going to go. Well, he going to get, look, we all going through seminars and shit. They're going to teach and tell me and our children what we can and cannot do. That's what happens. They don't just let you and your family just come over and you can do what the fuck you want. Say, scrub hard enough, I'll be tan. Look, she said these kids can't even climb a tree right. Man, because they ain't never do it. Our dumbasses was climbing trees, falling out of trees, climbing on top of buildings, falling off of buildings, breaking legs, breaking arms. You know what I'm saying? I think everybody in our time, in back in the day, we done had bruises, bumps, scrapes, cuts, and broken something on our bodies. Okay, they don't even know how to jump rope, really. Double Dutch, just regular jumping rope. I was teaching them how to hopscotch. You know, I mention hopscotch all the time. I don't think they know what a hopscotch is. I haven't seen people do hopscotch. The last time I was teaching my niece and her friends how to play hopscotch when she was like 5, 6, 7, right? In front of my mother-in-law's house, I had gotten some chalk and I built a hopscotch. Let me see if we can find anything with a hopscotch, y'all. Let me see. And then I'm going to share it. So hopscotch is one of those games, like marbles. Let me see. Hey, baby, you bring it to food? Hey, can you bring food? I think I saw. Oh, is hubby here already? I don't even know. Let me look. It is later than I thought. Let me look at the camera. Cameras need to be. Oh yeah, hubby here, y'all. I didn't even know he was downstairs. Okay. Let me see. I'm gonna open this right here. Man, I always mention hopscotching from dick to dick, but nobody ever said, Bomb, what is hopscotch? Okay, let me see. Oh, hopscotch game. Let's see if I can find it. Okay, yeah, I did find one. Okay, let me show y'all how to play hopscotch, y'all. I see a video showing you how to do it. Man, we used to be out playing hopscotch. I don't think today. Oh, I think I see a. Turn the music off until, let's see. Okay.
You first need to draw an 8-square hopscotch.
Well, she said 8 square, but went all the way to 10. Number 10 was the big circle, right? So it would be just like that. Let me look. Let me see how they did it. Okay, so see how they have a 1 and a 2. We used to have a 1, 2, and a 3, which is one leg, then 4, 5, right? Then 6, then 7, 8. Where the 8 is will be 9, and then a big circle will be 10. Hey, babe. How long you been? Oh, okay. Okay, so there's a little different, right? Ours used to be 1, 2, 3, which is one leg, Where the 3 and the 4 is used to be 4 and 5. Where the 6 is used to be 7. No, I'm sorry. Wait. I'm getting mixed up. Let's go back. It used to be 1 where the 1 is, 2 where the 2 is, and 3 was right behind the 2, right? So where there 3 and 4 is used to be 4 and 5. Okay. Where there 5 is used to be our 6. Where there 6 and 7 is used to be our 7 and 8. Where there 9 is, where there 8 is used to be our 9, and then there used to be a big circle after 9, which was 10. Okay. Now,
You need a shooter. Draw an 8 square hopscotch, like the picture. Make sure you make the boxes big enough to fit your feet. You will also need a shooter, either a bottle cap or a rock about the same size as a cap.
So she calling it a shooter. You can tell that this shit is okay. So it used to be, yeah, you got a rock or anything and you wanted it to be flat because you didn't want it to roll out, right? So because you have to pick it up and you have to toss it. Okay, y'all got it. So you wanted something flat and you didn't want it to be too thin. Yeah, so yeah, we would pick up a little, and it had to be different sizes so you could know which one is yours and which one is the other people playing with you. Okay.
Any number of players can play, and the first player to finish the courses all 8 times is the winner.
The first player stands at the starting position in front of the first square and throws their shooter into square 1. That player then hops over square 1 and goes up the course, landing with 1 foot in each square. Where there are 2 squares next to each other, squares 3 and 4, and 6 and 7, the player can put both.
So y'all get it when I say they hopscotch from dick to dick? I'll be like they playing hopscotch from dick to dick. That's what I be relating to. You see how they jump in the boxes, and it's a fun game, for kids. It teach you coordination. It teach you how to, like so you start off with your little box, your little thing in the 1. So wherever they got pieces, you cannot jump in. And so you might have to lean over a couple of boxes just to get yours. So you could go, because if you got 5 people playing, you got 5 different little blocks, you know what I mean? Little things in boxes. So that you could tell these people, like, I never seen it with no 8. Okay.
Hopscotch is a fun kids game.
Now see, this one is like ours. See, somebody really know how to do it. See, they got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then they got a circle as 10.
Players try to get all the way across a hopscotch board, drawn on the ground in chalk. To play hopscotch, first draw the board on the ground in chalk, which looks like a vertical column with 3 singles boxes, then a pair of boxes, then an alternating set of single boxes in pairs, and finally, a half circle at the end. Number each square in ascending order. Now, each player gets a beanbag, bottle cap, or token. The first player tosses their token onto the first square. If the token doesn't land in the first square, that player loses their turn.
Right.
If it does land in the first square, that player hops across each square on 1 foot. When they come to a pair of squares, that player must land with 1 foot on each square before hopping to the next square. When that player gets to the end of the board, they turn around and hop back the same way. If they make it back without falling or landing on the wrong square, they succeed at the round.
Well, that's wrong. Okay, so you saw what happened? So the token is in number 1, right? So when it's my turn, I have my token in my hand, right? And I go through all the boxes, I turn around, I come back. But no. So to start, I have to put my token in the first box. So I put remember she put her token in number 1. So when she goes, she cannot step in any box with a token in it. So she was supposed to jump over number 1 into number 2 with 1 foot. Then number 3 with 1 foot. 4, 5, 6, 7, and go back. And when she comes back though, when she's in number 1, she's supposed to pick up her token. Now she can jump in number 1. Then she turns around because she's out of the box, right? Out of the boxes. And then she takes her token and throws it in number 2. If it lands in number 2, now she goes through the boxes again. But she can never step in any box with tokens in it. So she got to jump over that box. And she comes back through all the boxes. When she gets to number 2 where her token is, she picks up the token while she's in number 3. Bends down, pick up the token out of 2. Now she can jump in 2 and 1, turns back around outside of the box, right? And now she throws her token in number 3. Now she gets if it rolls out of number 3, she misses her turn. So now the next person get to go. Right? And so that's how the game is. It helped us, man. I'm gonna tell you, it taught you coordination, back flipping. I learned all kinds of shit from doing this game. I've been playing this game since I was probably old enough to walk. My mom went out there with me, taught us how to draw the boxes, But our generation, that's why I fought our generation, y'all. I watched, right? When I was out there, and I was the only person teaching these kids how to play these games. My generation, like, I'm looking around, I'm teaching, like, I was shocked that my niece didn't know how to play, and her friends, and then so I taught them how to play. I also was out there with them, teaching them how to jump and double dutch. Jacks, they didn't know how to play jacks. My kids know how to play jacks, and they knew how to do hopscotch as well. Okay. And so I was a little shocked. I think Big J trying to come up, but Big J, I'm not sure. Maybe you didn't hit something. But anyway, let me come back to the chat. Yep. I don't know what Chinese hopscotch. Let me look it up. Let me look that one up. Chinese. I remember Chinese checkers, but I never. Let me see Chinese. See. Oh, spelled it wrong, y'all. Chinese hopscotch. Let me look that one up. Wait, let me share it with y'all so we can look at it. Oh yeah, this is Chinese. Oh no, that's Chinese jump rope. Wait, let me see Chinese hopscotch. Let me see. Oh yeah. Is this it? See, but back in the day, these type of games, right? Let me look up and see, because I saw that on TV. Hopscotch game, the hopscotch game was yeah, this is, I think we called it the jumper game, like this. I do remember this, but the way they were doing it, yeah, okay. Yeah, this is it. Is this what you were talking about? This was before double dutch, right? We used to do things like this before double dutch. And of course, look, she getting it too. They getting it bad. What's going on, Mr. Cav? That's you?
Yeah, how you doing, Bob? Yeah, that's me. Yeah,
I'm
I
doing
knew that Chinese hopscotch game. It's cool. I think
Yeah.
it's interesting. Yeah. But you're right, Bob. No, dude. The kids don't get out. The parents don't teach the kids those games no more.
That's right. What, like, let's be honest. I know the kids don't get
I
out,
can name a
but
bunch
we
of them that you
didn't.
forgot about.
Huh?
Yeah. I can name a bunch of games that a lot of people forgot about, like Cool Can, Blocks, stuff like that. You play
Okay, so
baseball in the street.
yeah. So what you say, blocks?
Yeah, you remember you used to take the ball, like on the street, they had the full squares in the street. You used to take the ball and go back and forth with each other with it until one of them missed it.
Wait, what it was called, blocks? Let me see.
I don't know if it's called Blocks, but yeah, let's see if it says Blocks. But there's just a lot of little games outside.
Yeah.
Cool Can, remember Cool Can?
Cool Can. Wait, spell it. Cool, like cool. Cool Can?
Yeah, Cool and Can, yeah, this is what it was. Yeah, that's when you have stacked 3 cans up, 2 sides and 1 side, try to throw the ball over and try to hit the cans and stuff like that and run. Almost like that African game. I forgot what they call that though. But yeah, they had a bunch of games that they didn't. We stopped.
Yeah.
You remind me of hopscotch, double dutch. I see black girls was a beast in double dutch, man. They still got some older women that can double dutch.
What you talking about? Something like water pong? It's Cool Can, something like water pong, where you with the ball in the.
Yeah, it's kind of like that, but it's on the street.
Yeah, on the street.
Just
Okay,
like
yeah.
the drink. Yeah. You should try to get the can, right, with a tennis ball or something, a baseball or something.
Yeah, because everything we did was in the streets. You know what I'm saying? Shit.
Right.
That's you.
Yeah, that's me, Bomb. How y'all doing?
We doing good. How you doing, sis?
I'm doing good.
That's good.
Yeah, I liked it at hopscotch. Yeah, no, I used to love hopscotch, double dutch, and I used to love tetherball. Y'all remember?
Oh,
that?
tetherball. Yeah, that's with the ball on the
On
pole,
the
right?
string.
Yeah,
Yeah.
on the string. Man, tetherball was good. Let me see. Let me put that one up.
What about like dodgeball? They don't even play dodgeball.
Yeah, we played.
Yeah.
Still play dodgeball today though. Yeah, they play that one. Let me see. Tether. What is it? TETHER ball. Yeah, I just saw it, y'all. You can even play tetherball by yourself. It's good playing it with people, but you can also play it by yourself. Let's see. Here we go.
Son versus dad.
Oh no, that ain't how you play it. What the fuck is this? No. You're supposed to catch the ball, right?
No.
Like
Wait. No, you're supposed to slap it back around. And
you slap it back
if I'm
around.
not mistaken. Right, you slap it around and they got to try to slap it to you until whoever gets it all the way down.
Right, but
I forgot.
But
they try to hit it harder so it fly over your head or something where you can't reach it.
Okay, so wait. Tetherball was they smack it around, right? To me, I catch it, I smack it back to them. Now, if it goes around one time and they catch it, then they hit it back to me, right? I'm supposed to stop it from going around. Remember that the idea is for it to go around that pole, but we didn't just keep hitting it. You caught it. But if they hit it, let's say they didn't catch it, but they hit it to me, then I can't catch it. I got to hit it back to them. But if they can catch it, if they catch it and it goes around, I could catch it. Let me see if I can find if somebody shows you.
It was like volleyball on a string, on a pole.
Let me see. Yeah, but you could catch the ball. Oh, look. Yes, look, she's doing it high where she can't get it. Oh, and she's swinging.
Yeah, that's the point.
Okay, there you go. Okay. Yeah, there you go. Okay, you're right. Okay, y'all was right. Look, she got it. That's not how we played it though. See, because
you got the screen. I was kidding.
It used to
Speaking
be.
of that, where Big J? I thought Big J was up here.
He was coming, but he never made it up.
I'm fucking with to talk about the screaming. I'm fucking with Big J.
Oh, okay.
I'm fucking with Big J.
Let me see if they got a. They had rules, and the rules were, yeah, you keep like because.
Do you want to play tetherball? These guys.
Because the person kept hitting it without catching it, the other person cannot catch it, right? They cannot catch it, but if the person who started it catches it and hit it, then now that person over there can catch it to stop it. But you do want to make it to where they can't catch it, and you just swing it around. That's why you wouldn't catch it. You don't want to catch it because you don't want them to catch it. But if I do decide to catch it, then they can catch it, right? So say
No, right then, yeah, then we all right. That's good.
Right. If I decide
Right,
to catch it to stop it, then that allows them to be able to catch it too. But if I don't, and I'm able to hit it and hit it and hit it without catching it, they cannot catch it. Right. So it depends on who is the start, the person who starts. They hit it. And so yeah, it had some rules. It wasn't just hitting it and hitting it and hitting it, unless the person. So yeah, there was rules too. Let me see if anybody. But the thing is, I watch kids my children's age, or not even my children, like even my niece's ages, right? My nieces are older than my children. Nobody was out there teaching them how to play them games. So there's a generation of, remember, the game systems came, but they wasn't really, really popular until my sister's age. Because I bought my sister a Super Nintendo for like her Christmas one year. And but my sister's age, they wasn't out there playing games. They were inside playing games. So then when they had children, they not teaching their children how to play these games. So I was out there in the neighborhood, even still up until maybe like 10 years ago. Before we moved here, I was outside teaching the kids how to play hopscotch and, jacks and marbles and.
Oh, I remember that. The tops, remember spinning tops, all that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, we used to play all kinds of games, man.
And look, Bob, I just asked my daughter because I thought it was like 2 or 3 days. They only have PE, physical ed, one time a week in school now, in my daughter's school.
Really?
One time a week.
God,
I thought it was twice. Right, they get a little recess, but they don't have PE like that no more. Well, at least my daughter in them school don't. I don't know how it is in other schools because I haven't been around. But I just asked her. She said once a week.
Damn.
I said once every day. No, once in a whole 5 days. I was like, damn, they don't even get out.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. They're not letting them. Physical therapy is almost like done with. But it's weird because they say we're the fattest country, right?
That's part of the reason why.
Yeah, because they're taking these things away. Isn't it? Oh, yeah. What's she talking about? Yeah. What else y'all can remember? Marbles, you can play marbles indoors or outdoors. You can play jacks indoors. It's better indoors to play jacks because grabbing them goddamn jacks on the pavement is hard as hell. But we would sit on the concrete and play jacks.
The last thing I taught mine was how to throw a frisbee.
Oh, what's that? The hand game, Mew? So there was one called Stars Spangled Stars. Let me see. My mom taught me how to do one called Stars Spangled Bank. How you spell it? Spangled B and yeah, Stars Spangled hand game. Let me see. game. Let me see if I can find. Now this, not many people knew how to play. Oh, here go. Y'all remember this string game? How to make a cute star use a string?
Yo-yos.
Oh, yo-yos. That's right.
I think it was called Chinese something, huh?
What? Which one?
But to use that the hand thing, what they was on with the yarn.
That's probably what it's called. Right here it's called learn how to make a cute star string trick. But we did call it a game. You're right. Where somebody would come in, you grab. They still play. I did see the kids playing that in elementary school like a few years back. So I think they know how to do that. What else you mentioned, Mr. Cav? Wait, Tweedledee. Remember Tweedledee? How you spell it?
Yeah.
I said yo-yos.
Miss Mary Mac, all dressed in black.
Yeah, Miss Mary.
With
Okay, let me see.
24 buttons.
Right. The men will be doing something else, and the girls will be over there with Kevin Samuels doing a Hank Mary Mac thing.
We be with Kevin Samuels.
They always have one Kevin Samuels.
Hey guys, it's Santana and we're gonna show you guys our childhood hand game. Into it. The first one we're gonna do is slide. I feel like everyone knows this, and
well, I seen some video. It was like called different.
It's called different stuff. Numbers.
Maybe something, but it was different.
Like this. Okay.
Oh yeah, you remember this? Let's see. Okay.
Yeah, I remember that.
Hands like this. Okay.
Slide.
This is
Patty cake.
Straws Bangle Bangle. That's what it was originally
No,
called.
that was numbers. We called that was numbers.
Oh, y'all called it numbers. See, my mom called it Straws Bangle Bangle because you had to do it how many times? We do it once, then twice, then 3 times. See, so they do call them different things. But
and the longer you go, the faster you go.
Right.
To try to make somebody mess
but that's
up.
what I'm saying. My mom is older than us, and she called that. She says Stars Bangles because they used to have a song. See, they're not singing the song with it, but there is a song that go with that, and it's like
was it Mary Mac, Miss Mary Mac?
No, this one is called Stars Bangles Bangles. It goes like this: Stars Bangles, to wait to heaven, twilight forever, making
I don't know what's wrong with you military people.
Yeah, no, this is when we was kids. So this y'all they call it slide, you called it numbers, but there is a song that go with that clap, and then they go forever, and then you go faster and faster, and yeah, and then what else?
Bomb. Do you remember one? I can't think of how it began, but I remember this part. See that house on top of the hill? That's where me and my boyfriend live. But it was a hand game you did with it.
Yeah, I remember something like that
chicken, fry that chicken and cook some rice. Come on, baby, let's shoot some dice.
Yeah. And you know why the little girls like it? Because it was cute the way you would do your hips and things like that and the hand thing.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see what else they gonna show us. So they showed us that one. Right. Let's see. Then you go faster. Yep, they do it in 3, and then they messed up. Okay.
I'm not good at this game. Miss Mary Mac. I keep forgetting the song. It's Mary Mac.
Yeah, I remember that. Dressed in black.
Yeah, okay, we got
I remember that one.
Yeah, something with some buttons.
It's Mary Mac.
All dressed in black. All silver button, all down her back.
She baby. She touched the sky. Like her mom.
They done butchered that song.
I know, man. It done changed a little bit, but it's
they don't know the word.
Yeah, let me see.
Some mother for 15 cents.
Yeah, that's.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's see what else they got.
The army did to me.
Wait, what? What
you took away our favorite toys.
What the hell is this?
what the army did to me.
Oh, is this the one you were talking about, Mr. Cat?
You're not in it.
Mr. Cat?
I just guessed that shit. I just bullshit.
Oh.
I ain't never heard
You're
that
not
one.
in it. Mama, can't you see what the army did to me?
What the hell is this?
They took away our favorite toys. Now I'm playing with stupid boys.
Nah, but we remember to see how they doing the song. I remember this song, but I don't remember that hand shit they doing that. So
I know, I remember that song too.
Yeah.
I was thinking, I'm like, I don't know what they doing with it though.
I know, like what the hell? We used to, cause remember we used to make up songs and they used to be cute little things, but I don't know what the hell they do. Cause they just grabbing their hand and then they just doing a double tap. That don't make no sense. But okay, that's their childhood game. Let's see, Red.
They took away my MTV.
Took my, you know.
Now I'm watching Barbie. They took away my favorite jeans. What? Now I'm wearing army green. I saw this lady chewing gum.
It's an army cake.
After, can I have some?
No! What they running from? What the hell happened? Something happened.
Look, we had a malfunction, okay? And you know,
She's mad because I left the
she's
tripod.
Not, someone could have came up in here and not only robbed us, but robbed me of my tripod. That cost me money.
I understand that, but what costs more, the tripod or my phone?
You know what?
No, if we're actually thinking and your phone was sitting on the tripod, you would have grabbed the phone too.
I would have grabbed
Hopefully the tripod would have came with it, but it just so happened I took my phone
How
off.
do you
and
take the phone off the tripod and leave the tripod?
I don't know. I apologize, guys, but obviously she's mad, but the mess is still intact.
Whatever. I don't even remember.
Where the hell they live? Is that dangerous? They could just be.
I know. She said you could have took the whole tripod with the phone. She's like, my phone is more important than your tripod. That shit funny. Okay, let's listen to this one. This is the one we do know.
Okay. Your version or mine?
I'll do it. Shame. I don't wanna go down.
What the hell she singing with that?
There's a big fat policeman at the door. He will grab you.
We know this game. I know the hand game, but I don't know the song that go with that. That's not what go with that. Right?
No, that was a different. That was just something different.
Isn't this Twilly? No, Twilly. Yeah, Twilly.
Yeah, that's Twilly. That's what I'm thinking.
Box in the street all day long.
Yeah, I know that song and that game, but I don't think it went together.
Yeah, okay, so
maybe they're mixing them up. I don't know.
Yeah, okay, let me see. What this is.
Huffing and fucking and singing.
Okay, now they doing Twilly. Okay, let's see. But they not doing it right. Something about some bread stink?
Huffing and fucking and singing.
What the hell she just said? Watch this.
I didn't know all the words, man.
You hear what they said? They not saying Twilly. You hear what they saying?
Yeah, that's not.
Yeah,
that's not
I don't know what they say.
But this is Twilly, y'all. We go Twilly, tweet, a bumblebee, rocks in the street all day long, hopping and pumping and singing that song. All little birds on Jaybird Street, like to hear the rhyme going tweet, rock Robin, right? But they say something about some smelling the
Wasn't
bread.
there a little dance with that, with the Rocker Robin?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a little dance.
You even put your hands up under your arm when you're like flying, like when I don't even know why they doing this here like this. That's not how I remember it going.
Yeah, I don't remember that neither. Hey, Isaiah, how you doing? You muted.
Hi, Boom. How are you?
I'm okay. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm right, thanks.
That's good. That's good. There was something you wanted to say?
Yeah, I wanted to chime in on the the Tierra something, Tierra Allen.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, long story short, I'm actually on the woman's side because the truth is, I think she should have punched them because they tried to rob the woman. I would have punched the dudes. I would have punched all of them.
You think she should have punched the men?
Yeah, I think she should have punched, kicked them, throw them around the office, all of that.
You said they tried to rob her?
Yeah. They tried.
Go ahead.
Yeah. That's what I'm hearing. I heard they tried to rob her. So I'm thinking if I was in that situation, yeah, I would have punched them, kicked them, threw them around the office. I would have done what Ice Cube done in the NWA film. Yeah, I would have tore that office upside down.
Yeah, I agree with you. Because that was my whole point. I feel like when she went to that rental car place, it wasn't her car, and she wasn't driving a car. She didn't rent the car, but she left her belongings in there. She went to just get her belongings, and they were trying to extort her. You know what I'm saying? Instead of just saying, okay, this was left in the car, here you go. No, they were trying to extort her, and they said it was a big number. Like, people keep saying, oh, they probably was just trying to charge her a $20 fee or $50 fee. She should have paid it. But what if it was $1,000? They saying it was a ridiculous amount.
No,
So
they
it
didn't
couldn't
say
have
that.
just-
They said it was undisclosed, an undisclosed amount, which means they don't want to
That's what
tell
the
how
mama
much.
said. Yeah.
Yeah, but she did not
Oh,
say it
yeah.
was a lot. She said yeah.
But there's still
But
extortion.
see, I done seen other
Why have
videos
to?
of that woman.
You see what I'm saying? Why have to be that? You said, but when we went to Mexico, we were like, that's how they are. They will extort money from you, like businesses or even a policeman. They will. They will
That's what they
ask you
did
like,
that girl in Mexico. You remember they told they had to pay some money for them when they beat that girl to death. Was that Mexico?
Oh, no.
When they beat the girl together, when the two
Oh,
girls jumped on the girl.
Shanquilla Robinson.
Yeah, when she was naked and stuff like that, they were saying they called the police and they had to pay something or something like that, or they ain't had the money or something. But yeah, they'll take some cash from you if you're an American citizen.
Yeah, but they were trying to, and that's the reason why. Yeah, but he's saying that they was robbing her. I felt like it was extortion. Like, you just want to force me into giving you this money. You know, I don't. I'm glad she didn't hit nobody though.
Yeah, but that might be their laws. What if we could pay for traffic tickets right there with the police officer on the spot? I'd be like that.
And there's something I want. There's something I want you to put on the screen, Bomb. I want to show you a little bit of history about UAE, the country of Dubai. If you can type in Google and type in slavery in the Trucial States, because there's a dark history to Dubai that's linked to what happened.
Right, but I mean, you don't have the link to it. Like, if you grab it and put me the link, I can share it.
Okay. Okay. I'll find the link on Google and I'll share it.
Okay. Yeah, but so no, yeah, I don't think she should have fought. You know, she would definitely be in jail then. You know, she's a woman, so maybe a man might be able to get away with that, but a woman, she can't do that. And why would she? Yeah, she can't put her hands on it unless they put hands on her, and then probably even then she can't do it. You know, she's gonna get in trouble for that. But we can understand if they put their hands on her and she, you know, fought back. But over some money, you know, there's some place. Did y'all know, like, if you, let's say you have a car accident and they tow your car away, but you decide you ain't gonna pay for the towing, but you got some things in there you want to go get. They might charge you. They might tell you, well, look, this is how much you owe, and you think, well, I'm not gonna pay. I just want to get my shit out. Them people thinking, look, we need our money.
I mean, I would have paid if I crashed the car. I would have paid it, but I heard she didn't even crash the car, or something like that.
Yeah, but suppose
she wasn't the driver. No, she was the passenger.
Right, but
that means
wait a minute. Suppose you and I are in the car and you crash it. I'm with you. You don't want to go and pay. So asked me to go and get our shit out. And y'all think them people should just give up the stuff when there's a bill due? That's not, they don't even do that in this country. I can't just go and say, hey, I was just a passenger. I just want my stuff out there. And then they're gonna let me go to that car and get that stuff. That they don't do that in this country. They want to get paid, and they're not letting nobody get nothing out of that car until they get their money. Right? Because she could have left her stuff in there and asked me to go get it. And so then now she getting her stuff through me. That's not how they do it in this country. And then so I understand why they're not gonna do it over there. When we had a car accident, we decided, it was total. But even though the car was totaled out, they wanted their money. And the only reason we was able to go get our shit because our insurance had to go there and total it out. And then the insurance agreed to pay them. But other than that, we couldn't go back. We couldn't even go and take pictures of the vehicle until they knew how they were going to get their payment.
I mean, to be honest, I would have paid in that situation. I'll be honest, but her now. I mean, in my opinion, individually, they still should have given her things back. But I got the link in the chat.
Okay, they should have gave her what? Hey, I
think they should have still given her things back. But
yeah, but you can't get your shit for free. we done had a couple of cars get totaled. The people who pick it up, the tow company, want their money. They don't tow cars for free. They want their money. And so they wouldn't even let us go get our stuff out the car until they knew what was happening. So we gave them insurance. They talked to insurance. Then now they let us go get it because the insurance made the deal with them. But they're not letting you come just get shit. Right? What happens is you done got all your stuff out of here, but you owe us money. How do we know we're gonna get our money? So we hold your shit hostage. Shit, even when you get your car towed, they won't even let you. You know how when you get your car towed and you got to go and you got to show them that the car belongs to you. So they walk you to that car to make sure you don't take nothing else out of that car. You ain't taking nothing.
The only thing they ever let me get out the car when my car got towed and impounded in New Orleans under the Claiborne Bridge. That's what my car was.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing they let me walk to the car is to match my registration with my license.
That's right. You couldn't get nothing out of that. That's right. So that's the same thing. Not until you pay for that car are you getting anything out of there except that registration and things to prove that that's your vehicle. Shit, and it's hard as hell. I got the car got towed in Philadelphia, but the car is in my husband's name. But I was the only one driving it. Y'all, can you imagine? They wouldn't release that car for me. I forgot what we had to do in order for me to get that, be able to go pick up my own car.
Shit, and don't let your shit be there a couple of weeks because they just stole your shit. They went through your shit.
Yes, right. They thinking you ain't coming in there.
Shit.
So am I right? I am about them not letting you get your shit out. What you thinking?
Right. You definitely correct. If you ain't paying no money to get your shit back, you ain't getting nothing.
That's right. You getting that shit, man. So we gotta start thinking how we do it in this country. We can't expect them to do something totally that we don't even do. So yeah, she wasn't getting that shit until they get their money. Okay, they need to know something. And since you're in another country, your insurance, and I'm quite sure regular insurance, unless you got some insurance from over there, that shit, man, you go over to other countries thinking you got the same freedoms. Shit.
But she couldn't get it anyway because she's just a passenger. She knows
That's right.
She wasn't even there with the driver.
Exactly.
Stuff, not her.
That's right. Think about that. How she gonna prove that she was even with that person and that person not with her? So they like the idea that they were saying, well, she was just a passenger. What the fuck that mean? That's
The
worse.
only thing means she didn't cause the accident or didn't create the accident. She wasn't driving. Other than
Yeah,
that,
but she don't have access to that car neither, right? Because it's not in her
no.
name. She can't even prove that she was really in it. So she don't get to go to that car. So I know people was trying to use that excuse, that hey, she was just a passenger. Yeah,
So what the accident happened while she wasn't in the car?
we don't know that because apparently the accident happened and then they ended up somewhere else, maybe a hospital or something. I'm not sure. But later on, she goes to claim that her stuff is in the car. And they like, nah, you can't go to the car.
Right.
We don't know you. We don't even know you. Like, we don't know anything about you, ma'am. And then she goes off on them just because they won't let her get the stuff at the car. Come on now. That would have happened right here in the US. She, the only person who's the only people who could get access to that car, the people who rent name is on the rental agreement, right? Huh?
Right, and that so-called undisclosed amount was she was probably saying like, hey, I hate to drive, but my stuff in there, and they probably like, well, okay, well, if you want to get it, give us some bread then. If not, go get the person.
Because I didn't never heard nobody say that. They said they don't know who you are. They was just saying you got to give us money.
No, that's what they said. The mom said, but I'm quite. Why would they tell you to give you money? They telling you because she owe a bill, right? She had to owe something.
The person who owned that car owned a bill for them to go in there and get it.
Yeah,
and so
the
guy
person who owned a car have the bill.
Right.
Right?
So the
Yeah, but how you get the
shit? So what I'm saying is the guy probably like, well, probably trying to make a deal with it. Like, look, if you give me such and such, I'll let you get your stuff out. If not, bring the owner or pay the full amount. And that's probably what it was.
That's probably what it was.
And that's why everybody said it was a robbery or extortion.
That's not a robbery. She really had no right to go get nothing out of the car.
Yeah, but he didn't tell her you don't have no right.
Well,
give me
nobody
money.
said what you're saying right now.
Nobody said what you're saying, but
no,
wanted money.
Absolutely, they said that. They said that
they
wanted money.
Yeah,
I'm
they
making an assumption.
Money.
Yes,
no,
they
listen,
want money.
I'm making an assumption on how it would go out here. She has no right to go to the junkyard or the tow truck place and do anything without that car without the driver and then paying whatever fee it is to get whatever out of her car. So
I can agree with that. Yeah,
so dude was like, look.
But what I'm saying is that's not in none of the stories.
We talking over. Go ahead. I am talking. Go ahead.
Is probably when she explained that situation, the guy's like, okay, well, cool then. Give me some money, and even though I ain't supposed to, I'll let you go get your stuff out of it. And she didn't want to pay. That's what I'm assuming happened.
Yeah, but even so let's say, even here, right? The only people who could get access to that car is the people who rented it out. So why didn't her friend who she had the accident with, why didn't she go to get their stuff out the car? So they didn't even really have to talk to her at all. You got to remember, this woman, the strange woman whose name is not even on that car at all, want access to a car that doesn't belong to her and her name isn't on it. And so they probably did say, if you give me some money, I'll let you go. But other than that, they didn't got to let her go.
Yeah, but that's the extortion part. That's the only part I'm saying.
Okay, but even the extortion, so let's say they just told her no, and then she started yelling. Because she had no reason. Go ahead.
Why would you claim that? Like, this shit I don't like. Why would you claim extortion? Because technically he helping her out. Her friend ain't trying to help her out. Well, whoever crashed the car or whatever, how the car got fucked up, ain't trying to help her out. That's why she up there by herself. So he really trying to do her deal. Ain't nobody doing, like y'all say, ain't nobody doing shit for free.
That's a fact. But so as soon as they ask for money, she gets all wild and make it seem like
what? Now, why would you say she got wild? I don't even believe the lady yelled. I'm gonna be honest.
Well, I don't know why you did that, because I played the video and I stopped it. And when you heard what, yes, they said, the mother said that the reason why
Yeah.
she might get the year is because they have it recorded. I stopped,
I
maybe you
didn't see
wasn't
that.
here. Right,
No,
because
I
I
didn't
was
see
They say they
mentioning
got it
that y'all
recorded.
never mentioned that. I said it. Didn't I say that, Mr.
Mhm.
Cal?
Yeah, it's recorded.
That's right.
So y'all played the video of her yelling?
No, they say
No, we
that's
don't have
why
the video. Yeah, Dubai got it.
Oh, so we don't
She
see
told
it.
her
So we don't
mama
have
that.
that evidence. We have.
She told
So
her
anybody
mother
saw
that.
it?
If we,
the mother
wait.
said
She
it.
told her.
The
Yeah.
mother said the reason why she may get a year is because they have recording of her yelling. That's what the mother says. So are you
So
not
the mother
believing
saw
the
the
mother?
recording?
I'm quite.
No, what? Listen, hold on, Neil. If we go believe everything that the mom said, we only got the information from the mother. She the only one to talk to her daughter. If we go believe it was yelling, she was arrested and all that, we got to believe that she said that too.
But Mom didn't believe nothing else the mother said, because Mom, when we played what the mom said in the beginning, and she says that the guy was very aggressive to her daughter and was yelling at her daughter, and then eventually she yelled back. And I said, well, he was being aggressive to her. And you was like, well, who said that? Nobody said that but the mom.
I didn't say
How did
none
she
of
know?
that. What
How
are
did
you
she know
talking
if he was
about?
being aggressive?
When
How
did I
did we
say
know
that?
he was yelling?
When did I
You
say that?
did.
When
we talked about it.
Girl, that is not true.
That is what you said, I promise you.
Okay. Anyway.
You said that was just what the mother was saying.
I wasn't against this woman. So I don't know what you're talking about. I never said I was against the woman.
No.
You said, no what?
No, I never said you was saying that you was against her.
Oh, okay. Well, if I'm not against it, then why am I
We just talking
saying
about believing the mama.
Yeah, you just was talking about
I don't believe.
this is
I don't
only her
believe
mom
all
version.
that the mom's saying. I think there's
That's
more
what
to
you
it.
was
A
saying.
lot more.
Okay, well, listen. They if they don't have film, right? I was just saying, hey, in other countries, we got to go by what they say. In fact, I said the opposite. I say black women, even when we talk in regular tones, the way we talk, others may perceive it as us yelling. So I said that, right? And I didn't say that, hey, how we know she wasn't yelling? I don't know if she was yelling or not. Like, all I care about is if the law says that she can't yell, then that's what the law is. So, in fact, if she did yell and the law says she can't yell, then that's why she's in trouble.
Yeah, and that's the only reason why I'm trying to get her home, because if what the mom was saying was true, that the guy was very aggressive and was yelling at her, and then eventually the daughter yelled back. I mean, if somebody's screaming in my face, yelling at me, getting all aggressive with me,
Then I guess if you in that country, then you will go to jail, because that's what they do with women over there.
Yeah, and that's the reason why I'm saying this is bigger than this young lady. This should be an international event for women to see
no,
how
this is not an
inhumane they treat them.
not at all. Not at all.
We need to push it everywhere.
No,
and
we
I don't
shouldn't
see
push
really
it.
no black women.
Why would we push it?
Black people.
Wait a minute, you want to go to
fighting for
other
this.
countries and change their laws? We don't even
Well,
want to
it should
change
be an
laws in this country.
international. Yes, it should be an
No,
international
but it's not
outrage.
an internet. But it's not, and it shouldn't be.
I would like it to be. Yes, it should be.
But listen, if you
what
go
other
to
countries
countries
gonna
that you
join
know
in?
that
I'm
Because
with Martin
most
Luther King. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere.
Yeah, but those people over there don't feel like it's an injustice.
Yes, they
That's
do.
their
Those women are so
arrogance.
That's their
oppressed.
law.
They are so
That's their
oppressed.
law.
You ever met anybody who from over there who born there? Well, don't
yes,
tell
I
me what
have.
those women feel. Don't tell me what they feel.
All of them don't feel the way you claiming that they feel.
Oh Lord.
Right?
All
Because their
slaves
mothers
didn't want
is
to be
teaching
free,
them.
right? All slaves didn't want to be free.
Okay, so where the ones who don't want to be free,
And
they ain't
didn't
have
know
to
they
be
were
free. What, you
slaves.
gonna make them be free?
They didn't know they were slaves, baby.
Yeah, but but guess what? That's ridiculous.
That's that American arrogance. That's why a lot of countries
It's not
don't
American
like us.
arrogance.
It
It's
definitely
not
is
American
arrogance, because we are not
It's
free,
not.
but yet you want to fight for freedom in other areas. So if
Let me ask
you
you this.
agree with that, why we not
Bam,
so
you
free?
may not be free, but I'm free.
Well, you apparently you're not that free to just do
Neil,
what
let
you
me ask
want.
you this,
Don't we have
Neil.
laws and rules? So you want to go in other countries and tell them how their laws should be, but we barely get people to vote over here.
I don't.
Hey, Jose.
Hey.
You know what? So all these people who free over here, why they not voting? Why they not voting? So we
Mule,
can get.
keep your black ass from over in them people country, then you won't be over there. That's all. Can't change they rules.
I'm
Keep your black
rebellious.
ass from
I'm
over there.
rebellious. I
see, that's why we can't trust nothing like
revolution.
Mule and Power. Mule gonna
Revolution.
took over the world. Mule gonna
Revolution.
took over the world.
All women empowerment. That's real woman empowerment.
I'm gonna go to nobody else's country and they say you can't yell. I'm not taking my black ass over there because I would be in
never
jail.
said I was going to no damn body country,
jail.
girl. Shit. When I was forced to go over there, I ain't want to be there. Is you crazy? I don't like none of them people country.
I got hey, Shazay, I got a question for you. I've been waiting for you to come up. Do you think that man that ran over there in North Korea saw the baby?
Which man? Oh, is the one you got the one?
He just saw the baby and took off. But no, that's what I want to ask you. But the thing is, now, do you think he may have mental health issues or breakdown or something?
You say he saw that baby. He was like, I see a baby too. Let me go.
He was trying to catch that baby. I saw the baby last night, y'all. I saw that baby.
He said, that nigga,
that is a real baby.
Y'all talking about the military guy, right?
Yeah, he saw that baby.
He might
over
have saw
there.
a baby.
Yeah, no, he's just a military bandit. That's all. He see no baby.
That nigga didn't want to go to jail no more. Yeah, you going the wrong route. You better. I know he wish he would do that time now in the military.
That nigga about to do
And just
jail.
like you said, we're gonna see if Anton and them gonna say something about that shit. No, they're not.
Yeah, or if they is, gonna be talking about how he'll kill. Yeah. But yeah, he saw that baby. He was like, let me go get that baby.
So wait a minute, because
and then you know that man really didn't run there. That white man with the red orange hair with the bald spot picked him up and carried him into the North Korea.
That white lady in the interview said he took off extremely fast. That nigga was fast and ran past that boy. She said extremely. I'm like, damn, that nigga must have ran out of his shoe.
That nigga jumped over me. He played video games for real. He was dodging bullets and shit.
But I wouldn't try to, even though that's an international incident or I got international view, I wouldn't get that nigga back. You stay your ass over there then.
No, they need to get him back.
That man,
I heard his family talking about he wouldn't do nothing like that. He wasn't even drinking. Well, he must have been drinking that day. Shit, he must have been on some shit.
I don't know what they did him in that jail, but he ain't feeling it.
Can't that be an international incident? Like
that is an international incident.
That is right.
Yeah,
right.
and
that's enemy territory.
Yeah, but he did that, and even when if they get him back alive, he's going to jail for the rest of his life.
Dumbass.
Oh yeah. You done embarrassed this country, like you said. He might get
trying to get one of them
shot his ass.
He must have been over there trying to get one of them Filipino women, or wherever. I mean, one of them Asian women or something.
But he went to the wrong side. He should have stayed on the side he was in. He should have stayed in South Korea.
Nah, he said, I want one of these babes. Shit, I'm finna risk this. I'm finna risk it all.
Yeah.
But look, it don't seem like North Korea even acknowledging that they got him.
They ain't gonna do that. They're not. They're like, all right,
my
God.
He probably dead. I ain't gonna lie, because they usually would.
Yeah,
they would acknowledge they got him so they could use him as leverage. But he's a black man though. Like he
ain't worth shit.
Yeah, they saying he ain't worth nothing. So he probably dead, y'all. And I hate to say that.
Yeah,
I hate.
But we
But
can't.
How old he was,
family kind of.
I think they said 23.
Damn.
He looked like a baby, yo.
And then it sound like the brother said when he was talking for the mom, he said, well, she already lost one son. I'm like, damn.
No, it sounded like she said she lost one son. She lost him
before.
Yeah. Did she say she lost the son?
I know the boy, when he was talking, the brother, he was saying, well, my mom already lost one son.
I sound like she said she lost him once before. like what he said, I wasn't sure if they were saying did they
Yeah.
lose another brother, or did they lose him when remember he was in jail before? So
Yeah, but
Not-
I think she lost another son.
She lost another son, not him.
but
Yeah,
let
that's
me
what the brother said.
yeah, I heard what the brother said, but the way he said it had me thinking, because they didn't mention it. Why they didn't mention it? Let's go by it.
Now I'm gonna say it. Let me say this, Mule. Let me ask you this, Mule. And I know your heart, caring heart, and everybody. You want everybody happy and safe. But what if they got videos of her in Puerto Rico and other countries like
Hopscotch.
that, cutting up with her friends, throwing drinks on people, calling them bitches and shit like that?
They
The same
sure
lady in
do.
Dubai. They
Yep.
got videos of that. Throwing drinks on men and shit like that on her friend's old man husband. In fact, they got drunk. So I
What you
mean,
say
they
to
got
that?
firecrackers out there.
Yeah, they showing that's something she does. You know what I'm saying? That she get drunk, and because some other friends had said, well, she was drunk in this case, so they didn't deny it that she got. But while somebody else says she's not that tight, but they got video. Yeah, they got little incidents of her throwing drinks, pictures, and shit on people. Police getting involved. Let me see what this brother said. He said it right here.
And that was her friends, people she went on vacation with, husbands and stuff like that. So, but she'll be all right. I don't know how Dubai jails are. I don't think she's gonna do a lot of time or anything. But
well, the last person who got out Dubai, they was in there. Well, they got people in there for years. They got people over there for 20 years now from the U.S. in Dubai. Yes. And I think somebody else came back and they were damn near almost dead because they don't feed them. They don't treat them. They don't treat people in jail humanely over there. You in jail?
I believe it.
Yeah. So
I believe we got good jails compared to them other countries.
Yeah. Okay, let's see what he
Even
got to say,
got
y'all.
cell phones in jail and everything.
Here we go.
And we just, like I said, ask that y'all respect our privacy. At some point, we'll be more talkative maybe at some point, but we just want to see where it goes from here. But at this time, we just ask that y'all defer to the U.S. military and whoever's handling this.
I'm thinking I want to know what was going on in his mind, because I can't see him doing that.
I couldn't believe it. I don't think my grandson would have did that if he in the right mind. I think that he got a problem. He needs some help. I couldn't believe he did that. They said he jumped on some officers over there. That's not him. But now I heard that he had started drinking and stuff. He didn't do that here. He didn't drink. He didn't do no drugs. All he did was read his Bible and played the Nintendo game.
Before I conclude, let me mention our efforts on Private Travis King's situation. We're working very hard to ascertain information regarding his well-being and are actively engaging to ensure his safety and return. Our security commitments to our allies and partners are ironclad and unwavering, and we will continue to take steps to demonstrate our commitment to extended deterrence.
Where's let me find them with a brother.
See where it goes from here. But at this time, we just ask that y'all respect our privacy. At some point, we'll stand very heavily on her. And we just, like I said, ask that y'all respect our privacy. At some point, our privacy, because this isn't, my mom's lost a son before, which is, so this is.
What did he say?
Yeah.
My mom lost.
She lost a son before.
Oh, okay.
Weighing very heavily on her.
It might be the second.
Well, I wonder why they didn't mention
However,
it. Let me see.
At this moment, we just ask that y'all kind of respect our privacy, because this isn't, my mom's lost a son before.
See, sound like she said my mom lost her son before. Y'all saying a son? Let's see
I
what
think
he
he's saying a son.
Y'all kind of respect our privacy, because this isn't, my mom's lost a son before.
Lost a son. Yeah, it sounded like she said a son.
Yeah,
At first I thought she said her
the first time we lost a son. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He was about to say, didn't he say son before?
Let me see what
Isn't, My mom's lost a son before,
Yeah.
which is, you know.
Okay, I guess that we'll find out more about that, you know, because oh, and maybe she lost a son without being in the military, you know, maybe it's just a
Yeah,
son who she lost some other way. Okay, that
yeah,
makes
yeah,
sense.
you
That
know,
makes sense.
yeah.
I was okay. I would thought they were talking about the military. That's why, you know. But
From a tourist.
okay, yeah, man, it's
Well, I
terrible.
like the way the family handled it. They didn't go too extreme. It is like, well, you know, what can you say to that? You
Yeah,
know,
what can they say? I mean, the military probably
you know,
told, you know, they don't know much, but they told them, you know, they probably shame too, like that, you know, that brings shame on the whole family. Back in the day, man, like the whole family would be shamed. You know what I'm saying? Like, shit, why you even went in, dude? If you know what I mean? What he did, that's some fucking crazy. That's outrageous, y'all. He
that's a
went to
first.
North
I ain't never
Korea.
thought no shit like that had happened.
Yeah, I don't think they even have any records where somebody in the U.S. ran to North Korea, like as if they're going to get protected by North
Well,
Koreans or
maybe
something.
he a spy, and that's how they got him in there. You know,
Shit. Now, see,
That's
that would be
thinking
kind of cool. Like if he's a spy and it was all planned that he was gonna do that, and now he on the side so he can spy on our behalf. Right, he'll be a hero in the end. But come on now.
See, he'd be dead in the end. They'd have caught him. They'd have killed
But you
his
know
ass
that would
anyway.
be smart. You know, if black people like if they, because they don't think much of us. You know, in other countries they think America is against us so much, and remember, even with the Vietnam War, they kept telling the black man to go home, that the war wasn't against them.
Yeah, a good point.
Yeah, that was they were like, hey, go home. Like, we ain't got no issue with you. But they wanted everybody to go home. To be honest, they were trying to get, it wasn't just the black people. They wanted everybody, man, they was killing us over there too, man. God damn. That's why we don't talk about it as much. You know, it's not in the history books, that Vietnam one. We lost that shit.
Right.
We wouldn't,
Thinking we could just go over there and them people land, you know, big and bad. Them people underground. We ain't used to that fight.
yeah,
We wasn't ready for that shit.
we was not ready for that. Like, we looking for them on top of ground. They was underground. It was their
Kicking our
area.
ass off.
Knocking us off, which is weird because even in this country, y'all got a lot of underground things all over this country. Because
Yeah, but not in the jungle. And they did that shit by hand, digging them tunnels. They dug all that by hand.
yeah, but most of the way over there is a lot of jungle.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
And I'm saying we don't in America. We don't have a lot of stuff underground in the jungle, you know. They
yeah. I
dug
think
that
they
stuff
say we do.
in the jungle. Dude, we probably got some military
Yeah,
stuff.
you know where it used to be areas where people used to live, but something happened, whether earthquake, whether something happened, and those things are underground. I was looking at a video last weekend, and it was showing underground taverns, like underground worlds, but it used to be on top.
Yeah, even in Chicago, I saw that in Chicago. They had the underground thing with, New York, I'm
Yeah,
sure had it too.
if you go down there, you see they got homes and shit, you know,
Press a
areas,
button.
roads. Yeah, because we start building up. So I was shocked, you know. I was like, damn. That is the one where underwater, y'all. I was looking at one where they have whole cities that then went underwater, and this shit happened centuries ago. Like, we're talking hundreds of years ago.
Yeah, and they flooded a whole lot of black cities.
Oh yeah, I did see that too.
Yeah, they straight
On
up
purpose.
flooded.
Ain't that some shit?
Right. That's what they tried to do tonight, boy.
Yeah, they said
that was a common practice. To
Yep,
flood a black neighborhood.
right there in New York. They say right there what that is, that park. They said that
Yeah,
used to be
Central
black.
Park.
Yeah, they said that used to be black area, y'all. And them people
Michigan
flooded
Lake.
it up. Huh?
Yeah, one of the lakes in Michigan used to be an all black community. Not the Great Lakes, one of the little smaller lakes or something like that.
Oh my God, damn. But you know, they be wanting to hide this shit. Just like I was last weekend, I found out that something they taught us in school, which I don't know why I believe anything they fucking teach us in school, to be honest. Right? Because we all know Columbus, that shit didn't really happen. But you remember that Paul Revere, the British are coming, the British are coming. That should never happen.
Black man up. Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, I thought they had a black dude involved in that.
Yeah, but they said that never happened. Like Paul Revere never made it to the area to even warn them that the British was coming.
Yeah, they made their own superheroes.
and I remember being in school. We tested on that bullshit.
Hell yeah. Probably got to test on that shit now to get out of high school. You got this wrong. No, he did not discover America.
That's
Fail
right.
your ass because you ain't answered the way they want. Imagine what's gonna happen in Florida with them teaching slavery. Most slaves benefit from slavery.
Ain't that
That's what
some shit?
DeSantis put. Yeah, they passed that in the public school system in Florida to teach
Yeah.
that.
To lie. Yeah.
Right.
And I'm shocked that
And these dumbass niggas still won't pull for Trump and them racist ass motherfuckers. That's how they think of you. And them niggas still roll with it.
Yeah, man.
Niggas like Anton them. They don't give a fuck.
Nope. Because that's where the money lies right now. You know,
all money ain't
he
good
wishing
money.
to get picked up. He wishing to get picked up by Trump, you know, like Candace Owens and shit. He want to be like them women. Remember, one of them died.
And shit.
What's the name? The stump for Trump women. He want to be a stump for Trump woman.
What was them two ladies' name? I forgot. One of them passed. Yeah.
Diamond and something. I don't know.
Diamond and Silk.
Yeah, Diamond and Silk. Yeah, he want to be
Some
a
didn't even
Diamond
know
and
their
Silk.
name.
Yeah.
He gave a speech and didn't even know their name.
He sure did. He didn't even remember. They said he was there for her funeral and spoke and talked about how he was cheated. Like they said, he spoke for 45 minutes talking about how he didn't lose and how it was stolen. It was so embarrassing, man. Trump is an embarrassment, and these fools just always want to make it seem like he's such a good dude. That dude is an embarrassment, man, to everybody. God damn.
But that's how these black men, like how you talking about with this here slavery talk. They got a lot of black men now, ruthless truth. A lot of black men, the guy who came on my channel, they advocating that slavery was good for us. They really love DeSantis. They love anything these Republican people say. They love it. This guy, ruthless truth, say we was better off in slavery because at least we had the master to protect us. Now in the hood, we don't have nobody to protect us.
Well, how is he living?
Murdered off every day. I said, oh my God. He said, your chance of surviving on a plantation was great. All you had to do was do what you were supposed to do. Do your job, and you got 3 hot meals a day. I was
3 hot
like,
meals?
this nigga.
Wait, he said he got 3 hot meals? That's what he said?
Yeah, in slavery, you was well taken care of. You ain't
Lord.
Nothing.
That's
was he
why
an American black dude? Was he American?
Because we was in slavery, they gave us the bad part of the food. Shit, what he talking about?
What you talking about, shows that you must have didn't know how good we ate. Okay. God, these people are dangerous.
Y'all didn't have to comb your hair. You didn't have to do no nails, no lashes. Men was getting buck broken. You know?
That's the part he really liked. He just should have told me.
Just go ahead on, get broken, man. Nigga don't have to hide it no more mule. Just go ahead on out there. Shit.
Well,
Nobody gonna get mad at you if you won't get buck broken.
No, but I'm saying sometimes the things these black men say, I put it in my mind. I close my eyes while they talking, and I imagine it coming out of white man mouth, and they will be saying how racist this person is, right? But then they repeat and say things that sound like white supremacists. It's like if this was a white person saying this shit.
They'll invite the motherfuckers on the panel, pay them to come up there. They just Anton and them want to be like the niggas, like the white folks. They want acceptance from white men. They ain't gonna never get that.
Yep. Even Dr. Phil looked at him like he was a fool. You know, if white guys had said what he said, he may have accepted a little bit, but they were looking at him like he was a straight fool. Because he did look like a fool.
Yeah, he one dumbass nigga.
Dumbass.
What Justin Lee Peterson said, we need more white folks.
Yep. We need more white people to have babies. That's what he said. More.
That nigga there.
Yeah, we just ain't no sense even arguing with that gay ass pastor, man.
I be thinking white folks be at home dying laughing at us. They saying these niggas here.
Yeah, it's entertainment.
Oh man. I didn't make the pizza though because I didn't go to sleep. So we got to figure out what we gonna eat tonight. God damn. I might make breakfast tonight.
That'll work. Breakfast good all the time.
Sure is. I ain't gonna. Is that a Southern thing?
All the time.
Cause I remember when hubby was like,
I ain't did that in so long, Bomb, but she'd already done seasoned up my damn chicken. I sure would. I ain't did that in a long time. Yeah, breakfast better at night, Steve.
Hell yeah. Hubby used to be like, I'm not eating this breakfast. This is breakfast. But you know, in other countries, they eat whatever they want to eat whenever. Like there's no such thing as breakfast, croissant, breakfast. You know what I mean? That's just breakfast. I don't think they do it like that there. They biscuits on just breakfast biscuits. You know what I mean? You can eat biscuits at any time. So that's some new shit that they put on us in the last 30, 40 years, making it seem like a biscuit is for breakfast.
Me and my daughter cooked some steaks, eggs, and some steaks, hash browns. Yeah, she went in the egg. She wanted an egg for dinner one night. And some hash browns.
Yeah,
breakfast at night.
We used to have hash browns, man. You can have a hash brown for breakfast, dinner, lunch, anytime, right? Especially a hash brown. We talking about a real, when you grated that potato yourself. My mom used to put some butter in that pan and smash that shit down and fry it together. And it was the best. Hash browns today, that shit, I don't know. They don't have no taste. I don't know what the hell that is. Yeah, I don't know what that is. It's shaped nice. You can eat it.
I season mine up. Yeah, I season it up.
Yeah. My mom just used to put some salt and pepper and some butter. Real butter.
Put some Tony's on it. Yeah.
I like the Waffle House hash brown.
Whose?
The Waffle House.
Oh,
yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Right. You can go there and just order hash browns. Give me some hash browns, please, and coffee.
It depends on where you. So Waffle House no longer is equal to me anymore. Because a Waffle House down south and a Waffle House up here ain't nowhere the same. I told y'all they gave me some grits and it had some green specks in it. So I asked them what the hell. I never seen no green grits before. It was like, first of all, they were brown, like a grayish color with green in it. This was for my birthday, like maybe about got to be longer because COVID. Maybe 2 years before COVID, for my birthday, I found a Waffle House close by, and hubby took me there for my birthday because I wanted some grits. Right? They don't make grits. Grits is not an up north thing. Okay? Yeah. So I was like, ooh, they make grits, and I said, babe, they make grits, and so for my birthday, so we go there. And the woman I was excited, I'm gonna get me some grits. I'm thinking I'm gonna get me some real creamy grits. Because I couldn't even buy grits up here to make them, Mr. Cat.
Oh, they didn't have no Quaker grits up there? Damn.
No, the only grits they had here was those instant grits in the little packs.
In the pack. Yeah, that's what they probably was cooking in that thing, because those look a little brown when you cook it sometimes.
Yeah. So she brought me the grits. And I looked down, I was like, excuse me, what is this? She said, that's what you ordered. I said, this is gray. And I said, what's this green in it? And she said, so I asked her how she cooked them. Right? They claim they cooked them. I know down south, them motherfucking people be cooking that food. You could see them cooking it. Right? You could see them cook everything. You go in the Waffle House and sit there and you could watch them on that big ass griddle cook everything, but not at this one though. This one got a whole
I thought all of them was like that.
Nah, not this one. No, you don't. In fact, you don't see them cooking at all at the one we went to. So that's why I asked her. I was like, how you cook these grits? And she was like, I cook, they would cook like grits get cooked. I said, ma'am, you don't see this green in it? I said, So I'm asking her, right? Because I need some details. Because maybe that was some, I thought she was going to say maybe that's seasoning, right? Maybe they added something. But you know what? We from, you don't add shit because all you need is some water, some salt. That's it. You don't need, and some butter. You don't need nothing for grits. So I know I'm up north. I'm thinking maybe they added some shit that I know. So I can't, that's the only reason I asked her. Maybe I thought maybe she's gonna tell me specks of bell pepper or some shit. That's how big it was, like little
some
big
parsley or
chunks.
something.
Yeah. So
damn big chunks.
So she said they cook like grits, and I said, well, ma'am, how did you cook them? Like, can I talk to the person who cooked them? Then she admitted to me that they came already fucking cooked.
Right.
She admitted that they already packaged when they get them. And so I didn't know Waffle House did that. Down south, we could see them people cooking right there.
Right there cooking.
Huh?
Yeah, you right there cooking your grits. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
You see them put it in the pot. You see them put the bacon on, the pancake, whatever they cook it. You see them do it right there on that big ass griddle.
Cheese.
Yep.
Right.
But not that one. That one, they would the kitchen. It was a kitchen, and the kitchen was in the back, I guess, which was it did. I thought, oh, this is a new Waffle House. It don't look like the Waffle House, but we got our food for free. But I don't know, like I ain't eat nothing because shit, I wasn't eating that shit. I said, ma'am, I'm from the South. This don't look like grits. I said, and then I explained to her, I said, we drove all this way just for grits. Cause Huddle House don't sell no goddamn grits. None of these places sell grits because I'm not in the South. Now, if I was in the South. And then I heard in Georgia, when they make grits, they add sugar.
Yeah, see, they done fucked it up.
I know, right?
God damn, the niggas can.
Huh?
Some people like sugar in their grits. I don't. I like salt and butter.
I never heard of no motherfucking sugar in no.
Let me tell you about Georgia. In Georgia, for all of their food that they think come from New Orleans, they put chili powder. When they make dirty rice, it's chili powder. When they make jambalaya, it's chili powder. And there's a lot of it.
You know, they don't know how to cook. So you know,
they don't know the seasoning that go in.
Yeah, they don't know the spices that we get. Yeah, so they just use the chili powder. But man,
it's crazy. They messed the whole dish up. They have plenty of shrimp and chicken in that jambalaya. It looked so good, but oh my God. But before you put your fork in it, you could smell that chili powder. And I said, well, let me just try it. Man, me and my husband was like, all this seafood and stuff in this rice. How they mess the whole pot up like that? Who told y'all all about this chili powder? We don't use chili powder other than in what, tacos or chili. Shit, if you ain't making real chili or taco, you don't need chili powder.
Yeah, that's right. What the hell they got it for? And shit, man, you said they messing up everything, huh?
And you know what else they do for their grits in Georgia? They use all-purpose seasoning instead of just plain salt. I ain't never seen this before in my life.
They use that orange looking all-purpose season. Yeah.
Yeah. Inside your grits. So your grits is always red.
Oh man,
grits white unless you got shrimp and grits or some cheese on it.
That's right. Grits supposed to be pure white.
I said, yeah.
They don't even put black pepper in grits. They might use some white pepper if you want pepper in it, but really salt, water, and then add a little butter. That's it. Yep. And that should be good. God damn, grits is, you can have them lumpy, you can have them creamy.
I don't like them watery because I put butter in. I hate it when I see them water. I like them lumpy.
They ain't never supposed to be watery.
I ain't never seen a watery grits, but they be creamy though.
No, I seen some these Mexicans used to fix it at our job in the morning.
Oh Lord!
I said, y'all done fucked up some good grits. And he kept putting water in them. They were just like a soup, almost like thinner than cream of wheat. You know, Yeah,
That
that's how the
wasn't
grits.
grits. There's something they make. It's called I have some downstairs because I bought it by accident, and it does look like it could be cream of
Like
wheat or
farina?
grits.
No,
Yeah,
these was grits that they would cook, and I said that dude cannot cook it. Y'all need to get a black person. When the black man cooked them, they was right, but when that Mexican cooked them, they was fucked up.
yeah, but they're not grits. They look like grits. They because the grits. So one is made from wheat and one is made from corn, and the one they
Corn.
make is made from corn, right? And so yeah, that's the difference. But they do look like grits. They white.
No, I thought all our grits was corn grits.
But theirs are made from wheat. Well, it's our
Yeah,
grits.
you
Yeah,
just said
theirs
it
might be
backwards.
made from wheat. Yeah.
Yeah, theirs made
Yeah,
from wheat.
you
Which
just
one
said
did
it
I
back.
say? Did I say it backwards? Oh, okay.
You said it backwards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So one is made from wheat and one is made from corn. And because I got some downstairs and I don't know what to do with that shit. I was like, I thought it was something else. And yeah, you add water
It's
to
called
it.
polenta. It's called polenta.
Is that what it is? Polenta. Okay.
Yeah, they make it from like the white corn or some shit like that. Or no, they
Like,
make it from the yellow corn because it's yellow.
Yeah,
Our
it's yellow.
corn, our
Yeah,
grits
we
come
use the
from
white.
white
They got
corn.
white one too, but
Yeah, but it's called polenta.
yeah, that's what the name of it. But we would have either grits or cream of wheat, like it substitute each day. But whoever know how to fix them, like I said, the Mexican didn't know how to fix them. Like watery, like
that might be what they thought it was, polenta, and they were just grits and they messed them up.
No, he would do it for like 5 or 6 years. Come on, Bob. It ain't
Won't be
got
trying to
rid
give
of
people the
his
benefit of the doubt.
Yeah. So they got creamy grits. Man, I love. So the thing about grits, I used to play with grits, y'all, because when you pour them out, they do look a little runny, but when they cool a little bit, it's set, y'all. You know what I'm talking about? It sets. Those are called creamy grits, though. They're creamy. They're not watery.
Yeah, but the thing with the grits is once they cook down, and all you just got to do is add a little water, just a little water, and then get them back up if you're cooking a lot of grits.
Yeah. I see nobody else in this house eat grits but me. So they finally, because I requested it here at Walmart. So now they sell grits. They still sell the package. I don't buy that shit, instant grits in the little packs that you just add some water, put in the microwave or some shit. They not bad, but I want some real grits. I wanted to make them creamy. I can't make them creamy in them little packets. So I got a whole thing down there. I don't know if they
I still got my
expire.
round can of Quaker grits.
Yeah, that's
round
what
cans. Remember that?
Yeah. Oh, you mean in a tin can, or you talk about in the?
No, they got it in the they got it.
The
They don't have it
cardboard.
in the tin. They got the cardboard now.
Yeah, I got some of that down there. I don't know if I bought it from here or when we was in Louisiana, I bought some and brought it home. When I go down, I come back with beans and dirty rice, the boxes. When I'm on a cheap, buy them boxes
and stuff like that.
Yeah, that shit too high though. Nah, fuck that. I could make that shit from scratch cheaper than buying the box. It used to be where I could get a box for like the big box for like $1.50. So I would buy 4 of them and then I'll just add the meat or whatever to it. But now that shit is up with $3-4 a box. Shit, I could make a whole pot of jambalaya or dirty rice without the box for all that. Because the box is just the rice and the dried seasoning. That's it.
Yeah.
The bell pepper, celery, and whatever else, our trinity. That's all that's in that box. Rice and seasoning and spices. So shit, I already got the seasoning and spices. I already got the rice. So shit, you don't need that box. Because you still got to add the meat. You still got to add the water of the meat or whatever. Seafood.
Shrimp.
Yep. Right. So yeah, but the
Frying
Mexican,
chicken, Don.
oh, you are? Now that sounds good. I'm hungry too. The Mexicans, people keep telling me they know how to cook. So I remember when they
You know how to
opened
cook their food.
or whatever it must be, because I went to a place. So, they opened a place near me here. I can't think of the name of it, but it is a Mexican like place, like tacos, big ass what they call them, the Mexican food. I don't know what they call them thing. Anyway,
Burritos.
and yeah, like burritos and shit like that. So when they opened that place, my grandson's mom was like, "Ooh, they opened it. Come on, let's go there." She said, "My treat." So I was like, "Cool." I heard that they shit way better than Taco Bell, so I was interested, right? We go there, man, and it was a big ass thing. That thing cost like $6. It was just one burrito though, but it was full. But the motherfucker was filled with rice though.
Oh, y'all had a bad burrito.
No, that's what I guess they got different types.
Yeah, rice go in it, but I had a nice thick, meaty rice and bean burrito in Texas, man. In Houston, we stayed at that place. They had a line
But they
at
still
that
putting
place.
rice in it. Why are they stuffing this shit with rice though? Like, okay, I don't understand why they put rice in it. They don't put rice at Taco Bell. Why it just wasn't filled with meat?
Oh,
maybe some beans. Hell, all
they
that
don't do
rice.
it like Taco Bell. Taco Bell lied to us.
I know they did. They did.
Right, they're gonna whip up some of this old leftover chili, meat, and
they don't put no meat.
Put it on
There's
some
no
bun.
meat in the tacos at Taco Bell.
Yeah,
It's
they got
just
the
sauce.
little
If you
bitty
ever
scoop.
open it up, you'll see that you might see some little tiny bits of meat, but it's just
meat.
huh?
It's some meat in there in their taco.
Who and where?
Taco Bell.
I worked there before.
Yeah, that little bitty piece of meat. Well, maybe that's down there because
But
up here.
they have a little scooper bomb that measure it out. Like if you
Uh-huh.
scoop the ground meat and put it in the taco,
Uh-huh.
it's a little bit of scoop that you put in and you tap it, and that's all you go get. Just enough to cover the bottom of the damn shell.
Yes, that's it. Just enough to the bottom. It's a tiny little bit too. So I said that's not no. You could get a jar of spaghetti sauce that say flavored with meat, and you have more meat in that jar. Flavored with meat is not the same thing as meat, by the way, y'all. Flavored with meat. And so Taco Bell tacos is flavored with meat. It's just a little bitty piece of meat at the bottom. I ain't gonna lie, like I didn't know that because they didn't used to do that all the time, right? So I started eating Taco Bell and I opened it up and I said, and they had all this lettuce and tomato, all the shit I like, right? But I'm looking, I'm like, ma'am, I asked for beef. Like I ain't got no beef for this shit. So I give it back to her. So she made me another one. And I opened it up and it's the same damn thing. And I said, man, I asked for a beef burrito. And she was like, yeah, that's all we put in there. I'm like, well, goddamn.
Yeah, they measure it. Yeah.
Damn, y'all. It's so small and it costs. But I do, some of them do be like $1, $2. Remember that the dollar menu?
Mm-hmm.
And you get them. Those are better. At least that's cheesy beef. And mostly cheese and I think you got rice in that too. But at least so it's just like beans, rice, and some cheese, cheesy beans and rice or some shit. Yeah.
Yeah, beans and rice usually go in the burrito.
In the burrito, yeah.
Right.
So I eat I forget chalupa. I get that chalupa, which making me hungry.
The sauce?
No, the chalupa, they call it a chalupa. It's not a burrito or a taco, but it's a chalupa.
Yeah, what is a chalupa? That's what I call them Mexican chalupa. What is a chalupa?
I don't know exactly what it is. Let's look it up. I know I eat it. I know that shit is good. It's like a bigger old flat. I don't know. Let me see. Chalupa C-H-A-U-L. I don't even know if I'm spelling
This
it right.
camera, an
Oh,
image of the US soldier
something like
who
that.
broke for the border.
Let's see what a Chalupa. Here you go. Look, I spelled it right. Baby, I'm good. Oh no, I spelled it wrong, but it knew what the fuck I was talking about. Okay. I'm about to say I was shocked. My goddamn self that I spelled it right. Or something that shit out. Let me see. No, that's just it. Let me go and put it somewhere else. I don't know why I put it in YouTube. C-H-A-L-A Chalupa. Let's see if this is it. It's like a taco. It looks so good too, y'all. I'm hungry. You can tell. They go a chalupa. See, that's a chalupa. It's like the flatbread.
Oh yeah, they got that in the chimichangas.
Oh, chimichangas. Yeah, I don't know what chimichanga. So chalupa look like it's a. Look at this right here. This thing look. Oh, I don't know about that vegan shit. Why the hell is say a vegan?
Look like real.
But I see meat in it.
Oh,
Maybe that's not real meat. Oh, they be tricking.
Yeah, they make meat.
What they make meat out of?
They'll tell you what it is. I don't know what it is, Bon, but when I was on the set for Queen Sugar, they had a vegetarian. You know, a lot of folks in California, they eat vegetarian food, and they had veggie burgers and stuff like that. So how y'all made this shit taste like a hamburger?
Oh,
you know,
it tasted good.
Yeah, it was good.
It is double chalupa. Man, I'm hungry like a mother. See, it be looking good, but see all that meat they got in that motherfucker, that don't be there. That do not be there, okay? I stopped doing beef and asking for chicken because, see, they can't skim you on the chicken or the beef or the steak because then they got clumps, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But they could skim you off that beef. It'd be little pieces. I'm like, okay, I'm hungry. I'll probably get me a deal, but that shit high now. I used to get a chalupa. It's expensive as fuck. Like, man, we used to go to Taco Bell, $15 a pay for everybody. Me, him, the kids. Now $15. Shit, my meal might be $15 goddamn dollars. Let me see.
Your meal probably about $10 or $11.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's a fucking shame.
And I know this ain't New York or Cali, but shit, I was thrown off. I got a number 1 and a number 2 at McDonald's for me and my daughter. $18.75. Damn, for 2 meals. For 2 meals?
I
like a little combo meals. That used to be cheap. Mom used to send us over there to get a combo meal on Airline Highway at that Burger King with $5 a piece. You get a whole meal. Now it's damn near 10.
Yeah, man.
But
this something ain't right. I don't know what the hell this is. This ain't $5 for a Craving box. You know that shit ain't right.
What at Taco Bell?
Yeah, something ain't right.
Yeah, they got that. They got
deals now?
Together. Yeah, they got deals. Yeah. They got like a 6-pack deal. Yeah, you can get it.
Oh, well, I'm about to order. Where her be at?
I'm hungry. 6-pack. I usually get 3 hard, 3 soft tacos and a Mexican pizza. That'll do me and my daughter.
Oh, the Mexican pizza, what that look like? Is
that
it good?
Craving box you have to see what's in it.
Oh, you gotta do
yeah, they may have a chalupa and they might have a taco, then they have something else in there, and then you get a drink and you have to give what's in there, whatever them boxes.
Oh, look, they add the prices depending on what you get.
Right.
Oh, you build. So that's why I say the base price might be $5, but then by the time I'm done, I'm hungry.
Well, I mean, it'll fill you up. I mean, it depends on what you get, but I get a meal and a little extra soft taco, and I'm good.
Yeah. So I get food, but you know, if we buy food, I'm thinking about now and later, because you know I want to snack on something later. So that's why I end up with the chalupa box, which come with 2 chalupas and a regular taco. My regular taco, I do that Dorito. Y'all ever tried that Dorito taco?
Yeah.
Shell?
Yeah, I had that. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. I don't know, do it really have a taste? Because sometimes I be
it
feeling
tastes like Doritos.
Yeah, it does, yeah.
They
And
have
then
it
I
like
It's just like that. It's the same thing. Stuff on the Doritos is on that shelf.
yeah, I see that's the one I like. Let me come and order me some shit real quick. What's the quesadilla though, y'all? What's that?
It's go ahead. Charlie, you in Texas.
it's you can put whatever you want, like you can put beef or you can put shrimp, and then they put
You
it
can
on
put shrimp?
machine.
Yeah, you put whatever you want.
Oh, you can't put no shrimp up here. We ain't got no seafood up here. Shit.
Yeah, you can
I'll
put
send you some, Bob.
here and you can make it yourself.
Oh, okay.
I have one of them machines.
Right. Like get one of those the bigger size tortillas. Right. And I just heat it up on the flat iron and just get the stuff that I want to put in it and then put something over the top and make a chalupa.
And y'all saying they're gonna be cheaper than me buying from here? Cause shit, mother go to the store get us some shells, but then we got to get the meat and all that stuff. Tacos is good. They do have a taco kit I've seen in stores. We bought them before.
The El Paso kits. The
Yeah,
yellow ones.
yeah, they pretty
They have
good.
Taco Bell kits too. They have a Taco Bell kit.
Yeah, they sure do got a Taco Bell.
Right. They got the sauce on sale. Them people just they just put the sauce up there. You can buy the sauce. You can buy Huda sauce, all kind of stuff. Just the sauce.
Oh, I don't never put no sauce on it. Is it good? What the sauce taste like?
Well, I'm talking about the Huda sauce. I'm talking about almost all the people that do fast food restaurants and stuff like that. They'll put the sauce on the shelf and just sell it out the jar.
Like Chick-fil-A got their sauce on the shelf.
Right.
That sauce, whatever they use on Chick-fil-A sound. You can buy that.
Yeah, I never used any sauces, so I don't know what they taste like. That's what I'm saying. Y'all, what's this thing right here? That big thing right there. That big thing right there.
That look like what they call that? It's like a
That just came out,
burrito.
too.
It's like a burrito, but it's got I think probably got rice and all that other shit. I don't like the rice in this shit. Don't give me the rice and no burrito. Some reason I don't like rice.
What's the pizza thing you were talking about, Miss Kev? That's what I thought maybe that was.
Mexican pizza.
Yeah. Taco Bell sell it?
Yeah, they got this shit happening. Yeah, Taco Bell sell it. You know, I don't know. That's where I used to get it from. We ain't got no Mexican restaurant. Well, we got some Mexican restaurants down here now.
Yeah.
They coming.
Yeah, I started noticing. I went across the bridge in Greater New Orleans and I saw Philly cheesesteak places. I was like, damn, they got all kinds of shit down here now. But I remember when there was no Mexican food. I didn't even know what that was. I didn't even know what Chinese food was. Yep. I don't remember no Chinese food when I was little. Maybe because my family cooked. We didn't eat out much at all. So maybe that's what it was. But my mom got older. When we got older, should I say, my mom, that's when she started eating it. She loved us some Cane's, baby. I ain't never had Cane's chicken, but I think they just brought one up here somewhere in Delaware, I think.
I don't know what it is. They must be paying Cane's people and Chick-fil-A people real well. They always happy. That's just part of their job description. To tell you, have a good day.
You talking about Raising
the little
Cane?
slogan. Yeah.
You talking about Raising Cane? Yeah, but them chickens are small as fuck. They charge you all that money for them.
Yeah, and that damn sure ain't going to Chick-fil-A.
Oh, Chick-fil-A is high as fuck. God damn. $11?
Yeah,
for a chicken sandwich, damn you like it just feel like it's $11. I paid $15 to get 15 little bitty pieces of nugget. Now I ain't gonna lie though, they chicken nugget is juicy than a mug though.
Yeah, it's good.
God damn, I was shocked because I used to see my son, all he got was Chick-fil-A chicken for like 2 years straight. He would Chick-fil-A. And then so I was like, I look and I'm like, why they look like they burn? Why they look so small? Right? And then one day I decided to taste one from Leakley. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, they got a good batter on them. They good.
Oh man. But they so tiny, man. And like that shit hard too.
And every Chick-fil-A I pass, or out there in Meadow and stuff, I don't even think they got one in New Orleans shit. They always got a line around it, a line down there on the highway.
It seemed like
On
they
the
hired
highway,
people just to
out
be
the
in
lot.
line.
Every single thing got a line.
Yes.
Right. All day long.
All day. Every time I pass by, they got a whole lot. Like, what the hell? Line around the place. You got to go around the place twice to get to like,
Mom, you get some stuff to put on your fruit?
on my what?
On the fruit that we was telling you about.
On the who?
On your fruit. You know that season stuff that we was telling you about the other day? When week before last, I think.
Yeah, to put on my what? You say on my flute?
Fruit.
Oh, fruit. Oh, yeah. Oh,
Did
yeah.
you
You remember we
that-
was talking about that mango stuff, right?
Yeah.
Wait, what is it called? Let me look it up. Hold up.
I got let me see what now.
What is it called?
Let me go get it.
Oh, okay. You said you were saying it was so good. I was like,
It is okay, it's called Tajin. Tajin.
Tajin.
Uh-huh.
Sauce. Let me see. Let's look it up, y'all. It's red. And
Boy,
you-
they have your fruit, boy. That shit the bone.
is it hot? I saw they got different ones.
99. What did I pay for? $2.99.
Okay, I see one Target $2.69. Look, they got different variety pack, different flavors. Look like shit. Fruit is by itself is good, but shit, you gonna have me. So what it tastes like without the fruit? Look, they even put it on apple. Oh, they put it. Then they got a hot one that you could, if you like spicy food.
I got the regular one, the classic. I think it's like the classic one. It's just like it tastes like a lime.
Yeah, I did see one say lime. Yeah, this one right here is a chili lime. This one is a fruity charming sauce. It's with a touch of apricot. This one has a touch of apricot. Damn. We don't really eat fruit like that. But it's not that expensive. I might try it. But I'm hungry. I don't know, hubby, if you're listening. Yoo-hoo. Hello, we hungry.
Y'all better Taco Bell or something to get something.
Yeah, I'm about to order something. Let me see. Gotta go to locations. Make sure.
I'm gonna give me
They
some
deliver
chicken.
to your bottom?
Yeah, I ain't paying no delivery. Shit, he gonna have to go get
Hey, that's a quarter tank of gas.
it. Yeah, man. You know how much that delivery shit be? I'm not gonna delivery man be. It's not even a
DoorDash. That DoorDash is high.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna pay for that.
I ain't even talking about the delivery charge. You know, when you order stuff to be delivered, they up the price of the food.
That's what I'm saying. That shit
Double,
right.
triple. Yeah, man. It's weird. So somebody got to go get it. Okay, somebody just gonna have to go get it. Not DuPont or should I wait? Which one? They got two Taco Bell. One that way and one this way. Let me see which one is closer. They said that one is 5 miles. That can't be right. I know that ain't right. 2 miles. And that one should be about 2 miles that way too.
They got the coming and going.
Wait, something ain't right here. That's not the right Taco Bell. That said 273. No, that's not the right one. Yeah, they got Taco Bells. You know they everywhere. Shit. They got one about a mile that way, then a mile that way, right? Maybe 2 miles. I guess it could be. It might be 2 miles. 2 miles that way, 2 miles that way. Then going another way, like they got north and south. Then if we go east, there's another one that's the same distance away. This is like we in a good area, but I just want to see. I gotta see if
Y'all have a Fuddruckers out there? Like the burger place? Fuddruckers?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
a black dude just brought all 92 stores.
Oh,
Oh,
really?
Yeah, yeah, I saw that in the article.
Fuck.
Well,
Fuck it.
92.
They got one, but what is it called? F-U. How you spell it? How you spell it? Wait. Gotta go. Okay, what is F-U? Budge is F. How you spell it, y'all? F-U-G. Anyway, I get close to it. It'll come up. Fudge, F-U-D-G. Okay, I would have never got that shit right there. Yeah. I think they got one in the mall, but I'm not sure. Ooh, they offer a discount for military too. Ooh, that looks so good. I'm so hungry, y'all. It's fucking crazy. Everything I see, I'm just want to eat. Let me see if they got about us. I like the fact that you said they black owned. That's cool as hell. So Arizona, California, Florida, Georgia, Louisiana. They got one in Harrows and Bossier City.
They got one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bossier
yeah.
City. See, you've been away from Louisiana so long.
No, they just some shit.
Bossier City, Tropicoulas.
They don't have one in Delaware. But none in Delaware, y'all. Bird Rutgers. Delaware ain't got
wings. They have wings and all kind of stuff.
What's that burger place? We got a couple of nice burger places here. They make their own buns. You know what? I miss.
I heard you ask Mr. Baum to bring you something. I never heard of it. What it was? Wawa?
Wawa.
Okay.
It's like 7-Eleven, yeah. Wawa is just like a 7-Eleven that also sells, food, like 7-Eleven, but 7-Eleven don't have an area where they make sandwiches.
Yeah.
But Wawa does. Let me see. Wawa. So let's see. I just want images. See, so they like these, like this. This is a Wawa. This is a gas station.
I'm cooking. Hold up. You see? All right.
Yes, a gas station. W-A-W-A.
Can't see them. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was looking up doing some stock research, and I saw, and I remember you was telling Mr. Bond, bring me some Wawa.
Yeah.
What the hell is a Wawa?
Yeah, that's a good Wawa. Don't they just
restaurant there?
No, it's not a restaurant. It's just a gas station, but
Like
they do have a cooking area. They make sandwiches. Like they'll make the hot sandwiches, cold sandwiches. I think they started trying to make other things, dinner and stuff. Since COVID, they started making like burgers and different shit, but I'll never eat that shit. Yeah.
Michelle Dave Bumby got the number one hamburger in the country. He won the award.
Thrill Burger, ain't it called Thrill? Is that the one with the Thrill?
Thrill. Yeah. Right. He had the best burger. That's an old rapper, Vine.
Mm-hmm.
He got the best burger at his little restaurant.
Oh, okay. Well, they make a good burger. They make a good burger. They get the advertisement. Then their place get bigger, or they could pay for something like that too. Because I mean, how can you make a best burger? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what you think the best burger consists of? Like, if I make a burger, it tastes way better than any store. You know what I mean? My mom we didn't go to McDonald's. My mom used to get in there and make ground beef, right? Use the ground beef, add some breadcrumbs, some seasoning, including bell peppers, onions, all of that. Our Holy Trinity would go inside of it. And breadcrumbs, egg, to bind it together. And then
wait, Bam, you don't have to cut up no Holy Trinity out there where you at, huh? They don't sell it. They sell it in the container here.
No, not here. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah,
because it's a big thing.
Just say Louisiana's Creole seasoning, got all the stuff in there. We just scoop it out.
Because it's a staple there. So I remember when they started doing that many years back, but here they don't. It's not a staple here. People don't know how to cook here. Because if they did, they would have that shit cut up already, right? They don't know that's the flavor. That's that Louisiana's flavors right there.
They always got to come down to the South. That they be blown away. And shit,
they
if you
be
go there
blown.
by Charlotte and them, the steak's right. You know, man put a steak on my plate one time. I didn't do the liquor sauce or nothing. He said, you don't need none of that. I'm like, dang, that works.
Damn. It sounds like when I make my pancakes, I'll be like, y'all don't need no syrup, nothing. This shit right here gonna melt in your mouth and you're gonna have flavors. You don't need to put all that syrup shit on it. If you want, you can put
Have
some
you out
whipped
here
cream
looking
on
for a baby?
No.
But
Like I
Charlotte,
saw a
I
baby
looked
working
at the
on the side
memes.
of the
They got a
road.
whole lot of memes on that woman with that baby, boy. Niggas driving by.
What
And
is
then
it,
when
y'all?
dude driving,
I gotta go TikTok or something.
little baby on the side of the road, black dude driving, like, you ain't setting me up.
Boy, they got a whole bunch of. They got little man
Right.
sitting. They got little man standing on the side of the road waiting for her to come get him.
What's her name again, y'all? What's that woman name?
Charlene, I forgot the name.
Oh,
Not even
Carly, right? Carly what? What her name is?
Russell? Was it Russell?
Russell, yeah. Let me see Carly Russell means. Let's see what we can see something come up. I know.
He got some fucked up shit out there.
Look at this shit, y'all. This is crazy. Look at them, man.
I told you.
Look, it got taken.
Got taken, yeah.
Oh,
No,
man.
they got tooken. It ain't no taking tooken.
Let's go through them, goddamn. Oh. Okay, they said the collection of the best.
Go ahead.
They said the collection of the best of the, and they got the baby. Look at the baby. Let's see what they say. Let me say, we was rooting for you. Remember when old girl was yelling and shit? Let's see.
And see, some people just be talking stupid by them. They were like, they didn't call. They ain't had no drones, no radar. Look at all the stuff they did for the white people in the submarines. And the later time, the man said, man, we got all of that out there. Dogs, drones, the submarine, those rich people. Yeah, them people's go pay to do that. But people be talking before they realize what they're saying. That was a big showing, quick.
She done morphed into a red roofing. They're saying that she was at that red roofing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to make a meme with a white man with red hair and a bald spot. No. The kidnap.
They say first she saw a toddler. Now a man came out from a tree. They said, man, they took her.
I ain't read that part.
Oh man, they wrong for this shit right here. Coming soon on Tubi.
They wrong, but
Look at the baby. That motherfucker is not real.
They on side of the road. That's man.
Look at the baby. He was in the back.
I'm gonna have to watch Little Man because this shit got me.
Oh man. Oh Lordy. Carly Russell taken by myself.
I was taken. Well, who took you? I took myself.
Look at this shit. Okay, gang. Let's see who was up to this kidnapping. Man. Look at the little baby right there. Okay, gang. Okay, so they go to see. And it was her. It was her. She was the ghost. Look at the cheeses in the toilet paper, and she getting her feet done. And her nails did.
Right. But see, that's one thing is when she said the white woman did her hair.
I know.
That's unique. Damn, and fed her
And
cheese.
she still didn't see her.
But I don't see how the white woman did her hair when her hair was braided up.
No, her hair was braided up, and when she came back, she had a wig on top. I guess maybe she look what they say. Carly, after she pulled that wig off, waited on her ride to the Red Roof Inn. Look, they say she pulled it off and threw it on the ground, and she was waiting for a ride. Oh, there go little man, little man. Who the hell is this?
I guess he just took a picture by it.
Yeah, it go not taken. Then it put it in a whole look like she trying to steal herself.
That was like one fast ass baby, ran 6 football fields before she could catch up with it.
I told you she was driving. So she slowed down a little bit. She put her hazard on and she kept riding. I was like, where the fuck? What is baby at? Like, why is she riding behind the baby or is she in front?
But she called it what it was. She was going to that mile marker so somebody knew where she was.
That's right. That don't make sense. She said, yep, right at the 11th. Mom, I'm not sure if it's the 10th or 11th. Then she started at the 10th. She said she saw him at the 10th, but she stopped right at the 11th mile mark.
Look, they got Jesse, I guess Empire. They got all that.
Instead of that being Jesse Smollett, they put her there. Carly Smollett Russell.
You want to see got the verses, boy. They got him and her versing each other. Which one of y'all's gonna do the scam and lie?
Look, they got him saying, I believe her.
That's how to make the redhead man.
I only wanted to feed her cheeses and play with her hair, but she left it in the car. She left her hair in the car, and he said,
I post some of them memes on my Facebook page and stuff. And one of my friends, my private group, my friend said, is Kevin, is black people like really kind of laughing about it? I said, no, they go clown her ass. They mad with her. We don't like that. Right. They go dog her ass. They just go do it at. I said, we don't like that because that go bring more negative attention to us. And and we already have enough problem with them, searching for missing victims, black women. So they mad.
I've done try to kidnap myself. They still
yeah, we're done. I'm finna kidnap myself. Look, she started looking up, taking and shit. Tooken. Man. She better come up with a good story or she better not say shit. She better just let it die down. You know what I mean? The good thing about our country is shit go by so fast. Something else done happen that's taking the place of this. Okay, and as soon as she start opening her mouth, we're gonna bring it back to the light.
Yeah, because they finna come up with something else. Something else finna happen, and then we'll be on that.
Right, like what I was on today with the guy who started the international, with that bullshit. He done ran the whole North Korea, y'all. North Korea, God damn, North Korea of all motherfucking places. Look, they got as Pinocchio, y'all. But it says at the top.
I know she see this stuff, Vaughn. She got to see these things.
Yeah. I lie on I-495. Look, she got the toilet paper, the Cheez-Its. Oh man.
And that
I might make myself a t-shirt, man.
With that cheese and shit, because that shit is just as crazy as hell. They fed me cheese and then you bought cheese. Like they weren't gonna know. They gonna go see what you bought at Target.
Yeah, they ain't know. I bet she didn't know that, Miss Charles. They can go through that phone and spot every location. She wasn't thinking very rational. Yeah, they go through all that. And they got more steps, Miss Charles, that they ain't even telling us yet.
Here go that woman I was telling you about. This woman right here, Sherry. She lied and said she got kidnapped. They didn't put her in jail until like years later, y'all.
Yeah, okay. Is that the runaway bride?
Yeah, they took a while to find her though.
No, they found her. It only took think she was gone for 3 days. She came back. She told them the
Oh.
lie, and then they didn't put her in jail for the lie for like years after that, because
Oh, damn.
something about some money, donations,
Well,
and
she was scamming.
Which one
what
was
was
the
it?
runaway bride? You remember she's supposed to be getting married and she ran away and she was gone. And then the fiance said he forgive her and they can get married again. It was they call her the runaway bride.
Yeah, I remember something about a runaway bride years and years and years ago, but I don't know. Let me
Yeah,
put
they
her
even
name
made a
in
movie
Sherry.
out of it.
Let me see, Sherry. Oh, I'm not doing it right.
Oh, she was 16. Was she 6? Oh no, she's 34. Okay.
Yeah, this. Let me see. Here it go. Let's see, y'all. Let's watch what happened with this woman right here. Let's see if this let's see if we could get a news report. It might be better. How long this is? It's too long. I don't want to do that long. That's when she was released from jail. She even went on Dr. Phil. She started making money. That's 16 minutes. Let's see.
So she was making money.
Yeah.
The California mom who faked her 2016 disappearance was sentenced to 18 months in prison, more than double what prosecutors asked for. We're going to talk to Dan Abrams after this report from Chief National Correspondent Matt Gutman in Sacramento. He's covered the story from the beginning. Good morning, Matt.
Hey, good morning, George. The judge calling a very tearful Sherry Papini a manipulator, and that stiff sentence ending a 6-year saga. But it also allowed for a trove of evidence used against her to be unsealed. That included images of the severe beating she inflicted on herself and a shocking video in which police finally confront her with the truth.
He done whooped her own ass.
The California mom who lied to authorities about being kidnapped and tortured was sentenced to 18 months in prison Monday. And this morning we're learning how her hoax slammed to a grinding halt in August of 2020.
We have everything that's
They got her in 2020, but the kidnapping happened in 2017. So they waited a few years to get her.
that he said he told the truth.
And her husband right on side of her when they exposed her and said, hey, we see that you was with your ex-boyfriend and everything.
In new video obtained by ABC
Damn.
News, for the first time, as Shasta County Sheriff's investigators confront the woman they'd tenderly treated as a victim for the previous 4 years. Her husband in the room by her side, that's him in the blue shirt, as the officers confront Papini about her lies.
The reason why you can describe the room is because you stayed in the room in the dark for hours, for days on end. The reason why you lost so much weight is because you stopped eating. The reason why your nose was broke is because of a hockey stick.
In November of 2016, Sherry Papini vanished for 22 days. Then,
22
on Thanksgiving morning, she materialized on a highway nearly
Y'all don't remember this when this was going on? This is around that same time, if I'm correct.
What state is that, Bon? Was it a national or nationwide thing?
She was Oregon Trail. Yeah, it was a nationwide thing, and I think it was around the same time as I don't know, I might be confused in the time, but I remember hearing the story also about that woman, that young girl from YouTube.
Yeah,
remember that couple in the van? Remember they were going around country?
that happened. Yeah, right. He wound up killing that girl and then going into the killing his damn self somewhere.
Oh, did he kill himself? I knew they were looking for him.
I think he went into a swamp or something and they just found remains.
Oh, they did? Okay, I wasn't sure what happened with that.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. So I think all this was going on at the same time. So her story, even though it was big, that other story took precedent, you know. And then remember around that time, also there was a black boy who was missing, and they claimed that he killed himself, but there was evident that somebody messed up his car and chased him and shit. There was all kinds of shit going on, and this woman claimed that she was kidnapped. Here we go.
150 miles from home, a trucker stopping and calling 911 for her. That call heard for the first time this morning.
Hey, what's hurting? You're chained up.
She's chained up?
She told authorities she'd been kidnapped by 2 Hispanic women. She claimed the women had beaten her, burned her, even branded her on her shoulder. Those injuries shown in these images.
Y'all see that shit?
Yeah, fucked her own self up.
Yeah.
And go blame it on the Mexican women. That's low.
Yeah, she blames it on
$8 a
some
month.
Mexican women. Yep.
Obtained by ABC News.
Look at them
Police
boots.
chase leads her Redding community in terror of traffickers that never existed.
Now, the parts that don't make sense are that you're accusing 2 females who abducted you when it was James. The part that you were branded, James did it.
It wasn't until more than 3 years later that trace DNA found on Papini led to this mystery man, ex-boyfriend James Reyes, who admitted he helped Papini inflict those injuries on herself.
Look, you can't do no crimes with 2 people with somebody else, because somebody gonna tell on your ass, okay?
Right. Why would you whoop that girl ass like that for? I mean, come on, man.
No, he did that. She did that to herself.
Oh, I thought he said he helped participate in the shit.
Yeah, he was there, but she was asking him to hit it, and he was like, nah. So she,
Oh,
yeah. Mm-hmm.
So there's a brand on her.
Yeah.
There's significant bruising.
And she did a lot of that while she was here. I mean, she just hit herself with something. I helped her. I mean, I didn't punch her or anything.
How'd you help her?
She just shot a bug off her leg.
During that dramatic confrontation with the sheriffs, Papini continues to deny the con,
I didn't do anything wrong.
even as investigators drop those truth bombs.
The DNA that was on you belongs to James Reyes.
We talked to him. We've been on the polygraph.
cross the legs, go.
Everybody
Get up
around.
straight.
Y'all heard that, huh? Her husband right
Yeah,
there.
the
Look at
DNA.
him.
We have the rental agreements, phone rental, the car rental agreements.
Finally, she seems to break.
Talking to other guys that has got me here.
Look, see, the husband not there. She didn't want him in there
Yeah.
for admission. He left.
So what aspect are you saying? Like, how does talking to other people got you here? We've gotten
I
over.
love my husband. I love my husband, and I made mistakes, and I talked to other men.
Until that moment, her husband had stood by her, tearfully describing her condition to me just days after her return in 2016.
Her poor face. I got like nauseated just looking at her. The bruises were just intense. The bumps from, being hit and kicked and whatever else.
But this interrogation seemingly shattering any illusion about her innocence.
Obviously, you've heard the questions, so you've seen some of the photos.
From my side, but now you're telling me, okay, you guys can go home now. Well, do you think I want her anywhere around my kids or around me at all at this point?
In a statement Monday, her sister calling Papini disturbed, revealing it was only until the day before she entered her guilty plea that she privately admitted to me, for the first time ever, that she'd lied about everything to everyone. At her sentencing, Papini wept and conceded, "I'm guilty of lying, I'm guilty of dishonor, and I stand before you willing to accept, to repent, and to concede." The judge noting tersely, people don't like to be conned. Now, Keith has filed for divorce from Sherry. In a statement, he said he's doing everything he can to provide a normal and healthy life for his children. Now, Sherry still has to pay over $300,000 in restitution.
$300,000.
For life.
That's after she get out of jail.
Her attorney talked about a new Sherry. The judge wasn't so sure. Guys.
Okay, Matt, thanks very much for bringing our chief legal analyst, Dan Abrams. Wasn't so sure, Dan. That judge was not having it double.
Good, thank you, Bob. Now I got something to compare that to when somebody say something. Well, remember the girl, Sherry?
Yeah, yeah.
Right. Then you also had that shooting in Boston when the man killed his pregnant wife and said 2 black men robbed him and shit. And Boston PD went through there and went through and harassed a whole lot of black dudes and locked up a bunch of dudes that fit the description. They was in jail.
Remember, we got to
Until
go
that
farther
one-
back than that. We got to go back to the woman who said that somebody carjacked her and took her child with them.
Right. You're a black person. Yeah, niggas don't do that. We will bring your child back to you.
Everybody in the black community knew that shit was a lie. Everybody was like, nah, baby. Mm-mm. No black man took no child with him. Mm-mm. They did not do
You
that.
got a problem taking care of my own child. I stole this motherfucker so I can help with my own child.
Yeah.
Yeah, she had the wrong people because black people, they want their own kids. They ain't gonna get yours.
Well, she could have said Hispanic or Mexican with that one. And it would have been more believable.
Man.
Hey, at least we can say Carly didn't say it was a black man that got her. Shit.
Yeah, she tried to look out for a nigga. Thank you.
Yeah,
Carly,
she
for
said no black man. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, baby. Shit.
This
Ain't no
woman
nigga
got
on
off
no
for
interstate anyway.
This woman got off for years though. Right? She was able to get away with it for years and then they caught up with her. Let's see.
I know they be sick by them when they catch them for them old crimes and old murders, you know, years later, 20, 30 years. Nah, that's your DNA, nigga. We got DNA samples now. And still arrest them. I know they thought they got away with it.
Look at this shit here, y'all. Let's look.
Family issues are common, but usually not ones that reach the point of murder. But killers like Sierra Halseth and Aaron Guerrero don't make that distinction. In Las Vegas, Nevada, the name Sin City has never been more accurate. Halseth and Guerrero, both teenagers, were in a relationship disapproved of by Halseth's father. Instead of trying to come to an agreement or even rebelling against her father, Sierra Halseth, with the help of her boyfriend, brutally murdered her own father, and his body was found on April the 9th, 2021. The body was found in a sleeping bag with 70 stab wounds, but that's not even the worst part. Apparently, they tried to dismember the body with saws and set it on fire before they left it in the garage. What could drive two kids to commit such a horrific act? In court, Sierra dropped a bombshell. Despite her completely lifeless expression, she read a letter painting Daniel as an abuser, an addict, and pedophile, with his harassment supposedly leading to his demise. Whether or not Sierra was on the wrong end of this abuse, she clearly suffered some disturbing change, as she recorded a video days after the murder with her accomplice boyfriend, laughing and gloating about the murder in a deeply unsettling way.
Day three after murdering somebody.
Wow! Oh my God. What y'all got to say? They gloating on the internet. They just told on themselves.
His boyfriend, laughing and gloating about the murder in a deeply unsettling way.
Day three after murdering somebody.
Wow! Don't put that on the camera.
It was worth it.
Regardless of their motives, justice was served for their crime, as they received life in prison with a possibility of parole after 22 years.
On count one, you're going to be sentenced to 48 to 120 months in the Nevada Department of Corrections. On count two, you're going to be sentenced to life in the Nevada Department of Corrections with the possibility of parole after 20 years has been served, plus a consecutive 24 to 60 months in the Nevada Department of Corrections for the deadly weapon enhancement.
And while Halseth may have had some twisted motive, Nehemia Griego's murder spree was on another level. In New Mexico, 10 years ago, 15-year-old Nehemia Griego went on an utter rampage in his own home with an AR-15 and a .22 caliber rifle, as he suddenly shot and killed his 40-year-old mother, his 9-year-old brother, his two sisters aged 5 and 2, and patiently waited among the dead bodies for his father to arrive so that he could murder him as well. Griego left a horrific bloodbath at home as he drove to church, and the pastor informed the authorities. Shockingly, no motive whatsoever was found, other than Griego being suicidal and frustrated with his mother, but that would in no way explain how he murdered his entire family, even children. After pleading guilty, he was tried twice, once as a juvenile and once as an adult. During his adult hearing, though, Griego turned heads when he suddenly felt remorse facing those in his family who survived his rampage, apologizing to them and expressing his guilt.
I am sorry for taking our parents and our sins. I wish I could take it back, but reality is that we can't.
But it wasn't enough for his sister, who broke down crying. Griego couldn't even get the sympathy of the district attorney, who seems to be haunted by this case.
As a homicide detective, I'd seen many death scenes, but this is the one I get to relive every day.
He ultimately received a life sentence, plus 7 years to run concurrently, with the possibility of parole at the age of 52.
Damn, yo. So what y'all say about that? I was gonna do
That boy
something.
had mental issues.
Huh?
I really think he had some mental issues, but his ass need to be in prison that long.
They tried him as a kid and as an adult. How they did that?
Well, because sometimes as a juvenile, if you commit an adult crime such like he did, they'll put you in the juvenile system till you make around 18, 21, some states. He is 21. And then you go to prison. Then you go to Angola.
Yeah, but they tried him as a juvenile and then also as an adult.
I don't know.
That's what they said.
I was wondering about that too, but I'm like, what the hell that mean?
They must have
Maybe one charge was juvenile and one was adult.
But I thought you could only be tried one time. I don't know.
That's what I thought too. But maybe they did save some of the.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just talking about something else, but that double jeopardy thing, they say I heard someone say that you can charge somebody for the same charge. But I don't think that pertains to this though.
You can try them twice, only like if they got tried and they didn't come up with a conclusion, like it was they couldn't find a guilty or not.
Mistrial?
Huh?
If it come out the first time to be a mistrial?
Yeah. And then they get tried again. But if they got found guilty or not guilty, they can't try them again.
All right. I only glanced at here and that, so I didn't go into detail.
But you ever heard of that case in Houston? I don't know the boy's name, but it's a black boy. This is like his third time being tried for the deaths of his mother and father. They're saying he killed his dad and his mom in Houston. And
they keep trying
it keep coming like a hung jury.
And they keep going for it. So they can do that. They can keep
they doing it again for the third time. But see, after the first trial, they found out his dad was sex trafficking people. Because the boy keeps saying he innocent. But they're saying it was his ass that did it. But they done prosecuted him. This is, I think it's about to start. I have to look into it again. My cousin be calling me with it, but yeah, they about to retry him again for the third time.
He black, huh?
Yeah, he black. But his dad, they came out with all kind of evidence that the dad was into sex trafficking young women, black women.
Damn.
So they thinking that's what his defense was, that one of them people set his dad up to get killed.
Right.
But they was like millionaire family or something. Like his dad and mom had money.
Yeah, because they trafficking people.
Yeah. But the state don't care if they was trafficking people. They want him arrested for killing them.
Because he black.
Yeah.
He would have been a different color. It would have been something different. They wouldn't have went for 3 times, 3 strikes and bullshit. Because they using money.
That's a whole lot of money the state paying to do that.
Yeah, a lot of money. Lots of money. Here we go.
Speaking of unspeakable murderers of children, Dylan Schumacher also gets zero sympathy. Dylan Schumacher tried to make rounds in court when he broke down crying, but his acting skills were as bad as his consciousness. In Springville, Utah, 16-year-old Schumacher was babysitting his girlfriend's 2 children when he couldn't do the basic human task of calming down a crying 2-year-old. So, he disgustingly decided to cover his head with a pillow and strike him to make him silent. But unsurprisingly, the damage the child received took his life. While Schumacher was clearly abusive, the prosecution and defense were at odds with a second-degree manslaughter or second-degree murder charge.
Austin Smith was completely defenseless. That's a given. But there were other dynamics at work there, including my client's inability to either control his anger or frustration and his inexperience in babysitting.
What is to say he won't do this again?
Well, we don't know that. I think it's completely unlikely.
But fairness is not lost in the world, and Schumacher was tried with the intention to kill and first-degree assault until he tried to put on a sympathy act in court.
I didn't mean to kill Austin. Ashley, I really didn't.
Face the judge.
I really think I did that. I didn't mean to hurt him.
Dylan broke down to his girlfriend, claiming that he loved her son, but he was quickly exposed when a video came out of him saying,
I am a 16-year-old blonde. Probably all I have to do is cry in front of the jury, and they're going to feel sorry for me.
The act couldn't fool the judge or jury, and Schumacher received 18 years to life with the possibility of parole.
See? They used to get away, right? He right back in the day. But now these fools are taking the videos and making, telling on themselves, and even the judges can't save them. Who would wanted to save him?
In 2031. These apologies in court barely stir up any sympathy for the murderers, just like Tyler Hadley. In Port St. Lucie, Florida, 17-year-old Tyler Hadley thought out an entire murder plot straight out of a movie. He first invited a bunch of people over for a party, but they didn't know that this would be a party from hell when Hadley took 3 ecstasy pills and murdered his own mother and father, Mary Jo and Blake Hadley, with a claw hammer. During the party, the dead bodies could be smelled, and it was an extremely disturbing and tense time for Michael Mandel, to whom Tyler confessed the crime, until Mandel could leave the party and report the horrible crime.
What?
As far as motive went...
Wait, what happened, y'all? Did he invite them people to the house with the dead bodies already there?
Yep.
And the house looked like that already? And then he told them they couldn't leave, right? What happened? Wait, I gotta go behind that. I'm sorry, y'all. This has got to be unbelievable.
Movie. He first invited a bunch of people over for a party, but they didn't know that this would be a party from hell when Hadley took 3 ecstasy pills and murdered his own mother and father, Mary Jo and Blake Hadley, with a claw hammer. During the party, the dead bodies could be smelled, and it was an extremely disturbing and tense time for Michael Mandel, to whom Tyler confessed the crime, until Mandel could leave the party and report the horrible crime. As far as motive went, this went far back to Tyler having major problems with drugs, as well as prior convictions for arson, vandalism, theft, battery, and injuring a child with his father's car, which apparently he used to steal without permission. But the last straw was his parents attempting to get him help for his drug problem. So he reacted by taking their lives and cementing his irredeemable nature. During his trial, the state really wanted to give the death penalty, but couldn't for his age, so he was granted a life sentence that was reconsidered in 2016, but reapplied again in 2018.
I can apologize and make amends for the horrible acts I've done. I committed.
This came after Hadley's brother spoke out in court.
Well, I guess what I want is for him to get the maximum penalty possible, which I understand is life in prison without parole.
Other family members who faced Tyler in court included his mother's niece.
We pray that sometime in the future he will have the opportunity to rehabilitate and have a life on the outside.
Tyler had the nerve to speak out in court and apologize for his actions. His apology was undermined by his brother, literally asking for him to get the highest sentence possible. Disconnect from reality can also lead to disastrous horror, such as what happened with Daniel Patrick. A 16-year-old Daniel couldn't tell fact from video games when he became obsessed with video games after a skiing accident that left him with spinal injuries and too much time to spend playing games. After a disagreement with his parents over wanting to get the video game Halo, Patrick horrifically imitated the game to a disastrous degree when he stole his father's handgun from a safe and shot both his mum and his dad. While his dad survived, his mum passed away from her injuries. After fleeing the crime scene in a van, Daniel was caught by the police. Things changed dramatically in court for both Daniel and his father, who showed genuine emotion and regret in court. Daniel could be seen crying, and his dad seemed to have forgiven him, even defending his son.
I can't count the number of times he has told me that he's so sorry for what he did and he'll never be able to forgive himself. can also count the number of times he has told me that he is so happy that I survived and so glad to still be able to see me.
With the defense and psychiatrists arguing that Daniel couldn't distinguish reality from video game fiction, Daniel could not receive the death penalty.
This is not the case of a drug fiend stash being taken away. Daniel chose, in the words of his father, he referred to him in his interview as a pathological liar. Daniel has serious problems telling the truth.
Regardless of addiction or disconnect, Daniel received life in prison with a possibility of parole after 23 years. This goes to show that forgiveness cannot stand against justice. While some argue that video games lead to violence, childhood trauma is definitely way worse, leading to cases like Seth Pravaki. After being neglected by his parents, who apparently had nothing nice to say about him, Seth Pravaki went on a rabbit hole of drugs and stealing that culminated in a brutal killing spree when he was only 18 years old in Muskegon, Michigan in November the 29th, 1998. Pravaki would shoot both his parents, his brother, his grandfather, and his brother's girlfriend. While the authorities could not point toward a specific motive, it was clear that a lack of love led him down this path all the way to the courtroom, where he gave an apology that's impossible to deem genuine or not.
I'm sorry for what I did, but that's hardly enough.
Seth received life in prison without parole in 1999. But then the story got 10 times crazier a decade later, when in prison, 3 men, including Pravaki, took control of a tractor-trailer and drove right through the prison fence. After the guards fired, one bullet struck Pravaki straight in the head, killing him.
You think of irony, karma, what you sow, so shall you reap.
Whether it was karma or a sad tale of an unloved boy, that's up to you. More often than not, it's mental illness that leads.
What's Lucy? He got his karma.
That motherfucker was gonna be a danger, boy.
Rita. Oh Lord, bye.
You call me Rita?
Yeah.
Rita, like you're not talking about Anton Daniel's wife, huh?
No. Can you see if you can find a case in New Orleans or Rita McFloyd?
That's the name?
Damn.
I thought you were Rita Mac Floyd, you say?
Yeah. New Orleans.
Let's see if this is. No, that's not it.
You gotta put in New Orleans.
Okay. Maybe. What is it about? Is it? I see something about Rita Shaw. Maybe I spelled it wrong. The last name wrong. You said Mac Floyd?
It might not be in there. It might not be in there.
Oh, okay. What is it about?
She was a young girl killed in 1995.
Oh, she was killed.
Yeah, but her baby daddy, she was 8 months pregnant. She was killed. It was my best friend. She was killed by her baby daddy. In LaPlace, that's it. In LaPlace, he killed her in her front yard, y'all. Her mama moved her from the Ninth Ward to LaPlace, trying to get away from him because he used to beat her up. And yeah. No, that's not that.
That's true, yeah.
It's probably too old. But
Okay.
anyway, she was beautiful, y'all. She was so beautiful. Yeah, you don't see it. Yeah.
Family issues are common, but usually not ones that reach the point.
Pop,
Although teenagers are often known as troublemakers, they usually stick to storming off angrily or sneaking out at night. However, there are some dangerous teenagers who have taken their audacity to astonishing new levels, committing horrible crimes. Join us as we have a look at the top 15 dangerous teenagers reacting to life in prison. Number 1. Damon Kemp. Damon Kemp, a 19-year-old who was accused of taking the lives of his teenage companions, was imprisoned with no hope of freedom. Kemp's response as he was brought into the courtroom for his bond hearing was nothing short of spectacular, generating concern amongst the victim's relatives. The courtroom was tense and tears were seen in the eyes of friends and family members who had been impacted by this awful tragedy. Narissa Carter, who was sitting in the front row, was overtaken with emotion as she lamented the end of her 19-year-old son, Trey Ingram's life, who had been cruelly slain. The grief had grown intolerable, causing her to leave the courtroom for a brief time, a situation familiar to any bereaved mother. Damon Kemp's actions in court aroused concern and heightened the gloomy atmosphere. As the judge read out his accusations and sealed his destiny, he began yelling and invoking a higher power. Kemp's emotions and demeanor were unnerving, adding to the case's already perplexing character. His bail would be rejected by the judge because there was sufficient reasonable cause.
I say all that shit ain't gonna get you out of there. You can scream all day long. It's too late now.
Video games, I told you, he thought he could Super Saiyan out of that. He thought he could rewind history, get a new life, and start over again.
For his arrest. Trey's family got increasingly outspoken amidst the tears and wailing of Kemp's family and friends, leading their eventual escort out of the courtroom. Kemp had been detained in connection with an armed home invasion. According to the dismal facts, authorities never revealed the reason for the shooting, leaving both families reeling from the tragic deaths of their loved ones. Number 2. Jacob Morgan. Jacob Morgan, a 17-year-old autistic child, could not hold back his sobs as he would be sentenced to 15 years in prison for the horrible events that occurred in March of 2015. Morgan had admitted to lighting a fire that took the life of his 14-month-old half-brother Joshua. His family had stood behind their eldest son all throughout the proceedings, insisting on his innocence. Morgan's mother, Julie Dover, protested his guilt in court while standing by his side in a touching demonstration of parental love. His parents claimed that their son was attempting to re-enter the blazing house to save Joshua, but worried neighbors had stopped him, telling him to keep away from the flames. They claimed that Morgan, who has developmental issues and difficulties with basic reading and writing, had confessed to lighting the fire under pressure during a 5-hour unrecorded interview. Morgan had provided investigators with various stories of the fire's genesis. He initially claimed that he had inadvertently tossed a pillow near a radiator, but then admitted to intentionally burning a cushion and flinging it into the air. Fire investigators had discovered evidence that 2 fires had been started, one in the living room and another on a blanket in Joshua's bedroom, where he was sleeping. Prosecutors also said that Morgan had acknowledged being intrigued by fire and had lit another one on the property only 2 weeks before. They gave police testimony from Morgan, which revealed his fondness for tea candles and a fixation with fire. Number 3.
Okay. That, he got life. They already said that he, what they say, autism? What did they?
And autism.
Yeah, so he has autism. So yeah, they get in the, huh?
Yeah, a lot of them go to prison.
Yeah, but
autism. I mean, I didn't never know that autism. Do you know what he doing?
No, like he fixated on fire. So if he's fixated on fire, that's something he gonna do. He don't understand that fire could burn and kill. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So he don't have the mindset to understand that this fixation could cause this. So, wow. But
Yeah,
you're right, though. There's
trying to
a
give him
lot
no
of
counseling.
Huh?
They ain't trying to give him no counseling and that's just too gruesome. They ain't gonna even try that. They gonna put him in prison.
Yeah, but they should. That's cool. Yeah, that's fucked up. Especially if they know. There's some other things that they could have,
Philip Chisholm. In October of 2013, a stunning and unsettling episode took place when Philip Chisholm, a 9th grade student at Danvers High School in Massachusetts, performed a horrible deed that stunned the town. Chisholm, then 14 years old, would savagely assault and take the life of his 24-year-old math teacher, Colleen Ritzer. Ritzer, known for her cheerful demeanor and devotion to her students, had requested Chisholm to remain after school that day, unknowing of the terrible plot that he had already put into place. Chisholm followed Ritzer into a bathroom as the school day came to a conclusion, and that's where he subjected her to his awful sufferings. Chisholm would be captured by police the next morning with Ritzer's blood on his hands, as he had made no attempts to wash them. This incriminating evidence would cement his guilt in the eyes of authorities. The judicial processes that followed this horrific occurrence resulted in a life-altering punishment for the juvenile culprit. Philip Chisholm, now a teenager, had received a life sentence with a chance of release after 25 years. The courtroom was full of great emotion. Chisholm himself had looked shocked and was left for no words. During the trial, the victim's father, Tom Ritzer, voiced his tremendous sadness and shame for not being able to defend his daughter. He clearly recalled looking for her at school, inadvertently driving by her in the woods, and the agony of knowing that he couldn't undo what had been done. Number 4. Roxana Sikorsky. Roxana Sikorsky, then 15 years old, would be sentenced to 10 years in prison for planning to take the lives of her own family. The frightening incident took place in October of 2014 when she had attempted to assault her sleeping sibling. Emotions ran high in the courtroom as her parents, her intended victims, had asked for mercy. Roxana's family supported her all throughout the proceedings, portraying her as an emotionally broken child with a terrible history. They revealed that she was adopted from Poland and was traumatized before falling under the sway of her manipulative 23-year-old lover. They had questioned her comprehension of the confession, which would be later thrown out, as well as how she had understood the ramifications of her guilty plea and the plea deal itself. Her mother voiced worries about her daughter's knowledge of the plea agreement and the intentions of her present counsel. The family's hired attorney had intended to launch an appeal, questioning the juvenile's knowledge and using it as a potential test case to challenge Michigan's right to try juveniles as adults. And as she heard her sentence, Roxana began to weep. She then expressed regret for her actions. The defense would go on to argue that Roxana's psychological damage, stemming from her experiences in the Polish orphanage and her biological family, had combined with external influence.
Okay, yeah. Let me go out.
All that white on white crime, boy.
Like, you're right.
They don't even mention that shit. Yeah, they don't even mention that.
They never
telling you and them, they got some crazy ass white folks too now. Them bitches crazy.
All this white on white crime. Here we go.
Influence, which led to the unfortunate turn of events. Number 5. Number 6. Jaleel Smith Riley. Jaleel Smith Riley had taken the life of a young lady and badly injured her partner in 2003 and would be sentenced to life in prison without the chance of parole. The families involved in the case had
Yeah, but you notice something? You ain't noticed the difference between him and others, though? Life without parole. And even the ones who killed their whole family got life with parole after 20 years.
Yeah, 25 years, and the other one got it. The first one was 52. When he can get out when he's 52, the one that went in for juvenile.
Right. This guy not getting out though, ever.
Nah.
No, see, and that's what I'm saying.
Expressed mixed feelings, claiming that the long-awaited judgment was both inadequate and untimely. The sentencing session would be packed with emotional outbursts, resulting in Smith Riley falling down at one point. Despite his attempts to retract his guilty plea and have the death penalty removed as a possibility, the judge, Charles Q. Becky, would dismiss the request and impose the maximum punishment. While Smith Riley's family pled for a lenient sentence, citing his lack of criminal history prior to that fateful night, along with their belief in his potential for rehab, the families of the victims, Portia Brooks and Aaron Martin, would plead for the harshest punishment possible. Portia Brooks' mother stated that she believed that Smith Riley had taken the life of her daughter, and it was now time for her family to begin the path towards peace. She admitted that the road ahead would be difficult, but that she was determined to continue forward, along with the aid of her family and in memory of her daughter. Smith Riley's counsel would state at the hearing that he had never seen a client seek to retract a guilty plea in a criminal trial. He had counseled against it, recognizing the gravity of the allegations and the gravity of the implications. The family exited the courtroom with mixed feelings as the procedures were completed. The punishment was a critical step toward closure and healing for the victims' families.
Wait a minute. So he tried to say, it's confusing. So they say he
pled guilty,
admitted to do it.
and then they gave him,
Yeah.
yeah.
And then he tried to take it back.
And they gave him the
Did
death
somebody lie and say, if you plead guilty, you only get this? But when he got more, he was like, wait, I didn't really do this. Like,
That could have been his defense attorney if they wanted him
set
bad
him up.
enough.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
they want wins too, and they could trick you. And remember, these are kids. These are not adults. They might, like, he looked like he a man, but just like he's the kid, just like the other white boys who was his age.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they do to us, right? Because he does look like he could be a man.
Yeah.
See? Look how they got him looking. He got facial hair, but he's the same age as... Yep, he's the same age as... Let me see what. This little boy. I think he's... how old this one was? Wasn't he 16, 17? I don't know, but that's what they do.
One of them was 16, 17.
Mm-hmm.
A couple of them, I think.
Right. And so
he had never seen a client seek to retract a guilty plea in a criminal trial. He had counseled against it, recognizing the gravity of the allegations and the gravity of the implications. The family exited the courtroom with mixed feelings as the procedures were completed. The punishment was a critical step toward closure and healing for the victims' families. Number 7. Jennifer Mee. Jennifer Mee, often known as the Hiccup Girl, would be found guilty of taking the life of a 22-year-old man in a dramatic courtroom scene and faced life in prison without the chance of release. As the decision would be delivered, she began to cry, and family members from both sides stormed out of the courtroom, crying and expressing their sadness. Her mother, obviously disturbed, was unable to see the decision, but when she entered the courtroom, she saw her daughter in tears. And although, according to her, she was not the one who drew the gun, the jury found her guilty of first-degree murder. Prosecutors said that she planned the crime and even enticed others into a botched heist. She had hoped for a lower charge, but instead was facing life in prison. The victim's mother spoke to the media about her grief, reiterating that no matter what had happened, it would never bring her son back. She wanted the attention to remain on the victim of the horrible crime. She also said that her journey to justice had been long and tough, further expressing gratitude to the state for its aid. Jennifer's mother's sorrow was palpable as she exited the courthouse, flanked by family members. Despite attempts by reporters to question her, she had declined to speak. Defense attorney John Trevina, who defended Jennifer, likewise declined to make any remarks on the case. The possibility of spending the rest of her whole life in prison with no chance of release had hung over her. The trial and its conclusion were key turning points in this tale, providing closure to some and reviving without the possibility of. To the outburst, his counsel had appealed a firearm during a robbery attempt. Number 8. Shondell Jackson. Nathan Potter, age 21, passed away after Shondell Jackson had assaulted him with a firearm during a robbery attempt. Potter was targeted by Jackson and his accomplice, Derek J. Thomas, despite the fact that he had no money. Jackson would be found guilty of the assault and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of. To the outburst, his counsel had appealed to the judge to take Jackson's youth and lack of impulse control into.
Yeah, you'll see the difference. No problem. No problem.
Regretting the restless nights that had followed his death. Number 9. David Myers. A horrible act would be committed by a Buffalo youngster. David Myers, age 19, stood before Justice Christopher Burns, clothed in orange and handcuffed at the waist. His attorney would state that Myers was cooperative, providing a full confession to the police detectives. Myers pled guilty to the most serious charges of second-degree arson and confessed that he had taken the life of 52-year-old Brian Dominic, setting fire to his South Buffalo home. He addressed the court, admitting his responsibility and expressing regret for his conduct. He said there was nothing he could do to fully atone for his actions and voiced a somber yearning to turn back time and reverse the heinous things that he had done. However, he recognized the impossibility of such a request. During the trial, it would be discovered that Myers and Dominic had been arguing before the deadly meeting. The motivation for the crime then began to emerge, giving insight into the circumstances before the fatal catastrophe. As sentencing came to a close, the scale of his actions became clear. Justice Christopher Burns handed down the sentence, life in state prison with a minimum penalty of 20 years. Myers...
Now hear it, huh?
With a minimum penalty.
That means he...
After 20, he can file for parole.
Oh, that's right.
Was extremely distraught as he addressed the judge. The gravity of his actions, as well as the repercussions that he would now where she lived with her family in November of 2000, did provide some closure, but the impact of the senseless act of violence will be felt by all who were affected indefinitely. Number 10. Aidan Von Grabo. Aidan Von Grabo, a 15-year-old child, took the life of Michaela Grody by assaulting her with a knife in an apartment where she lived with her family in November of 2017. This tragic incident would shake the neighborhood, leaving everyone looking for answers and justice. Authorities apprehended Von Grabo only hours after the crime. Multiple witnesses would positively identify him as the assailant, putting him at the scene. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the district attorney's office would move quickly to file charges against Von Grabo, arguing that he should be prosecuted as an adult. The judge agreed, and that launched a high-stakes court struggle. His destiny would hang in the balance as he faced various charges, each of them carrying hefty consequences, and eventually he would be sentenced to life in prison. In an unexpected turn of events, Von Grabo's legal team would embark on an innovative defense approach, blaming an unlikely suspect: Accutane, a potent acne treatment. Accutane's turbulent history gives credence to their thesis. Over the years, the medication has been linked to a multitude of issues, with some claiming that it could trigger depression, aggressiveness, and even insanity. However, using Accutane as a defense in his case did not work out. And all throughout the trial, Von Grabo displayed very little remorse for his actions. His demeanor exhibited more fear of the impending sentence than genuine remorse for the life that he had taken. Number 11. Gavin Ramsey. A hunt for answers in Wadsworth, Ohio would lead to a tragic discovery. Howard Leisure examined his 98-year-old aunt's home in April of 2018, seeking to unearth clues regarding her whereabouts. A shiver would rush down his spine as he unlocked the closet in search of his aunt's cherished shoes, and inside, Margaret Douglas's dead body would be found connected to a single shoe. Ramsey would be convicted of strangling Douglas in January of 2019, a crime that would forever taint that quiet neighborhood. Recognizing the gravity of his conduct, the court sentenced him to life in prison without the prospect of release. When he had heard his sentence, his eyes welled up with tears, and he began to bite his jaw out of nervousness. The Douglas family consented to take part in the event in order to bring attention to pending legislation at the...
Okay.
Family issues are common, but...
Okay. Okay. There go that white on white crime, baby. See, I mention it all the time. When I mention, well, they'll be like, yeah, black men out there killing each other. And I'm like, yeah, but they got black people, white people who killed their family. See, that's what they mostly do. They're killing the ones closest to them in their homes.
Yep.
But they will never see white on white crime. That make them look like villains.
Mm-hmm. So, see, the arguments, this idea that black people can't live together, we can't support one another. Well, I'm saying that's human. That's human thing, right? And it happens even in people's homes. At least we can get along without motherfuckers in our home. There's so many, y'all. So many. and they be young, spoiled. Normally, you don't notice that a lot of them kids were from wealthy families, especially the first video I
Middle
played.
class and up.
Yeah,
Middle class and up.
middle class and up. That's right. Middle class and up. One of them got mad because they wouldn't get him the new game Halo. You kill your family because of Halo?
Mm-hmm. I just wanted to ask you, could it's like the son that killed the wife and shot shot his dad, who got all the time. Could you ever go visit your son?
They end up doing it, yeah. So it's hard, but then you start realizing, okay, my wife is gone, but my son is still here. So I gotta figure out how to get over this. You know what I mean?
I'd have to go through
the same thing with
to get over it.
Remember a situation I told you about? Can you imagine that? Brothers?
Yeah, that's messed up.
Yeah, and so one's gone, and the other one's still here.
Still your children.
Damn, they doing skits of Carly Russell, mother and her father.
Well, you got the links. Share the links.
It's on TikTok. It's on.
I'm looking at it now. I'm looking at one on my TV. It looked like they got the red room.
Look, they got the cheeses
picture.
and everything. I said these people, they clowning too much. They do it too much.
I need the link to the TikTok video. What is on you on the phone?
No, yeah, I'm looking on my tab.
Oh, okay.
Not
Yeah, just hit share, copy, and just put it to the message.
Okay, let me see.
Yeah, copy, and then paste it to the message.
I did not get a lot of sleep. Oh shit! It felt like I was about to fall back.
You didn't go to sleep. You got out.
That must have been a good yawn to be about to fall back.
Remember, I said
okay. Yeah.
Yeah, remember I said, oh, hubby jumped in the shower. I said, let me go.
Tired and hungry.
That's right, kid. I'm tired and hungry. Yeah, hubby had the guy in the shower. I said, oh, y'all, I gotta go.
You know what the shower means, right?
And then afterwards, I go, Leaky would sleep all day. Leaky didn't wake up till 1 o'clock. When I was getting ready to go to bed, and I said, Leaky all day, let me go check. Make sure his dad, fed him and did everything. I'm like, I see my baby all day. I go in there and Leaky just woke up, but I was about to go to sleep. So guess what that meant? That means now Leaky follows me to my bed. So that means I ain't go to sleep. Leaky was in here until, even after his pop left, he was still in here. And then Leaky still was jumping. He probably didn't go to sleep until like 3 o'clock today, which means he's gonna be asleep. But his dad gonna wake him up because he gotta go by his mom this weekend. She leave today. His dad gotta stop doing that. Because the car put babies to sleep. So if she bringing him here and he had a busy day, he'll fall asleep. But then my son let him stay asleep. I'm like, babe, you got to wake him up. You can't let him stay asleep because he's going to wake up in the middle of the night. And then once he woke, that boy got energy for minimum 8 to 12 hours. So he woke up at 1 in the morning. He ain't going to sleep for like 10 to 12 hours later. And then he going to sleep for 8 hours. Then he going to be up again. So he sleep for about 9 hours. But I keep telling him, but he don't listen because he think it'd make it easier on him because if he comes and he sleep, he just put him in the bed, let him sleep.
I sent it to your email.
Oh, my email? Okay, let me go grab it. Yeah. Let's see.
But it's one dude, he playing the mama and the daddy and the lady that was interviewed.
Oh, yeah. Mm,
It should have said Floss the Max.
Okay, yeah, I see it. Oh, you sent me the whole video. Why is it I can't? Oh, I got to download it. You must have downloaded the video.
Well, I sent it to my email. Yeah, I think, and I sent it to my email. Then I sent it to you.
Okay, give me a second. It's about to play, but okay. That, okay. Before I do this, did he come up, y'all?
Who?
Randy. You there, Randy?
I'm here.
Oh, go ahead. You want to say something?
Oh yeah, that's in their nature. You know what I'm saying? White people has always been uncivilized, moralized. Like that's in their nature. Like they just like it's more of them in jail than us. Like so, they always like try to say that black people do the most crime, but they do the most crimes and stuff. So yeah,
You're right, and it is more of them in jail than us, and I didn't know that, y'all.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's just they do. It's just because it's so little. You know, we a little population. So if somebody do something, they'll say, "Oh, it's a whole bunch of." When it's doing it.
Yeah, remember we were doing this a couple of months ago, and I looked at the numbers because people they keep claiming that we in jail more than them. I'm like,
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm listening.
No, go ahead. You can say something.
No, go ahead.
I was agreeing with you. I was saying that I did not know because they've been telling us forever that there's more black men in jail. There's more black people in jail. More black men in jail. I believed it up until we went and looked at the stats.
That's true.
And then you look at the dudes that get out of jail. They have YouTube channel. They'll tell you it's a lot of white men in jail. They're all white.
Right.
Not just
what you were saying?
I said not just blacks. I said they'll tell you that.
Right. I think Mr. Kev had mentioned that, a few others. Because I really truly thought the population of black men in jail was more. Like, even when they show us on TV, movies, it's mostly the black men. You see the Latino men, the black men. And then you see a small group of skinheads, white men in jail.
No.
But okay, let me see. I'm gonna share the video. So where is it? Here we go.
Well, I know that girl. I don't know what that girl thinking about. Either she done got off of social media and don't watch it because every time she pull up something, go show it.
Okay, y'all, here we go. Let's see.
All right, so what we taking a shot to?
I-459, baby. Damn.
All right, go ahead, ma'am. So how did you guys feel when she finally showed back up? Honestly, I didn't give a damn. I knew what she was.
Hell, I was lost. Mixed feelings.
So did you guys hug or embrace her or anything like that? To be honest with you, hell no. I didn't know if the motherfucker had a yeast infection, staph infection, hell, a cheese infection. Oh, shit. So how do you guys feel about the whole situation? What do I think about the situation? Shit, hell, what do you think about it? What are you playing?
You play tongue, wanna play tongue.
Well, take them jokers out because I don't like playing like that.
Okay, I got you. We think the same thing y'all ass think.
Basically. Okay, so I have one more question. Do you guys believe that her abductor is still out there somewhere? Yeah, he's still out there somewhere.
I mean, hell yeah, yeah. Yeah, he got that.
Somebody got to get them.
Casper out there.
I'm sure they got a tracking device. They got some drones or something like that. They can, look for them wherever he is.
Hey, you stop cheating.
I'm not cheating. You
You stop. I always doing that. You same move.
God damn. Remember when I pointing out when the dad was head was saying no?
Yeah.
Nope. It looked like everybody caught on to that shit, huh?
Yeah. El boy said, hell no. He said, no.
Man.
Boy, it's a shame, boy. I mean, she got so many memes. I probably would have want to unlive myself. I want to show up in front of nobody. So do you think that she actually went to go get an abortion somewhere else? Because I think in that state, you can't have an abortion.
Yeah, it could be
That's
anything.
what they saying. That's why she was gone, whatever. She was going in the bus ticket and all that to go somewhere else and have an abortion because she couldn't have it in Alabama.
Mm-hmm. Remember, that's what I said. I'm like, it could have been an abortion.
But she was grown out there telling her mom I'm going away for a couple of days or something. She could have wrote, one of her friends or whatever. She didn't have to go through that screen just for abortion.
Depends. I don't know what the laws are in Alabama. I know in certain states, I think Texas, where you at?
Yeah.
In another state, it's illegal to even go and get an abortion. Like if somebody drive you, if somebody participate in hope of you getting an abortion, they can be prosecuted.
I thought you can go somewhere where the states. I thought you can go to a state that have abortion.
But remember that, yeah, you can legally, but in Texas they say you can't. They're gonna prosecute you. In Texas, they say if anybody in their state have an abortion, they find out about it, they can prosecute them. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, so let's say I live in Texas, I'll get pregnant, I want to have an abortion, and then you help me get the money to go, and you take me to the airport. And then I get in on a plane, I go to another state, have the abortion, I come back, and you pick me up from the airport. Like you and I can be prosecuted. They're gonna prosecute me, they're gonna prosecute you. And anybody else involved.
And I thought they said that you can go anywhere, you just can't have it there.
Yeah, but not Texas. Texas made a law where you can't have it. Even if you're going out of state, they want to prosecute people. And anybody who drive you to and fro, anybody drive you to get it, they're gonna be prosecuted too. Which is kind of illegal in itself, but it is. They did pass that law, though. They passed that law.
Pull it up. Pull it up. See, pull it up. Let's see. Read it. Cause I thought they said you can go anywhere. You just couldn't have it in Texas. Because that shit is crazy right there. So you trying to stop somebody from having it anywhere? Okay, you don't want me to have it in Texas,
right?
Go anywhere else and have it.
But remember, they don't want you to have it. They don't want women to have it. They don't just not want you to have it in their state. They don't want women to have abortion. And so let me see if I can find it on YouTube where they can give us more of a description. Let's see. What's going on, everybody? Let's see. Texas abortion rules or laws. Let me put in laws. See. Oh no, I want it on YouTube. Gotta go to YouTube first. Damn it. Okay. One year ago, I got an good. Okay, let me share. Let's see. I hope this is it.
At this point, this law in Texas is by far the most restrictive abortion law on the books anywhere in the nation. It essentially says that once a fetal heartbeat can be detected, that an abortion cannot take place. That's usually around 6 weeks. The reason why the Texas law is in place when all of these other laws have been shot down is because of this enforcement mechanism. Usually when a state passes restrictions on abortion, those restrictions are enforced by state officials. What Texas did was very unusual. It said, all right, the state is not going to play a role in enforcing this law, and instead what we're going to do is we're going to allow private citizens to sue abortion providers and also any entity or person that helps a woman get an abortion. Think about the Uber driver, a boyfriend or a girlfriend, right? Anybody who is involved in helping this happen would potentially be liable to a private lawsuit, and the penalties start at $10,000. What that's done is it's sort of put a freeze on abortions, which is why they're not happening after 6 weeks in Texas right now. The Supreme Court basically said, look, we got some concerns about this Texas law, but we can't stop it because no private party had brought a lawsuit yet. Courts don't stop laws. They stop people from enforcing laws. So that's what happened in early September, and the law went into effect. And what has since happened is that the Justice Department now has a new lawsuit. It has the ability to get around some of these procedural questions about who can be sued because it can sue Texas directly. And that's what it did. There have already been some conservative state lawmakers who have said that they are going to look to pass a similar law. I think these states will wait to see what the Supreme Court ultimately does with this enforcement issue. The problem that conservatives might have is that progressives can do this too. And there has already been talk about, well, we can't pass a law that violates the Second Amendment, but what if we passed a law that said people who support gun restrictions can launch private lawsuits against people with certain types of handguns? I think that there is a broad understanding that this opens the door to some potential problems for both sides.
Hey, thanks for watching. If you like this video, check out.
Let me see if I can get another one also. So you heard where they could sue.
Sue. It was saying sue, right?
Yeah. That's the law that they put in place.
Yeah, but I'm talking about, okay, they can sue them, but they won't go to jail because they say even the Uber driver, how the Uber driver know I'm who you are? You should just picking somebody up and taking them where they need to go. That's ridiculous.
But let's say you having my baby and you called the Uber driver to take you to the airport and then you go into town. I could sue the Uber driver, sue you, and everybody involved.
And that's ridiculous and stupid. How can you sue a driver? I'm just driving you. If you that's ridiculous.
Let's see what this woman said.
Great.
Let's talk about abortion. This week, one of the most restrictive abortion laws went into effect in Texas. The law prohibits abortions to take place as early as 6 weeks into pregnancy and allows for private citizens, people like you and me, to sue healthcare workers or anyone that helps aid in abortion. The thing is, most people don't even know by 6 weeks that they're pregnant. The law also doesn't provide exceptions for people who have experienced rape or incest or any form of abuse. And it will disproportionately impact low-income Black and brown communities. And that's not okay. Let's talk about abortion.
There was another one. That was a year ago. That's a year ago too. Let's see what this woman said.
When my next guest, Marlene Estelle, suffered a miscarriage late last year, she says she begged her doctor for help, but was instead forced to live for at least 2 weeks with fetal remains inside her because of strict anti-abortion laws. She says she was devastated to learn that because the procedure she needed is also used during abortions, which a Texas law restricted, her doctor refused to perform it. Her story is an excruciating reality that could become more common after the overturning of Roe v. Wade. Marlene Estelle joins us now, and I appreciate your willingness to share your story.
Thanks for your time. I appreciate the chance to speak.
And you and your husband have a 2-year-old, as I
Right,
understand.
it's called a DNC, right, y'all? When you end up having a miscarriage, but there's still some human remains because everything didn't come out. And they do a DNC to scrape everything, get everything out, and they refuse to do that.
But can that set up infection if you don't do it?
Yeah.
So they want you to get an infection because this some bullshit.
Yep, because the doctors are scared to do certain things. Yep.
But the baby's already
To learn
dead.
of
Right.
your pregnancy. And at 7 weeks, you got an ultrasound, showed that everything with your baby was normal. And then tell us what happened.
I found out I had my first ultrasound early September and everything looked great. I was about 7.5 weeks. A couple of weeks later, I asked for another ultrasound because I am a high-risk mom. I'm a bit older. I'm 42 now. And I came in a couple weeks later and the baby was not viable. It was not a viable pregnancy. I was devastated because this is obviously a baby that my husband and I have been trying for. We want a sibling for my daughter. And as soon as I found out the news, I asked for a DNC because I had a miscarriage in the past before I had my daughter. I wasn't able to expel. And so I had a DNC back then and it went well and I was able to have my daughter after that. So I figured it would be the same this time. Having a DNC I thought wouldn't be a problem because it was very obvious from the ultrasound that the pregnancy was no longer, there was no longer a fetus or a baby in there. So the doctor had told me no. And before she could even give me any intervention at all, I had to go to get another ultrasound at another place. And so that's what I did is I called around and got an ultrasound somewhere else and came back to the doctor, was still told no, eventually was given the pill as an option. And I personally felt unsafe doing that because I knew my past history of not being able to expel. I didn't want to be at home alone. I felt safer being in a hospital. That was the best option for me personally with my past experiences.
And this doctor who told you no, did she say explicitly that it was because of the Texas abortion law?
She had said when I first asked for a DNC that she could not do anything for me because of the heartbeat bill until I went and got proof or extra ultrasound somewhere else and then came back to her with that second ultrasound results.
The process of having to go from doctor to doctor and getting multiple ultrasounds, what was that like for you?
I was trying to call around multiple places to see who could get me in the fastest because once I knew that I miscarried, I knew that I didn't want to be walking around. I wanted to get this taken care of medically so I was able to heal and move on and try again. I had to call multiple places myself. After several calls, I finally got in 3 days later, and then that took a couple days to get the results back to my doctor before she could get back to me. So it was multiple days of just trying to go get another ultrasound, wait for them to send it to my doctor, wait for her to see them, and then get back to me.
And you have said that over that time that doctors and anti-abortion protesters who you encountered as you were going to some of these clinics, that they made you feel like you did something wrong. Tell me more about that.
So I eventually, because I was denied a DNC, I ended up going to an abortion clinic downtown. I was absolutely desperate at this point. We didn't know if we should fly to another state or try somewhere else. So I called a clinic, got in, and as I was dropped off, my husband wasn't allowed to come in with me. I had to be escorted in by a host at the clinic. And as I was going in, there was people protesting outside, telling me I was a baby killer. They had signs asking tell me I didn't have to do this. So for someone like me, who wanted that baby, that's devastating to hear when they don't know what you're going through or why you're there.
Marlene, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry you had to deal with that. How are you now? How are you and your husband? How's your family? How are you all holding up?
We're doing okay. We've had to make a decision on whether to try again. We've had hard conversations of whether to stay in Texas or move out to be able to try again. While we live here, we just made the decision that we don't feel safe for my safety of trying again here just because of our experience. We're just worried that something may happen if I don't get care in time. We have to consider me being here for my 2-year-old daughter that I do have.
Why are you sharing your story? I mean, I think you could be forgiven if this was something that you kept to yourself and didn't share with the American public. Why do you feel compelled to let people know what you experienced?
I think when it first happened, I was just so shocked. I couldn't believe that I was having such a difficult time getting care that
Here we go.
The unrelenting assault on abortion rights is ramping up in red states. Behind closed doors, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed the Heartbeat Protection Act into law Thursday night. This changes the state's 15-week abortion ban to just 6 weeks of pregnancy. Now, that's a time when most women don't even know that they're pregnant. The law does include some exceptions, such as when the woman's life is at risk. But the truth is that doctors in Florida, fearing severe legal consequences, have already been hesitant to take action when those medical exceptions are to occur. My next guests faced that harsh reality firsthand when they were both diagnosed with preterm premature rupture of the membranes. Now it's called PPROM. That's a life-threatening condition for the fetus and the mother. Typically, in this situation with PPROM, before Roe was overturned, doctors would offer to induce labor or perform a surgical procedure to end the pregnancy. But Anya Cook and Shanae Smith Cunningham were not given that option. Both were sent home from the hospital, forced to endure what would become a life-threatening nightmare. Wow. And they have graciously joined me this morning, both of them, to share their stories. Anya, Shanae, thank you both for being here. We were speaking before we actually started this segment about how hard this journey has been for both of you. I want to give both of you the chance to briefly talk about what happened. And Anya, I'd like to start with you. What happened?
I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. My water broke one night when I was walking outside of a restaurant, and I just felt that something was just wrong. So my husband, I looked at him and I said, "Babe, something is wrong. Someone's threw water on me." And he's like, "No, babe, there's no one around us, and we're in a dark parking lot." And then he said, "Let's go to the hospital. Let's go to the emergency room right now." Went to the emergency room, and I sat there in the waiting room for an hour with amniotic fluid still dripping onto the floor.
Whoa.
That alone was traumatizing. I had a little boy that was there and asked his mom and said, "Mommy, what is happening to her?" So then we had an ultrasound. They sent me back for the ultrasound, and my daughter was still moving around and her heart was still beating. But they told me that at that point, because I had lost all my fluid, there's nothing that I can do. So I looked at him, I said, "Okay, so what are you going to do? What are we supposed to do? Are we terminating?" He said, "We can't do anything."
Wow.
I said,
wow.
"Excuse me? You can't do anything? What does that
Wow,
mean?"
yo. So the baby, when you're pregnant, is in fluid, right? And it grows in that fluid. It lives in that fluid the whole term of the pregnancy. But without that fluid, it does not live. But that it breathes. You heard that your baby, while the baby's in your belly, is breathing underwater. It's really in fluid. It really is. I never heard of this before. Wow, this is interesting. Unbelievable. That they let her continue this. So her baby's still in her, but the fluid that the baby needs to survive left. It's leaving. Right? That's her water break. Because when she said her water broke, I thought she was far along, but no, she's too soon. Usually when your water break, that means it's time for the baby to come. Because the baby survived in that liquid. And so she lost her liquid early. And the baby still have a heartbeat, but essentially that baby is dying in her. It will suffocate. And instead of them terminating, so it could be, healthy for the mother and something quick for the baby, the fetus or whatever you want to call it. They told her they couldn't do nothing. That the baby just got to be there, suffocating, dying slowly. Wow. That's crazy.
Exactly. He says, "We can't do anything." so I said, wait, so basically I have to go home and wait it out.
Yeah.
Wait it out. And he's like, unfortunately, dear, I'm so sorry. You're sorry for what? That I'm now going to have to deliver my daughter who will not be alive when she's born. And then what? Where do I put her? How do I transport her back here?
Oh my God.
What is my husband supposed to do in that situation? How long will this happen from now? Will this happen days from now? I'm not a doctor. I don't know when this is going to happen. And as I sat there and I looked at him and he looked at me and he said, I'm so sorry.
That's it.
That's it. And I said, are you serious? That is it? You have nothing else to say to me? You're not going to help me? And then the nurse comes and she's so angry. And she just says, damn it. And I said, okay, I'm going to get out of here because you can't help me anymore. There's nothing else that you can do for me. And he said, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
And at the end, though, you ended up not actually having the baby at home. It was in a bathroom at work.
Oh my! It was at a hair salon, and I ended up going there because I said if I was going to die, my mother wouldn't have to do my hair. I would make sure that my hair was done for my mother. That was so sad and so traumatic. And I said goodbye to my mom that morning because I wasn't sure if I was going to have my daughter on the way, and I would, because the way how when I went back home and I researched PPROM, I was like, oh my, I'm going to die. I might get sepsis. I don't know how fast this is going to happen. So when I'm in the salon and then something just told me, go in the bathroom. And I went in the bathroom and I sat down and I just felt something just say, push.
Oh my God.
And I heard her.
Oh my God.
Hit the water.
Oh my God.
And at that point, I had to call my husband because he was outside, and I called him and I said, babe, I need you to come inside. And he came in and he said to me, he's like, okay, what's wrong? And I said, I think she's here, but I can't look. And he said, I won't let you look. I won't let you look. And he looked and he said, okay, I see her.
Oh my God.
But you have blood.
You were
there's
hemorrhaging
blood.
to death.
I started hemorrhaging, and I didn't realize it because there's so much adrenaline going through me, and I didn't know what else to do. And he just got on the phone and he called 911, and they rushed in and they grabbed me. They literally had to just grab so much cloth to hold up my blood. And they said, if you can just tense your body up to hold the blood, because if you release your body, you will continue to lose blood. And I said, well, can you take me to Coral Springs? They said, you're not going to make it to Coral Springs. I said, okay. Okay. And I blacked out at that point.
Shanae, you also had PPROM.
Yes.
The same condition, same situation where the hospitals wouldn't help you. On the same day.
On the same day as my
your friend Anya.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And the doctors wouldn't help you either,
yes,
right?
My daughter was inside of me for 10 days. I went there 3 times. And the 3rd time, my husband called Memorial Hospital, and it was a different conversation. And I thought, okay, at least they will accept us. When we went there, it was the same thing. And at that time, I was 4 centimeters dilated. And they sent me home. And I said to the doctor, okay, my baby is very small. I don't have to be 10 centimeters dilated to deliver it. So what should I do? The doctor looked at me and told me, if my baby comes, I can use something and wrap around the umbilical cord.
You were supposed to wrap something around the umbilical cord. So your baby wasn't viable anymore.
No. So I'm looking at my husband like, are we going to do this? And this was December 21st. And I kept telling them that I'm feeling contractions. But they still sent us home. They sent me home. They sent Anya home and everything. And then when December 26th, that's when I started feeling severe pain, and I started changing my sanitary napkin often because I didn't want to end up with infection. And my OBGYN, she gave me her private cell number because there's nothing she can do.
You've got medical doctors telling you, sorry, there's nothing can do. But did they share with you, Anya and Shanae, did they say it's because we're scared. We don't really know what to do with these abortion laws. That's what they said?
Yes, that's exactly what they said. At Coral Springs, when I went, the doctor looked at me and he said, if I do anything or if I intervene, I will possibly be arrested.
Wow.
I lose your license.
Or lose his license.
Same thing for you,
Yes, my
Chanel?
OBGYN wanted to send.
God damn, yo. Wow. I'm over here like holding my stuff. Like I never, that's literally lots of diseases I never heard about until this ban. People don't know why women are having abortions, but remember we looked at a number, right? And they keep talking about the numbers are high, y'all got graveyard wounds and they did it. But there are many valid reasons for abortion.
Mm-hmm.
And abortion doesn't mean that you went to kill the baby. Like the baby could literally be already dead.
And like popped in the thing and then she started hemorrhaging. Okay, she would have died bleeding to death.
Yes, she would die. She would bleeding to death. That's right. But these men don't care. They make it seem like every abortion is something terrible. They got lots of people who want their babies, but they can't. Like these two. Remember, they know it's a daughter. They know it's a girl. So they far enough along to know that, but they're not far enough along for the child to be viable. And not even that, but it cannot be viable because they couldn't look. They might be able to even save the baby, but they can't because they can't intervene. Like if the baby viable outside, they can't go in to possibly bring it out because if that baby died, they're going to consider it an abortion.
Yeah, because I think it's one lady had she was close to like 9 months and the baby died. She had to wait till she went contract. She had to hold the dead baby in her stomach until delivered. Because she was close to dying.
Yeah, I remember meeting a woman while I was pregnant. She was pregnant and I asked her how far along she was and she told me her baby was dead already. Already dead. She already knew it. But she was so far along, she said that they waiting for the baby to come and stuff. I was like, what? You walking around, you already know what you walking around. You know you carrying your baby and it's dead? That would drive me crazy.
I think that's humane to have somebody know the baby's dead and you won't go in there and deliver it.
Man.
Because y'all on this damn bullshit.
Man.
About somebody having abortion, what they do with their body.
It's crazy.
We're talking about the medical part of having abortion, not nobody just because they got pregnant and go have abortion. We talking the ones that have a medical problem.
Yeah.
Them two women almost died. We just heard them.
So even the definition of abortion, an abortion is a procedure to end a pregnancy. It uses medicine and surgery to remove the embryo or fetus and placenta from the uterus. So any of those, the fetus could already be dead, non-viable, as we put it. They go in and they, remove that so the woman could remain healthy, possibly have more children, or she won't hemorrhage to death. Okay. Let's see what this one says, y'all.
We often hear from lawmakers in Republican-led states after legislation that limits or bans abortions is passed, but we don't often hear from the women and their families whose lives are directly impacted by these restrictive laws. This morning, we have one of those women from Florida joining us to share her deeply personal story. Deborah Dorbert learned that she was pregnant last August, but 23 weeks into what seemed to be a normal pregnancy, just before Thanksgiving, an ultrasound revealed the baby suffered from a lethal condition called Potter syndrome. Babies with Potter syndrome often die before they're born or suffocate within minutes or hours after birth. After agonizing over what to do, Deborah and her family made the extremely difficult decision to terminate the pregnancy. But her doctors and their lawyers refused, fearful they would run afoul of Florida's 15-week abortion ban. Just last week, Republican Governor Ron DeSantis signed a law moving that ban up to 6 weeks. Deborah's primary care doctor was so frustrated with the situation, he spoke out on social media.
So I have a patient who is about 32 weeks pregnant, who found out back in November that her fetus is not going to survive. There are no developing bladder or kidneys, and therefore that's incompatible with life. Now, because of the new Florida abortion laws that have been passed by the Republicans here, she has to carry this baby to term, which is at least to 37 weeks. Now, there is no doctor willing to terminate this pregnancy because of the laws that are here and the concern that the government could come after a physician.
Wow. Without any other feasible options, Deborah was forced to carry the pregnancy to term, delivering the baby who died shortly after birth. Deborah joins us now, along with her husband, Lee Dorbert. Also with us, Deborah's primary care physician, who you saw in that video, Dr. David Berger. Thank you all very much for joining us. Deborah, I know this is very hard, and I appreciate your helping us understand these situations and sharing your story with us. I'd like you to bring us back, if you could, to the decision to terminate. Can you explain why that made the most sense given your situation?
It wasn't an easy choice to make, but just the mental and physical pain that I was going to have to endure with the pregnancy. That's kind of why we decided to go ahead and terminate. Pregnancy isn't easy as it is. And so knowing that whether I got induced or went to full term, the baby would pass after birth. So we just decided to go ahead and terminate the pregnancy, but I ended up having to go to full term.
So if you could tell us about that, the experience of having to go to full term with a baby that you knew would not survive, and what your reaction was when you heard that you didn't have the option to take care of yourself and perhaps lessen the pain of the baby.
When we had found out, it was right before Christmas, and it was very heartbreaking because I knew the next couple of months was not going to be easy, both mentally and physically. I dealt with a lot of, and I'm still dealing with a lot of depression and anxiety, and just the physical pain through the pregnancy because there was no amniotic fluid, so there was no cushion for the baby. So, I mean, the baby was pushing up on my ribs and my SI and my round ligament. And so it was very painful. And obviously I can't take any medicine because I still am pregnant. So I felt down into like deep depression and just was in pain all the time.
Wow. Lee, tell me your reaction when you also realized your wife didn't have the options that one would think she would have in a situation like this, and what it was like to watch her go through this pain that she was talking about, and obviously the impact on her mental health. And you have she has you all have another child as well that
Yes,
you had to explain the situation to.
Correct. So the first emotion, of course, is anger that we don't have this ability to make this decision, for what was best for our family, not only what was best for her, but what was best for our son, to, sit there and watch her belly grow and expect a sibling.
Wow.
And not quite understand that baby's not coming home yet. And then, also, it's a part of healing You know, we were wanting a second child. We were wanting, you know, my son to have a sibling to grow up with, and, you know, being able to terminate and was being able to start the healing process to possibly be able to start to have another child. And now, because of the stress of this pregnancy on her and on her body in the uterus, her doctor is now telling us that, you know, we should be waiting almost another year before we even try again, just to make sure that her body can properly heal before starting this process. So I was very angry at first, knowing that we didn't have the ability to make the decision for ourselves of what was best for us. And, you know, I very quickly had to turn that into, you know, focusing on the positive of, you know, for my son, for my wife, and, you know, also for our baby as well, of, you know, trying to provide as much love as we could and for that child.
I know that experience that you all went through, having the baby, is too hard to talk about, which is completely understandable. We reached out to the hospital that you went to for a response. We didn't hear back, but a spokesman for the Lakeland Regional Health Hospital System the doctors are affiliated with did provide a statement to the Washington Post when it reached out for comment. They declined to discuss Deborah's case specifically or how it is interpreting the new law. The spokesman's statement reads in part, Lakeland Regional Health complies with all laws in the state of Florida, and they do. Dr. Berger, I don't even know how you help a patient in a situation like this when you cannot actually give the woman the health care she needs. You spoke out on social media. What do people need to know about terminating a pregnancy and all the different components that go into why this procedure is necessary for a woman's health and well-being?
Yeah, good morning. So obviously we've talked a lot about should the government be involved in a decision between a patient and their doctor in the first place. And because when we were doing a follow-up appointment as part of our annual, and at first when she told me she was pregnant, I didn't realize that all of this was going on. This was at 31 weeks. And then very quickly the conversation turned from, oh, how can I support your pregnancy, to how can I support you? And because of the platform that I do have on social media, I asked her if they wanted to be public with this story, to perhaps that other people know about this going on. Perhaps laws can change, people can rally around this. And so really that's why I brought it forward, because this is happening around the country. There's another case in Texas going on a similar, where a baby's brain is not developing and has no chance of real survival. So we want this to be awareness that this is happening to people all over the place, and the unintended consequences of these types of restrictive bills. I'm sure that the legislators never thought that this would be the type of circumstance that would happen, but it happened.
Yeah. Deborah, I want to give the final word to you. I just want to know what you would like to say to Republican lawmakers who are creating these laws that kept you from having the options that you desperately needed.
I just feel that, I don't know, politicians should stay out of healthcare and let the doctors practice and treat their patients. Is just kind of how I feel, because I feel like I didn't get the health care that I needed for this pregnancy. I had some great doctors that helped me get through it, but they still weren't able to practice and treat me right away like I needed.
Okay, we're done with that. That's sad. It's terrible. It's bad. But I just wanted to play that just for the men who may not understand abortion, and you're thinking that everybody who have an abortion is having an abortion just because they don't want the child. But there's all kinds of reasons why a woman may terminate a pregnancy. And it's not always her decision neither. Because can you imagine, like, they tell me that that I have a baby in me, right? I'm pregnant, but then they tell me, hey, the baby's not gonna survive. But I wanted that child. I may want to hope that maybe, do you think it could happen? A miracle could happen, right? Because you want to have the child, but the doctors know the reality is, nah, it's not gonna survive. There's no possible way. And they know it due to, their medical, I guess, examples. They've seen women go through this before. Everybody don't want to not have their child. Switchcom wanted me to share something earlier, but he left. Anyway, I just wanted to put that out there. Let's see what he wanted us to see earlier. Okay. He was talking about slavery. Oh, okay. Let me see. Let me share it. Did it come up here? No, it came up here. Okay. I guess this has to do with Dubai. We was talking about Dubai, and he mentioned something about slavery in Chusha. How you say it? Chushian states. Chushian states. Sorry about that, yo. Anyway, what we was talking about. So he shared this, and it looks like he's saying this says in the 1890s, the British Empire gained control over the area. I'm not sure why he shared this though. Female slaves, activism against trade abolished. Not sure why. The reason was mainly supplied with enslaved people from the Indian Ocean slave trade. He's not up here anymore, so I don't know. I know we were talking about Dubai, and then he said he had something to share. And I don't even, I'm quickly reading. I do know he mentioned slavery, but okay, I do. Okay, let me. It says female slaves were used as domestic servants, okay, and as concubines, which is sex slaves, you know that, right? While male slaves were primarily used within, the hell going on? Okay, look. While male slaves were primarily used within the pearl industry as pearl divers, right? In the 1950s, a high percentage of all workers in Abu Dubai were slaves. So I only read that because what you decided not to, what they call it. Why you didn't just say yeah at the time? Anyway, huh? Because they don't want to pay. Because you get paid more. Paying you time and a half is like paying two people.
Most schools, I get $30 just for waking up.
I'm shocked though, because they know you're dependable. They know you're gonna be there on time. Doors gonna be open. Well, okay. I was thinking about. Well, I'll tell you. It was hot. It was all fine. Ooh. If you wouldn't have mentioned it, I think I was so busy I wasn't even paying attention. Yeah, I heard it kick on. So what you thinking about eating? Because I'm hungry and I was looking at all kinds of food online. Oh, okay. I'm thinking. Okay. Okay. Females. Yeah. I think I read that because I saw that right there, and I'm thinking maybe that's why he mentioned it. I don't know what this. I don't know anything about Dubai, so I'll be lying. Let's look up Dubai. Is that how you spell it, y'all? Is that with a D and an H? DH. Is that how you spell it? I never. Oh, I should have just did it this way. Yeah. Ooh, it's so beautiful. God damn. The pictures are beautiful. Wonder what the weather's like. God damn, it's 108. It's gonna be 108 degrees. Oh, it's so pretty though. That is so pretty. It amazes me when we go through other, like last, was it Saturday? We was doing the something I'm gonna do tonight. I'm probably gonna start it in like an hour. And we was going through different countries and things like that, which, by the way, is my first time learning about a lot of them countries, just seeing where they are, the size of them and things like that. When we was looking at some of the pictures, I was like amazed. It's almost like, because in the US, we think it's so much better over here. But then when I go and I stumble across people in Japan and even in China, right? And then they showing us the things they have over there through the internet. And I'm thinking our infrastructure is shit for real. Okay? It's shit compared to these motherfucking people. We got bridges falling down just in Philadelphia. A whole fucking bridge. Where I guess would you call it a bridge? Nah, I guess we would call it the highway, but it is up high, right? To me, that's a bridge. Bridging from one area to the other is bridge, but I don't think they considered it a bridge. I think they just called it the highway, which was, if I'm correct, it was I-95, which is a very major motherfucking highway, okay? Coming from the south, up north on the East Coast, right? I-95 is major. So, and it collapsed, but that was major. That made major news, I think, because it is a big, we needed the government to come in and help and all that bullshit. But there's many collapses going on in different communities, captured on video and everything. I remember in Philadelphia, that was an actual whole fucking street, y'all. Houses and everything just crumbled. Just the whole street just collapsed, including a bridge tunnel, the train tunnel collapsed. And everything. This shit has been happening for years, and it's happening all over because this country is old, and we ain't been putting no money that they take from us and putting it into our own infrastructure. And then here we go watching other fucking countries looking beautiful like this. This is beautiful. This is something I would love to go and see, but it looked like it's a because it's a mosque right here, right? Which means it's some type of temple, probably where they go to pray. You know, it looks like this might be some type of mall slash, because that looked like some things where I don't know. At first I thought that was rides. I do see a ride. Yeah, I do see rides. It's indoors at that. Something, I think we have something like this in think in Virginia. I keep getting these offers to come, and it's an indoor park. Indoor park with pools and waterfalls, but it's indoors. And I was thinking about taking my grandson, and I'm gonna be honest, I would love to take him. He's just so young, and the amount of money. We don't see. You don't have to take your kids to Disney when they're like under 5. I would say anything under 9. Taking them to Disney is ridiculous. They don't even remember that type of shit. But you can save up money for your grandkid or your kid. And when they turn about 9, 10 years old, 10, 11, 12, that's when you take them to Disney. Because these things are expensive. And so I'm thinking if I start saving up now for Leaky, we can take him on we can save up enough for the whole fucking family to go to Disney 5 years from now. Right? Leaky is actually, it'd be longer than that because Leaky is just 3. He's about to turn 4. Wait, is Leaky 3? Is Leaky 4? Yeah. Leaky could be 4. His birthday, we already planned for his birthday, which is next month, right? Leaky 4. He'll be 4. So that means between him being 4 and 10, right? If I'm correct, isn't that 6 years, right? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep. I have 6 years to save up money for the family to go to Disney. All kinds of things can happen in 6 years. Some good, some bad, right? I could die within 6 years. But if I die, I guess you'll have even more money to go on that trip because my life insurance, you know what I'm saying? They could save up some of that. But if I don't die, in 6 years, you could be the lost weight. If you need to lose weight, you could, you know what I mean? You could be the saved up enough money for all kinds of shit in 6 years. But in between time, we take them to little places like Six Flags, Dorney Park. Actually, Dorney Park and Six Flags is still kind of big. We got Hershey Park right here. Hershey Park is for the kiddies. And also we got where the Sesame Street is. Sesame Street, whatever that place is called. That's close by too in Philadelphia. But yeah, even Six Flags, that shit costs a lot of money. Six Flags is something like $50-something per ticket. And if you're taking a family of 5 or even 4, let's say family of 4, that's $200. And that's just for the fucking ticket. You know, okay? That's not even including driving there and back, food while there, parking, and yeah. So we already talked about like a $500 trip if we talk about going to Six Flags, because Six Flags is closer to New York than to me. I think they also got one I'm not sure if there's a Six Flags in Baltimore, but I do know there's one somewhere in Maryland. There's the option of going to Maryland or New Jersey. And I'm not sure which one is close. I know I went to the one in Jersey, and that's almost 2 hours away. It's closer to New York. Okay, it's up there closer to New York. It took us like an hour, 40 minutes to get there, but we did go by bus, school bus. Took a whole group, neighborhood of kids. Okay, but Disney is big time. You talk about $1,000. Okay, you talk about $1,000. I do be getting these deals and things like that where they'll give us the Disney tickets for free, right? But of course they want you to come down, seminars, and various other things, sale marketing type of thing. Okay. But anyway, y'all. Yeah, see, I thought Dubai was spelled D-U-B-I-A, but it looks like it might be. But anyway, let's get back to this. So they're saying it's 3:51 a.m. there now. The weather is at 4 o'clock a.m. It is 93 degrees, yo. And it gets up to 103 degrees. I do want to see some of these pictures. Let's go look. That looks so fucking beautiful. You know, it's so goddamn pretty. I wonder what the cost of living. Let's go look. Let's go to hotel.com and go to Dubai. Let's see how much that'll cost us. Okay. Let's do deals. Let's go to, I'm at hotel.com. I'm going to do some deals. And see what they got, man. Remember when these black men were talking about, oh, she was over there half naked. You do know, people go to the beach in Dubai. They make it seem like as if, you know, women can't go to the beach. Now listen, everybody don't go to the beach. The women who can't go to the beach, because I don't know why, you know, I don't know the rules and regulations over there, right? But I'm quite sure they're not fully dressed head to toe in the water. Okay. Even over here, we got a lot of Muslims stateside. These motherfuckers, they act like they dumb as hell. Let's see, we got some deals. Let's find us some deals. Let's act like we're gonna go to Dubai, which I would never fucking do. Not after. Let's say we want to leave. Let's do Christmas. Let's do which gives us a few months. So let's say we want to, let's say Thanksgiving. We're going to go, let's say we leave on Saturday the 18th. Christmas is usually the 3rd. Thanksgiving. I'm sorry. Thanksgiving is usually the 4th Thursday? Is it going to be the 23rd this year? Sometimes it's before my birthday. Sometimes it's right after my birthday. Sometimes it's on my birthday, right? It's usually a Thursday. So I'm gonna think that it's going to be on the 23rd. So therefore, let's say we leave on the 18th and return on the 25th. Okay. That's a week. Saturday. We want one room. Yeah, let's just do 2. Let's just do adults, no children. Okay. No children. And we're going to do 2. Okay. But they join what? I'm not joining shit. What the hell? is that a, okay, so we got some, and we're gonna go with reasonable. We're not gonna go top notch, but we're not gonna go low, low, low. But maybe we're gonna look at see what they low look like. Okay, so the DuPont Circle Hotel, DuPont is expensive, y'all. DuPont is right in Delaware. Let's see, Silver Springs. Let's do I see a 118 a night. Okay. Look like the 118 might be the, no, I see a 103 a night. Ooh. Okay, let's check out. We're gonna check out the lowest first, okay? Cause that's what I do, baby. I ain't gonna tell you no lies. And if the lowest is too low, like a motel, then I don't do motel kind of shit. But I will do low, okay? If it's anything like would I do days in? I don't know. We gotta see what days in look like. Days in is not that bad. Sometimes I see Sheraton. They got Courtyard, which y'all know that's Marriott. Hilton. I just keep saying, wait a minute. This keeps what? Silver Springs? What the hell? Why is they showing me this got Silver Springs is right there in Maryland? Why are they showing me? Is this Maryland? Yeah, they did not ask me where I wanted to go. I guess that's what happened. I could have sworn I was on a Dubai. Okay, y'all, let me back it up. Let me back up. What the hell did I do? Maybe I didn't tell it. I don't want to sign in. I ain't doing all that bullshit. No, let me back up. Let me back the hell up. I don't remember putting in where I want to go. I thought when I was here, right? This is Dubai on hotel.com. So I assumed that that's where they knew I wanted to go, but maybe not. Let's see. See what kind of food they got over there. I know somebody here on YouTube, y'all. Chef. He worked in Dubai. Black guy, right on here. Gotta try to remember his name so we could go look at his channel. He would show us him cooking. So they do hire Americans to go over there, and he was living in Dubai. I wonder how much money you make. Let's look that up. Do this look good? It don't look bad. Honestly, it do look bad to me, though. You know, those of us from the South, we don't eat no chicken that look like this. We brown our chicken. So the chicken will have to get a little color on it.
Yeah.
They ain't got no...
Yeah.
Oh, you still up here? Shante, I'm running my mouth. You ain't say nothing. I thought I was up here by myself, girl. Do you agree that we put some color on our chicken, don't
Yeah,
we?
I fry some chicken. It got to be brown. I ain't trying. Nah, that don't even look right.
No. I don't know why.
What is that? Some kind of rice?
Yeah, look like a Spanish rice of some sort. And the chicken looked like it's raw, but it is cooked though. But it looked raw because they ain't put no color on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
He said approximately paid $30 a month. If U.S. dollars. Roy Chess said workers are paid approximately $30 a month if they use U.S. dollars. That like say they get paid $30 a month if they use U.S. dollars or something.
Who get paid $30 a month?
That's what Roy Chess said in the chat.
Come up, Rochester, and tell me what you're talking about, babe. He said, wait a minute. Is the cost of living over there cheap like that?
Well,
the U.S. dollar? Let's look. So let me see. Look up jobs in Dubai. for U.S. citizens. Let's look. Okay. Relationship manager. The hell is that? Full stack. Oh, that's computers. English teacher. Sales executive. Specialist writer, communications, finance, accountant. I'm gonna look up something that maybe I might qualify for, right? So I don't know what that is. Air traffic safety, electronic. I can't. No, I wouldn't qualify for none of that shit. Let's see. Implement specialist, proposal, HVAC. I don't know. I don't do no air conditioning. Kindergarten teacher. They're looking for some teachers, supply chain, cloud. That's computers, maybe. Hey, Rochester, is you?
Yeah, it's me. Hold on. I'm gonna have some technical difficulties.
Okay. Special education teacher.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we was able to hear you.
Okay. Yeah, there was I learned about this a couple of years ago because there was a lot of flack about Dubai, like how they treat their workers. So I put a link in the chat where that's one of the videos, but they're known to treat their workers poorly. Like they are literally, they're not slaves because they're getting some money, but it's damn near close to slavery.
So, but is the cost of living cheaper?
No, the cost of living there is expensive. Like if you live where you're looking at, those tourist spots is incredibly expensive. You can't afford it. Like you would need a good job to live. But there's places outside of that where the workers live, and you don't need money to do that. And you should see that part of Dubai. That part of Dubai is just like a slum, like everywhere else. They have bad parts of Dubai. They're showing you the glorified version.
Right, but I'm talking about U.S. citizens working over there. I know they ain't paying nobody like slave.
No, the U.S. citizens are probably going to get paid more. Like Americans are not going to go for jobs like that. Those people in India and those countries around there, they'll take anything just to feed their family. So those are the people that they use.
Okay. Well, we could say the same thing here.
Well, yeah. I mean, you would throw Mexicans in there too, but
no, we could. Yeah, I'm talking about shit. They not paying us nowhere near what we could, so a person could work and afford to live, at least just live without needing a second job.
Yeah,
or without needing somebody else with a job.
Everything else is getting higher, but your pay is not getting higher. Your rent go up. Everything else go up. Food go up, but then you still getting the same money.
Exactly. Just like hubby came up when I muted myself, and he was like, "Hey, they wanted me to work this weekend because he off, right? He's like, they want me to work this weekend. Are you good with that?" I was like, "Well, it's up, if he want to." But by the time he was going to text him and say, "Yeah, he could work," they text him and said, "Hey, we don't need you." See, so hubby is at the top, right? So if he go in, they gonna pay him a lot because that's time and a half, right? When you do overtime. And because he's at the top, they don't want to pay him, $80 an hour when they could get 2 and 3 people for that. So she called him and said, well, she found somebody else, but yeah, time and a half, or it depends. After so many hours, it goes to double time. No, I think that's holidays, right? Which one is where it's double time and a half?
I think it's if you have a day off on a holiday and then you go in.
Yeah. Okay, double time and a half.
Well, some people some places pay you double time, and then some pay you just straight. Like you get paid the hours. Like say if I work 5 hours, then I get an extra 5 hours, but it's not like at a Whole Food, that's how they do us. But if I work at the hospital, I get paid double time and a half.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but it's because one of your jobs is part-time, right?
Yeah. Well, even if it's they still pay. It don't matter. That's how they pay you. If you work on a holiday, they just pay you the extra hours. Like if I work 8 hours, then I get an extra 8 hours still than double time and a half at Whole Foods.
Oh, isn't that illegal? Wait a minute. Okay, so you saying because what you mean? Did you go over the 40 hours and then they just giving you straight an additional 8 hours? If you work 8 hours, they just
if you work on a holiday, the holiday you supposed to get like I said there, because it's Amazon. That's how Amazon, because they own Amazon. That's how they pay. Whether you work 40 hours or whatever, but if you work sitting in us getting paid double time and a half, because we used to get paid, and then they changed it. Because they used to pay us less money. And then when they raised up the pay, then they start paying you just work if you work 8 hours, you get paid 8 hours. But at the hospital, I get paid double time and a half if I work a holiday.
Oh yeah, but that's illegal. Like so the pay and the way they pay is based on federal laws. So if you work over 40 hours, it's supposed to be overtime, which is
no, you get paid overtime. I'm just saying, even if you on a holiday, it's supposed to be double time and a half because you work at a holiday, not the overtime. They pay us straight time, not double time. We just get paid the extra 8. If we work 8, we get 8 hours. Extra.
Yeah, but that's illegal.
That's what they do. It must not be illegal because that's what they do.
It is illegal. I'm not. Maybe it's Maybe you're not explaining it all. If you are full time and you work over the 40 hours, then you get time and a half, right, for the overtime. And if it's on a holiday, then
not
you
overtime, not overtime. I'm talking about holiday. When he mentioned, I was talking about holiday. I said on holiday, not overtime.
Okay, so then they got holiday pay, and holiday pay gets you.
They used to pay us double time and a half for holiday, but they don't. They just pay us straight extra hours that you work.
Yeah, but holiday pay, well, they do have rules and how it's done. But you not supposed to just get regular time. Why would people go into work on days?
Because you get an extra hours. Because if you work 8 hours, you're gonna get an extra 8 hours. So that's like 16 hours.
Oh,
they just don't pay you double time like
But that is double time though.
No, we get paid double time and a half.
Okay. Well, yeah, some places get double. So yeah, if you work 8 hours and they pay you, because you didn't say that. You didn't say you work 8 hours and then you get 16 hours. You said you work 8 hours, you just get 8 hours.
4 hours, you get an extra 4 hours, which would be 8 hours. Just if you work 4 hours, you get an extra 5 hours.
Oh, okay. You didn't say that though. You said if you work 8 hours.
Double, but they used to do it. They used to pay us double time and a half when we work on a holiday. That's why everybody wants to, they'll work on a holiday. Now they just pay you the straight time. You just get an extra whatever you work.
Well, I don't know about when you say that Amazon owns, which one you said?
He owns Whole Foods. Amazon owns Whole Foods.
But Amazon paying way more than double time and a half if you work on a holiday.
Now I'm telling you what they pay. I've been there. I've been with them for 9 years, 10 years.
My son's been there for. My son's been working for Amazon since the first one turned. He was 17. No, he was 18. I think he was 18. Was he 18 yet? Yeah, when he graduated high school, he had to be graduating and be working for Amazon every year since then. And then both of them start working there. So they get paid. That's why, there's now 4 Amazons here in Delaware. And all of them is not far from me. They got the one right here in Newcastle, one I used to work at when it first opened way back in the 90s, right? And then they got the one in Middletown. Then they got the one, they opened one in Wilmington, and then another one, another little, it's Amazon, but it's more for the people who work that, what they call it?
But if you work, and the difference with if you work when I work Prime. I did strictly Prime.
Yeah, Prime. Oh yeah, that's different. Yeah.
Then got the ones that work there full time. I didn't do like work like their full time where you get, because we didn't get insurance or nothing. You had to be like full time to get insurance or whatever. Even with me now, they take out 401k. I don't, whatever you want to call it.
That's right. Yeah, Prime, driving Prime, they don't get insurance and stuff like that. You your own worker when you drive them.
Yeah, my son worked for Prime in California. I mean, for Amazon in California. So yeah, and it's through another company. It's like their contract.
So they doing different things. But my son works for Amazon.
Yeah,
like they work for Amazon. They go to the warehouse. They've been working that system. And those people pay. Let me tell you, my sons can make $30,000 in 4 to 5 months. That's just 4 to 5 months. And that's what they would do. They would go and work. Them people, you have to be able to work. When you first start, they guarantee you 40 hours. So they hiring now, actually. They're gonna be hiring for next month. Starting next month, they go in and work 40 hours. In October, it goes up to where they got to work 50 hours, right? And then by the time Christmas come, that's when their hours go even further up. They start giving them hundreds of dollars a week.
Well, they can't take because they call it the block period. Like when holidays come out, you can't take off like that unless it's a medical or something. Before as you, they call it the block period.
Wait, say it again.
I said they call it the block, like when the holidays when Thanksgiving and all that come up, because they'll be like the major holidays that's coming up.
Yeah,
and you gotta they'll call it the block where you can't take off. You can't take vacation or nothing.
Yeah, well they get vacation days. They get all that.
No, I'm saying you can't when that block period and you can't take vacation because that's when they busiest time around Thanksgiving, Christmas. They call it a block where they block you. They call it block. You can't take off. Like somebody wants to take off unless it's some medical or something like that.
Well, no, they could take off. So the way it worked for every so many out, because they working 40, then 50, then 60 hours. So what they do is for every so many hours they work, they get a couple of hours.
They get
off.
PTO. They get PTO. They get PTO. I get PTO. Yeah, they get PTO. It's like PTO you can use, but when the season, like I said, when the holiday season come out, they call it the block period. That's even where people you can't take out because they need you. That's when they busy. When they busy.
But that's how it work. That's when Amazon work. People work here doing that block. That's what I'm saying. They're about to start hiring now. And yeah, for every so many hours that they work, they get an hour or so. Like, I don't know what you call it, PTO, but I know it's time that they could take out. So my sons, if they decide they want to, if they go in late, like instead of being there at 6 and they decide to get there at 8, they act like they not.
They can use some of their PTO if they late or if they leave early. They can use. But I can't do that at Whole Foods. So I mean, I got PTO, but I have to let them know that I'm gonna take that day out, like van. So it's like, but at Whole Foods I get raises, but I wouldn't have got if I went back to the warehouse, I wouldn't have got no raise. So I get raises, like they gave me 88 cents this time, just the other day.
Yeah, so my son's been working at Amazon since they started working, and they'll get another job, or they may take out the whole year. Like they'll work at Amazon, and then they get let go. Sometimes they get let go on Christmas Day. Like Christmas might be their last day. If they do good, though, they might not let go until New Year's.
But your son, is he a permanent employee?
Yeah, they consider, but no, they're not permanent year round.
Oh, okay.
They used to be, but they not anymore. They don't keep that many people on staff. right? So now one of my sons, he is permanent. He drives with Amazon.
They do it at the warehouse. They do have permanent. They have permanent people that work 40 hours.
I know, but not many. That's what I said. Not many. Okay?
They got a lot of the warehouse where I work at. Used to work at, but I
don't know what you consider a lot. It depends on what you consider a lot. Okay. Is that what you want? Yeah. It depends on what you consider a lot. Because, like I said, these are big ass warehouses, and there's a lot of them around. Like we got 4.
Yeah, we
so
got
it depends on what you consider a lot, but during the holiday season, that's when it's a lot.
Yeah, they hired extra people, but I'm talking the permanent.
Extra.
Yeah, they hired extra people like around the holidays at the warehouse I came from.
Mm-hmm.
They were hired extra people. It'd be a lot of people. Then they let them go after
right
holidays.
They almost 80% of their staff go away. So if you got 80% getting let go right after the holidays, then the rest of the people is not a lot of people.
I'm saying we had a lot of people that was permanent. I knew the people.
Yeah, but if only 10%, if 20% of the people are permanent, but the other people are seasonal, then the 20% of people is not a lot of people. So, like, I don't. A lot of people will be the tip people, the people. But remember, you even said it. Amazon is slick. They got third parties doing most of their work. That's why they don't have a lot of people working there.
They third parties are they drivers. Like if you drive, it's a third party company.
That's right. So the people who
I'm talking the people that actually work at the warehouse, have to fill the orders, do all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's because you got 4. It was like 5 or 6 managers that managed themselves that was there. And then you had the regular one that worked 40 hours. Then you had the part-time one. Like I'm full-time, but I was part-time. So I'm
you
on.
Say 5 managers?
Yeah, they would have 5.
How big y'all Amazon is?
Oh, well, they did Prime, so I don't know. I worked at the Prime.
Oh, okay. So that's what I'm like. I'm not talking nothing to do with no Prime. I'm not talking about the people who just pick up and go. I'm talking about these warehouses are not that far, and they do not have a lot of people work there because they have automation, like computers and robots is walking around them warehouses, picking up, doing the things that people used to do. And that's why if they got 1,000 people working at the warehouse, that's not a lot of people. Okay. Yeah, 1,000 people at that big ass warehouse. The warehouse is like city blocks long. 1,000 people is not a lot of people, because during the holidays they're gonna end up with like 5,000 people. 5,000, and this is no driving. This is just warehouse.
Yeah. Then they have different shifts because you have people that work night shift, the middle shift, and the early. Yeah.
So that's why I said it depends on what you mean by a lot of people. I guess
I've always been part-time, but I'm permanent part-time. So I always been. That's what I'm saying. You have a permanent part-time, then you have the full-time that's permanent.
Right. And the reason they do that is because they got so many third-party people. See, the most important, yes, they need the pickers, right? The people to go get the things, but now they're doing that through automation for the most part. And then you got the people, they box it up, and then now the drivers. So Amazon used to do their own driving, but they don't do their driving here. They got third-party people doing that.
Yeah, we always had third-party for third-party drivers.
Yeah, she's not here because, like I said, the first Amazon is right here. The very first one that exists. I used to work there when they first opened it, and they were just selling books.
Yeah, they were just selling books when you first opened.
And that's right around the corner from us. That's from where we live.
Yeah, but only Like I said, with the PTO, I could use say if I go in there an hour early, I wake up late. I wake up a few minutes later, and the time I could use my PTO and just put it in there and it'll cover it. I can't do that at Whole Foods. So they got it set up different to where if you 30 minutes late, you're gonna be considered absent, but you still can come to work. I said, what the fuck am I gonna come to work for if I'm 30 minutes late? I might as well go and stay at home.
So you can get paid. You might be late and you'll get that write up, but you'll get the money.
Yeah, well, I was like, no, if I'm 30 minutes late, I don't even go. I'll call it an hour early. But I was like I said, the good thing about it, I get raises every year if I stay at Whole Foods.
Oh, can I get a lemonade too?
Are you finna order some food now?
Yeah, hubby go. Yeah, hubby
Where'd
on it. We just gonna get something from Wawa, just a sandwich.
From where?
Wawa, it's a sandwich.
Oh, that's the name of the sandwich? Or the place? Huh? That's the name of the place?
Wawa's the name of the place, yeah.
Oh, okay. They just sell sandwiches?
It's a gas station, like kind of convenience store, that's what it's called. And they have a kitchen that make sandwiches. And
yeah, them convenience store boys, especially in the hood, we call them the hood burger, boy. They're the best burgers ever.
That shit ain't no hood, but they do put them in the hood. But it would be nice if the food was best. Like they put one where we used to live. They put whatever was called, baby. They sold the chicken. They fried chicken. Raw Farms. They had, see, that's they don't sell chicken, do they? Wawa. They don't fry chicken like Raw Farms. Shit, that's what I'm saying. We could have got some chicken. Shit.
I fried me some chicken, boy.
Yeah, I feel like some chicken too, but I get something tomorrow.
But I don't feel like getting out the house.
Yeah. I've been at this house. My doctor's appointment. Look, the last time I was at the house was my last doctor's appointment. And when I look at my pill bottle, I'm like, oh, my appointment must be coming up soon, because that's how I know when it's coming up soon. By looking at the pills.
I'm making I'm doing a DIY box, the Bobby box. I already made the perfume and not the lipstick and the fingernail polish box.
Man, you see my phone? I must have missed an appointment. The date on this is the 22nd. Can you call it? That means if the date is the 22nd, that means I had the appointment last month before the 22nd, right? Because they couldn't have given me my medicine. That means I missed it.
Do you get 3 refills?
No, they don't do refills on my medicine. I got to go every month.
Every.
God damn, I hope I ain't missed no, because them motherfuckers don't play. Okay, you can't miss no appointments. They kick you out.
Oh, do they?
Oh, hell yeah. You signed a contract. I signed a contract. I said, okay, I can only get my pills at wherever. Here, that's it. Let me see there. Oh man, I ain't have my phone near me. They usually call and check. Missed calls. Y'all know I don't be checking no goddamn phone. Oh, damn, they called me Wednesday.
Did you miss it?
Yeah, they called me Wednesday. That means my appointment was Thursday, which was yesterday.
God damn, bum.
God damn, y'all.
And you need that medication, right?
Yeah, I'm not about to be out though. I don't. So I'm gonna have to call them Monday, but I'm gonna get a hit. I think it's gonna be my second one, because I think I missed one earlier this year. And I don't usually miss them because they don't play. But I get 3 strikes, God damn. But the year is almost out, so I think I missed one like due to COVID. No, I didn't have COVID. I missed one earlier this year. She made me sign a paper just recently, though. So this is gonna be my second one this year. And then they let you go, and it's hard to get pain management. So if I didn't look at the date, I wonder when yesterday was my appointment. And
now this white woman is nasty. She cooking some food and she got the dog licking all out the food.
Oh yeah, that's nasty, man. They be nasty.
And you showing this right here on so somebody can see it. Like the dog is licking all out the food, like she making some shit. And he licking, taking his tongue, just licking all in the food. She just letting them lick it. Like, God, oh, that's gross.
Yeah, they're nasty, man. Nasty.
They take dogs to the human to the max.
Hell yeah. I don't know. Let me see. I don't know why I can't do no finance, y'all. I'm about to look. I guess they ain't got no jobs on Indeed for me in Dubai. Okay?
Oh, they don't.
Not that I could do. Let me see. Relationship manager. Maybe I could do some shit like that. Let me see what they. Nurturing our. Let's see. We are on the lookout. A talented, passionate, global citizen who share our vision, our passion, eager to contribute to our mission. Great achievements. Let's see. You get insurance. They're not telling me what you do. Oh, here we go. The overview. It says. Okay, here goes some stuff. Okay, responsibilities. Identify business opportunities and set business development strategies to develop a pipeline of business coming into whatever this company name and Auton, including imposing. Okay, I don't know nothing about that. Improve the marketing position. I don't know nothing about how to do that. Build, maintain, and retain key relationships with clients, consultants. Identify new clients. Okay, I might be able to do something like that. Understand in depth and stay informed about the market. What market? Let me see. I guess I got to look and see what this company does. But I can't do this job either. They got 50,000 people work there. God damn. That's a big business. That's a lot of people right there.
We're in Dubai.
Talking about in that business, in that company in Dubai. They have 50,000 workers. See, I can find me a job. Let me put cook. Let me see if I can find a cook in Dubai. Where do I go to? This Indeed. Maybe I need to go somewhere else. Indeed is used in the US, but I don't think it's used everywhere else. So let me see. Jobs in Dubai. Cook jobs. Let me do that. Even though y'all know I ain't cooking for nobody. Got me. Okay. Oh, I guess Dubai is like is that like the major? Look, they got a junior. Let's see what they say. Okay, y'all. It's a hotel, got 595 luxury guest rooms. Okay. And they also got apartments. Oh, wait. Are they going to give me an apartment? Let me see. Okay, here we go. Duties. Yep, look like we're going to be cooking. Cooking. Damn, that's a lot of shit, man. Now, how we know where the money at? That's what I want to know. How much they... Ooh. Y'all see that shit?
What is that?
Wait, why did I say that? 6,000 a month. Actually, 6.5K a month
That's what they get paid?
Yes. To be a cook in Dubai. At
But you're
this
gonna eat
restaurant.
that up. You're gonna eat that up with the cost of living. So most of that money is gonna go right back.
It's gonna go right back.
Yeah, because the cost of living. If you live in that where you work, the cost of live. Everything is expensive. You have to go outside of the city to make it work.
Yeah,
And
but
that's
if
the part they
it
don't show you.
playing, I don't know. I have to ask. I'm gonna see if I can find Chef. What is his damn name?
Chef
He's
Shapino?
on. No, he's here on YouTube.
Chef Shapino? He's from New York?
Yeah, is that his name?
Yeah, Shapino.
Shapino?
Yeah.
Was that his YouTube name?
Yeah, that's Chef Shapino. Yeah, that's his YouTube name.
And he was in Dubai, right?
Yeah, I don't know if he was in Dubai or not, but I know he's a cook. And I know he used to be in the entertainment business as well.
He is from New York. He married?
I don't know if he's married now. Because he's older,
might be
right? I think we're talking about the same person.
I
He
don't
was
think
in
so.
the entertainment business as well when he was younger.
I don't know. Might be. He used to be over here. How you spell it? Shapino? What does it start with?
Hold on, I gotta look it up.
I don't think we're talking about the same person. We might be though. Cause I'm bad with names, y'all. I can't tell lies. I ain't gonna lie. He used to be with the Viper Pit. Chef. And I lost that account, so I know I'm probably not subscribed to him, so I'm not gonna be able to find him that way. Let me see, y'all. I might be able to. Chef. No, I'm not gonna be able to find. I probably have to go under my other name. Oh, I know where to go find him at. Let me go look up. Let me go look up the account. And then I go do chat because she be. I gotta. Let me see. Let's go do. Oh, she look cute right here. Let's see. Lives. I don't know. Let's go.
I got it. It's in the back chat.
Let me see if I see you got the name. What?
Yeah, it's in the back chat. The last link I put. See then Chef Shapino.
Let me look. Okay. No, I don't think that. No, that's not him.
That's not him?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Evelyn.
Okay, yeah, that's not him. I gotta go back.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't recognize the Shapino, but so that's why I figured it wasn't him. Now I gotta go find where was I. I'm gonna find him, y'all. Maybe we could get him to come over. What did I do with the goddamn link I was on? I got so many things open, too many. Okay, put it here. No, I don't want to. Over here.
If you're American, you'll go.
Say it again.
I said, I'm sure if you're American, you're supposed to get paid a little bit more, don't you?
I don't know about suppose, but
well, you're not gonna go over there for like a little bit of money as an American.
Right.
You're gonna go over there for money. These other countries though, they're going over there for slave labor basically, and they get a dramatically lower wage, and they don't live where they work. So where they live, they don't show you. They don't live in those luxury hotel rooms. They live in the slum. There's a slum side to Dubai. They don't show you.
Oh yeah, I'm quite sure it's some part of, everywhere. You know what I'm saying? So I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing. Trying to find why the chat not pulling up.
So it's built off of slave labor, but they don't get to enjoy it pretty much.
What you mean slave? What you mean by slave labor?
Meaning that they've used so many so many of those people like India, Indonesia, Cambodia, all those poor countries. They pay them like little bit of money to make it look like that, but they don't get to enjoy it. You know what I mean? They don't get to go to the restaurants and stuff like that. So,
just like us, right? Like when we live here, like how many of us going to restaurant? People come over here and they get, they go in a tourist area, just like we would go, right? When we go over there, let me see if I can find him, because he usually be over there by the Nini yard.
Who be over there by the Nini?
Oh, I'm looking for Chef. I gotta figure out, remember his name. I know I was subscribed to him, I'm just looking through our chat to see if I can see his name. Boom. Okay.
I ain't heard that name in some long time.
Who?
Danini.
Oh yeah, I haven't heard it in a while neither. She be on the grind making her money probably, I haven't seen it in a minute. But I also don't go over there by what's his name?
Where's the bad guy?
Yeah, I haven't been over there in a while. Shit, I be forgetting the motherfucker be living, I ain't gonna lie. Like, yeah, he's not over here. Damn. Anyway, I'll find it. But yeah, he was in Dubai, him and his wife. So, and he told me he was working over there, and this was a few years ago. But he did come back. I remember last time I spoke to him, he had mentioned that he came back, and he is from New York though. So the one I am talking about, he is from New York.
That the one that are talking about?
Damn, come on, stop. Goddamn noise. Oh, no, that's terrible. Okay, there we go. Let's say it again.
I said, is that the same one Roy talking about?
No. Yeah, it's different. But so, I don't even know why he brought up that chef. Like, if he's not from Dubai, why you brought him up? Like, if you didn't know he worked in Dubai.
No, I don't know. No, I didn't know if he was in Dubai or not. I know he's a chef though.
Oh yeah, they got many chefs on here. Many chefs, those claiming to be chefs, those who wasn't chef but claimed they were chef but became chefs. You know what I mean? You ever see? I watched so many people couldn't cook, but started a channel to make it look like they could cook, and before you know it, they became cooks because somebody hired them. That's that fake it till you make it kind of thing. And I'm not, and I think nothing wrong with it, I just think that, fake it until you make it. Let's see.
Jay Prince ain't said nothing crazy.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't been over there. I haven't been over there in a minute. I think I was there a couple of days ago, but only for maybe like an hour. Let me see what this woman, somebody got kidnapped, y'all. Let's see if there's anything like the shit.
All new tonight, a 13-year-old girl who was kidnapped in Texas is back home and safe. She was found, though, in California, and now her abductor is behind bars. All of this, though, thanks to a small note that said, "Help me." Darsha Phillips explains how a stranger stepped in and helped save the young girl.
Scribbled on paper in red letters, this sign held by a 13-year-old girl inside a car in the parking lot of the Easy Wash laundromat caught the attention of exactly the right person.
She's my customer. She always come wash here. She told me that, yeah, I think there's a girl need help.
Touch Vong says her customer went back outside and called 911. The man who police say kidnapped the girl was in the laundromat doing laundry. Touch says he brought the girl inside at one point that morning.
But she's scared. She got red hair, short hair, like this much.
And Touch says she got a bad feeling when she saw the man the girl was with.
A scary face. Yeah, he looked up, down to me. I said, in my head, I said, oh, maybe something, yeah.
After the customer called police, officers arrested him, identifying him as 61-year-old Stephen Robert Sablon of Claiborne, Texas. According to a federal indictment, the girl was walking in San Antonio on July 6th when she was approached by a man in a silver Nissan vehicle. The driver of the vehicle, later identified as Sablon, raised a black handgun and told her, if you don't get in the car with me, I'm going to hurt you. The indictment says Sablon drove the 13-year-old from San Antonio to Long Beach, sexually assaulting her several times along the way. When the Good Samaritan called 911, responding officers found a black BB gun and handcuffs in the car. Long Beach police credit the rescue to the quick action of the Good Samaritan. Touch says she is so thankful her customer called police.
I'm shocked, but I'm happy because the police here are rescue her same time.
All right, so glad that girl is back home tonight. That was Darsha Phillips reporting. Sablon remains behind bars in California. He's expected to be arraigned at the end of the month.
61 years old. How old the little girl was?
13, what the girl, 13 years old.
Ain't that some shit?
That triggered me.
Man. This is the world. And then he had a BB gun. Yeah, she 13. I wonder how do we, because, these days, I would say, I don't know, should I get shot? Like if somebody put a gun on me and told me to get in the car, should I get in the car or should I just let them shoot me? You know what I'm saying? Like, because you don't know what, huh?
I'd rather for them to shoot me, because I don't need you taking my body, putting it in the shadow grave. You got my family. I mean, if I'm dead, I'm dead. But I don't want my family to go years and years and never get any closure. I want them to have closure that, okay, I'm gone. But if you don't know I'm gone, I'm in some shadow grave somewhere. And it's, 5 or 6 years, 20 years before they find me.
Right. Or if find you at all, right?
Yeah, find you at all.
That's right. So
I want my family to have closure, because some stuff you can't stop. Well, I don't want you to be taking me here and there and then they can't never find and get no closure. That's the worst feeling, not to get no closure. You don't want nobody dead, but the worst feeling that you don't even know if they dead.
Right. And see, and then he ended up just having a BB gun.
Yeah, BB gun.
So she didn't know. Right. So that's why, do we teach our kids not to get in that vehicle? Because I think at some points they do tell you not to get in that car, do not let anyone take you from where you are. You know what I mean? Because you may never be found, and now you're vulnerable. So if you're gonna fight for your life, you might do it in the beginning before they can even.
But for you to do your sexual devious deed on some young girl, 61 years old, you can't get no woman. You go get a child, and then sexual assault her on the way, you bastard.
Yeah, man.
I hope they bust your butthole open wide in that prison, bastard. I can't. That's
they ain't put a picture up. Kind of must be white, because if he was black.
They could have been a nigga. They'd have been a hair up and put the picture up.
Hell yeah.
I know myself. I think God tell me to stop him. That's how she got rescued.
Put a picture up.
Now at 11, a child kidnapped in San Antonio, Texas, and driven all the way to Long Beach was able to fashion a "Help Me" sign on this crumpled piece of paper.
Mm-hmm. And that's something they really don't put up pictures on.
But we have restaurant around here by the laundry.
But if it was black, that picture would have been out.
On Sunday. I don't know why.
Huh?
I said, yeah, if there had been a black man, his picture would have been up.
Yeah, it would have been up already. That's a fact, y'all. That's how they do it. And he go this crazy dude right here, y'all.
Rex Heuermann. I'm an architect. I'm an architectural consultant. I'm a troubleshooter. Born and raised on Long Island. Okay. Been working in Manhattan since 1987.
The arrest of a serial killer over a decade in the making, and police finally have their suspect in custody. We sit down with criminal defense attorney Julie Rendelman to discuss possible defenses for the alleged Gilgo Beach serial killer.
Yeah, they say this man been walking around for years, getting prostitutes, and then asking the prostitutes, have they heard of the, whatever they call him, the something killer?
Oh, really?
Yeah. So now they got women who his wife filed for divorce on his ass. Man, you know, it's crazy. Let me see if I can find something short on him. But you know what brought him to justice? Because they didn't care about them young women because they were prostitutes. But they did put up a documentary on it. I remember seeing it a couple of years back. I think it was called like The Killing Fields. People online started wanting to follow those things so they can help solve crimes. And they put that shit out there, and then that's how they caught this man. People, regular people doing the work. Fucking police don't know how to do shit, yo. Okay? The people were doing all the work first, and then they start bringing it to them, and then they do their little investigative work that they do on their end, and then they get him. But this man killed these women years ago.
Dang.
So they looking to see if he killed any more. See, but that you could get away with that when you're white, though, right? When you got family, you're white, and you can get away with a lot of shit. They would have found somebody and claimed that it was somebody black just to solve the case, and it may not even have been somebody black who did it. So this shit is crazy. What his name is? Let me look it up. Rex. If I put in Rex, it should come up. Yeah, it does. Let's see if we got it. If they got a full interview. Let's see. No, they just. Oh, hubby left his phones up here. It's probably my son calling him.
Into the night, people in Massapequa Park did their best to get a glimpse of the home of the suspected serial killer living right in their midst.
It's creepy, really. I mean, if you look at the house, I mean, it kind of stands out, but it's creepy. It's weird. It's a quiet town. Everyone knows each other. Nothing really goes on. So it was just surprising to hear and kind of scary.
I was like, holy crap. Unbelievable right now, town.
James Pagano couldn't believe when he heard the name of the suspect because he went to high school with Rex Heuermann.
He was very quiet, dark, kept to himself, and extremely intelligent, very smart.
So just who is Rex Heuermann? He grew up on Long Island, but he worked in Midtown, an architect who ran a company called RH Consultants and Associates.
How you doing? Good to see you.
YouTuber Antoine Amira, who runs a page called Bonjour Realty, interviewed Heuermann about his work a year ago.
What is this job?
Hey, babe. What? Your son wants you to call him back, and you left the phones up here.
Taught you about yourself.
I think it's taught me more about how to understand people.
Really what stood out is his attention to details. He was very knowledgeable, very detail-oriented.
Amira told us Heuermann had a distinct physical presence.
Intimidating, no. Imposing, yes, very, very imposing. He is a head above me, a very large person. I still remember his handshake when we met. Very strong. Wow. A very strong handshake. It was like you were shaking like a very thick piece of marble. That's how strong his hand was.
CBS 2 was outside Huerman's office at 36th and 5th as authorities carried out at least 4 computers, and now the investigation continues.
The human nature is fascinating because you never know who you are.
Otherwise, yeah. Anyway, that dude, and this woman, she escorts, recounts, chilling date with him. His wife left his ass with the boys.
Oh, that dude.
Yeah. Is this when they interview him? Oh, yeah, let's see. Let's hear his interview.
Bonjour, I'm Antoine. Today on interview Rox Hoyerman, owner of RH Consultant, a Department of Building facilitator. Let's go meet him. Okay, anyway, let's dive in. So,
Norman, I see it's raining out.
Yes.
Hello.
Hi, how you doing?
Good to see you.
Likewise. I hope you don't mind. I brought my assistant with me, Norman.
Hello, Norman. I see it's raining out.
Yes,
Shall
it's
we go to the
raining. Yeah.
table?
Yes, please. Okay.
I know you said you like to do this outside, but Mother Nature is not cooperating today.
Yeah, to say the least, I tell you that. Being in your office, all right?
I wasn't looking forward to doing this under a scaffold.
I can understand. Okay, anyway, let's dive in. So, tell us, who you are, where you're from, and how long you've been in New York.
Okay. Rex Huerman. I'm an architect. I'm an architectural consultant. I'm a troubleshooter. Born and raised on Long Island.
Okay.
Been working in Manhattan since 1987.
Oh, wow.
Very long time.
Okay. So this brings directly to my first question. So, can you explain to our audience what is it that you do, not the architect part of your business, but the other part of the business, which is my understanding that you're kind of a facilitator with the Department of Building. Is that correct? But please tell us.
That's correct, but much more.
Okay. That's much more I'm interested.
I do troubleshooting, architectural troubleshooting, and negotiations with the building department.
Okay.
What I mean by that is, do we do the standard stuff with the building department? Handle your filings. I have other clients who are a lot of other architects, and we'll handle their interactions with the building department, especially out-of-city architects, because they're a little afraid of the city. And when a job that should have been routine suddenly becomes not routine, I get the phone call.
Gotcha.
Whether it's an old building and they need somebody that understands and can maneuver the 1938 building code, or the current building code. You look surprised when I say 1938 building code. I've actually used the 1901 old tenement laws here in the city of New York, and you can legally do so.
Oh, wow.
That's one of the little things that
you do.
People don't always understand when it comes to building codes. They never read the administrative section.
So, what decided you to launch that particular, I would say, a niche of a business? Was it because out of frustration on your side as an architect? You say, I can't believe, I didn't think about that. Let me dive into it and let me try to maybe make it a business out of it, or was just, you just decided to do it?
Actually, it was Harvey's fault.
Of who?
In 1987, when I came to work in the city, the first architect I worked for was Harvey Rosenberg.
Okay.
Great man. That year, a new law came out. Local Law 58 of 87.
Okay.
That's all the handicap access.
Okay.
They said,
the idea.
You're the new guy, you read it. So, I read it.
You read it.
There was a situation dealing with the city. They said, well, go meet with the city. I did. I was effective at it. He said, go do it again.
Oh, that's funny.
And that's how the whole thing started.
Okay.
And he did a lot of work with not-for-profit agencies for developmentally disabled. So that's where I started doing a lot of my building code consultant with him, as well as the design and drawings for these facilities. And the one thing I learned very quickly was the building department could not understand them.
Couldn't understand what? Their own codes?
Their own codes, their own laws, because you have what we would call a group home for developmentally disabled.
Okay.
It doesn't exactly fit the code book. And the plan examiners who work for the building department didn't fully understand it. So part of my job became educate the city.
So you educate the city about their own code.
Correct.
That has been, our laws.
That's been something we've been doing ever since, and we still do today.
So you started with a firm, and then when you decided to launch your own, you decided, let me continue that route of the consulting. Is that correct?
That's basically correct.
Yeah.
But the way it all happened was a recession in the early 90s.
Yeah.
And we're all trying to figure out who to work for.
Yeah.
And that's when I met my very, very first paying client, Robert Meyer.
Robert Meyer, okay.
I'm in the Queens Building Department. It's before lunch. I want to get to lunch. Or back in those days, you had to physically stand in line with your paperwork, because this predated the computer system.
Yes.
And he was dealing with the clerk at the certificate of occupancy counter, didn't know what he was doing. I'm getting impatient. I go, excuse me, took his paperwork, explained to the clerk what he needed, then explained to him what he needed to do, then move over. Then I took care of what I needed to do. He was standing off on the side.
Because they don't know all the rules, or they try to rush things? Is that what is basically most of the reason why people are contacting you for?
I would say the biggest reason, they're overwhelmed by the city. They're overwhelmed by the size, complexity of the building department.
Yeah.
And whether it's a restaurant, a place of assembly, a 40,000 square foot retail that we did last year, or somebody's co-op, or it's their mother's co-op and she passed away, and there's an old application that's 20 years old that nobody addressed that they have to solve to sell it. People get very overwhelmed, not just by the agency and how to deal with the agency, but the complexity.
Okay, this shit getting boring, but you hear this man, he sounds like he know what he's doing. Now it makes sense how they got that interview. It wasn't, I thought he was being interviewed by the police, but looks like he was being interviewed by someone else. Okay. And they used that interview. Okay. But he didn't mention, he comes out perfectly normal, like this person says. He was likable in the interview. Wow. And a murderer amongst us. Oh yeah, y'all. I did see something about Tasha K. I feel like she's live right now, but I don't want to see her. What is called back? Okay, here we go. That's 4 weeks ago, but this was recent. 1 day ago. Okay, that's what was right. Let's do y'all.
Y'all come on in here. Who's up with me? Who's up? I can't sleep. I can't sleep. What's up, guys?
I don't know if he want me to say his name. Maybe I'll say it later. Maybe I'll say it over on Patreon. But if he, he didn't say if I could say his name or not. But y'all can assume. But he be in the courts and stuff all the time. And when this came out today, he sent it to me. And I was like, what is this? What is this today at 12:17 p.m.? Who is this sending me all these court? Yeah, the wino gang drunks had said that she had gotten away with it and that she was filing bankruptcy and that she, that Cardi was never gonna see her $4 million because Tasha is good, she is cunning, she has hid all her money in Africa. It is no way under the sun that she will get caught up.
It's funny, but it's not funny. It's funny, but it's not funny.
I'm like Tasha K in this picture. No wonder she can't sleep, child. I'll be up too. Lord, this is something else.
How much more? What do you want from me? How much more do you want?
Now, in these documents, hold on, let me pull up one of them because I don't want to give away no information, no personal information. So I need to make sure. Let me see. So in these documents, this is obvious. Here is the notice of the subpoena. I'll show you that one. I'm not gonna show you all of them. I'm just gonna read them to you. But I'm just gonna, show you that I got them. Hold on, I might show it to you on Patreon. Wait a minute, let me open it. I open it. It's coming from my messages. Open with pre of subpoena. It was filed 7/18/23. It is 23 pages, honey. Cardi B's attorneys have filed and said, listen, this is directed to Sheck Nakibi, honey. Sheck Nakibi has been subpoenaed to tell us where all of the money is buried. Okay, to tell us where all of the money. If you watch my last video, yeah, I know I heard some of the stuff that was said in her debtor's examination in court. And I talked about how the IRS agent showed up as one of the creditors, and that Cardi B's attorney showed up as one of the creditors. And it was just a mess because normally in bankruptcy, any of y'all who have gone through bankruptcy, like the creditors don't normally show up. But, since she owes Cardi B damn near $4 million and she owes the IRS damn near $200,000, they show it up, honey. They like, we need to know where the money is buried. Okay. You say you ain't got but $95 in this bank account. You say you're not making no money on social media. What it's giving to me.
So what I learned through this woman is that Tasha K, which is the dumbest thing ever, right? She making money, but she stopped her monetization on YouTube. So Cardi B can't get the money, but that also stops her from getting money. And it still means Cardi B still got to get paid. So it's almost like you getting, like the men. Go ahead.
If she go bankrupt, then Cardi B ain't gonna get nothing if she filed for bankrupt, right?
No, that's not how bankruptcy. You got to discharge. They may tell her, based on her career that she has, she got to sell things. But see, that's what she did wrong. She went and started hiding shit. She started See, if you sue me and you win, and I don't have the money, I can't file for bankruptcy. And then I could start over like many people do. But I cannot start hiding shit. Like she went and showed us her going to Africa, and it was insinuated that she went to Africa to hide money. And why would you do that? That's, like if you hid money, why would you show yourself going to Africa to hide money?
True.
You know, she moved out of a house that was hers. She claims she renting it out. So she's not showing that as income. She moved to a whole nother state. And she says that she don't even own it. She's renting it. So she got from being a homeowner to a renter just so she could get from paying bills. But that's bankruptcy. Of course, look, wealthy people get lawyers who know what they're doing to make sure you don't commit no crimes. But she probably still got them same old fuck lawyers who got her caught up with that $4 million anyway. About to send her ass straight to jail. Cause this ain't no game. Like she owed $4 million and she hiding big money. And not like me who might be trying not to just pay because I ain't got it.
I say, ain't that a civil thing with her and Carly B?
But the bankruptcy made this about her and the government, the U.S. government. The lawsuit part is civilly Carly B already won the money, but she trying not to pay the money by going bankruptcy instead of just not paying. You know what I mean? Like, hey, I make the money and I just don't pay you, and then it ruins my credit, and then I'm just, but I still make money. But because it's a lawsuit, Carly can attach garnishment against any way she make money, and since she's making money on YouTube with her lawsuit, she can give that to YouTube, and now YouTube send Carly the check instead of her. But I don't think they can send it fully to Carly. I think they would have to. It had to be a percentage, which this is why I think she's dumb. Like she could have kept being monetized. Thank you, man. She could have kept being monetized and allowed Carly to get whatever she gonna get the percentage off it, and still get her percentage. You see what I'm saying? Like she trying to be greedy for rich. She trying to not give her nothing.
Yeah, I would say she want to give her nothing because she don't like her either too, because she lost. So she trying to be underhanded. She still paying that woman.
Yeah, she's supposed to. Why would she stop her money from coming just to stop somebody getting paid? That's like these men. Instead of paying the child support, they quit a job.
Yeah, I'm gonna say they do the same thing, quit their job.
They quit a whole goddamn job.
But you still owe shit.
That's right, you still owe. And they're gonna owe that child support forever. Niggas, I want y'all to know, y'all gonna owe that money forever. Until you die. The government gonna get that money. Okay? And then you gonna owe them more than you did the longer you go. Like I said, I know somebody who the children is in their goddamn 50s and he's still paying child support for grown 50-year-old children. And that's because he wasn't paying when they were younger. And he thought the bill would go away when they turned 18. But no, that's not how the government works.
Yo, don't, like I told you, I still owe until my kids was grown, what late 20s and 30s, and he paid off when
let me get
Sorry, I clicked up. Okay, go ahead.
I said he paid off when the pandemic came because he still owe. He never paid. So
okay.
Stop my keep moving. Hold on. That's that sandwich. Go ahead.
Oh, you already got the sound. I said now. You owe until you pay it out, and it don't matter how old you are.
Yeah, they add interest to it, correct? That's what you in arrears?
But no, once you get older, no, they don't owe interest. You still just owe that money until you pay it out.
No, they do
I thought they do. I thought they add
They
interest
add
even
interest
if
when
even if
young,
you
like
even
if
if it
they
was
young.
20 years ago.
No, if they still add interest if they young. When they're young, the interest, that's where the interest come from when they ain't never paid. But once they get grown, the interest stop. You just owe that money and you still have to pay whatever it is. If it's 70,000 and you 50 or 60 years old, you still gonna have to pay it until you pay it off.
Oh, the interest stops when they're 18?
Yeah, the interest stops when they get grown.
Oh,
yeah.
okay, I see.
But once you start paying, the interest actually stopped. That's back pay. Like my ex-husband, my kids, when they were, born or whatever, he didn't pay for all that time until my son was 6, 7, finna be graduate, my oldest son. So he owed me $40,000 back pay. So, but you still owe that shit. You ain't, they ain't gonna stop. They just not gonna take you to jail if you don't have no job. But every time you go get a job, they got your social security number. They gonna find.
Right, and it's quicker to find you now.
Yeah.
So you got to see about the child support. Let's see.
Can they take property? Like if I own a house, let's say I say I don't have the money, but they will take the property, right?
No. I ain't never known them to take no property from you.
Like so if I don't have the cash, then what happens? I just
You don't have to pay it. Matter, you gonna have to pay it because every time you get a job, they gonna find your social security number and then they gonna put it right in there, and then she'll start getting a check. And then if you switch to another job, as long as your social security number, they got your social security number, you get a job, it's gonna hit the child support thing. Especially if you marry and you get a divorce when you marry, you're supposed to pay.
Okay, let's see what these people say.
And good evening. Welcome back to Law Call. And the phone lines have lit up. The emails have lit up. Let's go right to them right now. I think we got Katie on the line. Katie, you are up in Alabama, but you are calling on behalf of somebody in the state of Florida. Katie, could you please go ahead with your question?
Thank you, Mr. Perry. I was wondering if Florida has interest applied to late or back child support like it does in Alabama.
Great question, and I'm going to let Mr. Peacock take that because that actually is a Florida question on back child support. Go right ahead.
Yes, it is. Normally, there would be a hearing in front of the judge that's assigned to that case as a continued modification, and normally what would happen is whoever the parent is that is negligent in paying the arrearages, what would normally happen is the judge in that case would look at the current financial circumstances of the mother and the father, would make a decision about what under Florida statute the child support was supposed to be. And then of course the judge would look and say, well, for example, you're $8,000 behind because you failed to pay child support for the last year or whatever the figure might be. And just using that as an example, what the judge would do is, for example, find what the current child support is given the Florida statute rules on number of children and how much support is within that family constellation. And then the judge would say, well, I'm going to order you to pay $600 a month for those two children. And by the way, you're going to pay an extra $100 every month to catch up for that $8,000 arrearage that you owned. That is the process or sequence of how it usually happens. But you do need to have those parties file for a motion to amend or a motion to get back in court due to change in circumstances on the child support. You do need to hire a Florida lawyer if the action is in the state of Florida. And then you need to have those figures as far as the arrearage, as far as the current child support matters. All of that needs to be represented by attorneys on both parties so that everybody gets a fair shake when they get in front of the judge.
Great question. Thank you very much, Katie.
Did he answer?
Yeah, he said you got to pay the current one and the arrears. That's
arrears, yeah.
Jury has the murder trial for YNW.
How much you got to make? How's he gonna live? Like if
Well,
he's
it
not
don't
making-
matter because the reason he's so behind is because he was behind.
Yeah,
And
but the man's not gonna be able to live if he's got
who
to pay.
gives a shit? Listen, child support is based on his pay.
Yep.
So if he didn't go and do his business in court, that's on him. We got to be adults, just like they saying about this woman who in Dubai who got loud and she no law. Well, if a man, if he didn't go to court like he should have been, right, and he didn't give his pay like he should have, then they gonna base the child support just on whatever. That's to get his ass in there. Like if they say you got to pay $600 a month for 2 kids, and then his ass decide he's just not gonna pay instead of going get him a lawyer like he should, so they can reduce that. His ass just let it go. He figure, okay, well I owe 600. She ain't gonna never get that money. Oh, she gonna get that fucking money.
Yes, baby, yes, and I'm a living witness because you still owe, like he owed the back pay, but he still had to pay because then my other son was graduating. I still had one that was in school. He still had to pay that what he owed every month for my son that was, still in school, and he had to pay back the other part.
Now, this is what's weird to me when these men say, like what you asked, what is he supposed to live on? But he have children. What are they supposed to live on?
That's rough. I thought they would adjust the payments to what he can live off of.
They do.
They do.
But they got to go to court to do that. If he don't go to court, then they don't do that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not making excuses for him. Yeah, he's at fault 100%. So I'm just saying, like, man, they don't show mercy, man.
But he's supposed to pay insurance for the kids. So I didn't charge him insurance because I already had him on insurance. I said, no, he ain't got to do it because I already got him on there. And they, when you pay one child, all the childs are the same. You don't pay no more. So right. I'm trying to be nice, because if he had to do what I told him to do, just pay what you owe, and then we won't even have to go through this. He said no. So hey,
damn.
I told him, I said, pay what you owe and help, since the other child is with the graduation, and the other child graduation, you ain't gonna have to pay nothing but $100. I won't even go back on it. He said he wasn't gonna do nothing. So hey, I did what I had to do.
And I know that's right.
And then she said, well, you can come down here and forgive him whenever you want to forgive. I said, the only time he gonna be forgiven with his hands crossed or to the side, and I'm looking at him in that cast. And I meant that shit.
That's right. So think about that. So we do have men out here convincing the women to let go to child support, but he wasn't paying from the beginning. He don't want to pay. As soon as she go and release that shit, then he gonna continue doing what he's doing. And now she don't have no pool. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, ladies, do not let these men out of their responsibilities.
Nope. I said, hell no. Shit. All them years I struggled to do what I had to do. Now you gonna pay. So it is what it is.
That's right. That's how it should be.
And saying, how you got some women are vindictive. I was never vindictive about it. What you did, I said, just do what you owe, and then we can go on and leave that alone. You know what I'm saying? But now he wanted to be smart. Okay.
He told you no. Ain't that some shit?
I said, you should have picked dough number 1. I told you. You picked dough number 2. So damn, got what you got.
See, they never hear the women speak like you doing, though, right? They only hear what a man say, yeah, and I have to pay this and pay that. But when the women come and say, well, I had to work, pay this, pay that, I have nobody helping me feed the children, then they could be like, she on child support, she's on food stamp. Every woman not on food stamp.
I never got food stamp. So I mean, it's like, and I tried to work with him, even though you owe me, and I could have been vindictive. I said, just pay what you owe. Okay, then we'll be done. You got one graduating, you got one left. So you'll be done. You wouldn't even have to pay all that back pay, but you didn't want it. And they said that women don't work with the men or try to work with him, and that's a lie. That's why I be looking. That's a lie.
Yeah, girl, that's a big ass lie. You know what I'm saying?
A lot of women work with these men. They just don't want to do it.
Yeah, that's why they go and make all these kids. Think about it. A man who paid child support already, but he don't want to pay. Why would he create other children?
That's what I don't know. I don't know why you keep having kids if you don't want to pay for the one that you already got.
Because they getting over. They feel like I'm paying. Now they crying about now the government. We got computers that could chase their ass down in a heartbeat. I told you, the guy who was trying to get me pregnant, he told me he said we would have a cute little boy, and I was like, suppose it's a girl, and he told me it wouldn't be his, and I was like, what? And then I was like, well, I guess I'll put you on child support. And I was joking when I said that, right? I was joking when I said that. He told me I had never heard nothing like this before. I a dad, I never, she like, he told me he'll quit his job and work under the table. I'm not lying. When that man said that was it. In my mind, I was like, oh,
get the hell away from me, nigga.
Yeah, this is over. I didn't say nothing to him, but it was over. It was over. Okay. They got it's over. Like, I'm like thinking to myself, this nigga done thought about a whole plan on how, if it's a girl, it's not his. By the way, the man do determine the goddamn sex of the child.
Yeah. And then that you're gonna have a boy. I don't know where he get that at. You don't know what you're gonna have yet.
Right. Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about having no children, period. So it was kind of unbelievable. I was totally shocked by that.
And he told me, and they holler, oh, the men's gonna try to get you pregnant. Then he put holes in the condom and keep one. You couldn't get pregnant.
Yeah, that's when he told me that shit. Asked me while he taking me home why I'm not pregnant yet. I'm like, what? What? We use condoms. Tell me you've been pricking holes in.
Wow, that's crazy.
Girl.
Wait, that's for real?
Yeah, I'm not joking. That's for real.
Oh man, this is a
creep. He told me that shit. Yes.
That's you that these dudes, some of these dudes be lying. Y'all be sitting there listening to some of these dudes, they're lying. They don't know what they're talking about. And then when people tell you they actually went through it, they telling you you're lying, you actually went through it.
Man, I could not fucking believe it. Right? He's taking me home. He's telling me prick holes. I'm like, what? And then he goes and talk about we'll have a pretty little boy, right? And then I said, well, what if it's not a boy? Oh, then it wouldn't be mine.
Yeah, you see, that nigga was full of shit.
Girl, and I said, well, I guess you would just be on child support, right? And that nigga said, no, I quit my job and work under the table.
See?
I'm like, this nigga thought all this out for real?
He thought this shit out for real.
Girl, first of all, my dad would have killed him. That's number one. But number two, I ain't dealing with him no more. So that's when I started treating him a certain way. Yeah, and it wasn't good. Hey, Mr. Kaz, that's you?
Yeah, Bob, that's me. I told a woman that before, Bob. I was trying to get her pregnant, but I told her I was trying to get her pregnant. She said, boy, you can't get nothing out of here. I'm living tired. And she had 3 children. She could have had no baby. I said, well, we could just practice like I'm giving you. Do a whole lot of practicing. But yeah, they got niggas like that, man. I've heard of niggas like, I'm going to try to get her pregnant. But see, even though in those young days, as I got older, well, you about to try to fuck this girl life up.
Yeah.
You trying to mess over the people, not trying to do it on purpose, especially when somebody's not trying to get pregnant, at a young age. So yeah, that does happen.
Why you think so? Why? So what's in the young boy? Because I understand we young at that, right? Yeah, we were young, so I get it. But what's the purpose of a man saying a boy saying he gonna get somebody pregnant? Is he trying to lock her down?
Trying to lock her down. Then it's usually a very attractive woman that you try to do that. They consider as my baby mama, or that they think they can have access to. There's a connection for at least 18 years.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I've heard of that. But if he doesn't ask you to marry him, that's like a red flag, man.
Yeah, because that's all you had to do was ask me to marry him, right? That would have been a connection that could have lasted 18 years. Or no,
right.
Trying to just get me
He wanted the child, he should have asked you to marry him, and then that shouldn't have been any problem. But it sounded like to me that the first thing I'm thinking is he wants the other women too. So he got you, and then he's gonna have some side chicks.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he's not marrying you.
That's about right. That's about right. And one, he's too young to be ready for marriage and shit like that. But he tried.
His ass, we was adults. I was like 18. He was like 21, 22.
Oh, yeah.
No, I wasn't 18. Yeah, I was about 17, 18.
Yeah, but a lot of people ain't really thinking like that. Even when I was at 28, you still got to reset them. I'm talking about, family and marriage and kids and stuff like that. He wasn't ready for that. That's just a selfish act to me, personally. That's just flat out selfish, and you don't know what you're asking for, and you don't know how to take care of one, and you don't know how to take care of the woman, and you don't care about what they have to go through during that whole entire pregnancy, where they go live and all that kind of shit. Me ain't asking none of that. Y'all wouldn't live together.
No, we wouldn't live together. No.
Yeah. You just go like stick a baby in you, and there it is.
You want to be a Rolling Stone so he can go where he wants.
And then I went into the army to get the hell away. Yeah, man. We women, we know sometimes to get away from certain people, you got to just get away, period. You can't just break up because, they come back by with some nice words and then you end up. But I knew that was a dead end right there. Dead end.
You did good. See that nigga.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, and then like many years later, right? Because now I'm married. I got my kids, both of them. And I went, oh, was it? I don't think it was after, it may have. So Katrina, remember I told you I went back to Louisiana to state, right? When I left hubby. And me and the kids are there for Mardi Gras. And I see him, right? Like at first I see somebody on the other side looking at me, and I look and I notice that it's him. He looking at me and he looking at my kids. And they got the nerve to come over talk about, hey, is that my son? He was talking about my oldest. I'm like, nigga, what? I said, excuse me? Yeah, is that my son? I said, no. I said, my son, I think he was 12 at the time. I said, dude, I haven't seen you in like 14 years. And my son is 12 years old. My son looked just like his father. Okay. And then I walked away. The fuck is he talking about? Fuck is he talking about, yo? These niggas be crazy, man. I ain't seen that dude since like when I went in the army. When I got out though, I did see him, right? Hubby and I wasn't married yet. Was hubby and I married the last time I saw him? No, we wasn't married yet. I had went back home, right? I had left Missouri. Remember, that's when hubby said that's when we realized we'll get married, because I had left. So I'm at home, and yeah, that was the last time I saw him, but I didn't see him. I saw him, like I seen him with my eyes. But I remember before that, before I went back home, I went to visit home, and he came and picked me up from the airport, but I kept calling him Mark. That's why he got mad at me. He got mad at me, but I didn't give a shit. But I kept, because I was around Mark so much that I kept calling him Mark. And he was like, call me Mark one more time. I'm like, I said, Mark is my friend. I said, I'm around him all the time. That nigga, he was mad. But I was calling him Mark by accident, though. I wasn't doing it on purpose, but that's when I realized, yeah, I guess, yeah, Mark, that must be who I really like, because here I am back home visiting, him. He coming to visit me, and all I kept calling him was Mark. I'm like, okay. He dropped me off at my mom's house, mad and shit. I ain't give no goddamn what the hell I care for. Man, care. These men, I ain't never let these men faze me. Fuck them niggas. Okay.
You like that? They talk about fuck them kids, fuck them niggas.
Fuck them niggas, man. Listen.
Shit.
Everything about him changed when he told me that he would quit a job and work under the table. That's when I realized this was a Pookie or a Ray Ray. Now he was in the military too.
Oh, was he?
Mm-hmm. He was in the military too. So
he was in the military at that time, or he served prior?
See,
because he was older than you.
Yeah, he was a little older than me. Yeah.
So he probably was in, and then he got out, and then you went in.
Yeah.
Is that what happened? Oh, that's okay. So
I met him. When I met him, he had gotten out.
Yeah, he could have went back in to follow you, kind of, but he didn't.
No, that's when he asked me to marry him. So when I was in basic, he asked me to marry him.
He was in the army, or the same branch, or what branch?
Yeah, he was in the army.
Oh, you went into.
But I didn't, huh?
Why'd you pick the same branch? I figured you would pick something opposite. Like if you in the army, I'm going Navy or something. Why pick the same branch?
No, but he wasn't in. See, when I met him, he wasn't in no more. That's what I'm saying. He wasn't. When I met him, he was already in and out.
Okay.
Right. So, but I had already joined. I just wasn't gone yet. Remember, I joined while I was in school. I just hadn't gone yet. So I had already done all of that even before. But yeah. And then after high school, after I was done, that means I'm trying to get the timeline right. I'm a little confused about the timeline because it's so long ago, but I do know that I was not in, but I was in, if that makes sense. So I had already signed the documents in 11th grade, but then I went to 12th grade. After 12th grade is when I went to basic. I went into the AIT, my AIT, I mean.
Right, you had a delayed deployment then, basically.
Yes,
right?
the entry, delayed
entry. Yeah.
So that means I don't remember being in school though when I met him. I'm thinking that was my senior year, maybe right after my senior year. It's confusing to me. Let me see.
Yeah, they usually take you after you graduate. So most likely you had to graduate first.
No. You could go in before you graduate. Delayed entry. You could join the army at in the 11th grade.
Wait, before 18? Before you're 18?
Yeah. Before you're 18. You can enlist. And then they know, but you go to do your basic, right? Then you come home. That's during the summertime. Remember, you're doing it while in between grades, but during the summer. So you could go and do your basic. Then you come home, finish the school year, your 12th grade, and then thereafter is when you go to AIT, which is where you learn about your job. But the whole time I was in the army, even though like legally I belong to the military, the government. Because I remember going to my mom took me to the emergency room, and yeah, the military paid for that bill. So, but yeah, I wasn't dating him that long. So I'm not sure if it was before I went to my AIT, but I was out of school. I don't remember if I was still in school when I met him, but maybe I may have still been in high school when I met him. Cause yeah, right after high school, I didn't go right after high school. I think I didn't go until October, and school was out. When school out in Louisiana, what month that is? Is it June?
I think it's up. Well, I know we start in August. I'm not sure when.
No, I'm talking about when you let out.
Yeah, I forgot. Damn it.
Is it June? I'm talking about your daughter.
I think it is June.
Okay, June, yeah. So I think I probably graduated in June, but I didn't go. They didn't give me orders until October. So I went in October 1st. I remember, I'll never forget that. So I'm thinking I may have met him probably still when I was in high school, maybe. And yeah. So it wasn't years or anything like that. It's probably like, I don't know, months. I can't remember. It ain't that motherfucking important.
You dodged a bullet either way.
Hell yeah, I dodged a bullet. He passed away a couple of years ago.
Oh, he passed away, huh?
Yeah, my mom called me and told me when he passed away. She was like, Harold passed away. So I went and looked at the obit. So I would be a widow if I would have married him, but that's a lot. I didn't, like I knew he was in the army. But there was a lot, when you don't live with people and they only come and you see them when you see them, you don't know, people lie a lot, you know what I'm saying? But I had heard after I had stopped messing with him that he had like daughters and he was married before. But I didn't know no shit like that. He was married and they were separated. So maybe that's why it wasn't no marriage and he was just trying to get me to have a baby for him, you know? But I don't know if that was true or not. Yeah. You know, we got to admit that everybody keeping secrets in the beginning, and then they, you know, certain type of secrets. I didn't have no secrets for him because I was still young. This nigga, he could have had some kids. I wouldn't have known.
Well, that confirms he wanted to be a Papa Rolling Stone type of dude, wherever he lays his hat.
Yeah, but he wasn't gonna lay no hat around me. Yeah, man. Man,
Around this
sure.
motherfucker just laying hats down like that shit.
Yeah, nah, baby. I don't.
Have a nigga on Black History. What is it? BlackDemographics.com fucking around like.
Man, I'm a nice person, but I ain't stupid. I ain't let nobody just lay hats. You know what I'm saying? My dad wasn't a born for that. You know what I'm saying? Even Mark, he would have had to do things differently if we lived around my parents. You know, like my dad wouldn't have liked him because unless he came and introduced himself to my dad. Like if he started dating me without introducing it, like my dad didn't really like him, not my husband, talking about Harold, that was his name. He didn't have a problem with him because he knew his family, but he didn't like him. And he never told me why. And I think it's because he never walked up to my dad and introduced himself, you know? He would come and pick me up. But I wasn't, you know, I was like 17. I knew to be home. I knew what time to be home, and stuff like that. But you know, when I was younger, I used to tell the boys they got to go talk to my dad. Like if you wanna come and see me, you gotta talk to my dad. And dad just usually asked.
I missed that with my oldest, because she wouldn't, you know, because she lived out of town. My oldest.
Yeah.
I didn't get the chance to vet these niggas, like talking about.
Yeah, man.
And that's why I told some of them dudes in the ministry, I said, brother, I'm gonna tell you something, man. If you care about your children, from those times that I missed my daughter, I was just thinking, shit, I should have just married this woman, you know, because that bothered me not being able to be around her like that.
Mm-hmm.
But if I didn't marry her, I can't make no claim. I can't say shit about it.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's how you keep her protected, right? Because see, when she tells the young man that he got to talk to you, then he knows that her dad don't play. So there gonna be some rules, you know what I mean? And
right, I got to see what you trying to fuck with, bro. Yeah, these niggas ain't right.
Right. And then he knows not to put his hand on her because he knows you. You know what I mean? He knows that you love his daughter, you love your daughter, and that you gonna protect her. And so he'll think twice before messing around. So that's why I never had no problem with that kind of stuff. You know, but yeah. But even before I told my mom I was Mark actually me to marry him, I had to tell her hubby that he got to talk to my dad. And I said, you got to talk. I said, hey, when he asked me, I said, well, you got to talk to my dad. And so I told my mom, and then I gave Dad the phone, and that's when he spoke to him over the phone. They met Mark for the first time when he came for us to get married. When he came to Louisiana so we could get married. That's the first time they laid eyes on him. But they talked to him on the phone, though. And then they knew him because my mom's phone bill went from being like $30 to $230 a month. Because Mark would call me. We was on the phone. We would go every time he got home from work and did whatever he had to do during the day. Then he would call, and then
how come they didn't ask you to bring him around? How come they didn't say, you know, I want to meet him?
They did.
No, I mean like before
we got married. He actually married, I think, if I'm correct, it was in December and we got married in February.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah. So it was quick, you know what I mean? Wasn't like, and you remember we in the army, so hubby, we were stationed in Missouri. So it's not like he was close, you know what I mean?
Oh, I see. That's okay. I didn't realize that. Okay. I was like wondering what I thought it was a longer time period. Okay.
Oh
That's
no,
what
yeah.
confused me.
No, we got married within 6 months of meeting each other. It was quick. Yeah.
Hey, Miss Shazay, you up here? Yes, yeah.
Let me start the show.
Look, Vaughn, look, I just saw, and this out there in Dallas. Some people had, some motherfucker had some charges. They was looking for him on with the Crime Stoppers and stuff like that. And you know how you get a award for when you see somebody, you turn them in for Crime Stoppers, and they give you a little award, right? This couple had seen this dude because they was reading, you know, the guy was around the neighborhood, and they seen that the police was looking for him and stuff like that because he had some child forceful issues on his record. They were looking for him for that with a 7-year-old, right? And some other shit. So he was on the news and everything, and they handed out the flyers, and you know, he was warning and everything. Well, this couple seen this nigga getting on the bus, right? And they said, that's him. You know, a couple had, you know, family, you know, husband, wife, 3, 4 kids. And he said that, you know, so they called the police. They dialed 911, called the police, and the dude got on a bus in Dallas. And they followed the bus, and you know, like we got to follow the bus. And they followed the bus a little bit, then the police caught up with them in the bus, and said, okay, we got it from here. They arrested the man, prosecuting the man, and all that kind of shit there. They don't want to give the couple, the city of Dallas, the Crime Stopper thing, don't want to give them the reward money because they dialed 911 instead of the Crime Stopper number. So they don't get the reward.
Really?
That's messed up, man.
That's messed up.
Because they do tell you on the thing, tips, right? If you do tips, if they can prove that they the ones who did the tip, they supposed to get the reward, I thought.
Why they tell them they had to call they called 911? I didn't know
told them that they wanted them to call the tip line, right? Not
Yeah.
911. Yeah.
Yeah, the Crime Stopper line. They wanted to call the Crime Stopper line. That's still 911, but the man said, man, when we saw him, we were just like, let's call the police. We don't have the Crime Stopper number, but we got 911 in the
Right.
And, you know,
aren't you supposed to call 911 if it's a dangerous person? Don't you call them so the police can hurry up and get there?
Yeah, and they caught his ass and everything, prosecuting him and everything. And they said, well, you didn't call the Crime Stopper number.
Damn. They might need to get a lawyer for that.
Yeah.
Right. So now what the news people did, they did a little follow-up. So a news crew, another second news crew went over there with Six Flags, you know, and stuff like that. They teamed up with a couple people and did some stuff for the kids, but the city of Dallas still ain't giving them the money.
Yeah, that's fucked up, man. They need to take to the internet on that.
Yeah.
See, because if it's a dangerous person, don't you want them to call the people to hurry up and capture them?
They can been and got away by then.
Right. And yeah, that's right. So it sounds like a bunch of bull, but yeah. But I don't know, you know, but I thought they said, hey, you know, I remember when what's the name of that show when they were looking for dangerous people across the nation? We used to look at it every week with that guy who was capturing.
His son got
his son got killed, and then he did that show, abducted and killed.
Wash.
John Wash. Yeah, what was the name of the show?
I can't think of the show.
Most Wanted or some shit like that. Something. I don't know.
America's Most Wanted.
Yeah. America's Most Wanted.
Didn't he die? That guy, John Walsh, didn't he die?
I think he may have. I did hear something about him
I'm pretty
Quite a few
sure he
years
died.
ago, but I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah.
Everybody dying, baby. Everybody dying. It's crazy because I'm watching people who I grew up, watching on TV and listening to music dying. But that's the way it goes now, right? We at that age group, some of us.
No, he's not dead. I'm sorry.
he's not dead?
Still alive. Oh, my God.
Oh, he's still alive?
Yeah. According to
okay.
this, I thought he died. Maybe I'm thinking about somebody else.
Yeah, probably so. There's so
No,
many.
Bob, you're right.
Welcome
This
back,
is why
Mew.
people. I've been here the whole time.
Girl, you ain't been here all that time, girl. You ain't saying not one goddamn word. I know you've been up here, but I'm talking about here. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just been listening. But no, when you said that, it really, a white lady a couple weeks ago told me that this is when people hit their midlife crisis. And I was like, what? And she was like, yeah. She was like, all the people you love and revere is leaving. And she was just telling me all kind of stuff. And it really makes sense, the reason why sometimes men and women have something called midlife crisis. And before I got to this point, I never understood what that meant. But I understand it clearly now, though.
You've seen everybody go, huh? Isn't it crazy? Like, our aunts, all our aunts and uncles about to be leaving us.
Everybody you love
parents.
start believing. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Parents, uncles. Oh. But then it's gonna be us.
Bomb, I put that story in the back chat for you here.
A story about what again?
With the Dallas. With the people didn't want to pay the people in Dallas for calling 911 instead of Crime Stoppers. It's a news report.
Wait, what is this I got here? Okay, here we go. Hold up. Let me share it. Yeah.
Look, let me make y'all laugh for you play, Bob. My grandson over here, he done found a lemon, put water in it and talking about grandma, I made lemonade. Why is the whole lemon? They keep lying, talking about it tastes good. It tastes nothing but like water.
Put the whole lemon in it. No squeezing or nothing.
Yeah, it ain't even peeled or cut up. I'm like, oh, I made lemonade.
Hey, how old is he?
He's 3, but I'm lying with him. Oh, that tastes good. It tastes like nothing but water.
That's too cute, man.
Crazy.
Oh, man.
You gotta taste it.
Somebody told him something about some lemonade shit for him to know about that, huh?
That's what I asked my son. I said, well, he done made lemonade before? He said, no, Mom. He said, no. I don't know where he getting this from. I'm like,
girl, these kids are so goddamn smart these days. Girl, they could be saying the crazy, like he be saying things. I be wondering, girl, he told me, stop talking to me. And I was telling him, that I'm gonna change his butt, right? I said, I'm going to get a pamper to change your butt. And he stopped talking to me. I don't want he said, I'm not finished pooping. He he could, girl, he don't like getting changed. But now he tells me he poop, he'll tell me that I don't have to ask him no more, and he'll take off his pamper and everything. He got pull up, y'all. It's not a pamper, it's pull up, which I thought the pull-ups would help, but the boy don't like nobody touching him. He don't like it changed. One day he told me, get out my face. I was like, what? Get out my face. And I'm like, who taught you that? So I'm assuming that maybe his mom or maybe he heard somebody tell somebody get out their face. Because we don't talk like that to him, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the thing these kids will repeat, you gotta watch what you say around them, girl.
He found a lemon on the counter, and because I have lemons and lime in a little bowl, he done put the lemon in a cup, and then when he put to the water cooler some water and said, grandma, homemade lemonade.
He's so smart. That is, girl. You're too smart.
It ain't
That's
no
so
water,
smart.
y'all want to live it. But in his imagination, it tastes good.
Yeah.
And
Here
I'm
we
like,
go. Yeah, they smart. They smart, girl. Okay, here we go.
Fox 4 News is getting results. We first reported on Crime Stoppers' refusal to issue a reward to a couple who was key to Dallas police arresting a most wanted fugitive. Today, a Fox 4 viewer stepped up to do what he says Crime Stoppers failed to do. Fox 4's Lori Brown is live. Lori.
Corey, a Fox 4 viewer told us that he knew he needed to do the right thing for a family that did not hesitate when face to face with a top 10 most wanted fugitive.
We've been hearing a lot of thank yous and that we are heroes.
We were there as Fox 4 viewer Cliff Freeman hand-delivered a check to Kenyatta and Brianna Jordan.
I know you guys have been through a lot, and I just want to tell you, I saw your story that Lori did on Channel 4, and it just touched my heart.
Freeman is a Dallas native and business owner.
What you guys did was put yourselves at risk, and you took a bad guy off the street. And you're my heroes for that. You're welcome. You sure can.
Then Brianna Jordan saw the amount.
For $5,000. Thank you so much.
Trying not to tear up out here. Yeah, I know everybody gonna see this. When I saw the story, I teared up, so it's okay. It's a good thing. Yes, it is. Tears of joy.
The Jordans are parents of 6 young children.
7, 6, 4, 3, 1, and 6 months.
So when they saw reports that Leonard Neal was wanted for abducting a 9-year-old boy and 7-year-old girl and sexually assaulting the girl, they looked at his photo carefully. When they thought they saw him at a bus stop, they called 911. As Neal got on the bus, they followed it while talking to police. Before police arrested Neal, he cut his throat with a box cutter. The chair who oversees North Texas Crime Stoppers told us that the Jordans could not receive the reward because their tip went through 911 instead of their tip line. Freeman told us he believed the Jordans' actions were deserving of the reward anyway, which is why he provided the amount in full.
I don't have Crime Stoppers number programmed into my phone, but I do have 911, and I guarantee you 911 is the first number that I'm going to call.
Freeman said he wants to show the community that Crime Stoppers or not, when you do the right thing, the community will have your back.
On top of that, we were able to contact Six Flags.
Six Flags is providing the Jordan family with tickets to attend the park.
We want to help celebrate this with you, this great thing that you guys have done, and Six Flags has also wanted to participate in that as well. We just need more heroes like you guys. It's a blessing. Thank you so much. Hey, I want to hug from this number 4 here. That's all right. Love you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Wow. You know, the tip line, though, could have been on the other side. Like, it could have been his family trying to get him back safely. And because he slit his throat, they don't want to pay. I don't know. It don't make sense. But I wonder what the rules of Crime Stoppers is. Because they do give you a number. Let me see. Crime Stoppers. Let's see. Because I would call the police, too. We learn things through other people, you know. Let me see, Crime Stoppers, rewards. Let's see what it say about reward. Local Crime Stoppers programs are a nonprofit organization led by Citizens Against Crime. Some Crime Stoppers programs offer cash rewards up to $1,000 to persons providing anonymous information to lead to a felony arrest of the criminal. So maybe that's why, maybe because he killed himself. I don't know. Let's see what else.
But it was most wanted. He was a most wanted motherfucker too. God damn. Was to really break him on.
Let's see. It's anonymity. You know, you get to be anonymous. Let's see. A call received by the program results. A call received by the program. Okay, so let's see what it say. Cash reward is offered to individuals that provide anonymous tips to Crime Stoppers with information that will lead to arrests. Local media publicized the first. Yeah, it does say that's a good thing for us to learn because maybe we didn't know. But
yeah, that's why I came up and told you. Yeah, we need to know. People need to know that.
Yeah, people need to know that because if you call 911, you ain't getting that money.
That's for sure.
That nigga be on the loose too. Shit.
Look, it says right here, y'all. It says local law enforcement agencies receive and process the anonymous tip received through Crime Stoppers. So it does have to go through Crime Stoppers. If the information leads to arrest, the caller will be paid up to $1,000 for their information. But check it out. Suppose I call through them and then the police don't get there in time and then he gets away. I don't get shit.
Yeah.
And then it got to lead to his arrest, but that's why they didn't get it because it didn't lead to his arrest. He killed himself.
Oh yeah, they did. No, that's the second video bomb. They had followed him on. They followed the bus he was on.
Yeah, that's
the
what it
police
said.
caught up with the bus. Yeah, so they went out their way.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Called, yeah.
No, I'm saying that because they didn't capture him alive, you know what I mean? That's why they're not getting paid.
Ooh,
and yet
he alive?
No, he killed himself.
Yeah. No, he cut his throat. They brought him to jail. Look, if you look at his
he's alive?
Shot, yeah, they got him off the bus. He cut his throat. They saved that nigga. No, bitch, don't kill yourself now. Go to fucking penitentiary with those charges. That's why they was like, well, damn, we don't get nothing. When you look at the mug shot on that, when you look at the mug shot, you see the big ass cut on his neck. He had with stitches in it.
Oh, let's see.
You know, just because it cuts
Leonard Neal was wanted. The Jordans are parents of 6 young children.
7, 6, 4, 3, 1, and 6 months.
Dallas Mayor Pro Tem Tanel Atkins began working to address the root of the problem so it doesn't happen again. He says he will have an announcement about a solution Tuesday.
It's all right. Love you guys. Thank you so much.
When face to face with a top 10 most wanted fugitive.
We've been hearing.
Put yourselves at risk.
Thank you so much.
I'm trying not to.
Believe the Jordan's actions were deserving of the reward anyway, which is why he provided the amount in full.
I don't have Crime Stoppers number programs.
Could not receive the reward because their tip went through 911 instead of their tip line. Freeman told us he believed the Jordan's actions were deserving of the reward anyway, which is why he provided the amount in full.
I don't have Crime Stoppers number programmed into my phone, but I do have 911, and I guarantee you 911 is the first number that I'm going to call.
Freeman said he wants to show the community that Crime Stoppers or not, when you do the right thing, the community will have your back.
On top of that, we were able to contact Six Flags.
Six Flags is providing the Jordan family with tickets to attend the park.
We want to help celebrate this with you, this great thing that you guys have done, and Six Flags has also wanted to participate in that as well. We just need more heroes like you guys. It's a blessing. Thank you so much. Hey, I want to hug from this number 4 here. That's all right. Love you guys. Thank you so much. Yeah.
After we brought this issue to his attention, Dallas Mayor Pro Tem Tanel Atkins began working to address the root of the problem so it doesn't happen again. He says he will have an announcement about a solution Tuesday.
Yeah, I didn't see why he was alive. Did they say it again? Well, anyway, he probably, if you say he's alive, I believe you.
Yeah, I'm at home now. I'm on my computer. I can see the picture of her. You're alive. They got a mug shot up there, motherfucker. And see, that's what I'll be saying. Nah, don't kill yourself now. Go to the penitentiary with those charges of that 9-year-old boy and that 7-year-old girl, nigga. And see, that's why he didn't want to go.
I'm like that too. Don't kill yourself now. You was a killer just a minute ago. Don't kill yourself now.
You got some work for you.
All them dudes be killing themselves. But guess what? When it comes down to the police, they put their guns in the air and put their hands up. But when it comes down to black folks, their ass is shooting it out. Don't kill yourself down.
I know a lot of people want to see them gone, but nah, let them suffer. Let them suffer with Pookie and Riri and them hounds, real niggas and shit like that who can't stand that kind of shit. Because the first thing dudes in jail start thinking about is their family at home.
You gonna play it?
I just got to my computer. I just walked in the door. I'm about to pull it up in a second, bro. Give me a second.
Oh, okay.
I'm on my phone.
So I hope everybody had a good week. We over here
Yeah, I got
rambling tonight.
my daughter-in-law done just died. My hair red, y'all.
Who?
I gotta
Your
wash
hair-
it out. We
your hair
gotta wash it. Girl, yeah, she done dyed my hair red.
Oh, you red hair now.
Girl, she dyed my hair red because her hair red.
Y'all want to be like twins, huh?
Girl, yeah, that's my baby. That's my other daughter, my bonus daughter.
Yeah.
Did I tell you my daughter won bingo last night?
Oh yeah, you told us.
Yeah, these
Yeah,
kids.
you told us
cutting up.
everybody won but you on your birthday.
On my yeah, on my birthday. That is
All right,
lucky.
that's me coming in, bro. I'm on my computer. I'm coming.
And give me a hard time, man. This bag is small, and I ain't gonna lie. The hardest bag I've ever made because how small it is. Showing my these goddamn curves. I done made many bags before. I done sold this shit by hand. I had to unpick it. It's like I'm trying to get these nice around these curves, but I'm getting it now, but damn. Run it damn bag for 2 days. It's the second one. I did 2. I do 2 at a time. Yeah. The next one is going to be done a little different. We just wait for Mr. Caviar. He's able to show us up.
All right, here we go. I'm about to show him now. 1 sec. Let me find the picture though. The niggas be dirty, boy.
Man, did you see where I played something earlier where they caught this man kidnapped this little girl? They ain't show a picture of him. That's why we said he probably white. Because they done caught his ass and they ain't show no picture. You see how they showed the picture of that man? They showed a picture of him right away, right? When they black, they want you to see. When they not black, they don't show you pictures right away. You might never know his color until later, but we be knowing he ain't black. That's what we do know. That's a shame.
All right, I got it. Hold on. Let me share the screen right quick. They have more than one story on this nigga. All right. That's his picture right there. See right there where he can cut his neck?
Oh, damn.
Yeah, he tried to cut his own throat. They called him though. Brought him to the hospital, gave him some excellent care to go around and go to the penitentiary. Some excellent care to get your ass to the penitentiary.
Amen
Oh, he gonna be,
for that. Thank the Lord.
he gonna be in trouble.
Oh,
They don't
yeah.
like them when they mess with kids.
Oh, yes, indeed. If he can make it, he got to go to solitary or you go just stay getting fucked over.
Wait,
Not going-
look here. How my auntie say, hallelujah.
All right, see, that's why he tried to kill himself. He ain't gonna do not that kind of time.
Yeah.
In prison, man, that's all. He know that already. He know that. Don't kill yourself.
Hallelujah.
Why I understand why they protect you know, to get the men who mess with kids. Well, why don't they do anything when the men mess with women? You know, I guess I'm wondering what their thought of mind is on that.
That's frowned upon too, Bomb. That's an issue too. Especially if he hit the news, because what they'll do is they'll do the same thing that happened to them, that they did. They do it to them. You ain't getting no respect for none of that.
Yeah. I always wondered, you know, at first I thought that's how it was until, you know, some of these men online here made it seem like, no, they don't care about what happens to the women, you know.
Yeah.
But I do remember when that was looked upon bad that you beating up on women. But yes, they were saying that so many women, they claim that so many women mess over men that none of the men care about the women no more.
But they'll learn that. They'll learn how much men care when they touch one of mine. They'll learn. Some niggas need to learn. That's all. That's always been the case. Some niggas need to learn the hard fucking way. That's all.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Bob, let me just say this. My husband claims this. Now, he don't have no stats to prove this, but he claims that it's almost 20% of men that will do horrible things to women, beat women. But he claims that it's 80% of men who know that shit is wrong. And he says, just imagine if it's 10% of the black men in jail. So he says that only 10% of black men really go to jail. But he was saying, even with them few, he said, just imagine 80% out of that 20% that think I don't care, right? 80% care. And then that 1 or 2% come in there who done did this shit.
Well, that's because a lot of niggas.
He said them niggas still got a hard way to go.
Yeah, that's because most of the niggas that's in jail, I mean, the real criminals, not the ones that's been wrongfully convicted. They was just probably pretty much out to get their hustle on, or there was some beef.
Yes, that's what my husband said. He said 80% of them niggas is in there for jail or other crimes. I mean, for drugs or other minor crimes. He said the other ones is in there for big crimes like murder and other stuff. He said, but even with that, he said, imagine if you in that small 10% that come in there for horrible shit, for like rape or incest and stuff like that. He was like, you got a hard way to go.
Yeah.
It sounds about right. You know? Yeah. But you know, I hear what the men say they have to do what they have to do to feed their family or feed themselves, you know. We can't act like they ain't other races of people who did the same. They will be like, you know, they use black men to sell the dope. But you know, no black man had no ships and boats and planes to be bringing that shit in this country.
What the hell we was gonna get kilos for Colombia from? Ain't nobody taking no boat trip like that. We've been on that boat one time too many.
Listen, Mr. Cap, I know the real Noriega. The real Noriega. You know damn well we don't know no damn Noriega.
We ain't never seen them motherfuckers even talk to us. We couldn't even get to Mexico. Only person who got to Mexico was Freeway, and your boy from BMF. They went to Mexico, you know, and shit like that. I don't know too many people did that. They might have had to connect, but you ain't gonna chill about them people like that. We got to get it from them, from somewhere.
Yeah, no.
But even when they went to Mexico, they didn't come back with it. You know, they just went and chit chat.
Yeah, just something though. Yep.
Miss University, everybody get a new police chief in New Orleans.
Oh.
They're down to the last 6.
Man, we've been so busy in Dallas, Texas, where Jose at. I didn't want to tell Jose You know, shows. Listen, my whole family for some reason is invested in y'all political shit in Dallas. I don't know what's going on in Dallas, but we heavily invested in Dallas right now.
Oh, y'all?
Yes. I was on there in November. I was on in Dallas for real for a huge event I had. But anyway, we really invested in Dallas right now. But that's why I say about the South: Mississippi, Texas, Louisiana, Alabama, Tennessee, Florida. Yeah, we heavily invested in those campaigns. Yeah.
Yeah, in Florida, they lost their mind.
No. We got some good candidates in Florida.
Well, I'm talking about with the educational system, with DeSantis, with the teaching, the black slave teaching.
Yeah, but the new mayors that's coming out, we have some good candidates. So we just waiting. Yeah. So I don't even like to say it because we're not supposed to say it, but we already know who the new mayor of Dallas is.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's really good. Yeah.
Oh, you say you got property down here, don't you?
No. I don't own any property in Dallas. No.
I thought you said you own some property in Dallas.
No, I never said that.
Oh, okay.
Houston.
No, she said she used to live. Yeah, she
I
said
mean,
she used.
Texas, that's what I meant, Texas. So Houston, to me, you saying Houston is right 3 hours.
Yeah, not Dallas though. No.
I mean, Texas. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah, Houston, but not Dallas. I don't own anything in Dallas or Fort Worth, but I do have a sister who lives in Dallas. Yes. She owns a lot in Dallas. Yes. I don't own anything in Dallas. So I don't personally, no. Yeah. But Dallas is a huge deal. And it's always been a huge deal, but yeah. Yeah, I don't even know how I'm gonna feel as this new redhead. Y'all, I'm scared. But I'm gonna see. I guess I'll see.
You red? What kind of redhead?
It said vibrant red.
Is it like K. Michelle red or what?
I don't have no idea. It said vibrant red. But she's a hairdresser.
Oh.
So she actually mixed some stuff together. Say something to the people. Say something what you did to me. I don't know why she don't want to say. But anyway, we'll see.
So what's going on in Texas like that?
Far as I know, is Texas is really nothing. But their local politicians, especially their judges, That's I think what we're here for, what we're there for mostly. They're judges. We're changing a lot of the local politics are going to be changed in the next 2 years. So we'll see.
Shit, a lot of local politics need to change, you know what I mean? All over this goddamn country.
Yeah.
We need to stop that nonsense of voting doesn't work, because they convinced us of that in order to stop us from voting. Now they notice that we started voting, since Obama. So it's been over 10 years plus when Black people started voting. And now they're trying to stop us with laws, which should tell people.
That is the greatest lie ever told. I keep hearing still Negroes telling people, oh, your vote don't count anyway. So the greatest lie ever told was your vote don't count anyway. Why do you think these people fight you tooth and nail to vote? It's because your vote matters a lot.
A lot. You don't need no money. That nonsense where they were talking about, we got to get money to politics so they can. No, you don't need no money. Your vote is powerful. I kept telling them. I keep
hearing a lot of men saying your vote don't matter anyway. And I'm like, that's just what they're telling y'all. Your vote matters.
No,
if your vote didn't matter, they would not go through generations of us trying to stop you from being able to vote. Do you understand that?
For the president, it doesn't matter. That's what they mean.
It does matter for the president. Why would it matter for the president?
The president goes by electoral votes.
No, but you got it. The electoral votes go by your votes, dude.
No. So, like for example, if you were in California, it's going to be a Democratic state. So even if everybody voted, who's Republican, you would lose.
No, it's not true, dude.
It is true.
Do you know that I could be an electoral voter? You would not know it.
What's
Stop
that?
believing the lies.
No, that's the way it's set up.
But you say
electoral
votes is they choose the vote based on how many votes the people get in that state.
No, that's not how it works.
What you mean that's not how it works? Well, how do you think it works?
Do you know who is elected to be your electoral voter?
Yeah,
they're not an elected person.
Listen, we talking two different things.
Mueller's on point there.
He is trying to claim that some state is just deciding where to put their electoral votes. Just out of blue.
No, she's correct there that they are selected. The electoral votes are selected by politicians. So California is going to be a Democratic state no matter what. New York is going to be a Democratic state no matter what. So even if every Republican voted,
a Democratic?
Yes. Even if every Republican voted Republican, you would still lose.
That's not true.
It's a Democratic state.
Dude, that's false. Dog, what are you talking about? That's not you. What you're saying is not true. What the hell? What age group are you in? I know they didn't teach y'all this dumbass shit you talking about right now.
That's what I understand. That's
what you were understanding wrong, right? The electoral votes, when you get that's based on the people in that area.
No,
so,
it's not population. So if you have 20 million,
I didn't say listen. It depends. They put their votes based on the votes in that area. Yes, they do.
Okay, so let's say if there's 20 million people, right? And 90% of the people vote, let's say Republican. Does that mean the Republicans win?
If they the most of them, that's where they will put their electoral votes. It doesn't mean they win. It means that's who they in that state. In that state, the electoral votes, how many ever they have, will go to the Republican. Yes, that's what that means. In some states, they may split them, right? Some may go Democratic, some may go Republican. But
usually
that's based on the people in that area and how they vote. Where do we decide where we want those votes to go?
No, but we don't pick the electoral voters.
But what they got to do with anything? They still got to vote the way the people say.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do. And they're trying to change that now. After what happened with Trump, some of these states are trying to change it to say, well, we don't care what the people say. We want our electoral votes to go where we want them to go, period. That's what they're trying to do, but that's not how it's been.
I don't know. I think that's backwards.
Okay.
I mean, I could do more research on it, but
Mr. Kev.
It also determines on how you do your civil discipline, because it goes on. Let me tell you how you do your like when you get jury duty, right?
We're not talking about that. We talk about what do the when we're voting for the president. How do a
what I'm
state
trying to tell you
determine?
is what I believe.
Okay.
How I got
Ooh.
selected for electoral. Listen, this is what I'm trying to tell you, and I'm not sure of it. But how? But
Oh
no,
my God, y'all, this is crazy. You're not sure of it, but you want to tell us. Okay, go ahead, tell us. Go ahead.
I won't even say it. I won't say it.
No, it was weird that you said this is how I go, and then you said, "Well, I'm not sure." Now I'm okay. We okay with listening.
Because when Obama came in, listen, I was part of the electoral debate, the voters, but I never signed up for it. I just was told.
Girl, what are you talking about?
Okay, you're right.
Explain it. Go ahead and tell us. So you was a part of the what? We talk about for president, right? So you was a part of the what? Go ahead and tell us. Go ahead.
Mule tell us.
Go ahead.
Never mind, because it won't be important. It's not important.
It is important. We want to hear it. It may not be true, but it's still important. We want to hear it. Nothing wrong with, Go ahead.
If it's not true, it's not important. Don't worry about it.
No, but are we talking about the president? You talking about when we vote for the president, state by state, right? Is that what we're talking about? We just, because maybe we're not talking about the same thing. Okay, so we are. So you're saying in your state of, let's just say, we just gonna make up a state. So it don't have to be, we're gonna call a state Mule. It's the state.
No, we're gonna say the state of Texas.
Okay, state of Texas.
It's not important because it's not real. So we don't even need to mention it.
But it may be right. Go ahead.
It may be wrong. So let's not even mention it.
Okay. So anyway, I mean, if you want to mention it, you can mention it, but I'm gonna play a video explaining how this works. But you can still give us. Go ahead. Okay, because I don't mind being wrong. If I say something I'm wrong, y'all tell me I'm wrong, I'm okay with being wrong. I still share it, and then y'all be like, "Nah, Bob, that's not right." And then
the thing is, you don't apply for that. That's something they give you.
They give who?
They give people who just vote all the time these rights, right? You don't even know you have it until you get it.
Get what?
I think she's talking about the Electoral College.
Electoral College. You don't even know you have it until they grant it to you.
No, those people know who have it. Those
yes, they do.
No, you only know it before the election, like maybe 6 months.
No,
That's
they know it before that. Like Clinton, when he lived in New York, he was on the electoral board.
Oh Lord, here we go, y'all. Let me just
if he was on a board, it's different.
If you watch the presidential election,
Hello?
you'll hear a lot of this.
Hello.
What do the national polls look?
Okay, we're gonna listen to this. Okay, let's see if we can get.
During a presidential election, you'll hear a lot of this.
What do the national polls look like? Hillary Clinton's national lead. Nationally, Joe Biden is currently ahead.
But these national polls don't actually tell you who's going to win.
Throw the national polls out the window. They don't matter at all. What matters are those swing states.
Ah, yes, the swing states. Most democracies around the world elect their head of state with a popular vote, so whoever gets the most votes wins. But in America, we do it a little differently. The U.S. is the only country that picks its president using something called the Electoral College. It's made up of delegates from each U.S. state. When
delegates of each state. Okay.
Right, but there's
Americans vote for president, what they're actually voting for is who their state will vote for.
Who your state. So if you live in Texas, when you vote for the president, you're not voting for the president. You're voting for who your state will vote for president.
Right.
So that's why in Texas, if you got more Republicans than Democrats vote, then all their electoral votes will go to the Republican.
Right.
Now they got swing states, like we some of these states have turned purple, right? In other words, that means they're almost as equal Democrats as Republicans.
No,
What's not
she's
true?
correct. She's correct.
Yes,
No,
I know
that's
I'm
not
correct.
true.
No, that's correct.
What's not true?
Why do you think so many people were upset with Sheila Jackson Lee that when Obama won Houston, Texas, she had already promised?
What you mean he won Houston, Texas?
Wait, can you stop and listen? Let me finish. When Obama won Houston, Texas, he did not win the state of Texas. He won the city of Houston, Texas. That meant that Sheila Jackson Lee was actually a delegate to vote for the presidency. And she swung it to Hillary. And everybody was upset because Obama won the city, not the state, but the city of Houston. But Sheila Jackson Lee had already promised her vote to Hillary Clinton.
But that's
Y'all,
different.
you guys have to learn.
Wait a minute. Okay, wait a minute. I'm sorry.
different.
When Obama ran for president, was he running against Hillary?
Yes.
No, what the hell are you talking about?
Oh my
She's talking about prior to the election.
That's right. And that is something different.
So in the primary,
there's no electoral vote in the primary.
and everybody in Houston voted for Obama.
There's
But
no electoral
Hillary-
votes for that.
about, Mule.
There's no electoral votes for
Don't worry
that.
about it.
Neil don't know what she said. She's just making up shit.
That doesn't apply to the
you're
electoral college.
You're so right, Baham.
We know I'm right, though.
You're right.
Because you know that when you run for president, and we are talking about the presidential vote, we know that's a Democrat versus Republican, and we know that Obama and Hillary are the same party. So you and I are not even talking about the same thing. You claiming that we are, but we're not. There's one Republican, one Democrat, and then they make
But before it becomes that, Baham, what is it?
What?
It's a primary.
What before it becomes that? What is that
It's a
called?
primary. That's what it's called. It's a primary.
I'm gonna need you to cool out, right?
Baham, what is it called before?
You heard what they said, but we was talking about a presidential race. That's where the electoral college come into play. What you're talking about is not.
Baham, what I'm talking about is that. Oh my God.
I'm gonna
Okay,
need
why
you to
is
pull out,
everybody
Baham.
else? Why you keep
I'm
saying
sorry,
bomb?
Mule.
But Mella told you was wrong, and also what his name? Rochester tell you wrong, but you keep saying bomb. Okay, bomb.
I'm
Okay.
trying to hold her hand and walk her home because she's tripping.
But she keep telling me I'm the only one telling her she wrong though.
No, she's confused.
Nobody's
It's
against
okay.
you,
Y'all
Miss
don't
University.
remember this, but okay.
Don't matter. That's not
I'm
how it
gonna let
works.
it go. I'm gonna let it go.
Okay, go ahead, Mella. What you want to say, sis?
I
Before
just
play the
came to
video.
hold Miss University's hand and walk her home because she tripping.
She tripping.
And I mean that with love. I mean that with love. Mule, I see you, baby.
I see you too, Bella, and I thank you. But guess what? What I was trying to say was
we don't want to make an example out of you. Please slow your roll, baby.
okay. But what I was trying to say
asking
was
for it.
at some point, Hillary Clinton had more votes.
Oh gosh,
than
she
Obama.
hard-headed as hell. Oh my God.
Okay, she talking about something else. Okay, so let's go down the road you're going, but let's just be clear. We are not on the same path. We was talking about electoral colleges, right? And that deals with the president. The actual, when they're running, that would be usually two of them running. It may be a few more, but nobody cares. That's a waste of your vote, right? But that would be somebody for the Republican, somebody for the Democrats, somebody maybe independent, and then some cuckoo bird who running like what his name was. Remember? But he wasn't running for president because he got knocked out too, right? But people wrote down his name though. What his name? Kanye West. But anyway, so in this country, we have two big parties. Okay. So when you mention Obama and Hillary, well, we're not talking about the same thing. And then that means we're not talking about electoral votes. The electoral college. Okay. So anybody else Rochester, you want to say something before I play this video?
No,
So
go
we
ahead.
can-
No.
Okay, so here it goes.
This is why, every so often, someone wins the presidency without winning the popular vote. That's happened twice in just the past 20 years. The majority of Americans do not like the system, and haven't for a long time. Both political parties have made attempts to get rid of it. So why does the US still use the Electoral College? And who actually benefits from it? The Electoral College is based on how people are represented in Congress, where each state has a number of representatives based on its population, and every state also gets 2 senators. So, for example, let's look at Texas, which has a huge population, and Vermont, which has a really small one. Texas has 36 representatives in Congress. Vermont only gets 1. Representatives in both states each represent roughly the same number of people. In the Electoral College, a state gets the same number of delegates as their congressional representatives, plus 2 for each senator. So Texas has 38 electoral votes, Vermont has 3.
Okay, so you understand that? Based on the population, it depends on how many electoral votes you get. This is about the votes. This is nothing about no people. Okay? This is about how many do you have to throw at creating the president of the United States. That's why they say Texas and California, essentially, if we got away from the electoral votes, the Electoral College, we only got a few states that would actually determine who the president is every single time. That would be California, Texas, Florida, just those 3 states damn near will be able to decide who our president is.
Right, we agree on that. However, the electoral votes are specific individuals in those states. They're not every vote. That's what I'm trying to say.
Right, but see what they just explained to us, that each state gets so many votes based on the population. So Texas get more votes than Vermont. Now, if people in Texas, when they vote, and most of the people say, okay, we want the Democrats to win, then most of all those electoral votes will go to the Democrat. But if more Republicans vote in Texas, then all those votes will go to the Republican.
Right, we agree.
So the people in that state tell that state where to put those votes. Those people the delegates do not get to decide where to put those votes.
No, the electoral, the people, what I'm saying is there are a set of voters that are designed to be deemed the Electoral College. Like I said, like Clinton was a member of the board in New York. So there's a list of names of those people. So if there's 50 people, you know who those 50 people are. So they're the ones who decide what the state is going to be. Those 50
What you mean the state gonna be? What you mean they get to decide who the state gonna be? No, they do not.
That's what the Electoral College is for.
No, dude, listen.
There's specific people.
Are you talking about we talk about the president, right?
Yeah.
It don't matter who the people are, because even if they were Democrats, like in Texas, which we know is a Republican state, even if those delegates were Democrats, they still got to put their vote where the people say, and that would be on Republican. That is why Trump won in Texas. He got those votes. Some states split them up. I think it's a couple of states that may split them up because they got some other way where they state do it. But the people, that 25,000 million people up there about Texas, they get to decide where these people put their vote. These people don't get to do that. That's why your vote do matter. If you don't vote in the state and see people like you and those of us who those of y'all who are confused, you're the reason why you don't get to say who the president is, because somebody told you that your vote don't count, and so you don't vote, and so the Republicans get to tell us where the vote go. But see, they know that now we're smart enough. The internet is here, people are paying attention, and they're learning. So when they say our vote only works locally, well, this is a local vote, because we get to tell our local government who to vote for president. So, and they're about to explain that. So I'm going to rewind it a little bit and let's hear it.
As their congressional representatives, plus 2 for each senator. So Texas has 38 electoral votes, Vermont has 3. But this combination makes the number of people each delegate represents way different between states. In Texas, 1 electoral delegate represents 3 times the amount of people as 1 in Vermont. And that makes each individual person's vote in Vermont a lot more influential. The Electoral College creates discrepancies like this all over the country. A voter in Wyoming is worth 3.5 times as much as a voter in California. And the winner of the presidential election is the candidate who gets 270 or more of these Electoral College votes. These are the results of the 2016 election by state. You're probably more familiar with this version of it, a map of red states and blue states. But this chart tells a different story. You can see that no state is actually all red or all blue. But almost every state awards its electoral votes the same way. The candidate who gets the most votes in a state gets all its electoral votes.
Y'all heard that? So there is no splitting up. Like, let's say you said that Clinton, I think you said Clinton or Obama, one of them, was electoral something candidate or whatever, right? Just because he is a Democrat or she is a Democrat or Republican doesn't mean they get to decide where to put their vote. The people in that state does. The people in that state does. And so if in your state of Texas, most of the votes come in and it's voting for Obama, then they got to give all their electoral votes to Obama, and they don't give a shit about the Republicans at all, because they lost in that. So when we do vote for president, we're voting for our state to put the vote where we want it to go. So, and that's how the shit works.
If they win the state by 1%, they win 100% of the electoral votes. In 2016, more than 4 million people voted for Donald Trump in California. In fact, more people voted for him there than in any other state except for 2. But it didn't matter. Hillary Clinton got more votes there, so she got all 55 of its electoral votes. Clinton never even campaigned in California. Polling showed she'd easily win the state. Trump only visited Texas once. He knew he'd basically had that state's electoral votes locked. But they both visited Florida 35 or more times. That's because Florida is usually a swing state. Polls show that the vote there could swing to one party or another nearly every election. Trump only won it in 2016 by 100,000 votes, out of more than 9 million. Swing states have changed over time thanks to shifting demographics and political views. And it's states like these where presidential candidates spend most of their time campaigning. It also means these states have way more influence over the election than these ones. A study found that voters in Michigan had 51 times the amount of influence on the 2016 election as someone from a state like Utah. Voters in states like California or Missouri mattered very little. Swing states are where the election actually takes place. They get the attention and the influence, and they only exist because of the Electoral College. It doesn't seem very fair, but the Electoral College has always shifted power away from some people and towards others. It was how it was designed. Back when there were just a few states, not 50, they had to get all the states to agree on the Constitution. One problem. The northern states, which were largely anti-slavery, wanted only free people to count in the population towards electoral votes, which they had more of. The pro-slavery southern states were worried that they would be constantly outvoted and wanted enslaved people to count in determining the population. As a compromise, they settled on something called the 3/5 Clause. It established that an enslaved person would only count as 3/5 of a person. In 1800, Pennsylvania, a northern state, and Virginia, a southern one, had about the same number of free people living there, but Virginia was also home to hundreds of thousands of enslaved people who had no freedom, let alone a vote, and ended up with more votes in the Electoral College than Pennsylvania. That year, those extra electoral votes gave the candidate from Virginia just enough to win. Even after the U.S. finally abolished slavery and eventually gave Black Americans the right to vote, white Southern leaders found ways to keep them from voting, like with discriminating laws like poll taxes and acts of violence. This meant they continued to have overrepresentation in the Electoral College on behalf of a large population that couldn't vote.
That's right. When we don't vote, then they have control. When we vote, though, we have control. And so they tell us our vote don't count. In fact, they scared us and they was hanging people who would go to vote. That's how important voting meant. They were lynching Black people as they was walking to the polls. They were giving them tests, IQ tests. They would put balls in a jar or marbles in a jar and say, well, in order for you to vote, you got to guess the correct number in this jar, but just by looking at it. And then you sitting there just guessing. And if you didn't guess the right number, then you couldn't vote. So that must tell you how important we are and our votes are. So we shouldn't be arguing about this nonsense about we don't matter when it comes to the president. We are the deciding votes. That's why they say Black women was the deciding vote for Biden. Black women. Because we opened our eyes and we were like, nah, okay. But that shouldn't be. We got just as many Black men in this nation. They just got to get out and vote.
The first time Congress attempted to replace the Electoral College with a simple popular vote was back in 1816. But senators from southern states blocked it, saying it would be deeply injurious to them. In 1969, Congress came even closer. Replacing the Electoral College had support in both parties and even passed the House, but it was blocked again by Southern senators. A senator from Alabama wrote, "The Electoral College is one of the South's few remaining political safeguards. Let's keep it. Why change a system that historically had and still was benefiting white Southerners?"
That's right. And you know why it benefits white Southerners? Because they done told us voting don't matter and doesn't, yeah. But there are more Black people in the South. Think about that shit, man. But they didn't convince us for centuries.
Today, the states that the Electoral College benefits have changed, but it's still making some voters more powerful than others. If we look at the states with a lot of electoral votes for not a lot of people, and the states with a little electoral votes for a lot of people, these states are a lot wider and less diverse than the rest of America. And many of these states are Republican strongholds. These tend to vote Democratic. That's one reason the two most recent Republican presidents have won the Electoral College without winning the popular vote. And since it's currently Democrats that are primarily disadvantaged by the Electoral College, they're the ones leading the charge to replace it with a popular vote.
Get rid of the Electoral College and everybody.
But as politics have changed, the people most critical of the Electoral College have too. In the 1948 presidential election, New York ended up being the major swing state. A congressman from Texas said, "I have no objection to the Negro in Harlem voting, but I do resent the fact that his vote is worth 100 times as much as the vote of a white man in Texas." Swing states change. What doesn't is that the Electoral College gives certain people more power to pick the president. And its biggest defenders have always been those who benefit the most from it.
Boom. Okay, I hope that cleared up some things. So yes, we do vote for the president, but our actual single vote does not, right? We watch when they say, they look at each state when the president, when they run in the race, and we see the states, and then they show us how many people voted for the Republican, how many people in that state voted for the Democrat, and then after showing that, then they'll say, well, hey, the electoral college in that state will go towards this president or that president, that president. That's why Trump called certain states swing states, because he was hoping. What?
Have you guys ever wondered how people get picked to be part of the electoral college?
What does it matter?
Oh my God.
I'm asking you, what do you think it matters as it relates to who is the electoral college? Who are these people you're talking about?
The people that
besides our senators, and if you're talking about our senators, we vote them in.
No, they're not the senators.
No,
like I said, Clinton.
I'm asking what she means by electoral college.
The people that get approved as electorates, they have specific distinguishment as to how they get picked. You know what I mean? They don't just grab somebody off the street and say, hey, you're going to be an electoral college, person. No, these are people with specific affiliations. And,
yes, that's what I was trying to point out.
And so there's a lot of favoritism as to who gets picked to be an electorate.
Yeah, that's why it's controversial. That's why we have this controversy whether our votes count or not, because they don't make it clear.
Yeah.
Like, so for instance, if I was running for election in Texas as a Democrat, it would be damn near impossible to win because it's a red state. I mean,
no, it's a red state because the Democrats not pulling out as much as the Republicans. That's the only reason it's a red state.
We know that for years, though. We know that for years, right? So let's say this coming election, I already know that for like 5 years, this has been a red state. So I would need a miracle to win that state.
No, that's not true. You just need people to go out and vote to win.
No, if for example, they gave the Trump in California that 4 million people voted for Trump, but that wasn't enough. So
that's right. What you mean they gave him? What you mean they gave him?
No, they counted 4 million votes for Trump. So those 4 million votes did not count because they gave it to whoever was running. I don't remember.
Right. You talking about Biden?
Biden, yes, Biden.
Yeah,
yes.
but they gave it to Biden because 4 million people voted for Trump, but 6 million voted for Biden, dude.
Right. So the 4 million doesn't count, right?
Yes.
So the people who lose don't count. That's why they say that.
No, but the reason they lost. Why would you win if you lose?
Right. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, bro. We're not just. I'm just saying that there's a confusion. That's why it's confusing.
But it's not confusing. You lose. You lose.
The confusion comes when you
votes.
win the popular vote, but lose the electoral votes.
Yes. That's part of it, yes.
So you saying that you win you say it statewise, or you talk about presidential, because your state could win, right? As far as you are going to vote for Trump, your state, like
and
Texas.
that does not matter.
But
the
still
electoral
lose.
college of that state does not give their vote to that person.
Right.
Wait, say that again. Say that again.
Can you say it again?
Yeah, because
University?
I sound like you said if everybody decide to vote
What
for.
I'm saying is, you can win the popular vote.
Yes.
But that does not matter if you do not win the electoral vote.
Yes, that's how the president works, but that's not how it works in the states, though.
We talking
now
about
I thought you were talking about the presidency.
Yes, but remember, if you're talking about electoral college, that is won through the states. That is where the popular vote is won. That's where it counts. But the popular vote does not count towards the presidency.
Right. So that's where they say that the votes don't count. That's why they
no,
say
but
that.
it does count. It counts in your state. When
Right,
see,
the
so
states can
this
be
is what I'm
biased.
saying. If in your state everybody goes to vote and there's more of one than the other, because that's how it works, one of them is going to win. Whoever wins, that's where all the electoral votes go.
Right.
The loser do not get none of it. The
No,
loser
ma'am.
lose. That is how it works. What you mean, no, man?
No, she's correct, Mule. She's correct. But the problem is, for example, if you are for something, let's say, like I know some Republicans in New York, but New York is a Democratic state. They don't like abortion, for instance, and they want abortion to be banned in New York, right? The Republicans do. But it's New York is a Democratic state. The chances of that happening is close to zero. They know that.
Well, the reason is well, they got to get some more demo. But if you live in a state where you know that most of your fellow neighbors are opposed, you know, they're the opposite. That's just what it is. And there is no way to win. What you want? You want to give the losers the win?
No. So it's biased, basically, because
it's not biased. What you mean? How is it biased? The only way you heard this video. Some states may be Republican today, but it might be Democrat next year. It could swing, right? Become a purple state. So you're making it seem like it's biased. You live in an area where you might live around more liberals, like in California. California, they said that 4 million people voted for Trump in California, but 6 million voted for Biden, though. So that means he loses. And that's why all the electoral votes went to Biden, because Biden won in California.
Right. So those people who voted for Trump, their vote doesn't count. That's why they're saying that. That's why
that do count. Listen, this
it
thing
does.
about losing.
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying, Bomb. But from their point of view, they're saying my vote doesn't count because the Democrats are going to outvote me.
They're not saying that, baby. The only people saying that they vote don't count is black people. Stop telling. Nobody else white has ever said they vote don't count. They know they vote count. They go out and vote, and they try to get everybody to vote so they vote can so they can win. There's a difference between it not counting and you losing. To say your vote don't count, you literally saying there's no reason to vote. White people are not saying that shit. White people are saying, "Oh yeah, you know, he should have won because I wanted him to win," but they're the losers. Black people, on the other hand, are saying, "Yeah, they don't want us to vote because my vote don't count." So white people not saying that their vote don't count. They just mad that they lost.
Yeah, I'm disappointed at people that say their vote doesn't count. I'm disappointed about that. Because your vote does count. I'm not a civics expert. However, I believe your vote does count.
Yeah, and remember, people were saying,
I'm sure if somebody sat me down and explained it to me in a way that I could understand it, I could explain it better. But I will say that your vote counts. I stick by that. And I'm disappointed when people say their vote doesn't count. I know a very intelligent man that said, there ain't no sense of voting. My vote don't count. I was like, God damn.
Man, they said that shit. I heard smart people on this internet.
Smart people.
Say that shit. Yes. I'm like, nigga, what? Dangerous as fuck when they say that. Dangerous as fuck. They didn't even want to count us. And we just heard something where they know. That's why the South stays the way they are. They keep Black people from voting. Black people keep saying it don't matter. And then, so they're not even taking the time to do it. They make it harder for you to do it as well. Well, why would they take the time to do that if it didn't matter? They just know that they control you. They're able to convince you not to do it. And
exactly.
So
why would they attempt to frustrate you if it didn't matter? Exactly.
And the popular vote, well, that's a whole nother thing. Because no matter what, Trump did not win no popular vote neither. So they trying to make it seem like we want popular vote. They do not, Republicans do not want popular vote to count. Because it does not benefit them at all. Okay, there's less conservative people in this country who will vote their way. So they are never saying that. If anything, they want to keep it the way it is.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, the noose is getting tighter. Okay. And that's not funny, because that's actually what's happening. The noose is getting tighter.
Because we trying to run away from it. And they trying to keep us on it. They trying to keep that noose around our neck. And when we get a little educated, why you think? Listen, that woman coming back from over there by in Russia, that was because of Black women. Biden, old Black women. He said it. And Black women showed up, showed out. And we wasn't the largest group of voters, but we were how you say the word? Like a lot. It was a lot of
a voter block, yeah.
Yeah, a voter block that threw all the votes at him. And although we're not the largest, that pushed him over the top.
If you don't vote for me, you ain't Black.
Well, I guess, we all knew, for those of us, we knew what he was saying. Now, him being white, and he was saying, he was basically saying, look at the option. If you don't give me your vote, you ain't Black. He was saying, look at this racist mofo right here, doing this, that, and the third. He was wrong for saying that, but one of his best friends is a Black man.
He had to say something. He had to figure out something.
Look what old girl said. She took our hot sauce, remember? She got hot sauce in her bag. Sweat.
I know, ain't that crazy? Now, when Trump is going around saying, what do you got to lose? He had to come up with something else. And that's what he came up with.
Yeah, that what do you got to lose bullshit, man. He didn't even offer us nothing. But Biden was saying, okay, we're going to do this, do that, and third. And Trump, all he said was, what do you got to lose?
Trump was like, take your panties off. I ain't gonna tell nobody. He just deceived the nation. It was crazy.
No, Trump would just grab you. You don't even have to take them
by
off.
the pussy.
Grab. That's what I'm saying. Take your panties off. I ain't gonna tell nobody. That's Trump. That's Trump with his crooked ass.
Oh man, crooked is. That man just want to be president just so he don't go to jail. All the criminal shit this man has done.
The bomb. Can I ask you for a solid?
Yeah, go ahead.
I would like for Miss University to be able to tell whatever story was pounding in her spirit as to why she changed the topic, and it irritated you because she was changing the topic. But I believe.
No, I wasn't irritated.
Well, okay, I misperceived that you were irritated. What I will say is that it sounded that she wanted to share something and she recanted because she may have thought that she was going to be, she was going to get some pushback. And I was wondering if Miss University is up to it, can she remember to say what it is was on her mind, and can she be allowed to speak about it?
I kept asking her what she want to say.
I know, but she was, I don't know. It was something about the
I
way
think we were talking about the electoral college, and she kept saying that.
it was like, say what you got to say, what you got to say, and then she just, her instinct told her that, I don't want to be changing the topic, so I'll just stop.
No, she was talking about the same topic, wasn't she? Or we talking about something else?
She was talking about getting jury duty, and
right, she about to explain that, but what that got to do with the
that's
president? But go ahead.
Right,
I
that's
asked her,
what
was
I'm
it the
saying.
same thing? She said it was.
She didn't get a chance to say her jury duty story, and
Yeah, I wanted to know how. She said that she asked me a good question. How do they get to become on the electoral college, right? How do they get to become that type of person, whatever they call themselves? I'm not sure, but that's interesting to know. But I guess I asked, why does it matter? Because their vote goes where the vote goes based on the people. That's why I asked, why does it matter? Now, I don't even know what they do besides vote for the president. What else do they do?
I don't know, child.
That's all I thought they do. So let's see
I know they get selected in a very special way, because I looked it up, and it has to do with proving your affiliation with a particular party. And when they say prove it, there is some underlining message that could infer.
I thought these people were our elected officials.
Financial influence. You know what I'm saying?
No, you don't have to be elected. You don't have to be an elected official.
But if you, so what do you do? What do they do?
I don't know.
They just apply. They apply, and their application gets evaluated and considered based on how they've demonstrated their dedication to the party they're affiliated with. And see, that's the sentence that's tricky. It's like, what do you mean demonstrated how dedicated they are? What does that mean? Does that mean money? Does that mean how many, walks on the pavement you can tabulate? Like, what does that mean? So that's why people are starting to just consider it to be a crooked entity. They're starting to consider the Electoral College to be corruptible, because there's so many open-ended, unanswered qualifications.
Mm-hmm. I don't even see anything about this electoral. So I do need. So y'all got to. What is it called then? Because what I'm looking up, they're not showing nothing except the Electoral College is just how the votes are applied. It don't show me that they're individual people who, they did explain how we get the votes, but where's these people and what do they do?
Well, all I did was look up the National Archives of.
I'll try to find it.
National Archives.gov, and I went to Electoral College, and it says what are the qualifications to be an elector, and then it goes who selects the electors, and then it explains that it's a two-part process.
Yeah, but
it goes into details about that. So
okay, here goes something. Let's see what this is, because this looks like two different things.
When a person enters a voting booth to vote in a presidential election, it may look like they're voting for a presidential candidate. In reality, that ballot is counted as a vote for a particular slate of presidential electors from that state. Usually, a state's presidential electors cast their electoral votes for the presidential candidate who won the popular vote in that state.
See?
In fact,
somebody said, I think it was Muse said that the popular vote, they don't win the popular vote, but you do. State to state, the popular vote does matter, and that's who gets the electoral votes. But nationwide, that's why people are upset, because nationwide,
Hillary Clinton won the popular votes.
Yes, but she didn't win
the election.
Exactly, but that's understandable because she didn't win enough electoral votes. But state by state,
and that's where the inconsistency comes.
But it's not
play.
inconsistent though. It makes sense. I said that the popular vote only happens on state to state, but she did not win lots of those states. Just see, we got areas, they have way more people than other areas.
Is it possible that an electorate can change their mind?
No.
Yeah.
But they trying to do that now. They're trying to do it now where
yes, and it happens all the time.
No, it does not happen all the time.
And that's what Miss University is trying to say.
Yeah,
It's
but she's
corrupted.
wrong though. And
It's
she can't-
corruptible.
Yeah, but we know she's wrong because she already tried to put Obama and what you call them against each other. She tried to put two Democrats. How with two Democrats? No, she is misquote. That's what she was talking about. Stop giving her answers. We heard exactly what she said. Just like right now, we know.
I absolutely did not misquote.
That's right.
Because
you just didn't know what the fuck you were talking about.
The electoral college, not
in the primary.
He won
she confused.
Listen.
Hey, Bomb, I put a link for New York, for example.
Obama won the vote.
It lists the name of the people.
Miss University, I said you misspoke because you were
It lists the names
comparing
of the people for New
two
York.
primary.
Wait, you gotta let Mela talk.
Okay.
Good.
Thank you for sharing in the back chat. The Miss University, I was under the impression you were comparing two primary Democratic candidates and as in relationship to electoral presidential votes, which are two different things. And that's why I claimed you misspoke. Now, if you still believe what you're saying, go right ahead.
What I'm saying is for that primary, when it was a runoff between those two, Obama won Houston, right?
Okay.
However, the votes did not go to Obama. It went to Hillary for Houston, Texas. And what I'm saying is that was an injustice, even though, thank God, he won it nationwide. But I did see the flaw in the counts because he was supposed to win it for Houston as well. And he did not, because Sheila Jackson Lee voted for Hillary, even though all the votes primarily went to Obama. But because she promised her vote to Hillary Clinton, she kept it. She honored that.
Do they use electoral votes for the primary?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm asking.
I'm not sure.
No, you the one saying goddamn. I'm
not
asking.
sure.
Oh, okay,
I know. See, the primaries don't work the same as the presidential vote.
Okay, Bob.
But I know.
I'm
asking. I just asked the question, but you make it seem like you've been right the whole time. You've been wrong all the time. Now you might be right on this, right? But you do understand that a lot of people don't go and vote doing the primary. You do know that, right? Lots of people don't get out because now you got Republican versus Republican and Democrat versus Democrat. We don't get to vote for the Republicans because if you're not a Republican, you don't even get to go out. You might not even know when the Democratic vote is. So lots of people not voting. Lots. In fact, they said the number is very low, to be honest. So and we really don't care.
My family been taught us that you cannot teach niggas nothing.
Well, you the only nigga up here right now.
Right.
Hey, Puzzle, how you doing, sis?
Yeah, so I'm cool.
Hey, Bomb.
Hi, everyone. Sorry for
How you doing? Now, see, nobody was calling you a nigga or nothing. You know, you started your name calling first. We just want to be clear about that. Hey, Puzzle, what you want to
in
ask?
the back chat, I put a link to a show I watched years ago, and it might kind of be explaining what Mule and Roy Chess were trying to say. I'm not saying it's right or wrong.
But you tell us, because you know, I know you a teacher, so you probably know more recent.
No, I mean, this TV show kind of broke it down in like layman's terms of what could happen, as far as even though the state, I mean, the people, how you explained it, whoever votes for the most, that's what the state votes for. But then they broke it down a little bit to say what actually happens afterwards, that some of the people could still, the electors could still vote for who they want to anyway. And in a couple of states, it stated that they could still do that.
That's what they tried. That's the change they've been making in the last 3-4 years. That's what they've been in these states, making changes so they could do that. And everybody's just letting that shit ride in those states.
That's a lie.
That is true.
Yeah, but Bomb,
They are passing that. What are you talking about?
Bomb, I posted a link in, for example, in New York, right? So in the link that you check it, the last paragraph before you get to all the names that they selected, it tells you every single person who was the electoral college for New York. But it says above that, although there is no constitutional provision for or federal law requiring electors to vote in accordance with the election results in their state, electors typically vote for their state's popular vote winner. So that implies,
and that's what the TV show
exactly.
So that implies.
But now, okay,
no
now to
law
talk. Wait a minute.
You have to vote
Yeah,
for
but
that popular vote.
Listen, now
There
show
is
us
no
a
law.
state. Now show us a state. Show me one state where the people voted the way they wanted to vote and the electoral voted opposite. Show it to me.
In the show, he did point out a state that happened in, whether it's true or not, or whatever. But
It was one state.
I'm just saying he gave an example of a state that happened in. I think it was like 2005 or something, but that it can happen. Like I said,
it can happen.
It can happen because it's allowable if they want to do it. Like Roy Chess just read, that the electors, even though they're supposed to, constitutionally in a lot of states, they don't have to.
Okay, and when they don't have to, right? If they don't have to and they don't do it, what you think the people supposed to be of that state supposed to do?
They can do nothing.
Because we talk. What they do? What? Because they are. Listen, they could do a lot. What are you talking about? We are the people. What you mean?
Yeah, the election's going to be made already. It's going to be too late by that time.
Well, I mean, if we sort of think about how they kind of do what they want to do, even though we are the people. I mean, there's been a lot of situations that we want to say with the abortion. The people didn't want that. They just did that on their own. They do what they want to do.
They did not do that on their own.
Oh, so the people, okay.
No, the president did that.
We didn't see people. The Republicans been wanting that since it was overturned, and they was in power, and they did what they wanted to do because they could, because they was in power.
Yeah, but the popular vote. The popular vote didn't want it.
People.
What you mean the popular vote? Dude, why y'all listen? There's a difference, but we are literally talking about terms that mean something. We're not talking about just because popularity, right? There was no vote popularity for you to say that the popular vote didn't want it.
What you mean that they are unpopular? We have Joe Biden. This Democratic, this shit with the abortion.
Girl, what did you talk about? Did you hear what I just said? Somebody just said the popular vote. Somebody just said the popular vote did not want abortion to go away. And I want to know, when did we vote whether abortion was going to go away or not?
We don't have to vote because that is a civil decision by the U.S. Supreme Court.
And that's why I said the people.
Did y'all just hear what she just said? You just said the vote. No, we didn't have a vote, and that's why it's not a popular vote.
Who made the decision? Then if we didn't vote for it, if we didn't get a chance to vote and voice our opinion.
That's why I don't ask why are we bringing up. I mean, I don't understand why we're bringing up abortion.
First of all, we do have a decision based on what state you in. So that's why some states still have abortion and others do not. Do y'all not understand that? So it seems like people up here make it seem like everybody's gonna be a winner. Listen, who's ever in power get to make the rules. And if you don't want them to be in power, then you make sure they don't have power, by making sure you don't vote them in. You cannot vote them in and then get angry at what they do.
No, if
anyway,
we
welcome
didn't
to the
vote
Bomb
the
Cherry
person
Juice
in,
channel, y'all.
If
But
we
you,
didn't vote,
but you did vote him in though.
no, let's say I voted for Trump and he didn't win
Yeah,
California.
but Trump lost.
I
But
know,
listen,
I know
dude,
what
listen,
you're saying,
y'all.
Bomb.
This right now, this is fucking ridiculous.
No, I
right
know what
now,
you're saying, Bomb.
So no, but I
It's a
am shocked.
conversation.
It sounds like you don't know what you are saying, because if you know that there's a loser, there's not going to be two winners.
No,
right?
I agree,
So
but we're
if
saying that the
you-
process is biased. We're saying that
the
it could be
process
biased.
is not biased, and you haven't proven that.
Yes, we can. That's why we brought up the abortion thing, because the president elects justices to the Supreme Court, and those three that Trump put in there, we knew that they were going to do that, and they lied and said that they weren't
How
going to
we
do
knew
it.
that? Tell us
Because
how
they were asked directly before they were nominated for the
Right,
Supreme
listen,
Court.
I am not saying that you're wrong.
goddamn.
Listen, just because I asked a fucking question don't mean I don't know. I asked a question to say this. Y'all said that we didn't want it, but you knew that they wanted. You know how you knew? Because ever since it was overturned in 60, they wanted it overturned. They've been fighting to get it all these years, and now they had the power to make it happen. So now that you are the loser, right? They've been losing all these years. Now you feel like others are losing, and now you want to cry foul. But when it was okay on this end, but they wasn't okay with it. See, that's how this democratic shit work. This democratic shit is you might not get what you want, but you know how you can is to vote the right people in. You voted Trump in. Trump did what he did. He promised them people that already. He promised those people that when he was running. Y'all didn't hear him?
Well, yeah, but if
wait a minute. So he promised those people this when he was running, and he made it true. That's why they want to get him back in. So you mad because you wouldn't vote to make sure he don't get in. So he got in, and then he did what he told him he was going to do. And now you want to make it seem like it's biased? It ain't biased. Bring your black ass out there and vote for everybody.
Okay.
That's how you do it. And if they lose, then they lose.
Okay.
But you can't claim
But
that
then
your
you
vote didn't
suffer.
count.
Well, yeah, but then you suffer if you lose. If you're on the losing side, then you
Okay,
suffer.
that's what happens to losers, baby.
Okay.
You but you're losing because you're not voting.
No,
ain't nobody losing
No,
shit.
the point here is that
They
majority
sound
of
like they're losing.
the majority of the people in
No,
America wanted
they
abortion
don't.
rights to stay the same. So this
Well,
minority group of
How
people
do
who
you
have
know
power,
that?
because they did polls. They did polls for that.
A poll poses 1,000 people.
They did
Stop
multiple,
with this
not just
whole
one.
shit.
Since
What?
Trump won, they did polls. They've been doing polls.
It's
since he
still
won.
a small number.
No, they on
Dude, I promise you,
it's not a
it's
small
still
number.
it is a small number. Go look at the polls. You didn't hear even when I was playing the video, the first thing they said is, yeah, the poll said, and the guy said you got to scrap out polls. You don't even know who they polling. They might be polling somebody in Massachusetts. You don't know where they polling.
But we're not talking about one. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of polls. People
Well, there's not
making the
hundreds
same
of thousands.
polls.
You got to stop lying. There's not hundreds of thousands of polls.
There
You know
are.
who get polled? You know who get polled, baby? I do.
No,
They
what
call
I'm saying,
me.
what I'm saying,
I
different
get
organizations
calls
did it.
on my home phone every day.
I'm not talking about individual people. I'm talking about the people who conduct the polls. So let's say CNN
I
can
am
do
talking-
a poll, NBC can do a poll, Fox News can do a poll.
And who? And is that 100 million people, like you said? Is that 100,000
No, but
people?
what I'm saying is that there could be hundreds of conglomerates doing polls,
But
and
they're
they all
not,
come to
though.
the same
You're
conclusion.
lying. You just named 4 or 5 of them, and now it's
Right,
hundreds
that's just
of thousands.
4. No, that's just 4 or 5 I can name, but there's ones I can't name. There's thousands
Yes,
of people
but
doing
they're
polls,
not. Listen, nobody
and they all come
believe
to
you.
the same conclusion.
No, you are lying. Listen, you got to stop, dude. You got to stop. Y'all got to stop listening and not paying attention. Listen, I'm not saying that most of Americans don't want or do want abortion, right? That's not even what I'm saying. What I'm saying, though, is that you don't know. Just because that's what they're saying now. right? There was a lot of women who was against it. And now when you hear the stories, they didn't even think about the different type of abortions and the reasons for it. And they have since changed their minds. But they have been a large group, the Christians, all these Christians, and all of them are against abortion. In case you didn't know, there are more people against abortion than probably for it. Because even those of us who are for the woman's body, most of us will not stand to say that we are for abortion. What we might say is that women's right. And just because I want everybody to have the right to do something doesn't mean that if they poll me, they ask me, am I okay to have an abortion? And would I want somebody to have abortion? When they ask me that, I tell them no, but I do also say I'm for women's right to their bodies. So you don't even understand the questions that they ask on the poll.
When it's one or the other? What happens?
It always is one or the other. That's what this is.
That's why I'm asking your opinion. Like, if you
that's what I
had to
am
choose
saying,
one-
though.
No, you said that I am not for it. However, I am for a woman's right.
You mean that question? Okay.
Yeah. So which is it? It consider it a black and white question. Which is it?
And most women gonna say they're against it.
Well, what? Wait a minute. Why are you?
That means personally, because the question comes, would you personally do this or want somebody in your family to do this? And most women will say they are against it for themselves.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So that's a tricky topic right there.
I'm glad you cleared that up. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So that's a tricky topic right there. Because most women, they got a lot of women who say for women's rights, but what about the ones who say they're for children? And when they say they're for children, they have no problem saying they are against abortion. But them people have been fighting for years to outlaw abortion. In fact, the same people who brought it forward turned around right after it was legal and then decided that they are against it. It's one of those talking points for that group, for the Republicans. Republicans were the ones who fought for abortion. And then right after it was brought they fought for years for it. And then when they got it, then they started to vote to fight against it. That's what they do. Okay, so that's how they is. They don't have nothing they putting forward except the fight against education, the LGBT, and abortion. And that's the only thing you hear time and time again from them Republicans. Abortion, education, abortion, education, abortion, education, and LGBT. Abortion, education, abortion, education, abortion, and education, and LGBT. So that's what they do. So, but you do know they're gonna be a loser. So this idea that people are upset that they can't always win is ridiculous. This is called democracy. So yes, I think it's sad that they want to tell women what to do with their bodies. I am totally against that shit. Okay. But yeah, there's many women who are against abortion. And the idea that you just said that, Rochester, as if you know, is really ridiculous. You don't see all them women fighting for that shit. You don't see all those women out there when it was overturned celebrating. Are you saying that's a small amount of women?
Yes, compared to those who wanted the women reproductive rights. So that's
reproductive rights and abortion isn't the same thing. It is essentially, but that's not how it's posed to women. Because you're right, most women, if you talk about reproduction rights, the right to our bodies, yeah, they for that. Oh yeah, hell yeah. Right. But then when you start attaching that to abortion, that's where the problem starts.
Well, I think the Republicans made that word because I think the Democrats always say reproductive rights, and that's part of healthcare, right? So they don't
Dude,
just
that's a new talking point. The health care, that's something they, you know, they
I
use
thought they
it.
had that already. They don't usually say abortion outright because it's part of the package.
But that's
The
not
Democrats
true.
don't.
That's
The
not true. And you know
Republicans
who
do.
always come and tell us that? Big J.
That
Big
is
J,
true. You're right.
Big J will come and he'll explain that people keep thinking that it's Roe versus Wade, but it's really a whole the medical portion is not Roe versus Wade. That's right. It's
Yes,
two
but he's
different
right
ones.
when it comes to reproductive rights.
He's right about what?
Reproductive rights.
What you say he's right about it? Right about what? What did he say
What
that's
he's
right?
been telling you, Bomb. What he's
What?
been
You
saying.
can't repeat it because you sound like you just came back and you said that. Because I made it clear that it's two different ones, right? I said abortion and
Bomb,
reproductive
I don't know
rights.
why you're arguing about this. Why are you so upset?
What am I arguing about? I'm not upset, first of
upset.
all. Well, what are you? I'm asking you a question. We're having a discussion. You
Okay,
just
but
said
you're
he's
talking
right.
to him, and only thing I said was I agree with him. That was it.
And I'm asking you, you agree with what? That's what I'm asking you.
What he's saying is our reproductive rights. That is what the whole argument is. We want to have our rights to our own.
So is that what he
reproductive
just
rights.
said? Is that what he just said, Mew?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's rewind it. My God. Because I agreed with him. You didn't hear him. You didn't hear what I said? I said that's the issue. There's two. That's all I said. I said reproductive rights. I said most women will agree with reproductive rights. I said the issue is
What
with
in
the
the
abortion.
holy hell are y'all doing?
That's we're talking. That's all I said. And then you said he's right. And I was like, he's right about what? I didn't know what you were talking about. Yeah, he is right about reproductive rights. But
when you say abortion, you're talking about the act, like so that's like an emotional term for women, right? So that's why you might feel that way, right? But if I say reproductive rights, you don't feel the emotion the way you would feel as the act of abortion, where you're terminating and stuff like those are emotional triggers.
Emotion. So, but you think women, a certain group of women, aren't smart enough to know? So that's why she will be okay with reproductive rights, but she is not okay with abortion or solidifying or saying that, yeah, abortion is okay. She says that this unborn child has rights. And I'm not talking about me, right? I'm telling you the points that have been made. And like, I don't know why we acting like most women would side. We just watched the Supreme Court of this nation change and people was excited. Not only that, but do you not see the laws would change in several states? Nobody just did that. That was people pushing for that. You acting like they're just somebody behind the desk signing these things into law.
I thought he was saying that reproductive rights and abortion are two different things. And I disagree with him. I think that they equal.
He didn't say they're different. He just said the usage of the words. He said one, if you say abortion is more provoking of emotions, but he said they're the same thing. And
reproductive rights include abortion.
Right.
That's what I said.
That's what he said. Yeah, that's what he said.
Okay, I didn't hear that part.
And I said that's true. That's true, right? But when it comes to a lot of these women, right, and men, because women don't get to just make the laws. There's men. There's millions of Catholics and millions of Muslims, and like we could go through these goddamn religions, y'all. They you know, religion. That's what's controlling this nation on a lot of laws and things. These people are against it. And we're gonna act like they don't. Like it's mostly, most people don't want abortion to be illegal.
Yeah, I think most people are not that religious.
Most people do not want it to be legal.
Yeah,
they do not want it to be legal. That's right.
Exactly. Most people do not.
Thank you.
What?
Roy Chess is up here saying something like, it's shocking that he said that.
No, I thought, wait, say that. I thought she said it was, I thought she said most people want it to be illegal.
Most people do not want it to be illegal.
No, most people want
do not.
Okay,
they do not.
Okay, so most people
want it to be legal.
What you mean? Don't want what to be legal? You say illegal.
Abortion. Most people do not want abortion to be illegal.
Right. So she agrees with me. Then.
Yes, now she agreeing. Yes,
I exactly agree with you. I've been agreeing with you from the start, Roger.
Yeah, she was agreeing from the start. And I'm saying that prove it.
Well, I can't prove it absolutely. I can only show you what the polls say, and I can't control those polls. I don't have like solid proof. No, I never said that.
Well, I'm okay with the polls.
But listen, the Supreme Court voted it in.
CNN does,
and we have to deal with it.
MSNBC.
Oh my God. Okay, show. I actually just show it. Don't tell it. Let's look.
So we can see the 2 links he put in the back chat.
Oh, what they
how much work he gonna have to do?
Well, as much as I fucking say, how about that?
Okay.
Why don't you do some motherfucking work and shut the fuck up and let me and him talk?
I gotta.
You can talk if you want to talk.
Okay, I gotta shut the fuck up. Okay.
I don't have links for that. I don't have links.
You ain't got to shut the fuck up. No.
I don't.
You ain't got links. What you mean?
No, I don't have links for that. So the links that I have, the links that I have in the back are not for that. That was earlier.
Okay. Right, I know that. I knew. I was just messing with her when she, with Mella. Go ahead. So
I would have to look it up.
But do that then, baby. Let's look at the numbers. Because I've already looked them up. You know, we've had this conversation. I was on the opposite side of what I'm saying right now, because I'm not essentially disagreeing, but I'm about to prove you something though. I'm about to prove you that when they poll people and they poll 1,000 people, right? California itself has about 12 million people. You about to show me a poll with 1,200 people, even if it's 12,000 people. You about to show me a poll with 12,000 people when in a nation of millions of people. That's all I'm saying. Okay, so right now, it depends on where the media lies and where they sit. You know, before abortion was illegal, did you hear what they were saying before it was illegal? They was hoping that it was illegal. And now that it's illegal, it sounds like they siding with it being legal. They are no better than the goddamn people in politics. Because, you know, they was praising. I could show you where when they were bombing these abortion clinics, some of these people like, yeah, you know, bombing them is a bad thing, but maybe we need to get rid of these places that essentially kills babies. Like I heard that on the news, you know?
Well, I just Googled it, and 2 of the things that came up, one says 61% of Americans say abortion.
I need you to give me the link. That's it. Oh, you want to share it? Are you on the computer?
Yes, I'll put it in the back chat so you can share it.
Okay. So we can look at the number. Because I'm going to ask you, did you take a poll? I did take a poll.
I never took a poll.
Okay, so I'm one of the people they called. They asked me years ago, hey, is it okay if we call you? In fact, I could show you on my phone where they even send me text messages, right? When they want support for this, hey, can you take this poll? Hey, can you do this? Hey, can you do that? Maybe it's because I'm in an age group. I don't know. Because when I was younger, I never take no polls when I was younger. But maybe about 10 years ago, I started taking.
Roychester, let me just tell you this here. It's no way that you're gonna convince Bomb, yes, of anything. Whether you show her evidence or not, she
No,
gonna
that's
just
fine.
shit
That's
on
fine.
it.
I didn't
That's
know
fine.
you were trying to convince me of something.
No, we're just having a conversation.
It
not
seems
that-
like he is. I'm not. I'm definitely
No, he's not. He
because I
knows that he and
realized
I.
a long time ago you don't
Well,
like the truth.
Well, he and I are just having a conversation, just like he just said. Nobody, you ain't trying to convince me of anything, because he probably heard when I said, if you ask me, right? You forgot what I said. If you ask me.
And there she go. There she go. You told him to prove it.
Yes, that's what I said. What's wrong with that? What's the problem with proof? You niggas got problem with proof?
No, we don't have a
Okay, what's
problem
the
with
problem
proof.
then?
We have a problem with
Yeah,
your
now you
backpedal.
niggas got a problem with proof.
I'm talking
You
about the
niggas-
voting thing. Look, I went back to the voting thing where black people don't want to vote and shit. Okay, I'm not calling you individual niggas. I'm just bringing it back to the voting thing. 'Cause remember, that's where we started. But anyway, yeah, what's wrong with proof? I'm shocked that you have a
There's
problem
nothing
with proof.
wrong with proving something.
Right?
It's
No, I'm
just
not
that-
talking to you.
it's just
See, the
that
one
when-
who making it seem like I'm against. Didn't I say? In fact, me and Sade was up here earlier, y'all. Y'all wasn't
God, here we
here.
go.
And
Okay.
I played a video about women.
Y'all wasn't here.
Yeah, and we was talking about abortion and how this shit was fucked up, that the women needed medical care. See, y'all wasn't here. That's why y'all don't know that. So just because I'm asking questions don't mean that I'm against what you're saying.
What we're not gonna do is ask you to prove it.
Yeah, and you should though.
Okay.
Because you know why you gotta ask me? Because I will Google some shit and we will go through it together.
No, I'm not gonna ask you to prove what
so you ain't
Sade
gotta
talks
ask me
about.
because you already know
This
that
is
I
bullshit,
do that.
Bomb.
You
How
already
can I
know that I
prove
do
you? Listen, the damn vote only came down to the U.S. Supreme Court. This is whatever you about to watch is fucking bullshit because it wasn't a political vote. This only went down to what the U.S. Supreme Court just voted in. So all of this extra shit is bullshit.
Wait, say it again. I'm sorry.
The U.S. Supreme Court, 9 judges decided this verdict. So all of this extra shit you're doing is bullshit.
Okay, so wait a minute. So let's be clear.
Oh my God.
Wait, let's be clear. So what is the job of the Supreme Court? What do? They didn't decide what you claiming they decided. So what is their job?
They didn't decide it?
I'm asking you, what is their job? We got to be clear.
Decide this?
Or what did they decide?
The U.S. Supreme Court did not just decide this.
Listen, are you saying that the Supreme Court justice
my God.
put forth? Listen, all they do is determine the laws. Are you saying they put the law in place?
Are you saying the U.S. Supreme Court did not just turn on this verdict?
I'm saying they overturned a law.
They overturned
the ruling.
what?
I'm sorry.
They overturned
the
what?
They overturned the ruling
versus Wade.
No,
right?
Well, listen. You need to do your research.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, you need to do a little research, and that's why you need to prove it.
They did not overturn Roe versus Wade. That's what you're saying.
Okay, well, go look it up. Here we go. Go look it up. You say you got all the answers. You say you don't want no proof. That's what you said. Look, here you go. How Americans really feel about abortion. The sometimes surprise poll result 1 year after Roe overturned, right?
It doesn't matter how they feel. The U.S. Supreme Court is the ones who overruled it.
I agree with you.
Damn.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm just not understanding. He mentioned a poll. You say so? You're saying the poll don't matter? You just I'm not sure what you're saying. He was just giving me a poll.
The poll did not matter because it only took 9 judges to overturn it.
Right. They
That's
overturned.
Oh my God.
I agree. Listen, they overturned something that they turned years ago, right? They didn't make a law. They just overturned one of their rulings. Yes.
Yeah, but they did
Yeah.
it in a shady way, though.
And
they did it in a shady way.
in a shady way, and
In
they
a shady way?
overturned something
Yeah.
that's been
What was
in
shady
law
about the way they did it?
since
Because he
1974.
picked judges that he knew that would overturn it. He
Well,
didn't, he
So
knew
what's so shady about that? Do you not know that's how they choose? Like when the presidents choose these lawyers, right? Or these Supreme Court judges, right? Because who used to be lawyers, that's why I said that, I'm sorry. But anyway, they know that they are going to do something
Yeah.
that
And
they
the
want
president
done.
elect
That's
them
across the
and-
board.
But
No,
the
but that's
people don't
cheating,
elect
kind
them,
of.
right? The
The people
people
don't
do
elect
not
what?
elect them.
What?
He's saying the people don't elect the Supreme Court judges.
Yeah, the people don't elect them. That's right.
Right.
And that's
What
what
they
makes
got to
it
do with
corrupt.
anything?
So yeah, that's
The
why it's
people-
biased.
Wait a minute. The people bring the laws, though. And so that means this was a law that was then brought to the Supreme Court because the people didn't like it. And the Supreme Court said no. And then now the Supreme went back and said, well, no, right. So they did not bring Roe versus Wade into production, right?
Yeah, but they did it on purpose. They stacked
Yeah,
the
they
deck
did what
basically. They stacked the deck basically. So
They
if you're
stacked
playing
the deck.
cards, if we're playing cards and I stack the deck, I'm gonna make sure that me and my partner have all the spades. So it's not a fair game. So that's what it is. That's
This
Trump picked
is
3
how
judges.
politics, y'all crying boo-hoo. This is how politics
Yeah,
work.
but Trump is the only president that picked 3 Supreme Court justices.
Yeah.
He picked 3.
That's true.
And they didn't even let Obama pick one.
Wait a minute.
And you
Okay.
remember,
Wait a minute,
Obama
we got somebody else
was,
up here. I would like to give him a
supposed to
chance.
pick
Can I
Merrick
give
Garland.
somebody else a chance?
And
Wow,
they
listen,
cheated
you gonna just keep
Obama out of
talking.
Merrick
Look, she just keep talking. Now, somebody came up and I just want to give them a chance. Go ahead, RBR.
Okay, well, I think that the 2 issues are this. The first, that we have to go by the law. We can't go by the Bible. We can't go by the polls. We can't go by Fox News. So the law of Roe said that you cannot abort an unborn astronaut after the 20th week. So you have till the 20th week. Now the heart doesn't form fully until the 25th week. What the racists were saying, the evangelicals were saying that life begins after hello, nice to meet you. And therefore, you're killing unborn astronauts if you have a miscarriage or if you have an abortion within 2 days after you have sex. And it's ridiculous. They're trying to ban birth control. So the notion we have to, if you really go by the Bible, I think it was Leviticus, it said that God breathed life into Adam when Adam took his first breath. Rose said 20th week. The Bible says first breath. Now, when we talk about an unborn fetus versus an unborn zygote versus an unborn sperm cell, then we're not talking about unborn astronauts. We're talking about non-human life. When does life begin? It doesn't begin after hello, nice to meet you. So
what I want to know is whether or not the actor,
even in the Bible, you do
what
not
I want to
become
know
a
is
life
the
until
after
you take
the
your
day after
first
pill
breath.
still legal.
Well, that's what
And
the Bible
your
says.
first
Just look it
breath
up.
is
Look
not
it up.
until you're
Look it
born.
up. God, Adam became a man when God gave him his first breath. That's in the Bible. Look it up.
Is birth control still legal?
Birth control is legal, but they're trying to ban it. Plan B should be legal. Why? Because the conception hasn't happened yet. It stops the eggs from fertilizing.
Okay, so Plan B is still legal. Okay.
Well, wait a
In
minute.
all
They're trying to
50
get rid of it, though.
Not in those states, I think.
Oh, okay.
They about to attack the birth control.
They're not playing.
Yeah, they're not playing. They coming.
Yeah,
and I thought y'all said that majority is for this.
Well, the majority is for science. The majority doesn't go by what the racists are saying about the Bible. Most people, they wanted to abort Tamir Rice. He was 12. Trayvon Martin was 16. George Floyd was in his 30s when they aborted him. So they're full of shit about this pro-life lie. And they out here killing everybody on earth who's not white and not in the, in the top richest 1%. But Rose said you can't have an abortion past the 20th week. A baby is viable when a baby can survive outside of the womb. And a baby can survive outside of the womb at the 20th week, but they have to be in an incubator. So that's the law until they said, no, life begins when you begins.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I agree. Whatever. I don't know what you say. But anyway, listen. So when y'all ask me to prove things, I have no problem proving. I also know what I'm talking about, right? And sometimes some people don't, but it's okay, right? Dobbs versus Jackson, right? Women's Health Organization. So what happened with the Supreme Court, this is what they did, right? Decision of the U.S. Supreme Court in which the court held that the Constitution of the United States does not confer a right to abortion. The court's decision overturned both Roe versus Wade and Planned Parenthood versus Cassie, right? Which happened in 92, returning to individual states the power to regulate any aspect of abortion not protected by federal law. And all the support the Supreme Court did was say, okay, federally, we're not going to say nothing about this. Go back to your state and deal with it there. Now, go back to your goddamn state and deal with it there. Because the state of Delaware is cool, baby. And I'm going to make sure that, and the women here, we're going to make sure that.
Well, in Louisiana, we've had 4 9-year-old girls pregnant at 9 with their abusers, baby. So
go to your state.
Well, no. 2 of them,
but it's too late by that time.
No, it's not. They should have did it,
kid.
and they should do it, right?
2 of them flew out and did get the deletions.
2
of them have.
Why you call them deletions?
I'm trying to respect your time.
Oh well, they call it abortion. I mean, it's an abortion.
Yeah.
It's a legal term. It's
2 of them flew out and had the abortions. Their families were able to afford to fly them out to get the procedure done. 2 of them did not.
Okay, listen, I understand, and I'm not saying that what they did was right or wrong. I'm you know, if I lived in the state where this shit was happening, I'll be out there fighting. Yes, I'm against it. But the Supreme Court just said, go to your state. Do I think it's right? I no. And when y'all come up with a big march, right? I'll be out there if it's local. If the women decide we're going to Washington, it's not that far from me, I'll be there. But it's instead of sitting up here arguing about the courts unstacked and make it seem like the Supreme Court made a law. They did not make a law. The laws was already made in states, individual states. In fact, I think it was Texas.
No, what they didn't create a law. They didn't.
That's right.
They didn't create a law.
Why is it that I and RBR
overturned the law that was a law before I was even born?
What?
They didn't create a new law.
Oh
they allowed you to make it illegal.
What did you say that happened before you were born? How old are you? Because
that law was in existence since 1974.
Yeah. Oh, you weren't born in 74? Okay.
No, ma'am, I was not.
Okay. That's what I was asking.
Right. So all they did was make it legal for the states to make it illegal. So they wouldn't have been able to do that had they not put these 3 judges on there.
The Supreme Court doesn't make laws. And
they made it possible for the states.
That's right.
Make it legal to make it illegal to have an abortion.
People are already.
They made it open.
Well, they didn't make it open.
They did.
Listen,
because they would not have been able to do it had they not.
That's right. So you want the federal government to overstep your state's laws? Is what you're saying?
Yeah, well, that's what it was.
A lot of people don't want that.
The U.S. Supreme Court overturned these laws.
Right, so they made it possible.
They did not overturn these laws. They overturned their.
What the fuck did they do then?
They overturned their decision.
Oh my God!
Law. Do you not understand that?
Yeah, they went against precedent. Now the issue on the 10th Amendment says that the state shall make no law that violates the federal law. So you can't bring back slavery in the South. Okay, but if you want your speed limit to be 65 miles an
Unless
hour,
the Supreme
or
Court
you want the
overrules
bars
it.
to close at 2 o'clock in the morning, you can do that.
Exactly. Mella, you just said it. Unless the Supreme Court overrules the fucking 14th Amendment, yes, they can bring back slavery. You motherfuckers are dumb.
No. A state can't bring back slavery. Google can't bring back slavery. No, the government takes precedent over the state. So no, the state can't bring back slavery.
No,
but
so, wait, that's not right. That's not right. Because the whole point of this opens the door for other things. So,
right,
so
but not
the state,
slavery. But not
slavery would be the same thing. What's the difference?
No, it's called a constitution.
The Constitution, motherfucker, you don't know?
Yeah, but they can deem it unconstitutional.
No, they cannot.
Yes, they can. That's what they
No,
did with this.
No, they can't. It's a constitutional.
No.
That's what they did with this.
Leave the affirmative action unconstitutional.
In this, it
That's
says
not in
the
the
Constitution is
Affirmative action is not in the
It
Constitution.
says right here
Slavery
that
is.
this a right to abortion is not in the Constitution. I read that to y'all.
No,
Y'all
no,
wasn't listening?
No, you read that, but they're talking about the word abortion is not in the Constitution. Right, that's
right.
correct.
No, we're saying the law. A law.
But this
abortion
case,
is not in the Constitution.
No, this case was decided because of one of the judges. He argued that there were privacy rights, and he used like the 14th Amendment, the 10th Amendment, and the 4th Amendment. I forgot his name, but that's why they made Roe versus Wade to begin with. One of the judges wrote the opinion, and that's why he's the one that swayed it that way. And he said that there was such a thing as a privacy right. So that's not in the Constitution either. So what this now does,
they talk about states' right. They talk about states' right, right?
No. The reason why Roe v. Wade was a law is because of that judge. Like I said, I have to look it up.
What you mean a law? Because of a judge? What?
Well,
no.
Roe versus Wade happened in Texas.
I know that. I'm talking about the judge that decided it in 1973. I don't know his name. That's why I'm saying.
No, it wasn't one judge that got 9 motherfuckers on the court. So it's not.
I know that. I'm talking about the one who wrote the majority opinion.
The opinion.
No, but the majority opinion,
right.
you just writing on majority opinion.
No. I'm talking about the Supreme Court judge.
I know
the majority opinion.
We know that.
Okay.
You
So what
keep
that
making
means?
it seem like that's one person.
Or that's the law.
That's why it became a law. That's why
What
it
became a law? Say it again, please.
It's not a law.
It is a law. Hold on. Let me get it out.
The Constitution.
Hold on. Let me get it
There are
out.
no laws in the Constitution.
What are you talking
Lord
about?
have mercy.
Hold on. Let me get it out first. Right.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
the person, I don't remember. I would have to look it up, but it's impossible to do it right now.
Please
But
stop saying the person, sir.
the judge.
The whole court. 9.
No. I'm talking.
Not
Listen.
one person.
I know that. So if there are 9 people,
talk.
majority of the judges.
Before it went to the Supreme Court.
Hold on. Before, so we're talking about the 9 Supreme Court justices. Majority of those 9 voted the same way the person I'm talking about. The person who wrote the majority opinion had more judges on his side than the others.
In the
So
dissent.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. So
the
that's why.
The opinion, the dissent opinion has just as much weight as the majority opinion, but the majority opinion rules over the dissent.
Right.
But that's
Okay, so we got that.
No,
So look, there we go, y'all. Okay, here we go. Listen.
The reason why it became a thing in 1973 is because of a thing that he deemed called the privacy right. Now that does not appear in the Constitution either. And this is one of the reasons why they overturned this.
Right.
Because there is no privacy right in the Constitution.
Right.
But that means it implies to other things, not just abortion. It means that they can take away other rights like gun rights, which the Democrats keep bringing up. that we're
Right.
gonna take
Well,
away
but
your
see,
gun
here's
rights.
the thing. Well, here's the
And
thing.
that
Gun rights aren't in
means
the
that's the
Constitution.
reason why, Bomb, the other day when you brought
Gun
the
rights
trans,
are not
when
in the
the state
Constitution.
can automatically
The racists are
order
lying.
the medical records of trans individuals, all of this is an effect of the same law.
Right. Well, that's
Because
not
of
true.
privacy rights.
Well,
So
that's not
they're saying
true.
that there are no privacy rights now.
Right, but there are no rights that say you can go
No,
into
they're not talking about there's no
First
privacy
Lady.
right. They talking about in the Constitution. Do y'all not understand that? The Supreme Court deals with the Constitution.
Bomb,
that
all
there's
of
no
that
privacy
affected
right.
the
The
same
Constitution.
shit. All of
Ma'am,
that.
What?
No.
There's
No, what?
Bomb, there are no privacy rights in the Constitution. That's why they
I
overturned it.
know, but
That's
there's
what we
no
just
going to an
said.
elementary school and shooting up the first graders either.
Oh my
And they
God.
do
Can
every
you stop,
goddamn-
dude, and stay on topic?
So
Oh,
the
Lord.
issue is, here's the issue. A constitutional amendment cannot be overturned by a state. All right? So the 13th Amendment, the 19th Amendment, the 14th Amendment cannot be overturned by the state. The 10th Amendment states, those states shall make a law that usurps a federal law. Now, if the federal courts, under an article of Constitution like they did with slavery, if 2/3 of the states agree and 2/3 of Congress, a supermajority, agree, then you can have an amendment to the Constitution, the 13th ending slavery, the 19th letting women have the right to vote, and the 14th saying if you're born here, you are a citizen of this country. Now,
13th, what about the 13th? You're
the
no
13th
longer.
says slavery is illegal nationwide, even if
Exactly.
Texas or
So
Florida.
only we need the US Supreme Court to vote it to be not illegal.
What?
No,
Not if the
two-thirds of the
Constitution
states
said
do.
they cannot.
No, you
Congress
need
and the
2/3
Senate
of the
can.
states too. You need an Article 5 convention. That's 2/3 of the states. That's
No,
the
no,
Congress,
no.
and that's a majority in the
No.
Supreme Court.
No, any
Look it up.
existing constitutional amendment can be repealed, but only by the ratification of another amendment. So,
Right.
So,
so,
no.
Right.
so it,
Well, that's
you
not
know, they can
No, the
change
states
amendments
cannot
around here,
do
okay?
that.
They can
The states
change them or update them, which is a good thing, right? But that's what amendments are. They
And they
amend
can
the
take 'em away.
Constitution.
And they
They
can
can
take them
remember-
They
away.
don't take, they don't, what you mean take
don't-
away what? They
can't
can, they
take 'em
cannot
away.
mess with
Make
the
law.
original Constitution. They can add things.
It can
But
be
you
a
know,
good
the
thing,
first
Bob,
thing
for
that the
some and a
Constitution says
bad
that that's
thing for others.
we the people, right? We the people.
It could be a
And-
good thing for some and a bad thing for others.
Well, that's
No,
a
it has
fact.
to be-
And that's
That's a
why the
fact.
Supreme Court, being what it is potentially corruptible.
Of course, they're corrupt.
Yeah, everything's corruptible. That's a fact.
He put 3 Nazis on the court.
I
But
think,
here's the
yes,
thing.
I do think that, he put those people there. Everybody knew where that shit was going.
Yeah.
And they got a lot of people complaining, but they allowed that man there.
They
See,
voted for
I'm
Bush
clear.
Kennedy.
My conscience
Some
is
niggas
fucking
voted
clear.
for
Because I
Kennedy.
promise you, I never voted for him. I never hosted him out. In fact, I've been shitting on him ever since he's been there. My conscience is clear. But you know how many millions of women, though, who regret it, but they still don't? They don't understand that they are the reason for this. And
Right.
he's still up to run for president. Instead
Yeah.
of crying about it, we need to become proactive about it.
Right.
So no,
That's
I'm not
the
here
part.
excusing what happened. We having a discussion, an open one, so people can know what is really at stake. So I don't know what this idea of coming at me as if because I'm asking questions and asking
Ain't
for
nobody
proof.
coming at you, Vaughn.
Listen, if you're not coming for me, then stop talking right now. Because you're not everybody on this panel. Right?
Right.
So we are having a discussion that could be educational. And instead of y'all making it seem like I am against something because I'm asking questions, I'm asking for proof so we could pull it up and talk about it. Y'all act like I'm against something or I was okay with what happened. Remember how this conversation started, where I was talking about how you need to vote. It seems
Right.
like y'all was the motherfuckers who what made it seem like your vote don't count though. Y'all got me all the way fucked up.
No, you're right.
Some of y'all is dumb
You
as
can't tell them to vote.
and then you got the fucking nerve to play with me. Y'all got me fucked up.
But you can't tell them to vote.
Talking about my vote don't count, I don't need to vote. And then you on this motherfucking topic and making it seem like I don't know what the fuck is going on. Nah, take your non-voting ass some motherfucking way and cry somebody else a motherfucking river, bitch.
Right.
The fuck y'all think y'all playing with?
Right. If they don't vote for Biden, they ain't black. And they can vote for Trump. Stop voting for Trump. Stop voting for Bernie. Stop voting
We
for
having a whole conversation and you coming at me as if I don't know what I'm talking about. But you was the one who was talking about your vote don't count.
Thank you.
So go cry that motherfucking river to somebody else.
Yeah, that's what they
Go
want.
tell
They want you
everybody
not to
they
vote.
vote don't
Wow.
count. And so this
Can
shit
I
get
ask you?
more mixed up. I don't even know what the fuck is wrong with you right now.
Who told you that their vote didn't count? Who told you? Who said that?
You was one of them on this. You need me to rewind? When we started to talk about, remember how your vote don't count for the president?
But
you
who
was like,
said
this
that?
don't do that. You don't do it. You talking about the popular vote. And I'm over here telling, look, vote and count, vote and count. Go make sure you go. Go make sure you vote. And then now we on to some shit that really
But I'm saying,
matters.
who name it? Who said that?
I don't know what you, black, or you, me, what you think?
You saying me?
Encyclopedias in there.
People want to talk, and I'm talking about you. What the fuck?
Wait, are you saying I said your vote don't count?
Probably.
Lord,
that's a fucking lie. A motherfucking lie.
So when we were talking about the popular vote, what you was trying to prove?
That is a motherfucking lie.
What you were trying to prove when you brought up the popular vote versus what were you trying to prove?
You know what?
What were you trying to prove? Go ahead. I might be lying. I might be wrong.
Are you just gonna
Tell us.
lie?
Maybe I'm lying. Tell us what you were saying
Who
when you
said
mentioned the popular
your
vote.
vote don't count?
Go ahead and shoot. Tell me what you were saying when you were
Tell me
talking about
this
when
new
we was
lie.
having the discussion about popular vote. And on my end, it was just a discussion. See, when I get mad, I promise you,
Tell
know.
me who said that lie that your vote does not matter.
Okay, well, go ahead. Go ahead.
Who said that?
Miss Chantel. Miss Chantel said that.
See, I've always been saying
because I never heard that.
Denwood.
I don't know what you heard.
Charlamagne.
Maybe you wasn't listening to yourself.
I
But
wasn't
maybe I'm
listening
wrong.
to myself.
Maybe I'm wrong. Tell me why was we talking about the popular vote versus how the president
Well, I
is voted in.
remember the discussion about the popular vote. All I said was Hillary Clinton won the popular vote, but she still lost the election because of the electoral college.
Remember, we were talking.
This other shit that you're saying is a motherfucking lie.
Okay, so the first thing I said was
Bernie Sanders was he the
I
nominee?
said that voting
Hillary
matters,
was.
and I said some people say that only.
I said Hillary Clinton won the popular vote.
They don't pick the president by the popular vote. They pick the electoral college.
That's right, electoral vote. And she came up here talking about the electoral vote and how, people can do what they want and it's not fair and it don't really matter because they can decide how to vote, how they want.
You only have one other choice, and that's Trump. So if you in the popular vote, we only have a two-party system. The Republicans, the Nazis, and the Democrats, the Obamacrats. So if you don't vote for Hillary, the nominee, then in the electoral college, that vote goes to Trump. And it's the first one
won the popular vote. That's what I was trying to explain.
They don't pick the president by the popular
You
vote.
wasn't trying to explain
the
the bomb.
electoral
Nothing.
college.
Bomb is smarter than you. You ain't got to try to explain shit to me.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I don't believe Bomb that smart, honestly.
No,
But
she hasn't explained herself, and Bomb explains herself. But so it ain't got nothing to do with smarter. But you just have to explain that they don't pick the president by the popular.
That she said she had to try to explain to me as if I'm hard of explaining and understanding. Right. So everything I said was right, and I proved it too.
You are so right. You're so smart.
But
you're wrong.
Racist, but lying to you. That's what I'm saying. The other parties are there to take votes away from the Democrats so that these Nazis can get these Nazis on the Supreme Court and all that old shit. So the real thing is we have two parties.
We are not even talking about Nazis, but you know what? I'm gonna let y'all have it.
Yeah, they're
Go
not.
ahead and talk about the Nazis now, sir. Go ahead.
Well,
You guys.
We don't want to talk about the Nazis. Don't let him talk about the Nazis. Come on now.
No, it's okay. We can talk about them because they.
No, we don't want to talk about the Nazis. God dang.
They on the Supreme Court. They overturned Roe v. Wade. It wasn't the Obamacrats. It was the damn Nazis. So what I'm saying is, if you don't vote for the candidate of your party, then the candidate of the other party gets the vote in the electoral college. Right. So you can only, as an elector, you can only vote for party nominee who you were elected to vote for. In the Democrats.
Well, listen, we want to get back on the Roe versus Wade because we got off a little bit, but
the president nominates the Supreme Court justices and the Senate confirms them. So if we control the Senate, if we control the White House, then we can keep the fucking Nazis off the court.
I agree, and you know, the Trump did put in a lot of them. Mostly people play fair, but he did not.
No, he's Nazi. Nazis don't play
right.
fair.
He didn't play fair because they were saying no other president has done this. Like, you know, they wouldn't even, but Congress had something to do with that shit too. Because they wouldn't even let Obama, didn't they stop him from?
The Republicans blocked Obama's.
That's right.
Right.
And so that's the game we playing. So, you know, I understand what y'all saying, you know, if it's not right, as far as from our perspective. But there is another perspective in the United States of America. They dumb as fuck, that's true, right? But they think they won. So they're gonna be some winners and losers. We might have some Republicans in the chat and they think they feel like they won. They feel great about what happened.
Right. Well, they don't realize that Black abortion dropped 80% in 2008. So it's been 45 years. They've been trying to get rid of affirmative action. They've been trying to get rid of abortion. They've been trying to get.
And they're doing it now. Y'all see this shit that's happening?
But they late though, Bomb. Michael Jordan didn't need no damn affirmative action. And the Black women that won't abort their babies because they think their baby might become president, they ain't getting no damn abort. They ain't abort.
You don't think Michael Jordan needed affirmative action? Huh? I'm not saying he did. All he
needed to do was dunk on them motherfuckers.
Oh, but they would dunk. We had basketball players back then, way back then. Remember when they wouldn't even let them in the white league? Remember?
But no, but that was the 1865 that slavery was outlawed. So what I'm saying,
we're not talking about slavery. We was talking about affirmative action. Let's get it clear.
Some nigga wrote the book called $40 Million Slaves. Boy, the slaves would have been happy to make $40 million.
Okay, but see how you went way to slavery, but I thought you mentioned affirmative action.
I went to reality. Michael Jordan didn't need no damn affirmative action.
Oh, he didn't. Okay. Well, there was a lot. There was some basketball players that were just as good way back, and they ain't never get the opportunities Michael Jordan got.
Well, I understand that.
Exactly. He's so dumb. He don't even know that there was a such thing as a Negro League. This nigga is slow.
No, the Negro Leagues didn't have
this nigga is slow.
Well, let me address that.
You're slow. You right about that shit right
Let me address that. The Negro Leagues didn't have a $2 billion TV contract. So the Negro Leagues can't make any money.
You are
that right. Okay.
There was
they have the right to play baseball with white people.
What's going on?
Well, baseball, they didn't have.
I would use some of your knowledge.
And they have a TV
you the one.
contract.
Wait a minute, y'all. Big J was the one who explained the Roe versus Wade versus the Cassie one, and what's the other one? It was 3 of them.
I forgot.
Wait, I got him. Dobbs versus Jackson. Yeah, Dobbs. So see, I learned that because I was just saying Roe versus Wade also, and Big J would come up and he would say, no. He would say that it's 3 of them, right?
Yeah, Casey happened in 1992. Casey happened in 1992. Yeah.
So when I was asking y'all questions, I wasn't saying that you were wrong. I asked the question so we could pull it up, so we can explain some of this stuff. Because there is 3 different cases, y'all. There's Roe versus Wade, and the Planned Parenthood versus Casey.
Real quick, the original case, right?
The original case that set the precedent was in 1974.
Right.
Now
so
you can bring up 10 cases since then.
Hold on.
Met that standard.
Hold on. I put it in the back chat. About the justice that I was talking about, and he based that ruling. They based that ruling on what he defined as a privacy right.
Yeah. 1954 law. Yeah. What Roy Chess is referring to is a 1954 Privacy Act. Am I mistaken? Am I
right? So that's what the justice. His name was Justice Blackmun. He's the one that wrote the. I put it in the back.
Durham Marshall used another case that happened 20 years prior. In the 50s.
So that's what he used for that.
Yeah,
for that abortion case.
to make abortion legal or
in Texas
decriminalized.
Yes, in Texas they made it legal.
Yeah.
Because the state had it illegal, and they said that she couldn't do it, but she has a privacy right. So that's where human reproduction rights come in, because it's a privacy right.
But
and
you could also argue
falls under privacy, or abortion falls under reproduction rights. And
right, but the dissenting opinion didn't say that. The appendix.
Yes, it does. Yes, it did.
No.
I got the link in the back.
I know that was the winning opinion, but you can't do that in law. The dissenting opinion said that the right of the mother.
That is a lie.
Wait, let him finish. God damn.
That was what they said.
You're lying.
Yes, it was a 6-3. Why am I lying?
You're just gonna tell the lie.
I want to hear what he's saying.
Please let me talk.
Well, listen to the lie.
Now here's the
I would like to hear what you got to say.
Okay, it was a 6-3 decision. Now this lady on here is saying that it was all 9, and the brother's saying it was 1 justice. The other idiot's saying it's 9 justice. It was 6-3. So the 6 Nazis.
So that means it's 9, right? 6 plus 3.
She doesn't understand that. That's the 4th grade math, and she only made it to the 3rd grade. So what I'm saying is. So one of
them is right? So there was 9
majority.
No,
it's not that they're right. It's just that they were in the majority. So the majority said life begins after you say hello, nice to meet you. The dissent said no. Life begins when you get pregnant and you got a fetus inside you. So the life of the mother takes precedent over the fetus, over the zygote, over the sperm cell. Now, it's not an unborn astronaut. It's not an unborn astronaut. It's a damn fetus until the 25th week.
Exactly. So he's right about that. Who said that he's wrong about what he said? Because that is what they said.
Right. And the majority was bullshit based on the Bible and their religious beliefs.
Well, they're basing it on the Bible. So, and that's the issue. Like I mentioned, the idea that we are we're a religious country.
Well, if we're based on the Bible, the Bible says that you're not born a person until you took your first breath.
I think it's
and you don't take your first breath.
It's Genesis, not Leviticus.
Is it Genesis?
It's Genesis, yes.
Genesis, yeah.
It's crazy.
Well, that's what it says. Now you might not like it, but that's what it says.
Right, because like if you see, the
problem
that's why
I think it's absolutely true. You're not a fully person until you can breathe on your fucking own.
That's why
I don't think people up here denying what you're saying, but a lot of people don't. Everybody's not Christian. Everybody don't believe the Bible. So, and they feel like what they feel. Now, I agree with what you said.
And the pro-life is against that, by the way.
Right, because if you look at I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, the Protestants.
Let me just say y'all this.
Wait, no, what you mean? There's 2 people trying to talk. We got Go ahead, Rochester, and then
Big J.
Yeah,
Big
real
J.
quick.
God damn, I
Okay.
keep mixing.
I
up.
want
Go
to
ahead.
say nothing. Let me drop that.
You could go, but goddamn, you don't just get to go on top of people.
Well,
Go
real
ahead.
quick, that verse that keeps coming up in Genesis, only the Protestants tend to believe that, because you have to be born first and then you breathe and then you become a human being. But the pro-choice, I mean the pro-life people say, as soon as you are conceived, there's a soul there, therefore you're a human being. So
Right.
they're against that Genesis argument, right? So
Right, because
you don't even have to be born.
Yeah, because I was about to go there, Rochester, because if you look at the pro-life movement, they're mainly more Christian, but if you look at the Jewish population, they're more into the pro-choice because they believe that life begins when you breathe your first breath of air. So it's more of a dogmatic approach.
Well, the law, Rose said, not that when you breathe, because you can breathe on an incubator with oxygen take on the baby's mouth. But they say when the baby's viable outside of the womb.
Of the womb, right?
Yeah. So if you could survive, and you can at the 20th week, even
Right.
though
Well, that's basically saying
you can survive at the 20th week. So the law said you can't abort after the 20th week. But what the Nazis are saying is when you're conceived. Well, first of all, there are 20 million. Look it up. Sperm cells to each ejaculation. Only one or two can reach the egg. Is that murder? Is jacking off into a towel murder? Are those unborn astronauts?
That's a good argument.
Oh, and you know what though? And you know what? I slay billions. Never mind.
Okay, go ahead. Mew. I think we're trying to say something. No.
There's actually a story in the Bible where a guy let his sperm from jacking off hit the ground, and he was punished for it.
Damn, for real?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Damn.
yes, it was.
Wait, so
because like God told him, I'd rather have you put your dick into a hole, into a whore, than spit it on the ground.
Oh,
I know I'm
valuable.
paraphrasing. That's what.
Yes,
that's what
ma'am.
I'd rather have you have a whore.
Dancing with his brother's wife. His brother died.
Wait, what happened?
Right.
Say it again.
His brother died, so he's supposed to be like, you know how the man take his brother's wife and let the seed hit the ground, and he was supposed to impregnate her. He wasn't supposed to let it hit the ground. So.
Oh damn.
When you let your seed hit the ground, a towel or anything, what you men think is jacking off,
to let their seed hit the
you
ground.
are just as guilty as having an abortion.
Oh God damn.
Well, guess what? I think. Well,
let them hit the ground. Shit, they ain't
well, I think the 100% of the male population would be guilty because a lot of us bust a
I don't
nut
know what he's
while
talking about.
we are sleeping. you know, a lot of us we bust a nut the first time we bust a nut while we sleeping.
He said, "Why you said wet dreams? God damn."
Yeah. If you have wet dreams, you busting your nut. Have you ever? I don't know. You like you never God, but if you woke up in the middle at that shit happening and you seen your dick twirling and shit, and it's that shit's weird.
That's when you was young, right? You mean when you were young?
Yeah, that shit's weird. You see your dick be dancing and shit, and you squirt. I'm like,
what
what's going on? You're like, ah.
And if you guys
scary,
are
man.
not ready to concede that 12-year-old boys and 13-year-old boys are ready to be men and fathers, which is in the faith of the Bible and all Jewish religions, if you do not believe that a 12-year-old, 13-year-old boy is not a full-grown man ready to have a child, this shit is bullshit.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Listen, a 13-year-old Jewish boy and girl have their bar mitzvahs, and they are considered grown men and women.
It's not true.
Yeah, but they're
it's not true.
They're not today.
A bar mitzvah does not mean that the boy has become a man.
No, there's a legal definition for an adult.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, no, we're not kidding you.
Google
Today's
what bar
days have
mitzvah means.
You guys like to go by the law.
Oh my
Google
God.
what bar mitzvah
We
means.
know what it means. We talk
You
about
dumbass.
today's time. Are you saying that the kids today are now adults?
They're more
And,
mature.
and they could deal with raising of kids.
Well, 100 years, 1,000 years ago, yes, the lifespan was like 18, but now the lifespan is like 72. So the age of an adult is not 13 anymore.
Right.
So we got to stop being stupid and living back in 1,000 years ago with the Bible. It's not science, and it shouldn't be used as such. Okay, we have to go by the law, not the lie.
Listen,
The
nigga,
law.
they want to say a 12-year-old girl because she have a period is not a woman. So why is the fuck a 12 or 13-year-old boy is no longer a man?
Well, we don't agree with that 12-year-old being a woman.
Right.
So shit, are you agreeing with them? Because if you are, then we need to really have a discussion. But if you're not, then why would you use that as an excuse? Sick motherfuckers is thinking a 12-year-old girl is a grown woman.
And a 12-year-old, 13-year-old boy is not a grown man.
That's right.
Agree. But when you sit up here and say that this shit is for religious reasons, then we got to bring in religion.
No, we
No,
don't.
we're not. We're saying that's what I said. This is a religious country, and that's why people have their beliefs, and that's a fact.
Well, it's called separation of church and state.
Well, give on to Caesar what is Caesar, and give on to God what is his. So,
All
you
I'm
know,
saying is if we're gonna say that this is a religious reason, we're gonna bring in all religious fucking reasons.
Well, that's ridiculous. Now, you know
Well,
that.
what?
That's what Republicans do, though. They're the
Yes, and that's why we are where we are now.
Right.
So they,
So
But
you only do
anyway-
what they doing instead of us trying to fix it.
Right.
We just gonna do what they do.
But
Y'all don't
anyway,
want to
I'm
fix
gonna jump on off. Y'all have a nice night. It's been tiring today for me.
Oh, yeah, long day.
Yeah, it's hot as hell. 107 degrees. I can't take it. You know.
I heard it was hot as hell.
Ooh.
Man, hot as hell.
Yeah, it stole my energy. Yeah, so I'm going to bed. I'm turning the fan on, the AC on.
It's so hot.
Man, you know what? I'm gonna take me a cold ass shower. And I ain't gonna dry myself off. I'm gonna jump in the man.
Just gonna jump in.
Yeah, I'm just
damn,
gonna jump
it's
on
hot
in.
like that, huh?
Yeah, man. I walked around the house naked, like, man, fuck this shit. Ain't nobody coming here. Nobody coming up here. Shit. I just doused myself with water. I said, fuck it. So shit.
Be cool.
Okay.
Telling you.
Be cool.
Well, stay cool.
Yeah, yeah, you got to. Shit. Anyway, let me get out of here. Y'all have a nice day.
Have a good night.
All right.
AC should be free in those states.
I know that's right. God, y'all, people gonna wait. I hope I didn't do this wrong. Did I do this wrong?
I'm proud of Bob.
I did this wrong. God damn, did I?
Don't have a box fan.
I'm telling people to vote for the right people and stop saying that your vote don't count, and then they both run out there and vote in all the damn Nazis. So I appreciate Bob saying that. You know what I'm saying? We gotta do the right thing, even if the people don't do the right thing. The other people, the Russians and the sellouts and stuff, that don't mean we have to do the wrong thing because they doing the wrong thing. That don't make no sense.
Well, you got the stuck-up black people who are above middle class voting Republican. So
Well,
they might be Republican, you know.
No, well, that wasn't the problem. So what we had in the 2016 election was 8% of black people did vote for Trump, but we could live with that. All right. But we couldn't live with 10% of black people voting for Bernie Sanders and Jill Stein. It was too many. We can't afford it. We only make up 20% of the 19% of the electorate. We can't afford to our vote. Let them
Right.
white
So people split.
vote.
So you saying
Not
they
us.
split the vote, right? For people who wasn't even running, who wasn't even in a prime. Yeah,
Wasn't
that's
even on
what.
the ballot.
And then some people voted for Kanye West. They voted Kanye West, stood in that line and wrote his name in. Ain't that some shit?
Yeah, no, they and it's because they're misinformed. And it's our job as the electorate to be informed and stop thinking because somebody is lying to you and telling you you're gonna get free healthcare, free college tuition, and free housing and free pancakes that you gonna vote for them. Because you know that do you realize they're lying?
Well, nothing wrong with voting for them as long as they are, we're not splitting the
They're
vote.
lying. They're talking about the Ku Klux Klan had a platinum plan, and Ice Cube was supporting the platinum plan from the Ku Klux Klan. The Ku Klux Klan ain't got no plan for us other than killing us. So let's stop being stupid. If we re-elect Trump,
didn't we get health care? We didn't get health care?
No, that was the black president that gave us health care. He wasn't right. The black
you used to be for Bernie. Look, I've been up here for a few years listening to you, and I remember when you was pro Bernie Sanders.
No, I never voted for Bernie. I'm a black.
I said you voted when it was him versus who was it?
No, Obama. It was him versus Obama, him versus Hillary. No, I've never been. I knew Bernie's been a communist since he was 19 years old. Bernie went down to Cuba when Castro had a communist revolution in Cuba. Bernie went down. Bernie's honeymoon was in Russia. Bernie marched with King. Him and James Earl Ray marched with Dr. King.
Dude, you go
James
listen.
Earl Ray killed him.
Oh no,
So,
you.
I was never behind Bernie.
Oh, okay.
Bernie and Trump had the same campaign managers. They were both business partners.
You joking? You serious?
No, look it up.
I don't know whether
Bernie's business manager and Paul Manafort were partners in the Ukraine. And the only reason why Paul Manafort got convicted was because Trump won. Had Bernie won, he would have been in prison, and then he would have pardoned. Okay, Trump's manager was Paul Manafort.
I know that part. I know that.
All right, he went to prison because
because of what Trump did, what him and Trump was doing. Yeah.
Well, he got a check from the Kremlin for $650 million, and the bank transfer said for the campaign. So they put him in jail for not registering as a foreign agent. The guy that testified against him, Michael Cohen, was Bernie Sanders' manager. His wife sold a plot of a college from Bernie's wife was investigated by the FBI because they had.
But I mean, they wasn't the same. Like you assume, like you insinuating.
No. They were business partners in the Ukraine. They were
okay.
So why would Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump have the same business manager?
They didn't have the same business manager.
They did. They were partners. Now look up.
Oh my God!
Dude. No. Listen, Bob. Please, Bob. This is the real brother. This is the real brother, Bob. Look up. Bernie Sanders' campaign manager testifies against Paul Manafort. They were both business partners in the Ukraine after Russia invaded Crimea. Trump is an agent of the Russian government. So is Taz and Nyla, Tosh, and Carly. So no, you can look it up. Now the FBI dropped the charges against Bernie's wife. They didn't prosecute Bernie. How come? Because Trump won. But if Bernie had won, they would have gave immunity to Trump and Manafort, and then Bernie and his business manager would have been in prison.
Okay, listen, you talking too much with these stories.
I know, it's called education.
Well, it's not true though. It is
true. You won't look it up. Why wouldn't you look it up?
I'm not saying that some of what you're saying, but you keep saying they're the same people when they're not. You essentially gave us a story, and they're two different people.
No, they're not. They're communists. And they work
Lord. The nonsense that come out of your mouth, dude.
I know the truth and facts sound strange to somebody who just listens.
Anyway, listen, you got to stop all this saying shit that's not true on my channel. You done demonetize your channel through this bullshit.
No, well, you can't.
We're not gonna let you.
Channel. That's your business. You
can't. Yeah, we're not gonna let you harm my channel. With listen, if you gonna say
Google doesn't own your channel.
Nonsense,
Blog Talk Radio, Bob.
Accusing people.
Were you on Blog Talk Radio? Were you on Ustream?
Yes, I was on Blog Talk Radio. I've been on his internet before you were.
That's my point. I'm older than you, so obviously I was.
But that don't mean you was on here.
It means I've been in the business.
It just means that you found this internet shit. If you came to internet on Blog Talk, baby, I was already on here for about 10, 15 years before Blog Talk even existed.
Okay, now when you're on Blog Talk, did Google own your channel?
Did Google own my channel?
When you were on Ustream, did YouTube own your channel?
Ustream, I only was on Ustream.
Did YouTube own your channel?
No, YouTube did not own my channel.
You own your channel. They're just lying to you. Because you
But
can
nobody
like
said
or it's not
nobody
illegal.
own. I didn't say anything about owning my channel.
Well,
I
you
didn't
do
say
own
that.
your channel. Do you own your
But
store?
I didn't mention anything
Goddamn.
about owning channels. Okay.
If you
And I
own
allowed you
your
to come over
car,
to participate.
okay, hold on.
And I know
If
that
you-
you're an intelligent man about
Okay,
a
now
lot of
you tell us
things.
now you
But
hate
this
black men. You
nonsense
tell us
of you
intellectual black
repeating
men. Okay,
yourself.
great. You
I
hate
don't know what
black
happened
men
to your
enough.
brain.
We're
You
all
might
done.
want to. I need you to refocus.
Okay, let me refocus on your car.
Yeah.
Who
I
owns your
need-
car?
I listen. I need you to.
Who owns your
refocus.
car?
I walk on foot. How about
Who
that?
owns your shoes?
I don't have no car.
Who
My
owns
feet.
your shoes? Well, who owns your
But
shoes?
Google. Google
Google
owns my
owns
shoes.
it. So if Google put $30 billion worth of advertising on your shoe,
Yeah.
your shoe that you
My
own,
shoe.
they
No,
get
they
to
own my
keep money.
shoe. They own my shoe.
Do they get to keep the money if they put a billboard for McDonald's in your front lawn, ad on your front lawn? Do they get to keep the money?
Yeah,
Or
they
do
own the lawn. Yes, if they own the lawn, yes.
No, if they own your front lawn, so you
If
think
they own the lawn, they own the house. They own that. Yeah.
yes? Well, they
So
don't.
if my
Well,
channel
they
sitting
don't
on
own
there,
your lawn. You would own your house, which would include the lawn.
yeah. Well, if I own the house, then yes, right.
Well,
but
you own the
I don't
shoes.
own. I
you
don't
the
own
car.
anything over here. But
Oh, so
okay.
you don't own your shoes. You don't
Except
own
my
your car.
content. That's the only thing. And I could take that anywhere,
It's
right?
called copyright. Look it up. It's called copyright.
Okay,
Who
but
owns
anyway,
the
we're not
copyright
going
of the
listen.
YouTube channel?
Y'all, anybody got any questions for this nigga? Because I can't do it no more.
I do. What's up, RBO? What's going on with you, brother?
All right, the truth. But anyway, you own your channel. They're just lying to you.
Go ahead,
with the
Pastor.
question.
Please ask him a question. I hope it's not dealing with what you talking about now. Come on.
Facts.
Look, Ashley, you know what, Mom? I'm very interested in this monetization that.
Well, then you want to go to his channel. Or your channel.
Okay. All right.
We don't do truth
Because
on Bob's channel.
I don't
On
watch
Bob's
you
channel
over there on
is
his
the
channel. You
best
done heard
black
this shit
people
for
and
years,
lie.
and y'all, you're not gonna borg my motherfucking channel on the
You're not
fire.
gonna ruin your channel with the truth and the facts. Fuck
You
that.
came over while we was having a good discussion. We was having a debate between
having a good debate about
we may
the
have
Bible.
been disagreeing,
Well,
or we maybe was agreeing.
We're a nation
But
of laws,
other people didn't
not a
know that I
nation
was
of
agreeing with
Bible.
them. But we're not gonna let no dumb nigga come up there and destroy
And tell
what
the
we talking
truth.
about.
No, we don't
And I
want our
let you up because you was
asking
on
you
some
want it
smart
for your
shit in
audience
the
to know the
beginning.
truth.
But now you on that dumb shit. So we're
Right,
gonna have
that
to say
dumb
bye
shit.
bye. We're gonna
That dumb
excuse you.
shit, that
We need you to exit to the motherfucking left, nigga, or the right. We don't get no
How
fucks.
hard would it be to look up copyright? Who owns the copyright?
Nigga, bye 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 bye. Anybody want to say bye?
How
bye,
hard
bye?
is that?
Say oh. Say bye 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 bye. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out.
Get him out. He's telling too much truth. He's
Say bye. Okay, he gone. Okay. I gave that nigga a chance. Why is it that he always go to the same topic? We was having a good topic, y'all. We was on some disagreeing. At least some people thought there was a disagreement when there was just education going on, right? We was having a good conversation.
What we are disagreeing on?
We really wasn't disagreeing. It just some people just thought that's what was going on because I was asking questions. You know, I was asking questions. I was like, okay, give me the link. Let's go through it. And people was like, oh no, why I gotta show? I'm like, damn.
So what were y'all? What were y'all actually talking about?
So we were talking. Oh yeah, and I know. I think you said. I'm not sure if you're a Republican or not, but it don't matter, right? It's not about that. But we was discussing voting, and then we got on the Roe versus Wade and that kind of thing. You kind of pushed that way a little bit, but really what we was talking about was the electoral votes, right? And versus the popular vote, and so. Originally, the original statement was your vote doesn't matter. And then they were saying, well, your vote doesn't matter when you're voting for president, and I disagreed. And so we went down that route, and I was explaining that no, you vote and your electoral gives the votes to whomever the people say of that state, right? So people were saying, well, somebody had said that Trump had gotten 4 million votes in California. I was like, yeah. And it was like, but he didn't win. And I was like, right. And it was like, well, why didn't you win? Because Biden got 6 million votes. That's why. One of them got 4 million, the other one got 6. You know, somebody asked me, I was on somebody's panel a couple of days ago, and they asked me, Bam, do you really believe that Biden got more votes than Obama from Black people? And I was like, yeah, why not? They were like, that don't make no sense. I can't believe it. I said, well, Obama, when he became president, a lot of Black people stood up and decided to participate in the process. They decided to now understand the importance of their vote and started to vote. And therefore, if Obama ended up getting some people to vote who never voted, and then the next president, Biden, was able to get more people, especially since Trump was so bad. Trump was so bad, a lot of people saw what he was doing, that people got up who never voted before and voted. So yes, it's easily that Biden got more Black votes than Obama. Yes, that I can see that's easy.
Yeah, I think
even Trump got more votes than Obama. Did y'all know that?
Yeah.
Yeah, because more people started to vote. Young people got a little older where now they can vote. So we got that sector, that voting block. We got elderly Black people who never voted before got up to vote, right? In Georgia itself, they done turned that whole motherfucking state. Didn't they turn it purple? Or did
They turned it purple, and honestly, Mom, that was a bad thing.
Mm-hmm. But that's what you say, but I don't know. You talking about it's a bad thing. So see, that's what I'm saying, everybody. I'm not saying you're right or wrong. I'm saying that everybody has their view. Like, so where we may think, if you're a Democrat, you may think that's a great thing, but if you're a Republican, you think that's a bad thing.
Yeah.
Why was it?
And
why
that's
was it
all
bad?
I was saying. Oh,
why
go
was
ahead.
it bad, Pastor?
Well, I think it was bad because if you look at how Georgia was having all kinds of riots and they were burning down restaurants, and it was a bad
But that got
time.
to do with that.
Well, a lot of those people were on the left that did that, as they say, and I just think it was a bad time. I think it was a bad time for Georgia. I think.
Wait a minute. Let's back up, baby, because we cannot let you do what other people do, right? Because you're too smart. So you saying it's bad because of rioting now? What that got to do with anything? Right? You saying that rioting happened because of what? Because it turned purple?
Well, I think a lot of people that were rioting and violently protesting, they say they were on the left. And I think they ignited those people and got those people angry. I don't necessarily think it's a problem.
You talking about the white people?
Yeah. They
got mad. So just because they got mad at being losers, it's bad that change happened. And that makes sense to you?
That's the argument. That's where I kind of look crazy by saying that, because I think how you vote and how you act can be two completely different things. But we just started seeing that those people, we just started seeing in particular people from that side starting to act up. Now, if Georgia went,
oh no, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So if Georgia went more or less purple, but yet they had and honestly, I don't think purple is a bad thing. Purple just means that you just have two separate parties working together. So I mean, that's not technically bad. Republicans and Democrats working together. It's not technically bad. That's purple.
I don't know if they work it. I guess they could, working together. Essentially, I guess if they're against each other, or the color can be, they're a swing state, right? Georgia is now a swing state.
Well, if they're purple, that means they're halfway working together. Now, it is a swing state, and when you see a state like Georgia start to turn purple, a lot of people can get concerned about, oh, the Democrats are taking over. Yeah. So you can argue, are the Democrats taking over, or are they learning to work together? I think they're kind of working together rather than the Democrats just taking over.
But I agree with you. I think in certain states, like some of these states, the people coming together and working together. You know what I mean? Which is that's a great thing. Instead of like Louisiana, where them white people got them Black people so scared to vote there is no way Southern states should be anything other than Democrats for real. Because the Southern states are the worst, right? I'm talking about worse economically, worse in healthcare, worse in the education system, everything. And they do that because they don't give a shit about the people mainly being black people. The white people have their kids going to private schools, right? And they pay a little more and they got better education, but they don't care. So how is it that but black people won't go vote because for some reason they believe their vote don't count? And that's what we was
most black
talking
people in
about.
the South are still. I think that most people in the South are still. I think most black people in the South are conservatives anyway. Still,
Most of us are conservative, but we're not Republicans, so that's not the same.
okay. Well,
I always associated them to be the same.
But they're not. Why would you? Why just because you politically vote one way for more wealthy people and stuff like? Why would you? So are you saying poor people aren't conservative, church-going people, hardworking people? Because that's essentially what conservative means. Conservative simply means that you have morals, right? You believe in certain things, and that has nothing to do with how you vote.
No, I mean, it usually has to do with, it's usually synonymous. I'm just saying what it usually means. It usually means Bible, right? So the Bible Belt in the South. So that explains why they're more conservative, as Pastor said, because you go to church more.
But we got more black people in the South.
I know, but you go to church. That's why they vote Republican.
No, but just because you go to church don't make church and Republican don't have nothing to do with each other.
Yeah, the values. So the abortion thing is one of them.
No,
right?
dude, that is not true. But that's what they taught you, and that's why you think that way. Because that's what they taught you. But that's not true though.
What?
Black people essentially. No, it has no truth. What's the some truth? What does me going to church got to do with me voting Republican?
Because your pastor's going to tell you to vote this way because
no, that's not true. What are you talking about?
Most black churches tell the congregation to vote Democrat.
That's right. So we don't know what Rochester is talking about.
You have not been to a black church. You have not been to a black church.
I haven't been down south. I go to it.
But then why are you speaking for those of us who are in the South, though, babe?
No, I thought that's what I thought. That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. And I said that. I said that I understand why you think that because they lie, but it's not true. Republican really should be about, like, if you look at these parties, whether you're Democrat or not, if you voting based on your life, which I advise everybody do, vote what's best for your life. It had nothing to do with your color, whether you go to church or not, none of that, right? Who's going to give you and your family what you need? And I must have to let you know, it's sad, but Republicans is not for regular, normal, hardworking people. Those are for wealthy people. And so we got some white people who want to be considered wealthy. Or they just don't want to be.
I want to be a Republican, Bomb. I want to be a true Republican. I do want to be able to gain enough money and enough notoriety in life where I can be a true conservative Republican.
But they're not giving you money to make money. You either have the money already and you want to keep it, which I would understand why you'll be Republican, right? What is his name? He always talk about he got money, so I would understand if he vote Republican. Right, he said he make $300,000 a year.
Cyber, yeah.
Yeah, Cyber. So if Cyber tell me he's a Republican, I understand. If any of these rappers, any of these entertainers, if they are Republican, whether they black, white, Asian, or whatever, I understand that.
Mm-hmm.
Because they have money.
Yeah, they have money. They want to keep their money. They want the tax breaks. But why would an everyday regular motherfucker who work 9 to 5, just trying to survive, what are the Republicans offering you to give them your vote?
Well, they're getting that small check because they give them the rebates usually.
Yeah, I think
rebates?
The tax
Everybody get tax rebates.
I know. So they're looking at like 3,000 is better than nothing, where the Democrats may give you 1,000. The Republicans give you 3,000. So
they give you 3,000.
Yeah, so they give you 3,000. But the millionaires are making.
Show me where
they're not at the same rate. That's the point of them voting for a Republican.
That's not true, dude. That's not true. But I will say that the Republicans do give more social services, but at the same time, what do they run on though? They run on, these people want welfare. They want assistance. They dog you out because they don't want to give it to you and I. They want to give it to them. See, it's a game. Like I said, remember when I said it's the Republicans who made abortion legal. Y'all, that was church-going Republicans who was trying to make abortion legal. And then when it became legal, they ran and have been running for 20 plus years off of making it illegal.
Yeah, so and that's one of the problems that I have with the whole. Honestly, that's one of the problems I have even with the Republican side of YouTube, because when I bring some of these things up with Republican candidates, they try to tell me that I'm wrong and I'm making up stuff, because they did do that bombing. And you know, you hear Republicans that I forgot how you just put it, but you go back.
Talking about that? Okay, go ahead.
You did, but another thing that they did, not just that they let the stuff happen with the deletion of baby because of the money aspect. They also allowed, because you hear right now everybody on the left, you know, everybody saying the left got all these, you know, rainbow people teaching in front of the kids and dancing in front of the kids. But believe it or not, it was Reagan and the log cabin Republicans that legalized and pushed for there to be gay teachers. It was Reagan and them that did that. And that was Republicans and the log cabin Republicans, gay Republicans. And I tried to tell that to Republicans and talk to Republicans about it, but then it was the black Republicans, the black YouTube Republicans. They told me I was crazy and they know what I was talking about. Then I showed them the actual documentation and the people actually saying that they did it and they saying they did it. And then they still told me I was wrong. I was like, man, I'm done with you. I'm done with politics on you. I'm done with politics on YouTube. No one really wants to have like I can admit to you that the Republicans did that. I'm not so much of a conservative or Republican that I can't admit that they did some fucked up shit. Like Trump was letting. Like, you remember we was having all those bad issues with the trains derailing and stuff. Well, Trump was the one that wanted the trains to come directly into the city, and the Democrats was like, "No, don't bring them dangerous trains on them old train tracks directly to the city. Take them to a rural area, and then let the trucks go get the stuff and bring it back into town." And I kind of agree with the Democrats on that, because bringing dangerous equipment and chemicals directly into the city on these old railroad tracks and all these derailments we had has cost us a lot of money. And the Republicans were trying to save money, and it ended up costing us some money. So there's certain things that I can't agree with. They also
was against the infrastructure bill and all that. That's Republicans against that, right? And then when shit fall apart, like when them trains, did you see how they tried to blame Biden and his people for that? They was against the bill. They voted, tried to vote the bill down. And then when it's infrastructure that failed, they tried to say Biden because he's the president. But they're voting against these things, but claiming that that is Biden's fault that happened.
So the Build Back Better did fall under Biden's initiative, though. But I see what you're saying. What you
mean? What? Said
that bill, the Build Back Better, or the infrastructure bill, right? Like they voted against the Build Back Better America. They voted against it, but they did end up making it Biden's thing. But the reality of it is the infrastructure of America is kind of crumbling. Like the railroads are not
the whole I-95 fell down in Philadelphia. What, last month?
Yeah.
So it ain't counting. You know how many bridges and streets and things are caving in around America? It ain't kinda. But I think they passed the infrastructure bill though. But that's because Democrats was running the House. Something
they passed it, but it came with a lot of contracts. So so the work is slowly getting done because the Republicans got theirs, and there ain't nothing wrong with it. But their companies ended up getting a lot of those contracts, and the work is getting done, but slowly. The Republicans
Well,
want
how
their
supposed to
money.
get? How fast you want to go? Only
Well,
got some.
this shit we got it's supposed to go a little bit faster than how it was going.
Well, I mean, they got to first they got to pass the bills, then they got to get the money, then they got to get the contractors, then they got to figure it out. They got to come up with a plan. You don't just go out there and throw some cement on the ground. They got to be planned, engineering. So this idea that it's supposed to be so fast is what you think if Trump had it, you think it would be going faster? Because they couldn't even build a wall that stood for a year without crumbling.
If would Trump make the infrastructure of America go faster? I think it would make it go faster. I'm not going to technically say that it would be better. I'm not gonna say it would be better built, but he would definitely get it going faster.
So it's supposed to be faster so it can fall apart within like 7 months.
Hopefully it lasts a little bit longer than that.
But the wall didn't though, right? We know for a fact his wall didn't last more than 7 months.
I think that wall lasted long enough to get him into office.
Well, it lasted. He was already in office. It was just enough money put on it so he could claim he did it. But he knew it wasn't supposed to be up. It was cheap material. It fell apart in 7 months. And he just needed it up so he could claim he did it. But when they went to it, and 7 months later, you could see the crumbling. It was on property it wasn't supposed to be. So he already knew, of course he wasn't going to make it sturdy. He knew it was going to come down. That guy had to sue him.
Well, there was a problem with eminent domain with that wall because it crossed over into some ranchers' land and separated some of their livestock. There was a lot of issues that went with that because there's some.
He knew that already, though. So why did he build it there? Why did he put it there when he already knew that he wasn't supposed to?
Well, they could have done it, but they should have paid the Americans for putting that wall on their land.
What you mean they could do it? No, they couldn't do it.
Well, if you pay the people to put the wall on their land, you can.
No, not if they say no, you can't.
Then you have to do something to get them to agree. But
but they might not. The man is a rancher. He's wealthy already. He ain't got to do nothing. He
doesn't, and that's the thing about it. A lot of the ranchers didn't agree, and a lot of the ranchers didn't want that wall on their land.
They knew it wasn't going to help. Like, it's just a piece of wall right there. That's all he was going to do, and it wasn't stopping anything. Why would they let him do that? But that's what I'm saying. So he put up a wall, and you think that because it's taking a little longer to get started, which anyway. They put up that bridge or that highway in Philadelphia within like a couple of weeks. So that was super fast. They did that. They did.
Yeah, they did that. They did that pretty quick. They got that done pretty quick. They did do that pretty quick.
That's right.
But they had to though. I mean, that was a major railroad. That's a major traffic way in America. They had to get that fixed quick. They had no choice.
Well, I see them fixing on highways forever. They're fixing on highways in Delaware forever. You know, they might fix on it this year. It might take them 5 months. Then next year, they're going to fix on it again for another 5 months. Just a waste of money that they got to get rid of every fiscal year, you know. But we all know that's how the government work. I don't know why we acting like it don't. No matter who is in charge.
Well, Trump was a better president than Biden.
Well, I don't show me. Let's do that right now. Let's see what Trump did compared to what Biden did, and let's see if that's true. Besides you just jumping your lips. So let's go see what. Let me share the screen. The idea that you would say that is funny as hell. Oh, funny when y'all, because y'all really just be saying any goddamn thing.
No, I really believe that.
Well, we gonna see some facts then. We don't have to hear you say it. Let's see.
Let's look at the facts.
Did Trump?
They're gonna count the Supreme Court nominees as positive for Trump?
Well, no, that he don't get that. That automatically comes. We talk about something he did. Okay.
No, he did. Well, I guess he pushed for those.
No, that's not what we talking about. They're talking about accomplishments. Okay. Let's see.
It's gonna be on the list.
Wait. What site am I on? Hell no.
Nah. Go back to that. Go back.
No, that is not a valid site. That's his own site. Okay. So.
Come on, Earl. Why we can't go with that? I like that one.
Because that would be the things that he will claim he did.
Well, Pastor,
We talking about factual. What?
Is Pastor a Republican?
Yeah, I am. I vote more. I vote more left. I vote more right than left.
Is it because of the church or is it for some other reason?
It's mainly because of church. It's mainly because of religious views and really has nothing to do with money. It's religious views and how I see society, and I don't agree with what's that freedom of choice. I don't agree with abortion.
You said earlier that the pastors would teach the congregations to vote Democratic. But
yeah, they would. So I actually went against the traditional teachings of the AME Zion Church, which overwhelmingly tells people to vote left.
Really, I thought it was the opposite. Because up where I live in New York, and it's completely what I said. They vote Republican.
Down south is
black up here is voting Republican.
Oh, down south is the opposite. It's really they definitely tell you to vote Democrat down south in these churches.
So how do they get around the abortion issue? Because that's one of the major issues.
How do they get around? But see, the black churches tend to be silent about abortion, or tend to lean towards agreeing with abortion, and that's where I disagree with the black church. I don't agree with abortion. I don't think that it's a good choice.
Right, and look, and based on Rochester, you wrong. And not only that, but you shouldn't even have because he says that 90-something%, most of Americans agree with abortion, which we know that's not true. Most, that's something they're putting out there. And now people are becoming more educated on abortion, right? We know that it's not just because a woman just don't want a child. There's many reasons for abortions to be had and procedures. And so, yeah, people looking back, but Rochester believed the opposite. And I didn't get to proving him wrong on the polls, because, a poll that polls 1,000 people is not nowhere near can prove that most of America wants something based on a poll that polls 1,000 people.
No, but we agree that it's not absolute. But what I'm saying is that you will find multiple polls that show it, right?
Yes, but they still only polling 1,000 or a couple of thousand people.
Yeah, but you add them up.
No, that's not true. What do you mean? And you don't add them up
with that one.
Even if you added them up, even if 18 polls did 1,000 people, 18,000 people, that still would not give you a picture of what people believe in the United States. It's not enough people. So you're wrong, because we know you're wrong based on the laws that are being passed.
In the red states now, yeah. But if it wasn't a red state, that would be different. That's because this.
But you said most of America. So what's wrong? If they push it to the states, they push it to the states. That's all the Supreme Court did.
That's how they
didn't make it illegal. They just said, hey, we're not going to protect this no more. Go to your state.
That's the part right there. They're not going to protect it anymore. So
yeah, because
they open to knock it down.
Well, if these people also don't believe in abortion because they unfairly decided to put their morals when doing their job, which they shouldn't do, right? Just because they don't believe in something doesn't mean that they should use their beliefs and push it on others. But that's what they did.
Well, see what happened, Bomb. Now, even though I don't agree with abortion, there was a in particular story that came up, and it kind of made me really not change my opinion, but like, damn, that is messed up. This 10-year-old girl ended up getting pregnant. 10 years old. The doctor did an abortion on her. The doctor was facing, is facing being reprimanded by the board, the medical board because they did make that procedure illegal in that in particular state. Now, when it comes down to a 10-year-old, you're like, I get it. I don't want abortions. I want to get rid of abortions.
Mm-hmm.
I do want to get rid of abortions.
Mm-hmm.
I want to get rid of 99% of abortions. I don't want 99% of people having abortions. But when you have these one little in particular cases of this like 10-year-old, I think that kind of has to work. So the thing about it is it's an all or none kind of thing. And they don't give us the ability to say, okay, we disagree with abortions, but that 10-year-old right there, let's help her out.
Mm.
So and that's the problem with this thing, is all or none. So I have to say that I disagree with abortions overall, because I do disagree with abortions overall. But then but that one in particular case is like, damn.
Mm.
You know,
the scripture says so.
The
right?
idea that you believe that most abortions is unlike that 9-year-old girl just tells us that you don't know anything about what you're talking about. Right?
Yeah, I do ask, Mom.
You know nothing about abortion.
Most abortions are elective, Mom, and it's proven. It's been proven.
But that's not even true.
Yes,
that's
they
not
are
even
elective.
true. No, they are. Most of them are not.
Yes, they are.
My
Most abortions, like most stillbirths, they make people go to term with, and most.
Wait, what? Why? So why would they make somebody go to term with a stillbirth, especially that's done in the first trimester? So what? Because that is what they're doing now.
Yeah,
and women are dying. Right? So, but you call it a stillbirth. That just means that the child is non-viable. It died. It's in her in the first trimester. That means the first 3 months. And now a woman has to keep it in her, a dead thing in her until it come out. And when it comes out, it may not fully come out and now she's gangrene or will die, hemorrhaging inside. See, that's what most of them are medical necessity. But you believe that most of them are elected.
Most of them are elected.
But that's not true though. They got diseases. So what happens if I know that my baby has it's not developing right? Because that's what ultrasounds are for. They do things to make sure that the baby is okay. And if all babies was okay, they wouldn't have to do those things. You would just wait until you have it. But no, they do ultrasounds at a particular time in order to make sure everything's okay. And you do that because if something's not okay, that could be harmful to the baby and or the mother, then you can do something about it. And now, if the baby brain and organs are not being developed, then that mother can't do nothing in her state if she can't have an abortion. See, those are a lot of cases like that. In fact, like lots of them. In fact, I played a video of 2 women in the same state, right? Where they had something I had never heard of before. So, but her water broke when she was like 2-3 months pregnant. The baby's still alive, but the baby not gonna be alive though, because the baby breathes in that fluid.
In the amniotic fluid, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
So but there's something where women will lose the fluid. So the baby's still kicking, it hurting her because the fluid is gone. The baby can't breathe. They know when the baby is born, though, the baby will die. Because, so why should she have to go through the whole 9 months and bring into something that she knows not going to survive? So not only do everybody see her growing and asking her, oh, you're so pretty, what is this, a boy, a girl, oh, what you going to name it? When she know when she have it, it's going to die. She don't even want to get connected to it because it's going to make it harder. Why would anybody require a woman to do that? Not only her, but her husband got to endure that. If she got children who think they're going to have a brother or sister, they got to endure that.
psychological damage is crazy.
Yeah, well, that's bad, Bomb, but that's horrible. But we have to stop the elective abortions at all costs.
Yeah, but we're not talking about elected though. I didn't just mention elected.
I get that.
And what you
Mom.
mean at all costs? So you got to stop the why you
that's collateral
get to decide what a woman does with her body.
That's collateral damage. That's just collateral damage. It has to happen though.
Okay. It has to happen. Why?
Because we need the children. We need our birth rate is down as a country. Yeah,
our
need
birth
children.
rate is down.
Yeah, the birth rate in the country is down. Yes.
What that got to do with you though?
The fact that we got to get the birth rate of the country back up, and it has nothing to do with me.
What do we have to do?
Because
I'm asking you, if you want to get the birth rate up, go and impregnate and have some babies. What are you talking about?
So how can we have babies if people are just having abortions?
No, you could go and get married and have some babies.
Okay, despite all of that, we just can't kill babies, whether I'm married or not.
Now it's killing babies.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, I know.
What makes it a baby?
It's not only that, but he just mentioned
because it was
so the 9-year-old could kill a baby, though, right? The
9-year-old
could kill a baby. You said it. You out of your mouth. The 9-year-old could kill a baby. Just grown women can't make those decisions about.
Because the reason why I say that a 9-year-old could kill a baby is because there's a extremely high likelihood that that child going through childbirth would kill that child. You can't say that with a grown woman that technically got pregnant, whether it was a stillbirth or whatever.
Well, you absolutely can't say that. What are you talking about? I just gave you examples of where the women may die in hemorrhage and some have died.
Okay, exactly. Said may. There's a high likelihood that they will survive it, but then
no, nobody said a high likelihood. Who said that?
Well, there is a likelihood that you will survive that. I think the hardest woman. When you say a woman with hemorrhage or bleeding, something called placenta abbreviated. Placenta just completely ruptures from the abdominal wall and it causes some internal bleeding. I get you, right? That can happen. Cool, right?
But you make it seem like that's the only one because you're the one who mentioned that one. You mentioned that, but a woman who had a miscarriage, but she wasn't able to expel that baby. What happens in that case? Well, she still got pieces of fetus in her that's rotten.
She can become septic and die. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, and that happens a lot. You know, that's why they have a DNC. You know, I've had a DNC. Yeah, I've had a DNC before, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Just being a regular woman, right? So without it though, become septic and die. You know how many DNCs are done?
Yeah, they go in there and scrape. I get it.
I asked you, do you know how many are done a year?
A lot. Yes. A lot of them are done.
Yes. So, but you can't do them in states that don't do abortions.
Well,
now explain that.
We are going to stick with this. We're doing it in Texas. I'm glad we're doing it in Texas. We're going to stick with it. We're going to stick with it. And we're just going to ride this out.
Oh, well, y'all already going to the Supreme Court talking about y'all gonna ride it out. Y'all motherfuckers gonna be the biggest losers ever. Talking about we gonna ride it out. I know you gonna ride it out, and you ain't got no choice. You acting like you got some choice.
We do have choices. We voted on it.
No, you ain't got no. Show me where you voted on it.
When you go get my voter ID card, when you go get my sticker, it said I voted.
Yes, because I don't believe you.
Yeah, we did. We voted on that.
You said because one minute you say Texas, the next minute don't you say South Carolina?
No. I said I'm from North Carolina and I live in Texas. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you had mentioned that you voted in North Carolina, but you surely mentioned Texas in a heartbeat.
Listen, Mom. Listen, I said I was born in North Carolina and I live in Texas. It's not.
I know that part. I thought you last time we spoke. I thought you said you voted in North Carolina.
I just said, wow. I just said I was born in North Carolina.
I heard that. I said both. I didn't say born or live. I said both.
No, you can't be born in both. I was born in North Carolina. Then I moved to Texas.
I heard you. I said voted. Did you not hear me?
Yeah, I voted in Texas. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. I said I thought I remember you saying you voted in North Carolina. That's all.
The very first time I voted in North Carolina, and it was in 2000. It was in I think it was in 2000. I think I was finally old enough to vote in like, no, was it 2000? What year did Obama run the second time?
2000, was it 8 is his first, so is it 13?
No, 2008. 2008 was his first, right?
Yeah, so
my first time ever voting was in 2008. Well, my very first time ever voting was in 2008, and I was in North Carolina then, and I voted for Obama. So then I did vote for Obama. Then I moved to Texas, and then, of course, you get a Texas ID and all that other dumb shit, and then you end up voting in Texas.
Yeah. Okay. No, I remember you saying it. That's all I said.
No, but that is true. That's true. That is true, though. I did say that, and you are true for saying that. I did say that, and I did happen like that. But it is what it is. We move around and shit,
Oh yeah, you're right.
But your view is strictly on scripture, though. That's the issue. That's why it's an absolute for you. It's all or nothing.
People not doing nothing on no goddamn scripture. The Republicans are the one.
Talking about his views.
That's
why he's a Republican. That's what he said.
Yeah. I'm just that's pretty much my my spiel on it. I'm not a Republican based on money though, and it's sad that the Republican Party has turned into something.
So here we go. Trump signed a law in to make animals cruelty against animals. He did that.
He did that. He did SpaceX too. He got SpaceX. He got SpaceX signed in too.
He got what?
SpaceX. It said Trump finalized Space Force. It was a SpaceX, nothing. The 6th military. He got space shit going. All right. That's a waste of money. We got
that. Because that's what everybody in the military is saying is a waste of money. Right? So he did some Space Force bullshit, y'all. Where he waiting for us to catch some aliens and shit. Right? So that's what he did. Waste the money. Trump signed into law about the animals. I already said that. Right? That's a good thing, I guess. And that's bipartisan. Nobody was against it.
They said violent crime has fallen every year.
Yeah. Except that Biden, they said the 2 years before he was elected, right? They say the violent crime rate has dropped steadily since 1999.
Oh, but it's back up now. It's back up now, Bomb. Crime is back up and full in effect.
Yeah, why would that be?
Because of Biden.
Right. Not because of Biden, because of Trump, actually. Because COVID was squarely sitting on Trump. Yeah, COVID. There you go. Thank you. Y'all gonna act like we didn't just have a whole
blame
lockdown
the violence of
for 2
America
years.
on. See, you cannot. No, we're not going to do that, Bomb. We can't say that America became violent because of C-19. We're not going to do that.
So you saying that it didn't?
No, I'm saying it didn't.
So right now, people still don't have the jobs they had before.
And that is Biden running a bad. That's Biden running a bad country. Not the.
Oh my God!
The pandemic.
Okay. Y'all hear this? So the pandemic hit because of our dumbass president, right? And then Biden was supposed to come to the rescue, and then he was supposed to make people who lost their jobs and their businesses. What he was supposed to do? Make them reappear with a snap of a finger? Oh, okay. I know. Anyway, Trump signed a bill making CBD and hemp legal.
Okay, they help people out.
I thought you was against that, though. Most Republicans are.
I have a problem with marijuana.
I heard people. Oh, okay. So Republicans, though, they are against that.
It's a part.
They associated with career. They with crime. They're associated.
No,
with
that's
that.
capitalism. I mean, look.
Now it's capitalism.
Well, it always has been.
Oh well.
It is
that ain't what the Republicans say, though.
At one point, it was a form of capitalism that they criminalized, but now it's a form of capitalism that they have decriminalized that form of that aspect of our capital. There's always been part of our Bob, that's a good thing. That's a good thing.
That's not what the Republicans say, though.
Man, it's a good. Well,
I'm asking, is that what the Republicans say?
Well, they're arguing that legalizing the CBD and the hemp or the marijuana has made people become lazy and criminals has driven down production of the country. So you're right. That's not all Republicans. That argument is also made in the conservative party. That is true. That is true.
Okay.
That's true.
Just making sure.
That's true.
Okay. So, yep, he put that into play. Trump's EPA gave $100 million to fix the water infrastructure problem in Flint.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, but that was him and Obama.
No, so why we got to do that? We're talking about what Trump did.
What you mean? Why we got to do that? That's what it said. If Obama is the one who put it in play and Trump signed it because Obama was there first, then you would give it to vote for them, right?
Okay, that was a purple deal. That was a purple deal. That was a purple deal. We'll give it. That's cool. All right.
Under Trump's leadership in 2018, the U.S. surpassed Russia and Saudi Arabia to become the world's largest producer of crude oil.
That's good.
Okay. Crude oil. Is that good?
That is good because I don't like electric vehicles. I think electric vehicles may take some job. Well, it'll add some jobs, but we can't go full electric. So we do need crude oil.
So what about our environment?
I don't think crude oil. I'm not a climate changer. I'm not a climate changer, Bomb. I'm not a climate changer. So I don't think our crude oil.
You're not a climate changer. What that mean?
So I don't believe in this climate initiative that's being pushed.
Oh, what's the weather in Texas today? What was that?
It's pretty hot, but it's always hot in Texas in the summer.
So is it as hot as it normally is in Texas?
Yeah, same. So
now you're lying. Oh,
every year that Bomb, like 5 years ago, they had like 30 days of 100-degree weather. That's like 5 years ago. So like, come on, man. Like
5 years ago, how many 30 days over 100 you got so far this year?
We probably had like 10 or 15 so far.
Oh, so 5 years ago you had 5, and today
we had 30 days of over 100 degrees, and it was so dry.
No, I didn't see that, dude.
Because matter of fact, Texas, Fort Worth, Dallas was on fire.
You say consecutive, right? You talking about consecutive days?
Yeah. So type it in.
Let's look that up.
Type it in. The most consecutive days of 100-degree weather. It was like 5 years ago. It was like 30 some days they had it.
Consecutive Texas. You said over 100, right? Texas days over 100. Let's see if this give me what I'm looking for.
You didn't put the 100. Oh yeah.
Let's see. What's wrong, babe? Oh, okay. You want to say something?
You see, in 2011, they had like 71 days.
Wait, are we in Texas? What's this? Oh, Dallas, Fort Worth. Okay, where we at? Number of days. Is this consecutive? Annual and consecutive days. So this is annual and this is consecutive. Right? So that's an 80. Let's see. So where we at? What year this is? Let me go look. Let's see where we at, baby. 20. He said he don't believe in the weather.
I don't believe in that climate change shit.
Lord have mercy, y'all. You don't believe in it. So what you said the weather was today?
It was like 98 today. It was pretty hot, like 98.
Oh, it don't count. Let me see. 2022 is 5. The greatest number of days in a month. So you don't see the difference here, baby? Where you say you see the consecutive days that you was talking about, where they at?
So in 2011, they had 71 days of and then it was like consecutive over 100.
No, there was 71 days in the full year of 2011.
There was over 100.
We talk about consecutive because being over 100 in the South is not that bad, right? That's something that happens. Show me what you said that you had. You said 30 days 1 year.
Yeah, so like back in like I think it was I can't believe that I can't get you the actual year. I remember when it happened, but it was like 30 days or it was like 100 degrees plus. Matter of fact, Fort Worth was on fire. You can even type in Fort Worth wildfires.
Okay, so no, I see what you're talking about. I'm just asking you. You said something because I do see the 5 days, right? Well, the first ranking number one was in 1980 with 31 days, right? 31, the greatest number of days in a month. I thought we was talking about consecutive days, right?
Oh no, we're talking about consecutive, back to back to back to back to back to back. Yeah,
exactly. So in 80, they had 42 days, but that wasn't in a month. That range that spanned over from June to August. So that's the summer months.
But right up under that, it says July 1980. That whole month, damn, was over 100.
Yeah, but July is all down the south is about 100 degrees. That's normal.
Okay, then. So that's what I'm saying. So that climate change shit ain't real, Bob. This shit is
wait. So last year, because you notice it stopped in August, right? July, August, right? So you ain't have no hot days in October last year?
There were some hot days, and even up to December, there were some days that were pretty warm. Yeah.
So, but you don't see that nowhere in this stuff here. You don't see December in none of these.
It wasn't 100 degrees though. In December, it was like 70, 75.
Okay, and is that normal in December?
It can happen. Because look, check this right. I grew up in it can happen like some areas in America, some places in the South.
I do know.
Florida, some of us don't get a snow white Christmas.
I agree, but you're not getting in the 90s in December.
I mean,
not no more. Now you are.
Once. I seen it happen like once or twice, and it was kind of weird, but it is. I don't believe in no climate change.
Okay, so everywhere around the world, I mean, you could believe what you want to believe, however you want to believe it. It's up to you. But everybody else is seeing something different other than what you're saying.
They lying.
They're talking. I think Florida was 108. They're seeing temperatures well over 100 degrees that they had never seen before. So if you're saying that there's no change, okay.
Bob, you can't trust them, Bob. You can't trust them because they're getting paid too much.
What you mean can't trust them? These are regular people, even here on YouTube.
I don't trust them either. Niggas on YouTube be lying to. Like
you say fake news. I told you.
Misinformation.
Look, they said right here, Texas City makes heat record 100 days of 100 degrees.
That might have been what I meant because I be fucking up.
Oh, but it's okay. But you don't see that.
That's see the fires and shit. What year was that? It wasn't 1980.
Oh man,
CBS been that bullshit, man.
I know that they will look at me. I don't like what year is this? This
2011.
Yeah,
2000, exactly. I knew I went crazy.
Look, I think you're talking about the wildfire.
That's the wildfires that was in Fort Worth and Dallas and shit. Yeah, the whole damn Texas was on fire that year.
They said East Texas previous record was 47. God damn, y'all.
Nigga, that's hot.
But they said it's hotter in hell, 100 degrees. Texas is hot. Texas,
it is hot, man.
Alabama, Mississippi, Florida. Arizona though got a different type of hot. What's this? Is that?
Who is that? That nigga look like he. More details emerge about Seth. Damn, he shot the surgeon in the exam room. When did that happen? July 13th.
You know who I thought that was that rapper at first. That's why.
Yo, ain't nobody talking about that, yo. They trying to hide from that story too.
He fatally shot a Tennessee surgeon inside an exam room where the doctor worked. I wonder what he shot him for.
Killing Dr. Benjamin.
He was a long-term patient. he was long-term problem. He said that the nurse told police that Pickens pulled out a gun from his waistband and fired 3 shots. The nurse said she recognized Pickens from previous visits to the clinic.
Said he had schizophrenia.
Oh yeah, sure did. They say
What kind of doctor was he though? Doctor? Was he a psychologist?
Wait a minute, let me see him back it up. Yeah, they say he was off his medication. Let's see, Larry.
He's a surgeon. No, why would a Tennessee surgeon? Why would a surgeon be dealing with the schizophrenic? I don't know. That's kind of weird.
He might have had to have surgery or something.
He might have had to have surgery, but what kind of surgery are you trying?
Wouldn't he have to be a neurologist?
Nah.
He's the orthopedic clinic. The orthopedic clinic system found it. Is he? What's the orthopedic, baby?
Back, pretty much bones.
Oh, bones. Oh,
yeah. So, Mom, he might have had schizophrenia and like back or knee problems and like pain with a mental illness. Oh no, that's a bad recipe right there. You can't put those two things together.
And that nigga look crazy though.
That nigga did look crazy. He did look crazy as hell. Like I saw that picture too. That picture kind of caught my eye too. I was like, what the fuck?
Where it went? It went away. Maybe it might not. Oh, there you go.
God damn, man. That picture, man, they got that nigga looking. Why they got that nigga looking like that? And they look, see how they got the doctor looking, and then they got
I know.
Man.
They do that, man. He got him looking crazy.
That
He's only
shit
29 too. He's not even 30.
Only 29, but he looks so. That's just why I don't like. You know what? I don't like the fact that they keep pushing beards on young niggas, because I cut my beard off, and I don't think niggas should be walking around with all that shit in their face. Cause another thing I found out, my dad don't wear a lot of facial hair, and then another thing, they said most successful men in America don't have a lot of face, don't have like that big bushy beard in their face. You know that? Did you know that, Bob?
Oh no, I don't know. I'll be looking at what you got to say about that man who ran into North Korea.
Mom, I was talking about that shit last night. I was mad. The manosphere, I told them niggas they fucked up for not covering this story. These niggas are so fucked up for not covering this shit. And they gonna end up saying it's the white man problem, but they fucked up for not covering this shit, man.
Man, he ran. You ain't see him. I ain't see him run, but in my mind, I see that.
Oh, shit, the way they talk, that nigga ran so fast, nobody really saw him.
No, I'm just. Where's everybody else? Why is it just us?
Yeah, ain't nobody talking this shit.
Rochester still here? Miss University. Jonathan, you still here? Maybe because we changed the topic, but
Pastor.
Pastor.
Yeah.
Yeah, what up, Charles? What's up?
Hope you say hi, Pastor.
Yeah, man. So what up? How you doing?
I'm good, Pastor. I just came over to talk because I heard you.
Who that is mom? What's up?
He was in the bed. I was wondering why he got out. Look, y'all, he was in the bed. So.
Because he swerving down, Trump ain't do nothing. We not even get back on that shit though. We done with that. We gonna leave it alone. We'll leave it alone.
We're gonna go over a little of it because Trump took all the restrictions off the railroad industry.
Not all these accidents.
And those accidents just came public like the last year or so because they were getting worse.
And I admit it. I did admit that I disagree with him on that, and that is unfortunate that Biden. It's unfortunate that the trains derailed in Biden's administration, considering Trump put those trains on those pretty much in that direction.
Right.
But that's how it happened.
And then Biden's taking a hit because of that, right? But at the same time, with the Build Back Better initiative, Biden gave Amtrak $16 billion to fix that problem.
But they didn't fix it.
Well, they're working on it.
Like you the one to say they do it fast enough.
Because I mean, I like here, if you go on Indeed, Amtrak is hiring like it's going out of stock.
But the thing about it, they said they did. So now the train companies were saying that they were having a problem with finding conductors and finding people to run those trains.
But that was because of the, like, with the restrictions lifted, those guys didn't want to run those trains. They will be the ones that would tell you, like, the trains will be understaffed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they were having derailments a lot. The problem is that now they're getting worse because of the restrictions. Some of these trains are way bigger than they should be for like one locomotive.
That was the problem with, they said that was the problem. They said those trains were about, they said it was like 2.5 mile long. That's a lot. That's a lot of carts.
And that's a lot of weight.
Yeah.
So the odds of derailing go up. The longer the train is, the more likely you're gonna have a derailment because of all these old rails that haven't been serviced in decades.
And then once you get that much train going at about 45, 50 miles an hour, that's a lot of train to stop. And then when you stop it, you can just see it clunking up and derailing like it did. So I do agree that Trump dropped the ball on the railroad system.
What about that?
But the problem with Trump was that now I'm coming from an independent, right? You had to win me over to get my vote. And like some of the problems with Trump, like a prime example was like I heard people that would say Trump was bringing back jobs, or how he said how he restricted, trade with China. You know what Trump did to restrict trade with China? He imposed tariffs. So you know what tariffs are, right?
We got to pay for that money.
Yeah. So basically tariffs are like import taxes. So now business 101, if you cause my prices to go up, I'm going to pass that price on to my customers.
Yeah, that's how we end up with all this fentanyl on our streets. We had to cover it somehow.
So if anybody, that's because I'll use Walmart as an example. Walmart, like literally 80% of the stuff in Walmart is from China.
Yeah, China.
So now they're paying the tariffs on that. And guess who they're passing that on to? Their customers. So you don't see Walmart commercials saying how they lower prices and shit anymore.
Rollback shit.
Rollback shit.
Because they're paying them tariffs and they're going to pass it on to their customers. So like shit that used to cost like 30 cents now costs like $1.50.
But we were going to get those taxes put on us. So
not us as the average people, because we're not importing shit from China.
So we gotta pay that. We gotta pay that.
So those companies, they'll pay that tariff because they know they're just gonna pass it on to you. Yeah, us as the customers. Just like look at the dollar stores. Dollar stores aren't dollar stores anymore.
No, they're not.
Yeah. Dollar Tree is now $1.25, and then we won't even discuss like Dollar General because now it should be Dollars General.
Right.
And then
there's no dollar. There's no dollar menu even at restaurants and stuff like it used to be. Yeah.
Right, because of the same reason. McDonald's was importing beef from China. So guess what? That 50-cent hamburger is now $1.50.
Mm-hmm.
And it's because they're passing on them tariffs. But he'll tell you how he fixed the trade with China. Nothing slowed down. They just charged more. Yeah, but then also with him, violent crime did go up because he gave the far right and the white nationalists a voice and basically told them to act on it.
But they didn't commit any crimes though.
They are committing crimes. They shooting up schools. Man, are you serious? Did you just say they like commit crimes?
Just like, look, like I said, like with him, he gave them a voice and told them to act on it. And these cats just needed somebody to bless them. So during COVID, it was ironic that the sale of Corona beer dropped because the name of the virus is Corona.
Mm-hmm.
But then when he started calling it the China virus, acts on Asians skyrocket.
Well, so Trump has done some. See, I just think he's a better president than Biden person. But I do know that he had ties.
You don't even have no. But if you think that, tell us what he did. What did he do better than Biden?
I just think the country was better off, but
that depends on what standpoint you're looking at. Because I had people. Because aren't you a medical worker?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. See, I work in a medical office too. So you know who I heard say that? Yeah, Trump was good for them. Old white men. They were the only one.
That?
Huh? Why would they say it?
Because they made money during the pandemic,
and they were playing the stock market.
And I was playing around with a lot of that stuff, not hanging, but talking with them as well. So I was on the benefit. If the country's going to take a loss, everyone shouldn't take a loss. I mean, everyone in the country can't take a loss, right? So you just got to try to play the winning side. And I think Republicans do. I think
those cats were doing it at the expense of the average person. And then here's the other one that I think is hypocritical from Republicans, right? Because I'm getting ready to hit you with the abortion one, with this one. Since you work in the medical office, what side of the office are you on? Clinical or clerical?
Clinical.
Clinical. Okay. Mm-hmm. See now this is messed up because if you go spend the day over on the clinical side, clerical side, right? You will be amazed at how many people are passing through your office that are on like Medicaid. And I'm gonna say that for this reason. Most of those people that are on Medicaid, remember now, they're not the poster boy for Medicaid, some unemployed Black person sitting at home watching TV and suckling off the government teeth. These are everyday people that had jobs that are underpaid and can't afford medical. So when I ask them like, hey, when you get done with your appointment here, what are you going to do? Oh, I'm going back to work. Oh yeah, what do you do? And I can name the companies and you would be shocked that they're paying them they're underpaying them on purpose so they qualify for Medicaid.
Now because I try to stay away from the medical side of medicine, and it's crazy, right? Me being a conservative, trying to stay away from the monetary side of medicine. I really, because the side that I'm on, the clinical side, we don't really get to see it. We don't see the transition or the transaction of money. We just see the clinical side, right? So I kind of removed myself. Even mentally, I know money is being made in the hospitals, but I kind of just remove myself from where. I just remove myself from that whole process because I literally don't have anything to do with that process. So I'm probably ignorant to a lot of that process of the money management and how money is, made in the hospital. Because I'm just not on that side at all. I don't even look into it. I don't even look at it. I should look probably more in the end because people ask me questions about insurance and stuff all the time, and I really don't have any answers for them on that. Because I'm not a financial advisor.
If you go to the clerical side, you're going to shake your head because, like Katie Porter just ate a couple of insurance executives alive a couple of weeks ago because, like, insurance companies literally take your money, like medical insurance companies take your money and spend on anything and everything except you. And the problem with that was that they got this in place right before Obama took office.
That's my problem with insurance. That's my whole problem. So if I were to think about the monetary side of medicine, where I can disagree with it is, I disagree that Aetna, Cigna, Blue Cross Blue Shield,
all of
them. There's only like 5, right? There's only like 5 major healthcare insurances that control medicine. They really control it, honestly.
They do.
There's nothing we can't.
Side, you'll be amazed at what they get to do versus the government.
That's what I'm saying. So we know the only thing I know that the clinical side really knows about that money side is that health insurance, we have to follow by some type of health insurance rules. Like we have to document, like if a person comes in with a sore, so to make sure we don't get charged for that. Like we gotta make sure that we treat them. We gotta treat the pneumonia as the insurance company says. Because if they return to the hospital in a certain amount of days, then we get fined for that. So like you end up learning little money tips because you're trying to avoid getting dinged off. Oh, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because you didn't treat it right. So now they're saying they're not going to pay it right. It's one of those crazy things. So it ends up being like 5 insurance companies, or really not even 5. You can consolidate it really into Blue Cross Blue Shield and Cigna and Aetna, and they control them 3. Pretty much control it all.
They do, and at the same time, they also had their hand in the Medicaid cookie jar too.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but what I said that to set up the abortion argument, and you're the perfect one to make this point because I do this a lot on like conservative channels, make arguments with them, and you were right in the strike zone. Texas made it hard to get abortions, right? What do you think? What do you think is going to happen in the next couple of years?
Well, we've seen a little bit of it happening now.
They're
overwhelmingly going to New Mexico to have these abortions.
No. That's not what you're going to see here in the next year or two. You're going to see an explosion in Medicaid.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that.
And then, if there's an explosion in Medicaid, what do you think is going to happen to you personally?
Me personally?
You personally. I'm gonna tell you what's going to happen.
I don't think I'll make less money. I just think
I'll
be more patient.
Sure you are.
No, I don't think I'll make less money because I figure
you're gonna get taxed more.
Well, I'm a figure. No, actually, to check this right, I independently contract. I contract myself now. I've been doing this a little bit longer now, so I can. So I pretty much put myself on a contracted market.
Yeah, but you talking about you. What about the other people though?
I'm talking about Texas.
Mom, I mean, Mom, you got to run your race, Mom. You got to run your race. You got to run your race.
But it's to warn people. Hey, look, don't come crying when this happens, right? Because those same people that are against abortion, when they remember what I told you, the poster child for Medicaid, unemployed Black people. A lot of those white people be shocked to find out that their neighbors are on Medicaid, right? Because nobody's gonna go to the neighborhood barbecue and say, yeah, you know, my Medicaid just paid this, and this. They're gonna keep that quiet.
Mm-hmm.
But once you start clamping down on them abortions, yeah, and those women have to have them kids. Guess what? They're gonna get some more Medicaid.
Yeah. I agree.
And then that same lady that's not telling you that she's on Medicaid is going to listen to her neighbors rail about, the poster children, not knowing that they're railing in front of one of the people that they're talking about.
So your argument, and it's a decent argument. Your argument is that due to the Republicans taking the control of the womb and making women have the kids,
right? Which I agree with personally too.
We're going to, and you did. We're going to end up raising our opposition pretty much, really. Honestly, really. I did. Democrats that need more funding.
That too, but like let's because I mean you don't sound like some of the ones I'm talking about, like extreme right wing. Yeah, they'll say like they're Republicans. The Democrats are socialists. Right?
They are. No. I know. I'm more sensible in my conversation. I know.
Right. That's why I say you don't sound like one of them. But when I make these arguments with them, I say, well, what do you call Medicare? What do you call Medicaid? They don't have an answer. They're social programs.
They're social programs. A lot of people don't want to tell the truth about these things. I'm willing to tell the truth about these things, though. That's the only difference with me. I can be honest about it. I used to troll a lot. I still troll from time to time, but I can tell the truth about some things. And it is a socialist program. Yeah, it is.
And I troll too. That's why I said I'll go over there and I'll go in the comments and call them tinfoil hat idiots and all this shit. And then ask them, well, don't come crying to me when your taxes go up.
But socialists fought for that though, right? So it's a socialist program that socialists fought for, and socialists won it. They won that.
What program socialists won?
Well, no, actually, it was.
Republicans give out more money than anybody. when y'all.
Well, it was a socialist group that pushed for this Social Security and all this stuff. It was a socialist group.
And the funny thing is, that's where they're half right. You know, the presidents that came up with Social Security and Medicare were Democrats. They were, right? But now if we go down to history, if we do history, we're going to go with the, you know, because the first thing they'll tell me is, well, as a black guy, you should hate Democrats because they did this, this, and this in the 18 and 1900s. And yeah, sure they did. Right? But the parties flipped.
That's right.
And the poster boy for that flip is Ronald Reagan.
And Reagan went left. Reagan was one of those. He went left. He was a so-called.
He was a Democrat. Right?
Exactly.
But he was a racist Democrat, which was what the Democratic Party was, right? Then when he got to California, and California was accepting black people in the Senate and shit, he flipped. He ran to be a Republican. And then he was their poster boy. They still worship him to this day. Dude's been dead God knows how long. Well, he was president for 8 years, and they worship him because he said the shit that Trump says now, just not as loud as Trump says.
Well, they got mad at me about Reagan because I told them that gays put Reagan in the office, and they got mad at me about that shit.
And it was cross-dressers because he was one.
Because he the one that
as soon as you point that out to him, they'll say, no, he wasn't. Dude, he did it in a movie.
Well, I'm like, we can be conservatives and tell the truth and troll each other about all this shit too. Because I was like, he the one that voted for. Because everyone now, because I'm a conservative, and we all have a issue with the teachers and this agenda, right?
What's the agenda?
You know what agenda I'm talking about.
Yeah, but even with that one, now is this agenda? Is this nationwide or is it just one location? Like we'll just pick a place, like we'll say the middle of nowhere, Florida.
I think it's
these days with information, this is literally one lone teacher, right? And the whole country's exploding. And I get it; they don't want it creeping into their backyards either.
Well, they were the ones
that teacher we talk about though.
Y'all know you bomb. You know
this one, the cross-dressing strip show or whatever it was.
Yeah, that stuff.
And but it wasn't at school.
Well,
and it was a program at the library, wasn't it?
But they still got the books and stuff and all that at the schools. But so the thing about it is Reagan was the one that actually promoted that. I can actually pull it up and show y'all because it was the log cabin Republicans, pretty much gay white men and Republicans that wanted to be teachers and stuff that said, you know what, y'all can't take us out of the economy of making money as teachers just because of our whatever orientation. And Reagan kind of backed them. So that's why I come with the whole thought process that, you know what, gays made Reagan the president. And they got mad at me for saying that. But I do really, from my research, I'm thinking he got a major push from them people because he was the guy he was running with, because he had to run, was the governor he had to run first? It was the governor of California first, right?
Yeah, governor of California.
He was going against another Republican, and they were running off, and then both of them were running off the back of children. One dude was running saying, protect our children from these people being able to be in our school. And Reagan was saying, protect our children because hiding these people from our children or not exposing these people to our children is teaching our children hate. So they both were running off, what do we teach our children? And Reagan ended up switching the people's vote into thinking like that. And that's how these people end up in the school system all across the country, because Reagan helped push it. And that's why I'm like, damn, Republicans, we got to hold this L on that one. Because I don't agree with that. I mean, I don't want nothing bad happen to those people. I just don't necessarily know. I don't think they should be teaching that to children. And
shouldn't be teaching children because of what?
No, they should be teaching that to children.
Teaching that to children.
And I don't think they should be teaching that kind of stuff. Now, if they can teach them reading, math, regular
I
stuff.
thought that's what they were
cool.
doing. I thought they was going to the library.
Well,
and
see,
having-
that's how they won, because they told Reagan that that's all they was going to be teaching, but then they end up teaching the other stuff too.
Like what stuff? What you mean? What other stuff?
About their relationships and stuff.
Mhm. No,
That's where they go left foot with me, and Reagan allowed it. So that's where I say Reagan allowed the bullshit, because Reagan let them slide in when the other Republicans was like, hell no.
I don't know.
I
Got a lot of gays and got a lot of gays out there. Y'all act like there's a small amount of gays out there. Some of them
I do think there's a
people are
small
gay.
amount. I do think there's a small amount. I'm not trying to like overly talk about those people, but I do think relatively, when you think about the whole country, I don't think that they represent a vast majority of the country. I don't think they do.
Well, that's a lot of them. You just don't know them. Like
It's not 50%.
It's a lot of people
What's
who
the?
would consider themselves LGBT these days. Yes.
I don't even think it's 30% of the country.
How would you know they keep it in a secret?
Yeah, it could be. It could be 50.
That's right. That's what I'm saying.
You do have a lot of them that are still closeted, because they'll see what happens to the ones that did come out, and now there's, well, that's why I'm not. That's why I'm in the closet.
Yeah.
But I think at the same time, like the most part, like I said, you don't sound like an extreme or far right. Yeah, to say that, hey, look, yeah, why can't you just teach
what's
kids
a stream? What's a stream far right? What is that? What is it? What do you consider alt right?
Oh, extreme right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, cats that are against, like,
I don't think
that's
you
it
said
against.
right.
No, I said extreme right or far right, not alt right.
Okay,
alt-right is racist.
Well, it's still conservative, though. I would argue that alt right is probably more like socialist to themselves.
See, I'm gonna use them as an example because they're the loudest kids in the room. But like MAGA Republicans, right, who are fairly new. They're only 7 years old. Yeah, they're Trump followers. But when you ask them, when did America stop being great? They can't give you an answer. They'll just say, well, it started, like in 2008. And it's okay. I know where you're going in 2008. We elected a black president, and now you're saying that America went to shit after that. That's what you want to say? Yeah, and they will stick with that.
I think America's been great ever since the 80s. Because I was born in 80s. I ain't gonna lie, I was born in 87. And ever since I've been born, thank God, I by the grace of God, I think this country has been pretty good to me. So I think, to me, America has always been a pretty good country.
I'm not going to say that it's all peaches and cream, right? But I'll say this much: like, when was America ever great for people of color?
Since the 80s. Since the 80s.
Nah, it actually got worse. I was going to say, you just saw a prime example, that dude that shot that doctor, right? We're going to use that as an example. You didn't see the narrative there because you were saying fake news, but let me show you how the media, especially right-leaning media, will paint you out to be the devil. That picture right there was a prime example. That brother's picture was his picture from booking, not some high school picture or some other shit where he looked presentable. That was his booking picture. And guess what? Usually when they in booking, you may get your picture taken right then and there, fresh off of some ass whooping coming in the station, or a day or two later when they treated you like a savage, and you get that look.
Well,
the doctor's picture wasn't him like walking down the street or some shit. That was some boudoir photo.
Well, look at this Travis King situation. Look at this Travis King situation. The dude that ran to North Korea.
He's just stupid.
They didn't use a mugshot of him. They used his military picture.
Because he's not
right.
in jail yet.
But that's because look at the narrative on that. He ran to North Korea, right? Now, do you see the 2nd Division mounting up to go get him?
No.
And I know you weren't in the military, so that's the unit that's right there. You don't see them mounting up to go get him. Because when I was in,
they have to practice some diplomacy. They have to be very careful about how they do this.
Guess what? When I was in, when I was there, tension was high, right? And the whole second division had the attitude like, I wish they would. Yeah, you can come over here if you want to, because I got there 2 years fresh off of the North Koreans taking an ass whooping right there where that dude ran across. They took an ass whooping from us. Now the mentality is, and it's from the top down, is, oh, we're gonna be diplomatic and this, and they're not going. They're gonna be slow to react because he's black.
Right.
And I don't mean Biden.
To me, that's when I think conservatism and being on the right should start to count then. Because I think that conservatives would then have the power or the negotiating power or the capital or control to be able to be like, okay, this is what we need, this is what we want, this is how we're going to make it happen. I don't really look at a Democratic president to be able to go in and make that happen. I just don't.
But you're not going to make anything happen with that country to start with, because it's to say, yeah, you had to have a short memory to remember the last time we dealt with this, right? Which was like almost 70 years ago.
Yeah, that we lost that guy.
Who?
There's some little white kid, some journalist.
No. The reason that we're not going to flex is because it's North Korea, and North Korea has China right over their shoulder protecting them.
Over Taiwan. All this over Taiwan, though.
No. Travis King is not going to be over Taiwan.
No, Travis King is not about Taiwan. Travis King is because Travis King really put America in a bad position. And I just wish he wouldn't have did it. But now that he did do it, we got to get him back. We're gonna have to get him back. We're gonna have to get him back.
Some people not even acknowledging he dead. He better than might be dead.
And then I was like, why come? Oh, and I was very upset. Not upset. Nah, that's the wrong word to use. I was like, damn, O'Shea, y'all niggas ain't O'Shea, Umar, Tariq, not even the whole black manosphere is acting like this. Travis, they want to talk about Carlisha. I gotta talk this shit for a second. They want to talk about Carly Russell and whatever that chick name in Dubai with the big titties, right?
Versus Travis King.
Versus Travis King. And I'm like, y'all, and I know this, and I realize why. This is a very complex conversation. This is a very complex conversation. But if we should at least put something in the airways out there to give these pundits something to take from us and pull and maybe say on their news channel. But I'm like, y'all got to at least have the conversation. So people, because if y'all claim y'all have such an impact and all these people are hearing your talking points and using your talking points on the main media, this is the perfect chance to get the black male narrative out there on a kid that is in very hostile territory. To at least, to me, I just think I think we're dropping the ball and not having this conversation about this kid, especially as black men. Like, and he has a father. I mean, come on.
Like, it take me to be on here claiming I'm being messy to even mention this dude.
Well, I talked about him last night, Bomb, and nobody even, that's like the lowest. Bomb, check this right. I talked about him last night for like 4 hours. Guess who pulled up? Some white guys. And I only got 49 views. Now I got much other views. I don't have a big channel, but my other stuff has way more views, over 100, 200, 300, whatever views. I take my channel down from every time to time because I get tired of the stupid views. I only got, when I took that channel down last time I checked that, it got 49 views. I'm like, no. And I had to put Carlisha Russell in the damn and tag her in it just for them niggas to get the views I did get. Because these niggas, they don't want to talk about this Travis King shit. They don't want to talk about it. They don't want to talk about it.
They should want to talk about it, at least hope him and his family out if he's alive.
I mean, we should want to talk about it because they pushing his passport bro stuff. And they not talking about the fact that he was locked up for 47 days for kicking a police car. Obviously, like, nigga, like you might go to jail for one night in America for kicking a police car.
Not over there.
Not over there. 47.
They said he refused to pay the bill. I think that's what they said.
No. So in America, if you spent 47 days in jail, you might still have to pay, but like they would give you like some time served or some bullshit like that. They made him spend 47 days in jail. Then they was trying to, and then I thought they was extorting him for money. I thought they were trying to make him pay more damage costs than he actually caused. Just because he was an American soldier. And then America was going to bring him back and
he tried to bring him back.
Yeah.
And then
America, he supposedly was on his way back to Fort Bliss, Texas. But then America, but because America was
wrong with that.
They were going to court martial his ass. So
what's wrong with that?
What's wrong with that?
He was he was going to, we'll say he was going to Fort Bliss, right? How is he unescorted?
That's why I asked that question.
He was escorted, but they let him like kind of go like at the airport. So they escorted him to the airport and then they let him go.
So I asked that question last night.
They expected him to get on the. They expected him to get on the plane.
Yeah, no, he was going to get court-martialed because he's a
private. And when you get court-martialed, you get escorted. You get military police escort from
they
station
escorted
to station.
him to the police. They
escorted
him to the airport.
They just took him to the airport and turned him loose.
Yeah.
But
that's what I'm
know
saying.
why? You know why they did that? Because I believe they was going to kick him out the military.
And that's why he was going to get escorted. He should have got escorted by a pair of MPs.
So I think he was going to be more than court-martial. I think he was going to get kicked out of the military when he got back to Fort Bliss. And so rather than getting kicked out the military, when he went to Fort Bliss, it would have been technically dishonorable discharge. Okay, because first of all, we need to go back to the club. What South Korea, and Bob, I thought that was really interesting, that little Street Fighter making look trying to fight. But check this right. What was he doing? What South Korean official or diplomat or who was he in a club with that was supposed to be important in South Korea anyway at the time?
Probably some local politician.
And so why did he get into a fight with that?
Or even the club owner.
So he got into a fight with that person, supposedly.
Probably
and then
over a bill.
And then he kicked. So he probably was getting it. Exactly. And he kicked the police car. I don't think any of these things are reason why the military should be giving him a dishonorable discharge. First of all, now I think he got a dishonorable discharge.
Oh, it is. Yeah, you got that right. What you mean?
No, because the niggas in the military have done way worse shit and not got no dishonorable discharge.
Shit, a lot of them not dishonorable. They make it a general, or it could be a dishonorable, but it's hard to get a dishonorable.
The problem is, like, when you go to, like, because he went to Korea, so when you go overseas, you get told that you're an ambassador to the country, and if you step out of line, you answer to that country's laws, right? So now, see, he did 47 days for kicking a cop car door and not paying for it, right? Now the military is going to deal with you because you were literally AWOL for 47 days.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
And that's why I said there's a problem with that, because you don't just tell somebody that went AWOL, well, here's a ticket, see you in Texas. No, when cats get escorted, I'll give you an example. When I was in Korea, I was up on the DMZ, and the North Koreans were notorious for throwing rocks in the bunker up at the guard post, right on the MDL, right? So there was a dude that got tired of them throwing rocks at him. So he went to the PX and bought a slingshot and some marbles. These cats showed up, and he shot one of them and hit him with a marble. It was a big international incident for 11 days, high tension, the whole nine. That dude was escorted out the country that night.
For a marble, even though they were
slingshot. And then they spent 11 days at the negotiating place where this cat ran across.
Yeah,
discussing that a slingshot is not supposed to be in the DMZ.
Well, the problem is they have to negotiate where the proper. So why does America have why are they shipping people in and out of South Korea so close to the North Korean border if in the first damn place. Like, cause you gotta think about it. They said he darted. They act like this nigga was so fast they ain't never seen a nigga this fast. They
were shocked that he did it.
Yeah.
They make it seem like this nigga was a runaway slave track artist, track star, and that's just not true.
Nah, he military. He can run, but
yeah, he can run pretty good. I get that.
It was caught off guard. Like, who runs to North?
Who was going to run
do
to North Korea?
If anything, they might run.
So you tell me that border on the south and the north is so fragile that niggas can just start running and get.
It's not that long. It's not that. It's close.
No, the tour literally takes you right up to the MDL, right, which is military demarcation line, right, and it's literally just a yellow line painted on the ground that says North and South Korea.
That's right. And once you cross it, they can't come over there and get you.
And then on the north side, the North Korean soldiers, nicknamed mirrors, are standing there, and the closer you get to that line, the more aggravated they get.
Well, there's also
you cross
a theory,
that line and they just start whooping on your ass.
There's also a theory that's been going around. And then I was listening to the Pentagon have their little briefing on it today, because when they had, they put the women up there to talk their shit about it, and they were saying that they're investigating to see if he wasn't turned in South Korean prison, because we don't know. And I even asked that question last night on my live stream. We don't know who's in those South Korean prisons. We don't know who maybe flipped. We don't know if he was radicalized, turned to, because he got into it's almost like North Korea accepted him rather than they didn't shoot him. They didn't shoot him. They didn't shoot.
No, like the North Koreans, they didn't carry guns since they lost that last fight with us in like 84. So they don't have weapons anymore.
North Korea got some guns.
Oh, I didn't say they don't have guns. The mirrors don't have guns.
Okay.
All they have is literally nightsticks. Yeah, but that's, like I said, since 84. So now there have been defectors both directions. So like I said, the college student that defected from North Korea to South Korea with the gunfight and North Korea lost, they just decided, okay, we're not going to carry guns anymore because A, we lost this last one, and B, it could have been way worse. So when I was there in 86, they had nightsticks. And trust me, the closer we got to the line, the more agitated they got. They were itching for you to step across so they could wail on you.
My thing is, everyone keeps saying that he's not decorated. He did have some medals. I just wish.
You remember?
I think he had three different medals.
Everybody get medals in the beginning. You get a medal. You just in basic training, you get your experts.
You get your marksman badge, your grenade badge, and then he probably had, because I can go look, to see, but literally everybody's decorated.
Yeah. So you don't think you don't think he's an asset one bit to North Korea? That's just why they're being, because that's the reason why they're being silent about it.
Asset.
Yeah, do you think that he can do? I think that North Korea is keeping him, and because they realize that he can help them out.
Well, if anything, you know what he's probably doing right now, because they haven't gone public with it. He's probably they're probably using him for a bunch of propaganda.
Exactly.
But they're not mentioning it though. You mean over there?
Yeah, over there, like North Korea say, like, see how great we are. This American just defected to us.
Their silence is the propaganda because they're trying to like bait us, and their silence they're trying to bait us to say something and see how big of a national story we're going to make this.
Nah, dude, they're not playing it like that.
I think they are.
No, that don't make sense.
Well, Bob, I do think so because like you just don't have a prisoner at this point. A prisoner. I wouldn't say a prisoner of war.
Yeah, he's a prisoner of war.
Yeah, he's a prisoner of war.
So okay, prisoner of war. So I don't think you just have a prisoner of war and just like gloss it over like it's. I think
you have a prisoner of war, you announce it. You know what kind of prisoner they got? How effective is it if they don't even acknowledge they got him?
Because I think they're playing a game, and I think I do think they're playing a game, Bob. Why not play this game? They have.
They could twist it and say he defected.
That's
yeah,
why I
that's
said
right.
Doing a bunch of propaganda videos.
But doesn't that makes America's trying that game. They've already tried that game because this is why America keeps saying he went over there willingly.
Because he ran, dude.
Okay, so that covers the de facto thing, but outside of that, you still have an American de facto willingly ran, supposedly no expat, no longer soldier over there. And how do you handle that? And if you don't handle that as America, it does make you a little weak on a militant side. I think it does.
Weak and he left.
See,
it makes us look
military operation.
Yeah, we gonna get his ass. You got what you mean? They look, if they don't give that man up, just give him up. We ain't going to get him. What you think?
Then what does that say about us?
It says that
can't get him if he defected.
He ran. Yeah, he left.
I don't think it's that simple.
When he get here, he gonna get punished. He going to jail. He going to live and work.
Okay, so that gives them even more leverage. So that
they don't get no leverage. What, we don't want him. They were about to kick him out.
But they don't get the option to do that now, and North Korea has that soldier. So you have a soldier that was about to get kicked out of a military that's already disgruntled with South Korea, America, and our allies over in North Korea. You have that leverage. Y'all can say that he knows nothing, but I think anytime you have another country's soldier that is disgruntled with his country, you have something.
Well, they're gonna make him a poster boy, probably.
Yeah, that's why I say he's probably shooting some propaganda videos right now. And they're voicing over, seeing this American came over here and he'd rather be here than America. And this is why North Korea is so great.
He said, and that's for their country, not ours.
Just for them. That's
not for us.
On their TV.
It's not for us, but it's to galvanize their people while we lose our patriotism and nationalism. America,
how we gonna lose? How we gonna lose?
Because America has a problem with patriotism and nationalism right now. That's just why you got people running around with false patriotism. That's just why you got people running around here with false patriotism and nationalism. Because we have a problem with our recruitment. I think they're probably going to end up even raising the age level on people that go into the military. They're having such a problem with recruitment.
But that got nothing to do with patriotism, though.
Well, I think it does.
Well,
I think it does. I think if you really, because that's one thing I regret that I didn't actually. I had a chance to, but
you ain't too old. So if you regret it, why you don't go?
I actually, only thing I can go into is bombers the Navy.
Well, you could go then. You claim so you got all this patriotism. If you think
but Bob, I don't know if I can be on
you
this
don't
ship.
have patriotism, then
I can't be. I don't want to be on no shit with a bunch
But then that's the problem. Young
I don't want to be on
today don't want to do nothing but play video games.
Shit.
I want to go over that, but it don't mean they don't have patriotism.
I will go. I will bomb. I will get on the oily ass ship.
But go ahead then. They need you.
Look, the biggest reason recruitment is down, when you ask these young kids why they're not joining the military, the first thing they'll say is they're afraid to die. Right? Yeah. That's the first thing they'll say.
Yeah.
And the problem with that is, like, when I joined, I was scared too. And when my orders were cut for me to go to Korea, I was scared to death. Right? I was. And then I got there and my platoon sergeant quoted, who was it? I'm going to say the wrong person, but I'm going to say he quoted Patton when he said, "No soldier ever won a war by dying for his country. You win the war by making the other son of a bitch die for his." He told me you adapt that mentality. And I was okay. And I spent the year there. And when tensions were high, it was, I wish they would.
Yeah, well, you know, I just think this shit bad, man. This shit's, I didn't know when I first heard about this story, this Travis King guy, and I was telling the brothers about it, they said he was, they automatically said that's a white dude. And we were running with this shit for the first day.
They found out he was black.
Then when they found out that he was black, abort mission, nigga. Abort mission, nigga. I ain't heard of niggas yet. When it was a white boy, nigga, when they thought this nigga was white, niggas was like, yeah. As soon as we saw this, and he black, he like a real black person. This nigga ain't even like light skinned. Like, I was like, what the fuck?
Real black.
Shout to Field Black.
Like, I'm like, this nigga is like, oh man. The nigga, everybody ran from this story. Like,
you know what was funny? You know who was the quietest group?
The
black man is for the quietest group about this shit.
No, they weren't. There was a group that's even
the Republicans too.
Yep. And especially the Trump supporters.
The Republicans, because the Republicans support the military today, because we support the military. I get it, right? We support the military.
Yeah, but the same cats that run around with stars and stripes shirts and hats and shit that'll, you know, and hug the flag like Trump, all of a sudden, quiet.
That's the reason why I'm like, how y'all gonna be quiet about this stuff? This is when we should be like making the most noise, talking the most shit. And I'm like, man, I'm gonna have to do a marathon of streams about this brother until we finally get an answer on what's going on. I did one last night. I'm gonna have to probably do one tomorrow because I got some time right now until, you know, for a couple of weeks until I got like 2 more weeks of freedom, and then I gotta get back to fucking work. Damn, but why?
You on vacation?
Because I like I said, I do contract work. I do contract. Like I said, I contract now. So like I really sometimes bomb. I work and I make enough money, like, you know, make my baby mom and them like leave me the fuck alone and have enough money to like take care of myself and like, you know, do what I want to do. And I take like 2 or 3 months off and say fuck all the bullshit and like not do anything. Like this literally bullshit. So like, I can't do that forever. So I get back to work. So then I won't be able to be on. You know how I take like a little break. You won't see me online as much, and that's kind of how it is. Yeah, that's kind of how it is. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like, you know how devastating that nigga be online for a long time when he finally. That's what I was saying.
I ain't seen him all week. Anybody see him this week?
That nigga probably working or doing something.
He was driving and still be online. So.
I know. Yeah, I gotta check on him.
Might have to check on him. But
that nigga eating Bojangles.
But like I said, like the funny thing is, see, like Trump is too busy defending himself everywhere to say some shit about Travis.
Oh, but see, the problem is, so like I was just about to get on. So Ken Paxton, right, the governor, the Texas General Attorney, the top motherfucking lawman in Texas, that does Ken Paxton, you know, he got impeached because them motherfuckers, he knew about all the fentanyl, the underage kids being transported across the border. He knew about all this shit. And Trump is cool with him. They got pictures together. And Ken Paxton was burning a dumpster full of he got caught burning a dumpster full of documents, and he got a black man to burn his, which that's fucked up. And then, you know, Trump also just recently got caught burning a dumpster full of documents.
When? What they call him? Burning documents.
I think like last week. Was it like last week they caught Trump burning some documents? Last week. Yeah, Trump had a dumpster burning. Trump had a dumpster burning too. You can look at like
dumpster party, dumpster burning party. Huh?
Yeah, they have these dumpsters. So like no one wants to talk about this shit. Like these niggas be having these dumpster burning parties, right? They just be burning shit. What the fuck?
And you claim he was a good president. He just stole documents.
I do think he's a good president. I just think he's a grimy one. I just think I get it. I get he's grimy and he's probably does illegal shit.
That's good.
If running a country is kind of difficult, you know. Sometimes when shit gets fucked up, you know.
Really? Yeah.
It does. You're not gonna please everybody, but for him, like he was the only person who looked to please with himself. Yeah.
Well, the problem is him and Biden have been doing the same thing.
Like what?
Well,
did Biden steal money?
Well, Biden and his son been stealing. Biden and his son been stealing money. Been stealing money from Ukraine and shit.
See, hold on. See, now it's funny because here's one I have to go after the cast and say this one too. So now, with Hunter Biden, when did this first pop up? Give me a rough time.
The election.
Within the last like 2 or 3 years.
You sure?
The past 2 years.
You sure?
Yeah. Yeah, we haven't been talking about Hunter Biden that long.
Well, when did he first pop up on the radar?
With the Ukraine issue.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna tell you, 2018. 2018 was when Trump called the Ukraine and wanted some dirt on Biden. Right? And remember that they tried to impeach him on that shit.
I thought you said, when I said election, I thought you said no.
The election was in 2020. I said, when did he first pop up?
Yeah,
now with that.
Yeah, that he was trying to. He was arguing that.
Talk about him doing this dirty business and shit in the Ukraine. That was in Trump's watch. Did Trump's people act on it?
He didn't.
No, they didn't. You know why? Because they didn't have anything.
Well, I do think
this is Biden and Hunter Biden is the new Hillary Clinton.
Probably so, and them motherfuckers, the Clintons are criminals too. So check this right. So
if they had any dirt on them, why are they still free?
They ain't shit. They can make things disappear, right? So
they made shit.
But check this right.
See,
but Trump
going down their path.
Yeah,
but Trump is. But I would also
say, you know what? You're right. I saw Biden out there on that Titan submersible, loosening a couple of bolts so it imploded when it hit the bottom.
But I would also argue that Trump and his sons and daughters are criminals as well, because they also stole $2 billion. They took some money laundering $2 billion to pay. Because they
appointed them to positions they couldn't even spell.
Well, he made his Jared Kushner
is his advisor.
Well, exactly what they did over there in Saudi Arabia to pay for that building that he couldn't afford in New York was ridiculous, but I still think Trump's a better president. So I get they both criminals, right? I get it. They both criminals. They both are criminals. I just think Trump is the criminal that I'd rather support.
I don't know why.
I just
stupid. That's why.
I don't, especially for a black man. Yeah, because
hold on, as a black man, because look, Biden is not a better criminal for black men to vote for than Trump.
You ain't give us one thing that he did as a criminal, though. You just keep saying it.
But I'll hear Castro say Biden was racist, right? And I'll tell him the key word in your sentences was, right?